Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here in day 2 of the regional championship in Athens. This is the finals where people waited now to try to get an invitation to the Pro Tour and also World Championship. So let's do a quick recap. Yesterday we had day 1. 456 players came here. They qualified for this event. 9 rounds of Swiss of Pioneer format. 6 and 3 made day 2. We are starting now day 2 with 110 players. So out of 456 players, only 110 qualified for day 2. There are 6 rounds today and then a cut to top 8. Top 36 gets a Pro Tour invite, Barcelona Lord of the Rings, which the format is going to be modern. The first and second place gets a World's invite for Las Vegas. And there's actually pass downs. There's 2 people here in the tournament that they had World invitation. I'm not sure if they qualified for day 2 or not. I have to check. But if by any chance somebody that already has a World invitation gets top 2, there will be a pass down. That would be epic. And let's take a look here at our win rate. So this is populated by first Rakdos Midrange was the most played deck, then Monogreen Devotion, and we have here the win percentages. What do you think of this?
Yeah, so Rakdos Midrange, the most represented deck, and it's been the most represented deck for the last few tournaments. And I'm not really surprised it's so low, because Rakdos Midrange doesn't have to now only worry about the Mirror, Monogreen, and Greasefang. Now it has to contend with like 15 different decks, and it's very, very difficult to properly prepare your very reactive Rakdos strategy. And it shows this 47% win rate. It does leave a lot to be desired. Monogreen as well, a bit better, but still pretty bad. And then
I knew this would come. Okay, tell us about this Azorius control. Let us recap that 2 weeks ago we had LMS Valencia, which the format was also Pioneer, and the conversion rate for Azorius control was 3%. So only 3% of the people got into day 2. And what do you think here with the win rate for day 1?
Yeah, win rate 55.7%, and actually the sample was pretty big. There were multiple Azorius control players. It was like the 3rd most popular deck coming in. There were 500 players total. So Azorius control standing strong, possibly because people have been underestimating it, so maybe cutting like spell pierces or mystical disputes from the sideboard, maybe not being prepared for mass removal that could come up. So Azorius control standing very, very strong as one of the most represented decks with the highest win rates.
And we only have one 100%, which is obviously our undefeated player in Storm Herald combo. I think he was the one that brought this deck here to the tournament, and he is undefeated. What do you think of this deck, and are you going to watch it today?
Yeah, so this deck is spicy. It can kill you very, very fast. It brings back Colossification and Burning, allowing you to basically ping your opponent for like 20 plus damage. And the key thing here is that this player, Mark Tobias, is 9-0 coming into day 2, and we'll be watching him battle it out in the first round to see if he can stay undefeated.
And who is trying to take here the title for the undefeated player?
The player who's on the other side of the table is a Blue-White Spirits player, a Polish player, Przemysław Olszewski.
Thank you for saying that name, because I would totally mispronounce it, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen. It looks like Spirits was a strong choice here for this event. A lot of people decided to bring, especially Azorius Spirits. We've talked about this before. Why do you think these players are not playing, for example, the Coco version in Bant?
Well, Blue-White, so first of all, you're playing Blue-White instead of Blue because your whole sideboard is white. You get Wedding Announcement, Portable Hole, Destroy Evil, Skyclave Evaporation, Catilda, a bunch of very, very good cards. So that's the first thing. Second of all, you're not playing Band because 3 colors are pretty tricky in Pioneer. So you don't want to butcher your mana base too much, especially with double white in color pips in the requirements. And we're off.
Yeah, we are off. We already see Leisure Shredder on the Storm Herald combo side. And why do you think Mark decides to play with this 2-drop?
So yeah, Ledger Shredder, I think. Ledger Shredder is pretty decent because you can play on turn 3 a 1-drop and a 2-drop, allowing you to connive and potentially connive enchantments into the graveyard, which is exactly what you want to do, because that's your main game plan.
And what is going to be here the main game plan for Azorius Spirits? How can this player try to disrupt what Mark is trying to do?
Yeah, so now we see Shackle Geist come down, and Shackle Geist can actually be kind of annoying, because it can tap any creature, so when Storm Herald enters the battlefield, you can just tap it in response, and this way there is no combo to be executed. Now, the auras that are returned with Storm Herald can be attached to any creature, so in order to keep up the pace, Przemysław would have to have multiple spirits to tap all the creatures and not attack, which is not something you really want to do. Spellqueller can really shine in this matchup.
It looks like here the Azorius Spirits players already applying a lot of pressure with this Supreme Phantom giving other spirits +1/+1. The board is getting stronger. We have Fable of the Mirror Breaker now played by Mark. And as you said, cards like Spellqueller are fundamental here to try to disrupt the combo pieces. And this might actually be a good matchup for the Azorius Spirits player, right?
Yeah, so basically Przemysław will be attacking in the air, unblocked, and then at some point he can decide to just keep holding up counter magic, and then just counter the key spell.
That Leisure Shredder seems to be very annoying though for a Azorius Spirits player, because as a Spirits player you want to try to do multiple spells a turn, although some of your creatures have flash, so you can try to play around it so that at least in your turn that Leisure Shredder trigger from the connive doesn't happen.
Yeah, precisely. Leisure Shredder might be kind of difficult to attack through, but once Przemysław amasses a proper number of creatures, he might just be able to start attacking in with everything, getting blocked, or maybe even jump attacking sometimes to push through damage. Or you can also pass the turn, use Shackle Geist's ability, tap the ledger, untap, and then bash him with everything. So there are a few things that can be done here.
Yeah, and we see here some consideration. This Storm Herald combo, we saw it over and over again. It's one of those decks that in just one turn is able to win. Sometimes they don't have anything. You have to be very careful as well with the graveyard, what's in the graveyard. And Azorius Spirits doesn't really have an answer for graveyard unless there's some rest in pieces in sideboard.
Which, let me just double check, but there isn't. So Przemysław's sideboard does not include any graveyard hate. So I think he's going to rely heavily on the fact that at some point he can just hold up Spellqueller, Geist Light Snare, or Lofty Denial, and just utilize that.
Yeah, and this is, I think, one of the reasons maybe the Spirit decks are doing well. Do you think that having counter magic in a creature deck can give you advantage in matchups like this?
Oh, certainly. It's one of the motifs we touched on yesterday, which is pressure plus disruption is key. And in this matchup, it's no different. We've got a ton of pressure, clearly, 5 creatures on the battlefield, a manland ready to be activated and attack, and that bit of disruption, which is now...
Ooh, look at that graveyard, though. 2 cards get discarded, and this is the burn and classification. So we do have the pieces of the combo, but does the Azorius Spirit player have an answer and a way to counter it? We know that there's at least one creature that can counter something.
Okay, we are tapping the Goblin, and I see double Herald in hand, which is actually very... Okay, yeah, interesting, okay. So they might be setting up for a double Herald turn so that a single piece of counter magic isn't enough.
First one. Is there an answer? 2 mana, let's tap it. Lofty Denial. There's no 4 mana to be paid there. So it's countered. Is there another one?
Yeah, Lofty Denial. There are no treasures, just 2 mana up. Now, the question is whether the last card in Przemysław's hand is a counterspell, because it... Oh, he's just dead. Oh, he's just dead. Okay.
Yeah,
right, on the board.
Spirits applying enough pressure and not being there enough. And also there was still a Muslim Wanderer on the Azorius Spirit side as well.
Yeah, so this is basically the name of the game, right? Przemysław kept playing creatures turn after turn after turn, and then you just interact twice at key junctures. It was tap your Treasure Maker, play a counter spell, done.
Yeah, and just to make sure, we are going to update here our graphics because the Polish player here is 8-1.
Yes, yes.
The only undefeated player is Mark.
Yes. We've passed the info. Oh, yeah, now it's updated. This is the actual state of the game.
And can we take a look here on our sideboards from the players? I'm interested to see what do you think is going to be the strategy here from both players. So how can Mark kind of protect himself from the counter magic of the Spirits player, and how can the Spirit player make sure that Mark cannot combo off?
So let's start with Mark. So he can play he has got triple spell pierce in the sideboard. So that's the first thing. Triple spell pierce can help against those lofty denials. There are also 3 rending valleys as removal, and this will substantially slow Przemysław down, which can change the way we play out this game. Because suddenly you have to, like, navigate how much pressure you want, how much interaction you want to hold up. So yeah, it's a bit trickier. There's also Swan Song and Mystical Dispute, and as we saw yesterday, Mystical Dispute was actually stellar.
Mystical Dispute is a key card, and we saw it over and over again after sideboard. One thing, though, is that I feel like a lot of the counter magic is, for example, we have Negate. Even in the Azorius Spirit, there's creatures that counter, for example, the Muslim Wanderer, but it's sorcery or instant. So sometimes there's not an answer for a creature exactly. So maybe one of the reasons why this Storm deck is kind of taking over as the combo deck performing the best in the tournament.
Yeah. Another thing is that Mark actually can have a very fast Goldfish there. Like, he can begin with, like, turn 1 a spell, turn 2 Ledger Shredder, which already trumps a bit of pressure. On turn 3, you could even say Ledger plus Rending Valley, right? One of those from the sideboard, which can actually turn the script completely, making Przemysław unable to actually put pressure and interact. And this is the draw that Mark is looking for.
Yeah, and for those of you just joining in, because this is day 2. I know a lot of people already watched day 1 and are aware of the Storm Herald combo deck because it did perform very well. Clearly 9-0 here, undefeated. And can you explain us how this deck combo off for those of you watching that don't know how it works?
Absolutely. So when Storm Herald enters the battlefield, you take all the auras from the as many as you want, but let's say you take all the auras from the graveyard, attach it to any creatures you want, any creatures you don't target. And in this case, it's Colossification and Burning Anger. So when you put Colossification onto one of your creatures, it gets +20/+20, but it gets tapped, right? So it would be, for example, Storm Herald would be a 23/22 tapped creature, which doesn't end the game yet. Because if you also return Burning Anger, you can hold priority and respond to your own tap trigger of Colossification and use the Burning Anger's ability and shoot the opponent for 23 there and then.
Yeah, and then you have a bunch of ways to put the things in your graveyard. We have Otherworldly Grace to try to see our top deck and try to maneuver that around. We have Merfolk, Secret Keeper, the adventure part, the sorcery allows you to mill cards. We have Scrapwork Moot that also help this deck tremendously. And cards like Satyr, Wadefinder, Leisure Shredder, all these cards trying to kind of support what the deck wants to do and make it more consistent. And consistency is key here. But let's take a look at our other deck, Azorius Spirits, taking over game 1. What do you think of this deck?
Yeah, so what Przemysław wants to do, again, is put pressure and interact when it matters. Cards of Skyclave Apparition, which we can see in the sideboard, don't really help, because what happens really is that you play a creature with an ETB, and then it doesn't really matter. So Skyclave, as this kind of static, way of interacting, isn't worth much. We could see maybe Destroy Evil, but no, Destroy Evil doesn't even work because you can always respond to Destroy Evil, doesn't really work. Actually, no. So what can happen is Storm Herald enters the battlefield, Colossification and Burning Anger get attached, you hold priority, you shoot with the Burning Anger, and then you destroy Colossification in response. So that's something you could do. And the players are already looking at their opening hands.
Shuffling in the deck, and I'm curious to know, Mark already brought this deck to Sofia because there was also a finals. It was in late November last year, so not that long ago, and he also performed very well back then with this same deck, maybe with some changes, but the idea is the same, and I like that some players bring their pet decks. We saw this over and over again. There was also in the past a player that always plays Ignos combo, doing
Yes.
pretty well with it, and I think other people might see this deck and think is so powerful and try it and maybe not have the same results, because it's always different when it's the deck that you play over and over again and you know the meta so well and you kind of master this deck.
I think there are multiple decks like that which are under the radar. So, for example, Storm Herald combo is one, Sultai Rona combo, Jeskai Ascendancy, like you said, Ignis combo. I think there are multiple of those that they are very much under the radar, like tier 3-ish, not popular, but there are those few players who play the deck as much as they possibly can and actually have proper results.
Yeah, and just goes to show that sometimes you just need to spike one event and people at home are curious about it. I'm sure a lot of people want to try it. This exact list, I'm sure we will see it on MTGO in next qualifiers.
Yes, I mean, all the rental online services will be out of Storm Heralds. You won't be able to play them in leagues because they'll be all rented out. Yeah, this is what happened with Boros Convoke. Like, people literally couldn't rent out Reckless Bushwalker because it was all taken. And here we see Mark, I think, mulliganing down to 5.
Yeah, and mulligan is not great, but if you think about it in a combo deck, it makes sense. You have to mulligan pretty aggressively, right?
Aggressively is one. Also, you want the right pieces, because if your hand is just set up with no payoff, it doesn't change much. Also, even if it is all set up with a payoff, a single payoff might not be enough, because that's not what the matchup is about. Like, if you just do set up, turn 3 Herald, it just won't be enough, because Przemysław can have, multiple pieces of disruption, mainly counter magic.
And how important do you think it is to be able to do a good mulligan decision overall in Pioneer, in Magic as well? Because I know a lot of times people don't want a mulligan. It's never a good sensation, but how do you think it's good to find this perfect balance?
There was one sentence I've heard, which is, in Magic, you don't have to mulligan, you get to mulligan. And of course, I'm not talking about situations where you have no lands, because that's clear. To be fair, I like having all lands, because I know it's a mulligan. But mulliganing is one of the most difficult parts of Magic. Like, deck building, sideboarding, mulliganing are all very difficult skills, which are all pre-game, right? It's like, you can be the best technical player, but if you don't know how to keep or mull, you're not going to get there. So I think it's one of the most important skills.
And there you have it. I completely agree. Land go. Oh, no second land.
Yeah, so I think it's like a decent 5, but was banking on a second land off the top. Take one. And now it allows Przemysław to be more aggressive and play out creatures instead of holding up interaction. Because the opponent is missing a land.
At least
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Traverse. Although Traverse isn't that great, because when you play a land, you won't have any follow-up anyways. I saw a Ledger Shredder in the hand.
That's a way to start conniving, trying to find the pieces here. But we know that the Azori Spirit deck can be very fast, and especially when they start building cards like Spell Queller, and when your opponent is mulligan to 5.
Also, some people might not be aware, but Przemysław is a returning player on our legacy event circuit, because he actually top-8'd one of the modern events like last year. Actually, as a fun fact, he borrowed my deck. He borrowed my Blue-Red Murktide, and he top-8'd that event, which was very cool.
So if you need to top 8 an event, just ask Skura for a deck. It brings good
Exactly.
luck.
Exactly. I actually flew here with Przemysław on the plane. We came here together.
Okay, it looks like we have Satire, Wayfinder. Is that enough, though? We have Busejo, so third land is secured there by Mark. For somebody that moved to 5 with just one land, things are suddenly not looking as bad as they were.
Yeah, 4 cards in hand, although no key pieces in the graveyard, so that requires even more work.
Actually, yesterday we saw here on stream, it was yesterday we had insane games all day long, but we saw one player win on a move to 4.
Precisely, yes, it was Phoenix versus Spirits, and the Phoenix player won on a mole to 4. Okay, so now attack in, pass the turn with 4 mana untapped. Scrapwork mod.
That's a good way to start discarding some key pieces.
It would also feel pretty bad to counter it, unless it's maybe like a Spellquella.
But it looks like maybe we are going to counter.
With Spellquella, yep. But I think I saw Portable Hole. So Portable Hole isn't great in the matchup overall, but it's great specifically at answering Ledger Shredder, which is one of the only problematic permanents as like fair permanents. And so we see Portable Hole in the hand.
Somebody saying in the chat, I had to move two cards in the top 4 in a Pioneer 1K today. RIP. I'm sorry.
Yeah, basically in all of those stories, which you can think of it as a good thing or a bad thing, every time one player moves to 2 and is unhappy, you've got the other person who's the opponent and is happy because the opponent moved to 2.
But
So,
when your opponent moves to 2, you cannot also seem happy. That's just bad taste, I think.
I think it also depends how competitive you are.
Yeah,
Because you can wish the opponent all the worst. It's like, yeah, mull to 1, I don't care.
that's true. I always am like, oh, I'm so sorry you moved.
Oh, and there was a mull to 2 with Bogles. Well, what can I say? Bogles is this type of deck that you just have to keep mulliganing until you've got what you need.
Look at the pressure that the Azori Spirits deck is once again able to provide with still 3 mana open, which is enough for cards like Spellqueller, Locked in Denial.
Yeah, and you've got 4 power on the battlefield, including Mutavault attacking, and now we see Spellqueller, and now you can easily Spellqueller that, because, again, you know there is no Storm Herald coming down, and now it's an attack for 8, potentially.
Yeah, and this looks very good here for our Azori Spirits player.
If there is a Supreme Phantom, it's lethal. Would be 9. Okay, but they can chomp the Mutavault, so... But this is very close to lethal. So we will see attack in. It's an attack for 8, down to 4. Tobias will play probably, let's say even a combo piece, counter from Przemysław and GG, and they will both be a 9 and 1. I don't think Mark can come back unless there is a Rending Valley in hand.
Now the question is also, Mark went undefeated day 1. Now getting the first loss on day 2 still has a great chance to top 8, but you have to keep that morale up. You cannot let these kind of go into your day. Also, people now know what you're doing. This is open deck list. They know about this combo, but they saw it day 1. They saw this deck undefeated. They are expecting Mark. They are thinking all night, how can I prepare against this deck? What plays can I do?
Yeah, precisely. Also, when you are Przemysław and you are 8 and 1, you can expect to play against any 8 and 1s or the 9 and 0. And so the pool of players you have to prepare for the next day is relatively small. Although I think this matchup is naturally pretty good for Spirits. Because again, keep playing creatures and on turn 3 hold up interaction. Even if you don't need interaction, you can flash in something else. So, oh, just passing. So there has to be some Rending Valley action. And you gotta kind of kill one of the creatures, unlock. I think it's going to be Rending Valley, kill Spellquella, get back Ledger Shredder, block something.
Oh, and here we are shocking. We need that mana. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, we'll probably activate double Mutavault. It's going to be tricky anyways.
Activating 2 Multivolts there and attacking,
And
and that's
good game. Wow.
2-0 here for our Azori Spirits, and now both Mark and
Przemysław.
thank you so much for helping me with that, are 9 and 1. We no longer have an undefeated player.
Yeah,
10
but
rounds after this tournament, no more undefeated players.
Yes, but no worries, chat. We do have a backup, and the backup is the Demolish Phoenix player that we watched yesterday, winning on the Multi 4 because if I remember correctly, that's that player.
Yeah, exactly. And everyone was so excited about Demolish, and we are going to see it once again.
Can you remind us, Filipa, how many rounds until the top 8?
So, yesterday we had 9 rounds. This is currently round 10, which is the first of the second day. There are a total of 15 rounds, and then there's a cut to top 8. So today there are 6 rounds. This is the first one of the day. And then cut to top 8.
Precisely.
So who is our Izzet player here that's playing the Demolicious?
Well, let me pull up the deck list very quick before we start analyzing that, because it's pretty spicy. It is pretty spicy. So Izzet Phoenix.
Izzet though.
Oh, yeah, the classic joke. So Arclight Phoenix, Demilich, 4 and 4 of each. No 2-drop actually. No Ledger Shredder. No Thing in the Ice.
And it's again Rakdos Sacrifice. So Rakdos mid-range didn't perform too well, having around 47% win rate, if I'm correct, on day 1. Rakdos Sacrifice did perform better though. Why do you think Rakdos Sacrifice is performing here better than Rakdos mid-range?
So first of all, Rakdos mid-range is almost purely reactive. So it has to play well into the field it's presented with, and the field it's presented with is everything. Atraxa Neoform, Sacrifice, Izzet Phoenix, this variant of Phoenix, 5 variants of creativity, etc. So it's much more difficult. However, Sacrifice can have these more proactive games, more linear games. It also has just buys, because Mayhem Devil is so good against decks like Mono Blue Spirits, Blue-Eyed Spirits, Convoke. So basically it's the choice of going more proactive than reactive, and even though they both have Rakdos in the name, I wouldn't really couple them together, because they're just different decks.
I'm not sure of the life totals. We are going to update them there, but this is not looking good for a Rakdos Sacrifice player. It looks like Gutierrez as Arclight Phoenix, 2 Demolish.
Yeah, we need to kind of see what's happening.
And currently deciding on a pieces of the puzzle. On the other side, Stefano has 1 Witch's Oven, 1 Giganta, and 1 Food Token. And usually when you have to use Giganta as your win con, your companion, it's not a great sign.
Oh, it's not. It's not, although sometimes it's enough. Sometimes when they're a grindy game, trading resources back and forth, suddenly dropping a 5/5 that is not fatal pushable, it's not play with fireable or lightning strikeable, it's pretty decent. Although this is not what the name of the game is, as we see Otherworldly Gaze putting Demilich, Arclight Phoenix into the graveyard.
An important thing to consider here is that there's a cat on the
there is
ready to be on the oven. So there's the food, there's the oven, cat is in the graveyard. And this might be enough if, for example, Gutierrez was at 1 life, but we don't know that.
Yeah, we're just now updating the life totals as we're coming into that backup feature. And the Phoenix player is kind of going off, right? We've got Phoenix double Demilich. Both Demiliches will trigger when you attack. You've got 1 more Demilich and a Phoenix in the graveyard. So, yeah.
And here, Burning Down the House. That's a card I see in Gutierrez. And,
let's draw 3. Literally Ancestral Recall. Okay, but now we've got updated life totals. Gutierrez is at 5.
Yeah.
So it is scary, because even though on board he's ahead, he cannot win this turn. And not winning this turn, giving the Sacrifice player another, another turn cycle of looping the cats.
Yeah.
This might just be enough.
Looping the cats, if there's something like a Mayhem Devil.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Or another cat, maybe, or another oven.
So here, though, Stefano doesn't have anything that can block flyers.
So now we're bashing in, trigger Demilich, target Lightning Axe, kill your Gigantha.
And here, if you use the oven to sacrifice the Giganta, you can actually create 2 food tokens because the toughness is greater than 4. So doing that, creating not only 1 but 2 food tokens. Now we have 3. We can always bring back our cat, drain 1. We can now block 1 of the demolish because those don't have flying. Then we will take 6 plus 4, 10, but we are going to gain 1 life.
Yeah, yeah, and still be able to bring back the cat. Yeah,
yeah, and Gutierrez down to 4. And we can now bring the cat again in this turn, put it to 4.
Yeah, so bringing back the cat brings Gutierrez down to 4. Using the oven and making the cat come back brings them down to 3.
Also, you can attack with the cat then, and if they block, you can just bring the cat back without even using the oven because you have enough food tokens to kind of do these shenanigans.
So you would actually, I think, also activate Den of the Bugbear, and you would have 3 attackers and only 2 can be blocked. So I think something can be done here. And also it's really, really dependent on what is Stefano's hand and whether he draws a Mayhem Devil or not.
Yeah, so let's draw. What is the draw here?
Land and Sokenzen. Okay.
Okay.
That is tricky. That is tricky.
So if we attack with cat and they block, we can bring the cat back with the food, leaving at 2. And then with the Witcher's Oven, bringing that's down to 1. We are 1 off right now.
We can attack with Den. So the Den gets blocked, and one of the creatures gets blocked, and 1 damage gets through. But then if the cat is the one that gets through, it doesn't die. So you sacrifice it yourself, bring it back.
And we know that Gutierrez is burning down the house, so bringing those 1/1s might be enough to finish the game next turn. Even if Stefano keeps some blocking and keeps the Den to block, for example. Or
yeah, Stefano is counting. I think the lethal scenario is certainly when you attack with the Den and Gutierrez blocks the cat. I think that's the lethal scenario. Because then you get a free buyback. But yeah, this Stefano is doing the math and decides to pass the turn, not finding lethal, but maybe he'll be able to find
the
stay
thing
alive.
is, Stefan is like, okay, I cannot find lethal, but I can find enough blockers with my 2/1s to at least block this demolicious, and the damage won't be enough. You can also pay 2 mana to gain 3 life with the food token, right? That's another option that you can take.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can also, no, that would be very cheeky, but you could activate Den and sacrifice Den to the oven as another creature fodder. So that's something you could technically do as well.
You can even pay 4 mana to make 2/1s with the land, and you still have mana to use the food.
Yeah, that's another one, yeah, because there is Sokenzan in hand. So multiple options, actually. Multiple options. And this Phoenix deck has been really impressive. Like right now, we've got double Phoenix, quadruple damage on the battlefield. If that's not impressive, I'm not sure what is.
And sacrifice decks are those decks that you have to play so well because 1 damage is enough.
This has to be the game changer. Another creature bashing in.
So you have 3 blockers. So you can block.
Yeah, and now Gutierrez isn't even activating Demolish because he's holding up Fiery Impulse.
14 damage on passing, so Stefan needs to gain the 2 life with the token and also bring back the cat in order to survive.
Yeah, but one of the tokens can be killed with Fiery Impulse so that it doesn't block.
Then for sure that's...
So I think we're very much approaching lethal. But yeah, we can let them do the math. So yeah, so 9 damage is coming through because it flies. Right, so Stefano is at virtual 2, facing off 4 Demoliches. Each of them has to be blocked unless you gain life. And we've got Fiery Impulse, one of the tokens. They will both try to analyze if that is a game changer or not. But yeah, pretty stressful because first of all, they're on coverage. Second, they're fighting for 9 and 1. And 9 and 1, like there are not many players up there. Okay, we've got the block. Sacrifice the cat. Change the tokens to the proper ones. Get a food.
Bring back the cat.
Yeah, trigger.
Now we're at 12.
Yeah.
We can go to 15, but then we're taking more than enough. We are taking 17.
You're up to 14 now. and then this is all coming through. That's 9 +4 +4, and that's GG. And Phoenix player, Gutierrez, 9-1 with Demolish Phoenix. That's impressive. That's really impressive.
See, this sacrifice deck is one of those decks that by one you win, by one you lose. All the life points are important, especially in this matchup. And let's take a look here at this spicy deck. As you said, no Leisure Shredder, no Thingy Nice for Demolish. Why do you think here Gutierrez brought this deck with this specific build, and why do you think he's performing so well in this meta?
Yeah, so I think the Graveyard Hate is the relatively low point in its pioneer lifespan, because normally Graveyard Hate is good against Phoenix, or used to be, and Grease Fang. Right? In the past, we had so much Phoenix that everybody packed a bunch of Graveyard Hate. Now, we don't. And so Graveyard Hate went down, and Izzet players rose from the ashes.
We can... I like that. We can see how that happens, especially we saw Azorius Spirits not bringing Rest in Peace multiple times in the sideboard. Yeah. That tells you people are not prioritizing Graveyard Hate. But Rakdos, for example, is a deck that has access to usually things for like Go for Blank.
Oh, and Go Blank is just like one of the better cards you could play, because you're stripping them of resources. And this particular version is even more Graveyard reliant, because normally you play Ledger Shredder or Thing in the Ice to circumvent a potential piece of Graveyard Hate. But here, Gutierrez says, no, I am a Graveyard deck. I embrace that, and I will play through Graveyard Hate rather than play like a middle of the road, kind of a bit of this, a bit of that. But that's why he's more hate and more influenced by Graveyard Hate.
Yeah, and it's Stefano needs to play things like Go Blank that go for your opponent's graveyard but doesn't mess with your own, because you have cards like Croxa, like the cat. Your strategy also revolves around your own graveyard.
Yeah, because you're recarrying those cats. You've got Croxa that also wants to come back and be escaped. I'm curious if we see a situation where maybe claim the firstborn. Actually no targets.
There are no targets.
Literally no targets.
I think Claim the Firstborn goes to the sideboard. The thing with Claim of the Firstborn is actually you can give it to one of your creatures to give it haste. It's not like a dead card in the first game. If you see, okay, my opponent doesn't have any 3-drop or less, let me just use it on my own Mayhem Devil to get it aced.
I also think that there have been old frame Demoliches printed, which is something I might be interested in. I really like me proper good old frames.
Somebody asking who won, it was Gutierrez on Izzet Phoenix, and we are going to have now Game 2. Players are sideboarding. Once again, this is an open deck list tournament, so players can, before the game and during sideboard, take a look at your opponent's deck, but not during the game.
Yeah, actually, looking at the deck list during the game is highly punishable. I think by an actual game loss immediately. So I do not recommend looking at the deck lists while playing.
So we have to take attention during those sideboards to make sure we know what our opponent is playing and try to prepare the most that we can for it. I'm excited to see here what Rakdos Sacrifice can do after sideboard. We saw here a close game. Stefan was really close to the win there. 1 damage off the turn that he could have won. So
yeah, those games are like both the most exciting because, both of you is the most exciting because both of you, can win, but then it can be kind of disappointing because you're not the one winning. And you almost won or didn't win by a skin of teeth, I think is the phrase.
And looks like someone here is helping me because it's Gutierrez. Did I say that correctly? It's
Gutierrez.
a Spanish last name. We don't say Gutierrez, we say Gutierrez.
No, it's Gutierrez, like with a pause, I think.
Ah, Gutierrez.
Yeah,
oh, I see with S.
I think that's the thing, Gutierrez.
Gutierrez. Any Spanish people in chat?
Something like that.
Let us know if we are pronouncing this correctly. And that's the thing you don't have when you cast events in America. You have names like Ben Jones,
yeah,
Jim David,
Smith.
Smith. And here you come to Europe and we have the Polish names are really difficult to pronounce, Spanish names, French names, which is amazing. I love the diversity of names.
And actually, the Ben Jones you mentioned, I think he's from the UK, actually. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah, much more difficult.
They say we have to roll the R, so Gutierrez.
Oh.
Gutierrez.
Yeah. Well, I think I'll just stick with the Phoenix player.
I'm Portuguese. I should be able to pronounce Spanish names, but sometimes the R is tricky. So our players here are starting turn 1 oven. That's exactly where we wanted to be if you are Stefano. Does Gutierrez have any abrades? Abrades is a key card here, I would say.
Yes,
because it's able to deal with that oven.
So actually there are 2 abrades in the Phoenix player's sideboard. So there are ways to get rid of that oven, but not yet. Not yet. I think there will be like an end step opt to consider. And yet, we see Dumping Sphere. Dumping Sphere is something that we haven't seen for quite some time.
I actually played it back when I was playing Mono Black in sideboard. It's a great sideboard card. If a land is tapped for 2 or more mana, it produces colorless instead of any other type and amount. Each spell a player casts costs 1 more to cast for each other spell that player casts this turn. Why do you think here the Rakdos Sacrifice player Stefano decided to bring it against Phoenix?
Yeah, so basically what it does is your first spell costs the same as it would. The next one costs +1, and the next one costs +2, and the next one costs +3. So when the Phoenix player wants to chain spells together, for example, on turn 3, play 3 spells to bring back a Phoenix, now they just literally cannot, because 3 spells cast in 1 turn would be the first one costs, basically you'd pay like 3 mana of worth of tax on top of that. So it's pretty tricky, and this would force the Phoenix player to play more like control-y, reactive, mid-rangey, because there is no way to go ham and actually really go to town, while the Sacrifices player doesn't play a lot of spells, because returning the cat and killing it is not a spell. It doesn't cost any, it's an activate ability. So the Ragnar Sacrifice player can do their thing. Oh, there's a go blank. Oof. This go blank, when there is a Phoenix in the graveyard and Treasure Cruise was picked up from the pieces, that's just brutal.
And that's why it plays in this deck. But we don't see any cat yet. We don't see Mayhem Devil. Oh, but there's a cat in hand. There's cat, there's Fable. Actually, this seems like a pretty strong hand here from Stefano.
Yeah, and even though there are just 10-ish minutes in the round, I think Stefano could win this one. But now he has got all the disruption, but we also need a clock. Okay, so now we take a draw. Demilage is hardcast with an empty graveyard, so it's basically a 4-3, which doesn't match up great against, for example, a hardcast Giganta. But this oven also isn't doing anything really, right? It's just like, yeah, chilling.
Not yet, but...
Also, this abrade will have to kill the sphere, not the oven, because the sphere is what really holds you down.
And we see that next turn, if Stefano gets a land, he can do something. First of all, he can start now with something like Fable.
Yeah. Now, there is Gigantha, Cat, Fable, and something, but you cannot play Cat and Fable because
of Damping Sphere.
Yeah. Because Damping Sphere, I'll just double check. Damping Sphere relates to any spell. It doesn't have to be only a creature on creature. But we've got Fatal Push, so that's pretty decent.
So we did Cat and Fatal Push.
Yeah, and actually, I'm not sure if you've heard that, but there is this sentiment. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, woof. Oh, did you see that? Those pieces of the puzzle reveal 4 lands and a Demilage.
Oof.
Wow. I really sympathize with all the pieces players and all the collected company players in those scenarios. Now, it's not that awful because you've got Treasure Cruise in hand, but, well, that felt bad.
We have here Fable of the Mirror Breaker creating a 2/2 Goblin.
But the Sacrifice deck now seems to play like a mid-range deck, right? We've got Disruption, Fable.
And here looks like we sacrificed the Goblin that was going to be killed and made a food token.
I think now we will go Upgrade the Sphere, Treasure Cruise for 1, and then see what happens.
And this is also the advantage of having an open deck list, because maybe if Stefano didn't know what cards Gutierrez has in the sideboard, he would not sacrifice the token, being afraid that the cat gets exiled.
Oh yeah, we've got Spikefield Hazard, which is very, very tricky. A very tricky card. Also, I really like the fact that you can turn on Revolt in a pinch, thanks to the Cat Oven synergy, so that's pretty good. Yeah, I think... Oh, actually, okay, he starts with Treasure Cruise before upgrading, so he's just really holding on to this upgrade. Or thinking how to do that. Yeah. Okay. So now, draw 3. 2 mana, draw 3, so it's basically Expressive Iteration.
Tapped land, 2 mana remaining, but we do have the tax from the Damping Sphere, and we are going to pass.
Yeah, I think we'll go End Step Upgrade. End Step Upgrade, coast is clearish, and this is the thing. Stefano has been very good at interacting, making it awkward for Gutierrez, but there is no clock, and I've said that probably 3 times this match already, but there is no clock.
Attacking with a cat, down to 14.
This is kind of a clock, but 2 damage a turn.
Speaking of a clock, there's 7 minutes left, so if the Rakdos player is able to win, that game 3 needs to be fast.
That was a good transition. That was a good one. That was a good one. Okay, so now we've got Blood Tide Harvester adding 3 more damage to the battlefield. Okay, and now we're talking about proper pressure, because now we've got like 5-ish damage every turn. So now it can close the game relatively fast. So I would say Gutierrez has got like 3 turns.
Now, is that going to be enough or not? There it is, the Abrade. Now, what are we going to target? Damping Spear is a real threat, but going for the oven.
Whoa, okay. Wow, okay. That is an interesting play. Not gonna lie. Maybe Gutierrez thinks he can win the mid-range game? Like actual fair mid-range game like that, yeah? Maybe.
So now we have pieces of the puzzle.
Okay, just 2 spells revealed, but yeah, perfect.
Also, Gutierrez has a lot of instant speed interaction, so you can always play a spell main and then keep the instant speed interaction for Stefano's turn.
Like countering a Fable with Is a Charm has to feel great. Okay,
So
now
let's bring back the cat.
Yep, trigger.
That cat slowly starts earthing. I'm not sure what that last 2 cards are in the end of Stefano.
That was tricky, yeah.
But no devil yet.
Now, crucially, if Stefano wins this one, which he might not, but if he wins this one, it's a draw, because it will be 1-1. But if Stefano isn't fast enough to close this game, Gutierrez is the one winning.
Is a charm there.
I'm not sure what it's targeting. I assume Harvester, yeah. So, like, basically, Gutierrez is like, okay, I either win or draw.
Oh, but there's a meme devil in end.
Ooh,
I think.
Yeah.
But not going for it. Going for another Harvester. And go. Being able to use the reflection on something like Meme Devil is also amazing. So if that reflection is not answered to, next turn Stefano can play Devil and use the reflection of Kikijiki on the Devil.
Yeah, and got perfect mana, right?
And then you have yeah. So let's consider.
Playing a deck like Phoenix has to be so tiring because you've got a million decisions every single turn. Right? You have to choose cards with Consider, choose cast with opt, and choose cast with pieces of the puzzle.
Also, we are going to try to check out if the time is actually correct, because sometimes there is some extra time for the feature match area, since it takes a bit for the players to settle in, take these pictures that you can see right here on the screen, and to the bottom, the spells are taxed because of Damping Spear, land, 3 mana,
Lightning Axe, paying additional costs, discarding Phoenix.
and the Phoenixes are back.
Okay, this would be crazy if Gutierrez not only not won or drew or something, actually won this game as well through Dumping Sphere.
Yeah.
This Phoenix deck has been super impressive. Super impressive, and I cannot stress this enough.
Indeed.
But no attacks. So I think playing it slow.
You have also the blood tokens, which are an easy way to start pinging damage when you have Mayhem Devil, which we know there's an end.
Yeah, that was a tricky game. Go blank, Dumping Sphere.
Because we can attack with the cat. If a Phoenix blocks, then Mayhem Devil, we get back the cat, we give another damage on the Phoenix.
The question is whether Gutierrez can like live through this combat, let's say lose both Phoenixes, and then again untap and bring them back.
And Devil is there. Land, go.
Okay. Opt.
There's Burning on the Owls.
Oh, there's a gate even.
Oh no, it's
That's a good one. That's a good. And this is also one of the reasons people have stopped playing Mayhem Devil. Like, it gets so cleanly answered by those things. You know, Revolt Fatal Push, Fiery Impulse, those are the big ones. I am really impressed by both the Phoenix deck and the way Gutierrez is playing. He's...
yeah. Emilish is back.
He's a really good player. And again, chat, if you're buying this, make sure to buy the Retro Fame Demoliches. I mean, that's and original, I think, Invasion opts. Always the old frame.
There's also an alchemy card version of this card I've discovered yesterday.
Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, there is no Retro Frame Demolish. I was sure there was. Maybe it's like an online Magic Online version I've seen. So that's why I think of that. But I will actually double check, because I was sure there was. Oh, there actually isn't. I was probably thinking of like a Magic Online promo. Well, okay, never mind. And Tomba, yeah, Tomba, yes, exactly what I said, and I'll say it for the fourth time. Chad, I'm sorry, for the fourth time. Disruption and clock. You cannot have one or the other. Just clock is better than just disruption. But yeah, a lot of disruption, not a lot of clock, and gave Gutierrez a time to like, go through half of the library. And also, okay, wait, let's just remember, Dumping Sphere go blank, but also a complete brick on pieces, right? This game includes 3 mana mill 5.
And this is almost as impressive as the game that we saw yesterday, where the Easy Phoenix player moved to 4 and was able to win. Just goes to show how Gutierrez here so well manages the situation where he's such from a losing position and ends up coming back over and over again.
Yep. Okay, now another... Ah, Harvester isn't very impressive. It's just a 3-2. I can get a third blood, okay. But I honestly feel like...
Consider...
Yes.
Phoenix on the grave, okay.
Thank you, Guggy Man. We appreciate it. And just to update you, there is still 5 minutes left for this match. Because again, the feature matches have a bit of a different clock, right? They have to set up, you know, shuffle up, sit down, take photos, so that we can see those beautiful photos in the right and left upper corners.
I honestly think here that the Easy Phoenix player might be able to not only draw, but actually win this game.
Yes, I actually agree with you, and I'm really impressed. Again, I've said that, and I will say that Stefano also doesn't have card advantage, so now he's just actually running out of gas, while Gutierrez has card selection on top of card advantage. Like, when there's another treasure cruise drawn, or pieces, this might just seal the deal.
And you see here how maybe other players would have gone with the upgrade to Damping Sphere instead of Wishes Oven. And this would be over now if that Wishes Oven was not taken care of, because then we had Mayhem Devil, and even if there was an answer for it, with things can go insane with that Wishes Oven.
Yeah.
And Devil.
I fully agree. That was a very counterintuitive, but very good play. Very good counterintuitive play. And it just shows why Gutierrez is 8-1.
Phoenix and Stefano goes down to 12.
Yeah, and now Gutierrez has got more creatures, more lands, more cards in the hand.
Yeah, almost more life, but no.
Yeah, it's like a head on each resource and holding up a negate if there is any like Fable dropped or, you know, another Go Blank or something. Okay, 3 mana tapped, so it's probably Fable or Go Blank.
There are a lot of aggro decks in Pioneer. I mean, you have Gruul Vehicles, although I was surprised because we didn't have many Gruul Vehicles here. Day one, it had 2.4% of the meta. We also have Azorius Spirits as a choice of aggro deck.
Okay, so now what was
Not
played...
Soldiers, Spirits, sorry.
Yes, Soldiers is a different format.
I was in Standard, yeah, I was in Standard.
So what was played and got negated is actually Furnace Reigns, a sideboard card. A pretty new card, an uncommon.
Speaking of Standard, that sees some play there.
Yeah, exactly. So, Filipa will try to put this on the screen and tell us what it does.
For sure, if I can.
But it must be pretty good because it got insta-negated.
Okay. It is here. Gain control of target creature until the end of the turn, and tap that creature until the end of the turn it gains haste, and whenever this creature deals damage to a player or battle, create a treasure token.
Yeah, so basically you can like steal a damage, attack, trigger.
A better act of treason.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Since claim is not good in this matchup, we substitute the claims for this card. Makes sense.
But yeah, but now again we see Stefano is at 6. We see double Phoenix, and what Stefano has to do, okay, crack the blood, draw a different card, discard the Thoughtseize because yeah, it's awful here, and I could see Stefano just gain 3 with the food, but it still doesn't respond to damage.
Yeah, and it looks like we were like, can Stefano win on time? It looks like he actually might even lose this game.
Yeah, on time.
On time.
Lose the game on time. This Damping Sphere has been an interesting addition to the game. Certainly changed the flow.
Okay, Oven.
There is a cut in the graveyard, right, from the early game.
But I don't think Oven is enough. We know the second card is Fable of the Mirror Breaker. We are going to pay for it because of the Damping Sphere. Oh, Spell Pierce. That's going to have to be game.
Yeah, so we'll bring back a cat. Okay, no, you bring back a cat. You gain 1 up to 7, and you block the damage.
You take 6.
So you're at 1. So as of now, it's not lethal, I think. The question is whether you can return the other Phoenix as well. But it's not lethal, I think. It's
but then what is the top deck that you need?
Oh, that's it. Oh, yeah, you're losing the next combat. But if you're playing to every out you've got, which, again, I'm not sure what that would be.
Because if Stefano was playing for the draw, maybe this would be different. But Stefano needs to win here, since he's already down a game.
Yeah, and okay, so... Okay, forcing the issue. So we've got upgrade.
Cat is back.
Yeah, gain up to 7. Oh, there is a charm to kill the blocker. Oh, that's really good. Okay, so you're upgrading the oven so that it's off the battlefield. Oh, I like that.
We are going to sacrifice the cat again. Create a food token so we can go back to 8.
But it's still not enough. Yeah, and then you just kill the blocker.
That's game
Oh,
2-0
wow.
here for Gutierrez
He
on
actually won.
EZ Phoenix. That was quite the game. Go blank was not enough.
Yeah.
Damping Sphere was not enough to stop. We saw the sideboard cards that we needed to see, and still EZ Phoenix was victorious. What a game we had here on the round 10, first round of day 2 of our regional championship in Athens.
Like, even bricking on the piece of the puzzle wasn't enough. Like, they literally did nothing. And there was one player, I can't find this person in chat, but oh, I know. Cheese and wine pairing. Let me quote. If he wins this, I'm using my credit to build this deck. So I'm calling you out. I am calling you out.
Yeah, that militia, that's a card that I'm sure stores are selling up right now. A lot of people interested in this. Okay, so far, this is a deck. We saw it on stream. Won a multi-4 yesterday.
Yes, yeah,
On
this
a
player,
multi-4.
this
This
deck.
exact player. Now we saw this insane game where opponent had all the graveyard 8 and still was able to win. And I mean, everyone wants to be buying them militias now. Is there in the Storm Herald combo?
Yeah, this is. It also almost seems like combo is the name of the game. A combo with elements. Like, you've got EZ Phoenix, which is like a mid-range, tempo-ish combo blend. We've got a Stormcolored combo again. But it's really exciting to watch all of that, and there is still so much more. We've got, like, in the day 2, we've got decks like Atraxa Neoform, Rogues. And there's only one player, by the way, playing Rogues, and that's Grzegorz from Poland, Urlich.
I know a lot of players are tuning in now because, you know, we just started. This was the first round of day 2. So let me do a quick recap. I have my notes.
Yes.
Day 1 yesterday. People qualified for this tournament. 456 players were here yesterday. They played 9 rounds. 6 and 3 advanced to today, day 2. 110 players got 6 and 3 or better. Today there are 6 rounds and then a cut to top 8. Top 36 gets a Pro Tour invite to Barcelona, the Lord of the Rings set, which is going to be modern, the format. And first and second place gets a world invite to Las Vegas. There's also pass down, so usually what happens is that a couple of players are already qualified for the Pro Tour, and if that happens, it will pass down to 37, 38, so forth. And same for a world invitation. If by any reason first and second place, and I know there's a player here on day 2 that already has an invitation for the World Championship, if by any chance that player ends up first or second, there's going to be a pass down for world invitation as well. What about you, Twitch chat? Let us know how is your day. Good morning. We are here from Athens, Greece. Let us know where you are watching us from. I'm Filipa and this is Skura, also known as Islands in Front. Our other casting duo is going to be Big Z, Matej, and also TheWillHallExp. We are our casting pairs for the day. I hope we have fun. And how many players do we still have playing this round?
We have got just 2 games playing. And we've got a big judge call on table 6. So,
okay, big judge call. Those usually happen. Usually when there's day 2 goes a bit faster because we have way less players. But sometimes these things kind of happen. So let's see what our chat has to say here. Ooh, Filipa, saludos desde Mexico. We have some Spanish speaker players. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone is having an amazing day.
Yes. Hello, everyone.
Someone saying that they played in Dallas. It had way more people.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, Dallas was like over 1K people. Also, I saw people trying to calculate, like the proportion of PT invites to the people playing, and like RC Canada had a bit less of a ratio than US, and we could also try to calculate that for Europe and see how that works out.
Yeah.
Because the ratios aren't exactly the same. So yeah, hello from Atlanta.
Honestly, I'm not sure how people are watching this from Minnesota, Atlanta. Let us know. Mexico, let us know. Because your time zone, either you are up very late or you are up very early.
Yes.
Because what time is over there? It's probably like 5 a.m. I'm not sure. Or 3 a.m.
Well, yeah, I think it's more like 2, 3, yeah. So, but
midnight.
yeah, that will conclude the round for us.
Yeah, and we'll be back. We will be back with Matej and Will for round 11. So round 2 here of day 2. We have a total of 15 rounds and then cut to top 8. We will be back.
Hello. May you recognize the card from this Zoom?
Yes, it is. Wait, it's the 4-3 that Greece fan.
Yeah, exactly. And you have won this one.
Whoa! Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, we are here with. So hi guys,
Hi.
what are you playing today?
We're playing in the main event, Pioneer.
Yeah, which deck?
I'm playing Rakdos mid-range.
And I'm playing mono green.
And why did you choose this deck?
I choose mono green because it's easy.
Okay, that's a nice response.
I chose Rakdos because I think it's one of the best performers in the format, and I wanted to have a consistent deck today.
Okay, and do you have any tips for new players who want to try something competitive and join these venues?
Yes, just attend and play as much Magic as possible. It's the only way to improve.
Try to find better players than you. That's the most important thing. Look at how other people are doing it.
Okay, thank you very much,
you.
guys. Philip,
Hi.
can you guess the card from the Zoom?
No idea. No idea. Maybe like a card draw, like a flying creature, maybe.
No, it's a creature.
It is a creature, blue green,
No.
green, red,
No.
black. Give me some clue.
It's a white creature.
No, wait. Not a Kithkin, certainly not a Kithkin. What could that be? White creature, first strike. Has first strike?
It's a white creature. It has not first strike.
Oh, give me some clues, more clues. What is that?
It's from Throne of Eldraine. More easy than this.
Throne of Eldraine, white creature, and there was no playable white creature from Throne of Eldraine. Or was there?
Yeah.
There was.
Played in Pioneer.
It is played in Pioneer.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. The cost, give me the cost now.
Ha! It has little cost.
Okay.
But you can pay...
Adventure.
Yeah.
Adventure. Okay. Is it the spirit that you can give a buff and then you replay it? No. Okay. Oh,
I think it's the only other one with adventure playable in Pioneer.
Oh,
It's more difficult than I think.
it's super difficult. I have no idea. I have no clue what that is.
You surrender?
Yes, I surrender.
It's a giant killer.
That's on me. That's on me. That's on me. Oh my god. Thank you very much.
Thank
anyways.
you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour Regional Championships live in Greece, Athens. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as TheWillHallExp, and I am joined by the one, the only, Big Z, Matej Zatlkaj himself, and we're bringing you round number 11 of Pioneer Action. That means there's 10 rounds have already happened. We've got 5 more left to go before we know who is going to get into that top 8 and who is going to be walking away with the 36 Pro Tour slots that are on the line. Remember, 2 more of those slots are going to be worlds for the first and second competitors this weekend. So let's see who we're going to be kind of following. We've got some players to watch. So you've been looking around the table, seeing who's doing well, getting the big names on it. Starts off, kicks off.
I mean, table 1 already. We didn't pick it for the feature match because you've seen both Mark Tobias and Chris Larsen. They're both 9-1, and I think they're only 2 of 4 players who have 9 wins and 1 loss. So they're doing both amazingly well. One with the Storm Herald combo, 9-0 overnight.
Love to see it.
Yeah, great. And Chris Larsen had been solid. He only picked up actually 1 loss in a mirror match yesterday. And he's crushing it with Rakdos Sacrifice. A solid deck with a lot of skill expression. So he's doing really well. And we chose a couple of other players who you might know. Yeah. The story I was most happy with was Christian Kilcano.
Yeah.
He came in over from the US, and he's playing this one. Wants to qualify for Barcelona because he has a bunch of friends there. He tested with them for this event as well. Yeah. So
it was with the Mengucci lot, was it?
Yeah, Mengucci, Dominguez, and so on.
A lot. And he came over, played in the Classic, did well in the Classic, got the qualifier for this, come back over to play in this tournament. Good to see people from the US coming across and representing. Obviously, so talking about representing, Mr. Ben Jones is still in there, still in contention.
I knew you'd like it when I put Ben there.
I've got to get the Brits in here when we can. Martin Juza, we saw yesterday, managed to squeak in into day 2, managed to start the day off on a win. And Martin Dang at top of the screen, coming back into, we haven't seen him for a little while. He's coming back out.
Pro Tour winner.
Yeah, exactly. Big name there.
Yeah, he used to win. He won the Pro Tour with Atarka Red. I was really hoping he would play, but he's just playing Rakdos. And but happy to be back. He said he hasn't played for a while and he's enjoying himself. So.
Well, we can see we go down to the feature match. Obviously, we see both these players looking at bits of paper just to make everyone aware of what is happening. This is an open deck list tournament. So before each round, players get 3 minutes to look at your opponent's deck list. That's the full 75 or 95, depending if it's a Yorion list. And you can kind of work out what your opponent's playing, what cards are in the main, sideboards that could potentially be happening. So that's why you see these bits of paper coming out. They're allowed to do it before the game and during sideboard, not during the game. What decks are we going to see and who are they playing? Because there's some spicy stuff on here, yeah.
Well, you're going to hate me because I went with a little bit of spice because I wanted to choose players who are still in contention with a very strong record that have a chance of making it into the top 8, but are playing some of the decks that are not as well represented in the room. Lotus Field combo already didn't come in with that many players coming in, and it's a really difficult deck to play. But there are some in day 2, and Jamie Walsh actually leading the pack at 8 wins and 2 losses. And his opponent, Michele Sinigoy, he's playing Neoformatrax. I think there's only 2 guys in day 2 with that deck, and Michele is crushing it. And I just wanted to see, is it going to be 2 ships sailing past at night with these combo decks, or are they going to have a bit of interaction? I know Michele is playing for Thoughtseize. He also has the Founding of the Third Path to kind of copy it, to really try to disrupt the Lotus Field deck. And so I want to see how these decks are going to match up, because it's not really a very common matchup that you see in Pioneer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, because it depends on the interaction game 1, right? If both these ships are going to start sailing past each other, because if there was no interaction over on the interaction side, I've got to feel like I'm leaning towards the Lotus Field. That deck is so powerful when it goes off. And if it goes unchecked, it is just fishbowling, basically. We're just going through it like you would do at home on the kitchen table. As a play-by-play commentator, I'm not going to be super fan of this. This is going to be, I'm going to be getting my money round 1 here.
That's why you have me, brother.
That is exactly why I have you. That is why you are the Sam to my Frodo. Let's start that ball rolling today. Okay, let's look at the spiciness that's going on here. So this is Lotus Field, nothing too crazy, except for I do see a Chandra in the main.
Oh, yeah, that's the new version with Chandra. I actually don't have any sort of legit sort of what looks like a win condition. So they're trying to win with you have Chandra, you can loop Chandras, you can minus with, and then you have Balaget recoveries to bring it back and whatnot. So there's it's quite the spicy list where they really low on win condition and just 1 Chandra to take it home. But you always have the regrow the fact of Balaget recovery to buy it back and kill your opponent. So. But you can, I know you're one of your friends, Sean Goddard. I think he's in day 2 with Lotus Field, and he had to find some creative wins yesterday. So.
He's pulled out some amazing wins. Some of the stories he's been telling me are absolutely big brain. all his wing cons being exiled, so he had to use Thespian Stage to copy his opponent's Lair the Hydra, make it huge, attack them. They go to kill it, he untaps it, copies his Lotus Field, gives it hexproof so the removal spell doesn't resolve, and then manages to win that game that way. But they're off to the races here. As we see, a Bundle Grazer on the left of your screen. It's going to let us kind of advance our mana base. So we could end up seeing a Lotus Field turn 2 coming down. But on the other side, some of the interaction, which I think is going to be key in this matchup, right? Fort Seizures and Stubborn Denials.
Yeah, I mean, Thoughtseize, the big advantage for the Neoform Atraxa. I think we swapped around the decks. I think we have Lotus Field on the left and we have Neoform Atraxa on the right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really fun. I already pulled up the Arboreal Grazer because like it's such an unassuming card, but within this Lotus Field, it's really allows it to be so explosive because you can do exactly this line of play. Turn 1 Grazer, play another land, and turn 2 Sylvan Scrying, and you can already put down the Lotus Field, sacrifice the other 2 lands, and I'm not saying you're good to go because there were a lot of mulligans for on the left for the Lotus Field player. Jamie Walsh, and we'll see if there's some stuff that the Neoform Atraxa deck can do, because it also has some interesting plays, and we'll get to explain how it exactly works.
So seeing like we've got Lotus Field on the battlefield turn 2. That's like step 1. What are the next cards we're looking forward to try and basically fire off this combo and start going? What do we need with this?
For the Neoform Atraxa deck,
No, for the Lotus Field. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. For Lotus Field, you just want to maybe get a Thespian Stage. Make sure you have 2 kind of Lotus Field lands on the battlefield, and then you want to try to find some ways to untap it to generate mana, and then you work yourself way up to the really expensive stuff. Your Emergent Ultimatums, your Omnisciences, like all these, or Behold the Beyond, and all these things that are really gonna be the top end that allow you to just play out your deck as you want. Key card would be also Dark Petition, because that's like a tutor that also gives you mana to find anything. Here's another Sylvan Scrying for Jamie. We're looking for that Thespian State I just mentioned. And we'll try to...
So, yeah, we're just sorting out the names. Obviously, Lotus Field is on the left of your screen here. Neoform is on the right. We're just trying to sort that out in the background for you all. While we get one of the cards that you just saying, literally the Thespian Stage coming down here, being able to, we're finding that's the next turn we can try copying. Can we go off next turn? Is it too soon?
Maybe the Neoform Atraxa can do. Now
this is a good one, right?
Yep, it's a classic. If you're into delve spells, Hooting Mandrill is where you want to be. Of course, it's also...
But like, in Pioneer, you think, okay, that's a cool 4/4 of trample, but that's not the reason why this is a good card in this deck, right?
We'll get to it soon enough. I'm trying to pull up the cards one by one so we can enjoy the experience from both sides. And speaking of enjoying the experience, I think now we're going to see the Lotus Field being copied by the Thespian Stage, so meaning that now there's actually 2 Lotus Fields in play. Basically.
Yep, so every time we can kind of like untap target land or 2 target lands, we're going to be able to untap them, generate extra mana as you're talking about, so we can start going off, turning and burning through our deck with things like, what have we got to do? It's like Pour Over the Pages, one of the best ones we've got. Hidden Strings lets us kind of generate more mana.
Yeah, but we're going to see the other deck now do its
thing. Let's go. Okay, everyone knows how much I love an Atraxa. Like, this card is... What doesn't this card do? It's going to hit the battlefield. It's going to kind of refill our hand. We're going for the full arts as well. Love to see it.
Yeah, I'll take it a step back. So if you don't know, Neoform in combination with a 6-mana creature like Hooting Mandrills, which was made so much cheaper by all the cards in the graveyard, you can sack a creature and you'll find your tutor for a creature with mana cost equal to that +1, and you go put it on the battlefield. And with Atraxa, it costs 7, Mandrills cost 6, so it works out. You get an additional counter, so you get an 8/8, and now you get all the advantage of the triggered ability to get the couple of cards from the top of the library.
So, looking at this, basically we've spent 3 mana to get a 7-mana card on the battlefield. That is an 8/8 lifelinker, first strike, Death Touch, all the other things. Let me just make sure I'm collecting that. Has it got first strike? Or am I just imagining that?
No.
It's Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink.
Yeah, just the 4 abilities.
Oh, just with the added ability of looking at the top 10, add 1 of each creature type to your hand, so we get to kind of refill here.
The important bit here is for Jamie to so actually Michael, it still hasn't been fixed. I think the names are still swapped around. The important thing for Michele on the Atraxa Neoform deck is that in these top 10 cards, he was able to find something like Thoughtseize or Stubborn Denial. Those are some of the cards that can really allow him to disrupt.
I thought they did find a Thoughtseize that time, but decided
I
not
thought
to
about
fire
it, didn't play it.
So that's saying 10 cells, right? 'Cause we
I-
showed our opponent that we put in a Thoughtseize in their hand, they decided not to play it.
Yeah.
So that can only tell us really one thing, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a stubborn denial because that's in his deck, and it makes sense to keep up mana. Thanks to Ferocious, you just counter any spell for 1 mana, and especially if Jamie is going to try to resolve something like a Pour Over the Pages, that's going to get countered, and then we're going to see the Thoughtseize on the following turn, I assume.
Yeah, one of the cards we don't tend to see it too often played. Wise, it's normally in like Death Shadow decks where we can get big cheap creatures out nice and early. It can just go as a a 1 mana sort of counter spell, make them pay an extra 1 in the early turns. But when it can't start getting to these later turns with an 8/8 on the battlefield, Ferocious active, does mean that we can start using it as a straight counter spell. Now we're going to start turning and burning with the mana floating. Looks like we're going to have 1 blue left in the pool as we're going to start going for the hidden strings here. This is going to let us untap 2 lands. Does have the added text that I don't think I was playing when this happened. Is it Cypher? Is the added text?
Cypher, yeah, that's the one. I'll pull it up.
Come on, you're a boomer. Talk us through Cypher.
You don't want to know.
Okay, cool.
It's not relevant here.
Expert opinion and not relevant. Got it.
No, it's like you put it on a creature, and when that creature deals damage, you can like use it. It's irrelevant. So.
This is a Bone Grazer. It might do damage somehow. Okay, we're going to shock in this Watery Grave. Remember, Step Denial did stop that hidden string shenanigans, and now we're firing off the Thoughtseize.
You're going to see Pour Over the Pages and the Emergent Ultimatum. And that's
yeah,
a big
easy pick there, I think.
Yeah, because the Emergent Ultimatum is good, but I don't think there's a way for Jamie to actually play it on his turn.
Oh, double Thoughtseize. Take both of them.
Oh dear, okay.
Stranded with a Lotus Field. Obviously, Lotus Field not going to be great to play right here.
A Grazer has reach. I call it hidden reach. Sometimes you just forget that cards have this ability, but the Atrax is now doing the damage, and the Neoform Atrax deck really played out exactly the way it was supposed to. There's some life total discrepancies and another Hooting Mandrills now for good measure.
Yeah, we're just going to, obviously that'll get updated in a second. We do have judges down by the feature match tables, as well as spotters doing the life totals for us. I think Filipa is down there, or Skura is down there this round as well, keeping an eye on everything. Making sure the tokens are going, making sure the dice are happening. If you just tune in though, welcome. We started this whole weekend with 456 players battling out. We managed to invite 110 of them back to day 2. They all had records of 6 and 3 or better, and they're all trying to battle it out. They're trying to get into that top 36. That's where you're going to start getting the PT invites. Down to 64th place, you're going to get yourself some money because it is their share of $100,000 of cash prize this weekend. And then on the top of the cherry, the icing on the cake. That is 2 world invites with 2 people this weekend, where they'll be going to Las Vegas to battle out amongst the best players in the world.
Okay, still not over. There's just 12 power on the board. It looks like Jamie's on 16, so he's still gonna get an additional turn. He's gonna start with Joint Exploration, a card that we haven't seen much actually.
I've drafted this card a lot.
Yeah, exactly. So have I. Yeah, it's great. It's a great card. And I was hoping that it would see more playing limited, but you're gonna see a Vizier of Tumbling Sands now untapping.
Get a little cycle ability on that. Added to not only do we draw a card, we get to untap target land, so again generating an extra mana. 5 blue in the pool. What have we managed to find? Okay, now we've managed to find a Pour for the Pages.
Okay.
This is through a double Thoughtseize, leaving them stranded with nothing in hand.
Yeah.
Draw 2, kind of give away a bit of information that Sylvan.
Untaps 2 lands, so now he's actually going for it.
I think we drew another Pour over the Pages, didn't we?
And I think it was Hidden Strings and Sylvan Scrying 1 more card.
Yeah, Pour over the Pages, brought it to the front.
Really?
I think we're going to see that this turn.
So we got all the mana.
Must be nice. Must be nice. More blue floating.
Yep. So 5 blue, 4 Pour over the Page, 1 left. Okay,
Another Pour over the Pages. Another Lotus Field and 1 unknown. Didn't get a good look. Lotus Field's going to go to the bin. We're going to generate more mana, go up to 7, 2 floating, another Pour over the Pages.
Michele thought he had the game locked, but I don't see much. He always doesn't show us the last card, so this was a Vizier, Tumbling Sands, and an Arboreal Grazer. So has to discard. It goes for an island here.
I imagine it's not Stubborn Denial. That's the last card.
No, he would have already played it.
We would have fired that one off by now. But do we have like a big hit? We're just turn. Okay, we can still start cycling a little bit more, go a few cards deeper.
Again, the Vizier, so cycling it to untap, and that's an additional mana test.
Oh, okay, that was a Dark Petition, right?
Dark Petition, yeah. So now I think it's going to be very difficult to not go off, but I want to see it play out. I don't want to say what's going to happen. I'll especially when it's this complicated of a combo deck. I want to leave it with the player to demonstrate what they're going to do.
Yeah, so many different lines that was going off here. But remember, this is all from literally one card off the top of the deck.
Yeah.
We've seen it multiple times in Magic the Gathering. We're seeing it again here. If they can pilot their way out of it, get themselves from the grasp of death to come back, generate all this mana, and it could just be game. It's looking like
We'll see.
When control players or combo players start moving this quickly, they know they've got it. They just need to not mess up.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for the Emergent Ultimatum now. So he's going to get 3 black mana back from the Dark Petition that you can also see on your screen. He does have Spell Mastery. So he tutors for any card and gets 3 black mana back.
And over on the other side, Miguel did everything.
Yeah,
everything perfectly.
The game played out exactly as he wanted to. Like, he was able to Thoughtseize early, get an Atraxa with a Stubborn Denial up, then double Thoughtseize, and it's still not enough. Yeah, there's the Ultimatum.
Here it comes, just making sure.
We're going to look for 3 cards.
Do I ask you, or do we just wait for the player to say what sort of 3 card bundles do we normally get? Normally, there's no good answer, right? When you give your opponent for the 3 cards, there's no good. I'm getting the 2 cards I need anyway to be able to win the game.
Yeah, one's going to be, I think, Omniscience. I assume.
Again, another super powerful card. Let's cast everything for free.
Yep. So you search for 3 monocolored cards with different names, and the opponent chooses 1 that's going to go into the graveyard. I think the Omniscience is going to go into the graveyard. No.
They don't hit the graveyard, right? You just shuffle it back in.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you shuffle it back in. So it looks like we're giving him the Omniscience.
Yeah, but now he can play the Omniscience. He can play
Behold the Beyond.
I can't keep up with putting up the cards.
I'll remind everybody what this one is. So obviously we can cast it for free. If this Omniscience comes down, it says discard your hand, search your library for 3 cards, and put those cards into your hand, then shuffle your library. So again, there's no good option. It's all going to happen the way we've planned out. We're on camera. We're turning and burning. Maybe there's going to be no hidden secrets here because this is game number 1. It is open a deck list tournament. They have full access to each player's 75 before the game, and as you'll see in a second, that they will have access to it during each sideboarded match. We'll be obviously getting those decks on the screen for you all, so we can talk through it, see what the full 75 is, and how Matej thinks that they'll be getting sideboard. But until then, a lot more combo to happen. We're just going through the last little trails of it now. How do they tend to win? What's the win con for these Lotus Field decks?
Chandra.
Okay.
And Balaged Recovery, which is the 3 mana regrowth. So basically, I think we're going to see a Chandra being played, then a copied Balaged Recovery on some cards. Then you ideally second Balaged Recovery. Then you minus the Chandra to deal 5 to your opponent. Then you play Balaged Recovery to get the Chandra back. Play the Chandra again, copied Balaged Recovery, and so on. But we'll see.
What the old one used to be the Sun version, right? Where you used to, if as long as you cast it the second time during the game, you win the game. They used to play that.
Approach
in the
of the
sideboard.
second Sun. Yeah, there were like Fae of Vicious things, or okay, he goes for earlier, so that is going to allow him to play cards from his graveyard. They're going to have flashback. Going to pull up Lear.
So here's a question for you, an interaction I'm not entirely sure on the way I would be calling a judge for. How does this work with Omniscience? Can I cast them all from the graveyard for free, or do I actually have to use my mana?
I believe you can cast it regularly, like for free.
Okay, that's good.
I assume.
I'm sure Twitch chat will tell us. Twitch chat know everything. Good morning, Twitch chat. Thanks all tuning in today. Obviously, we've got 6 rounds of Swiss today, followed by a cut to top 8, where we will be seeing who is going to be walking away as the European champion, who's going to get to go to Barcelona, the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour, and have the bragging rights saying that they were the European champion. Yeah. We're going to find out this weekend.
So that was we saw the first Balaged Recovery returning.
Omniscience is from hand, so you do have to pay for the graveyard.
My bad. Yeah, I figured like it doesn't really matter because he can replay so many of his graveyard, like Hidden Strings, and force to untap his lands to play those cards anyway eventually. But now we're going to see get into the loop. So he's now has a Balaged Recovery in his graveyard, which is needed. So he found the Chandra now. Gonna play the Chandra. I like that they're playing it out for us. I enjoy it.
Yeah,
for
look,
the camera.
look, I told you I'd be
Look.
doing exactly the same. I'm like, if I'm on camera, I'm taking every second of this. I'm going to milk it up, and but it's also good for people watching because now they know what they're playing against, or they know how to play this deck moving forward.
Yeah, Balagate recovery, turning Balagate recovery, and I think because Chandra's passive, I'll pull it up. The passive says that when you play the first instant or sorcery, you can copy it. So there's so many Chandras. Jeez.
We're just going for, there's a lot of Chandras playing
They're
in
trying
Magic.
to find the right one. Yeah, there you go. So the first is whenever you cast an instant sorcery, for copy it. But
yep. So I think we're demonstrating the loop now.
Yep.
Of obviously Chandra's going to keep coming back, keep doing 5 damage each time, and then eventually, at 10 life, that's only going to take 2 loops, and that is going to be game as we're going to start shuffling it up. And Jamie on the left of your screen is going to take down game number 1. It's a lot.
I mean, to be fair, like let's say what it is. Michele did everything right, and Jamie drew a pour of the page off the top into another pour, right? Like was able to generate the mana. Like he got there in the end. It was a good string of draws.
Yeah, it's good. Sometimes you need that little bit of luck in these big tournaments. You play, but the game is not over. We are only going to go to game number 2. So this is the Lotus Field deck on the screen. Anything on the sideboard here you think we want to be bringing in this matchup?
Ooh, that's a spicy one. I'm not actually sure. Narset's Rivers, probably not. I honestly don't know. There's so much variance that that it's. I mean, with the sideboard, so many different cards. I really wouldn't know what they want to bring in. Maybe a different win condition if they're scared of one of them being dealt with. Pithing doesn't really do anything. I don't know. Maybe Voyaging Satyr, if the removal is coming out of the Michele's sideboard, then maybe you want to find another way to accelerate your game plan. I really don't have experience with this deck to be able to tell you. Let's try.
I'm trying to have a little look there, but let's see if we can go across to the other deck list. Let's get up the new form. This is the more of the spicy one of the two, I would say here.
Yeah, and this is, I think, much easier for me to untangle about what's going to happen. I think we're going to see a cut in the fatal pushes, and Michele can bring in duresses. He also has mystical disputes.
Yep, that looks good as well.
That looks really nice. So those definitely can work. Even could bring in like a.
Do you like Piffy Needle in this matchup, trying to hit like Thespian stage, or do you think that's
maybe
just not good enough?
That's what I was thinking about. Similarly to maybe some of the other cards, but I don't think there's anything else. So I think we're just going to see 4 fatal pushes and probably trimming one of the other cards. Maybe like the Titan is not needed, and he's gonna bring in more disruption. I mean, we saw Michele have such a dominant game plan in game 1, and still lose. I think with more disruption, he should be a pretty solid favorite here because he has disruption and a fast clock. Sometimes the Lotus Field against just disruption, it can still do its thing, but if the games are like over fast, and Atraxa refills your hand, so there's more disruption incoming. So.
Yes, I like the things like there's these Voyaging Satyrs in the sideboard, right? So potentially your opponent's going to be cutting all the removal because it's dead game 1 and they see that. But we bring in Voyaging Satyrs, we now know we've got another way to start untapping our land, kind of a way to place. And it's almost to do, it's not going to die, or we can hedge our bets that it's not going to die from any removal over on the Neoform side, because over on that, Fatal Pushes would be a completely dead card.
Indeed.
Do you know how much I invested into Tessagers when they came out? I was like, oh my god. I was like, this card is insane. I probably own about 50 of them. Did not know it was the foil Gerboing Anglers I had to try and go for it. If only I knew with the hindsight, but here we are.
But I mean, like, Tessagers saw quite a bit of play during Standard. And
it's such a powerful card. It really is. And I think it's, I would love to see it played more.
Yeah, of course.
I think it is really powerful. But we've seen the player sideboard in here. They're having access to each other's deck list. You get the full 75. So, you can kind of do this guessing game. Okay, I think my opponent's going to bring them in. I'll be bringing this in. Or they think I'm going to bring these in, so maybe I won't bring them in and kind of swap the stats around.
Yeah, and there's so many things you can do with the sideboard. I saw already plenty of cards. Something like Dragon Lord Dromoka being played against like the Azorius control players, because like it can't be countered. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn, so it has to be dealt with, with like a removal spell or something along those lines. So.
Do you remember one of the first Teferis that used to have this sort of ability? It had flash instead of your opponent. It was like a blue Teferi that could do it.
Oh, I played quite a bit back then. Yeah, the creature Teferi from Time Spiral. Yeah,
I remember that.
That was a house. Like that whole deck relied on mystical teachings. the 4-mana spell with flashback that you could find an instant or something with flash, and you could find Teferi.
Yeah, you got that.
Flash into Teferi, and then play other stuff. Yeah, good
I
times.
I'm
Thanks for bringing up the boomer content
You know,
again. I don't have to do it myself.
I'm trying to tailor it for you. That's what I'm trying to make you feel included, because obviously all these new youngsters coming into the game, battling out, and we see that around the hall.
Let me pull up the Teferi just so everyone knows what we're talking about. Because sometimes
there might be some boomers in chat that they want to relive this as well.
I saw Frank in the chat. So.
Oh whoa, whoa, Frank! Shots fired! Shots fired! Okay, so they do get like 3 minutes for to review the deck list. They do get to finish sideboarding and shuffling up. Remember, Neo form on the right of the screen. Michelle is going to be going first. Did do everything right game one, but unfortunately just could not get there. You can't seize the top of someone's deck. That's the famous saying. Yeah. Oh, so I thought you were going to talk about the Teferi then. I looked across.
No. Suddenly I got a flood of good memories coming in when I saw.
Obviously evolved into a Planeswalker now.
Yeah, now he's a Planeswalker. Yeah, he has the spark, and he has so many Planeswalker cards.
Yeah, now he's got a lot of them. He's got some very good ones, and they all seem to be pretty playable as well.
Yeah. I actually like both. Some of the players' choices, like not stuff that you see usually. So Jamie, we saw his sideboard. He had the Dragonlord Dromoka, but also the Zakama, Primal Calamity, the big dino.
I like that one.
Yeah.
EDH All-Star.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a cute one. And then also on the other side, we saw Toxtril in the sideboard. The 7-mana rare from Crimson it was destroying limited games left and right whenever you played against it. But actually, you can find it with Neoform, and then it can just completely destroy your opponent's board of creatures. So probably in there against stuff like Boros Convoke, Mono White Humans, and all these things, because it's going to give -1/-1 at the end of each turn. So.
How much? Oh no, I'm thinking something completely. I was like, how much mana is the new Sorin? I was like, could we go into the new Sorin? But then obviously that's a modern. Only legal card as both players start drawing their opening 7. Let's see if we can get keeps on both sides and get this game off to the races. If you're just tuning in, welcome. We are in round number 11. We are going to go up to round number 15 today to try and find out who is going to get into our top 8 and be able to battle out for those world invites, as well as the best part of $100,000 cash prize this weekend. Looks like both players take a mulligan.
They were both mulligan in game one as well. I think Jamie went down to 6 for sure, maybe even Michele. And that's what you get with these combo decks. Like, they're not super consistent. You need particular cards. Like, they both have some ways to filter out their draws, like improve what they're doing. Like with Jamie, things like Sylvan Scrying really help, right?
How do you value like your opening hands over on like the Neoform side? Like, we know the Lotus Field, we know what we're going to do. We've seen the sideboard. There's not much interaction that's going to happen there. I need to try and stop them from doing their game plan. Do we value stopping them and mulliganing into Fort Caesars, Stump Denials, or am I just going to do my game plan? I'm going to get my Atraxes out early and then trying to potentially control the board that way.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, the way you usually traditionally approach it, like in a vacuum, of course, because it really depends on the kinds of decks you're facing and the dynamics of the particular matchup. The way I like to think about it, does my opening hand allow me to do my thing? Oh, that's step one. Will it get easily disrupted by the opponent? That already kind of make me think. And then C, do I get to disrupt what my opponent is doing?
Okay.
So ideally, you want to be somewhere in an area where you have either you're doing your own thing or you're disrupting. Ideally, you want both, right? Like you have your game plan and the thought seize.
Yeah,
right. So that's what you're kind of aiming for, of course. And when you go down to 6 cards, that gets the ideal hands get worse and worse.
One bit of I think I must have read it somewhere. It was from Brad Nelson, and he said whenever he looks at his opening hand, he basically, what can I do for the first 3 turns?
Yeah.
Is it something impactful that I can do for first turns? If you can't, he normally ships it back. And I thought, that was quite. Yeah. I was always rung in my head, and I kind of think that, and I think my percentage of win rate's gone up a little bit. Only marginally. As we are off to the races. 6 cards each. We're starting off with a Duress. Let's see if Matej can find that sort of art of Duress.
I can.
Been all over it all weekend, getting up the different arts. Love it. Great art as well. Look at that art. Look, completely chained up. And then we revealed the opening hand. We have got a Lotus Field, first stage, a Passeju, and 2 hidden. No, it's not hidden strings. That's the Silver Scrying.
It's the same thing as before. Like there's no real action for Jamie on the other side. There's just like he can develop his mana. He can do his thing.
Yep.
A Royal Grazer, play a Thespian stage. Next turn he's going to be able to play a Lotus Field if he wants to.
So no Thespian stage is what was drawn for the turn.
Let's see if
Fort Season hand.
Let's see if Michele can do his thing. Okay, founding of the 3rd path.
So you're going to get that one out first. Talk through the first one. You may cast an instant or sorcery spell with the same mana value at 1 or 2 from your hand without paying its mana cost.
Okay, and he goes for an Otherworldly Gaze. So puts 2 in his graveyard, leaves 1 on top. Next turn, he's going to be able to mill 4 cards. Either he can mill his opponent, but he's going to mill himself for sure. And then maybe he can go for the Delve creature and the Neoform together, or maybe start to do some Thought Seizing if you saw a Thought Seizing in his hand.
Yeah, I believe there is a Thought Seize going on in that hand there. We're just going to value get our mana a little bit more. Obviously, Thought Seize, we kind of knew what was in the hand, but -1 card. You can't really Thought Seize Lotus Fields at the hand. You know, there's a,
exactly.
a little bit of text on it. It says non-land, so we can't be taking them.
Well, look at that. And Otawara gets searched up because he already has the Lotus Field. He already has Thespian Stage. And I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie actually tries to play this a little bit slower here. But we'll see soon enough.
What do you think of these channel lands? Making a big impact in multiple formats,
yeah,
right?
And it was obvious. It was obvious. It's just it's free in a sense, right?
It
is kind of free, especially in the newer formats. You don't really get punished for not having enough basics. There's no Blood Moon in Pioneer.
Let's go. Tasiga hitting the battlefield here. We get to delve. I believe we're delving 4 because we're paying both mana for it.
Yep. And I'm gonna pull up your favorite card.
I really do love the Monkey King. Or Banana King, wasn't it? That's what it's called, the Banana King, yeah. Any Banana King fans in chat? Let us know.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the second ability that he does, where you can mill 2 cards and get something back, it's hardly relevant. Michele is playing it for one reason. It costs 6, so with Neoform, it allows you to grab a 7 mana creature out of your library, and has Delve. So, and just 1 black mana as well, so much easier to get into play very cheaply.
Oh, we're going to have a little read. You know what I mean? It's free. The amount of times I've lost a game of Magic because I thought I knew what a card does, and it didn't do what I thought it does, and I get blown out, and I'm like, I feel stupid right now.
You know, that's what I said to some of my friends yesterday, and sometimes reading the card explains the card.
Yeah, it's literally right there. It's just your own ego telling you, no, I know what that card does, and it's like, oh, actually, no, it does. When you lose to certain, like niche interactions, cool. I'll take that on the chin. I didn't know how that worked. But that's what we got judges for, Go on.
It's true. It's recently I had an experience where I was playing a lot of Limited of Martial Machines. Really good set, by the way. If you haven't played drafts, recommended. I was playing so often, and only after I hit Mythic, like 50 drafts in, did I realize that one card that I even played has Convoke. I didn't even realize it had it's Astral Wingspan, like a 5-mana aura. I just didn't realize that Convokes. So,
you should hard cast it for 5.
Yeah.
Love to see
always.
It. Give it +2, please. 2 flying and draw a card.
Yeah.
Nice. I played a bit of that. Okay, looks like we're going off. We're off to the races already.
My bad.
So we're untapping. We're floating mana. Hidden strings. What else we got? We are drawing insane over on the other side. Jamie just pulling them off the top. Doesn't worry about Thought Seize. Pour of the pages left in hand.
Of course he drew Pour of the Pages. It's always sitting on top of his deck. Probably has another one floating there.
Yeah, we know about Otawara. That was obviously put to hand through the Sylvan Scrying. I don't know what Sylvan Scrying. We're going to generate a bit more mana. What's the one floating?
Yeah, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Sure, whatever. Okay, 2, 3. What have we got? We get to ditch one of these.
Yeah, I think the Thespian Stage has not been made into a Lotus Field yet. So I think
okay, that makes sense.
So that was just colorless mana. I think
so this is like a setup turn.
It's either a setup turn, or if I don't think he has played land this turn yet. Maybe he has a line to actually win. But I'm not sure how you're gonna go about doing that.
Impulse in hand plus.
Maybe he knows that Thoughtseize is coming, right, from Michele. He has the Founding of the Third Path about to hit Chapter 3, so he knows that Thoughtseize is going to come in. If I have the Pour of the Pages in my hand, it's just going to get discarded. Might as well try to play it here and try to get 2 or 3 good cards in my hand to give a bit of a headache to Michele there.
See if this pays off for him. Obviously, we could potentially have multiple Thoughtseizes next turn.
Now
right?
he copies it, and passes the turn. Yeah, so we were a really nice setup turn there.
So let's see. We're probably going to be ticking to number 3 on this Founding of the Third Path, which is exile target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, copy it, and you may cast its turn. So yeah, I think we will see a double Thoughtseize this turn.
So it's gonna
Thoughtseize, target you. What have you got going on in that hand? Thoughtseize is going to cost us 3 life points because of this Mana Confluence.
Yeah. Oh wow. Not bad.
Poor
Not bad.
pages or automation. Yeah. We saw this last time. This is exactly what was happening in his hand. We double fortseized him, and then bam, off the top of the deck, just lost the game.
Yeah, he's still thinking about what to take with the Thoughtseize there.
I suppose he's got another one in hand, so if he does have another,
I don't think he has black mana. That was the problem last turn. He didn't play his third land, so now he's got to be very careful because I think he realizes that the Emergent and Ultimate is very close, but I think I would go with the Pour of the Pages here because
so do I.
Yeah. Give him a bit of time maybe to take the Ultimate next turn.
You're relying on the top of the deck, right? Like if the top of the deck is kind to them, probably they're going to be able to cast it. If they're not, I think we will be able to get there with the extra Thoughtseize. But can't Thoughtseize the top of someone's deck, as we saw in game number 1. Oh. Here comes Piffing Needle.
Okay.
Maybe a turn too late, but
now he's like, yeah.
Damage is done. Yeah, we'll see if we can get confirmation of what that is naming. I'll see if I can get it from Skura down the floor.
Yeah, well, hopefully they're going to mark it.
Message sent. We'll get that to you really shortly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, it could be Otawara.
Otawara.
Yeah.
Smart.
Okay.
Smart. I like it.
Playing to the knowledge that you have. You know, Thoughtseize is a good card for a reason. Gives you full knowledge. We get a Scry. Do we like that top card? Let's have a little look. Looks like it's staying there. That's the Temple of Mystery.
Yep.
I want to say Born of the Gods set.
Originally, yeah, it was reprinted. Yeah, in one of the core sets later on. But now, second Thoughtseize.
Got it.
He can take the ultimatum here, and that's one of the advantages of the Neoform deck. Like you can just sometimes resort to Hooting Mandrill's beatdown or Tasigur beatdown, where you just play a big dude and just try to counter and discard all the relevant cards in their opponent's hand.
Okay, that was a Vizier off the top, I believe. So we can go one card deeper, untap, generate a little bit of mana. Or we could just hard cast it, you know what I mean? As a straight 1/3.
A blocker.
We might need it. We're only at 12 live Taskers, only 3 attacks away.
Yeah, we'll see. He's thinking.
Oh, it wasn't. No,
it's the Leer.
Yeah. So this is going to let us cast everything from our graveyard. That's a great top deck.
And Michele must be distraught now.
So remember, this one comes in. Each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard has flashback. The card's flashbacks are equal to the card's mana cost. So, basically we can cast everything from our graveyard. This also can't be counted, and it's got a nice 3/4 body along with it. As we're going to start turning and burning through the deck. Getting the mana floating with hidden strings, untapping 2. Now I've got access to 6 more mana. Are we doing it?
This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. Jamie Walsh twice, no cards, nothing relevant to dying on board, draws into either the perfect card or draws into a card that gives him the perfect card.
Got to say, a lot of speaking to Sean this weekend, so it's a beekeeper. We saw him in the mocks doing extremely well. He's picked to come here this weekend with this deck, and he says it is broken. He's like, if you know the interactions and you take time studying this deck, you are your win percentage goes up. We saw Nathan Sawyer playing this at the Pro Tour, making the top 8 with it.
Yeah, it's a very good solid deck. Sometimes it can, like you get those draws that don't do anything, right? It can happen. Yeah, and
we're shaking the hands. Like, it's enough. Here's the F6 button. Press it repeatedly. Concede. And congratulations to Jamie taking it down 2-0, clutching both games off the top of his deck.
Yeah, it's top decker extraordinaire.
After double Thoughtseize, it's so crazy.
If he has friends at home, they should be like, you dirty top decker. You had nothing, and you drew yourself out of all the removal there.
That happens, but that's why we love live paper magic, and we've got more of it for you here, as we've got Mono White Humans versus Rakdos mid-range. We're going to get confirmation on which game they are in. At the minute, it looks like it could still be game number 1.
No, it definitely.
Oh no, win announcements in the.
I see a Hidetsugu consumes all already flipped on Tony Martis' side on the left, and so it definitely not game 1. Also, I think the scores. I think Francesco has 8 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw. If you're wondering how does a mono white human deck get a draw, well, sometimes you play against the other creature decks, and both of your boards develop so much that no one can really attack, and you end up with a draw in game 3. So that's what happens, but that's fine. The win column is the more important one, and it's an interesting battle here. We see the wedding announcement already doing some work, creating 2 humans. The wedding announcement is going to be flipped. There's also Castle Ardenville. That's another great card in these sort of grindy matchups. And another wedding announcement. Wow.
These cards really good in multiples. Remember, he lets us build the board to, potentially start getting 2-for-1s, because if we have to use things like, removal, a braid, etc., to take out a token, you don't feel great about that. But it is now starting to. They're going to start growing.
Yeah.
When we get to the third chapter, obviously flips here. We see all the creatures now going to get +1/+1.
And those are going to be massive, like 4 2/2s. There's also hidden Mutavault, that can now attack as a 3/3. Jeez, and it's kind of one of the things that traditionally Rakdos was like the dominant deck, like with a really good win rate. One of the reasons was that meta wasn't really that wide. There was a lot of Phoenix, there was a lot of Mono Green Devotion, and then some creature decks. So it was easy to tune your sideboard against like all of those. But now the meta has become much more varied. So just the Lotus Field, Neo from Atraxa, Grease Fang, Blue-White Control, like everything's coming out of the woodwork, and it's getting much harder for Rakdos mid-range to be there, to be like.
Yeah, basically the format is evolving, right, and happening. So we're just going to sort out these records.
Yeah, so it's but Extinction Event is still a card that Tony Martin has access to, and now they're kind of explaining. Okay, is the Hidetsugu going to die as well? He's saying, yeah, I guess he's saying even, because it's going to work out. Let me pull up Extinction Event.
It's a good one. Clear up all those tokens. Obviously, we're going to do that on even mana cost. Keeps around our big creature as well.
So because 0 is even, it counts as even. Although I guess that's debatable.
What's the reason for not attacking there? Is it because
there was a Mutavault ready to block? So let me pull up Hidetsugu flip side. He didn't want. I think he didn't want to offer up the trade there. His Hidetsugu consumes all, and the backside is 3/3 trample. And when it deals damage, you put a counter on it.
So I think that's another extinction. Plus, I think a Renin Volley drawn for the turn. Going to be a very good card against this deck. Remember, just for one cheap mana, we get to do 4 damage, and it is uncountable to target blue or white creature. Yeah, and so now we get to cover. This is why I thought I would have attacked because it gets. I'm pretty sure it gets a counter when it attacks, right?
With the Hidetsugu.
Yeah, whenever it deals damage.
Okay,
so the attack was it. I got you.
Yeah, then they're going to have to also start tracking the second ability, right? That how much damage the Vessel of the All-Consuming, the flip side of the Hidetsugu consumes all, actually has dealt. So they're going to have to keep track. And I think there was a life total discrepancy that they're both trying to solve.
We're just going to pass the turn back. Remember, we do have 2 of the creature lands there as well, and we start generating more tokens end of turn off that castle. Still quite a lot of cards for both players here.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, right? It's to see that the mono white humans that can warp into some sort of mid-rangey style of deck. And there's an Adeline, Resplendent Cathar. Yep.
It's a good one. It's a good one. Also, odd casting cost. So this extraction event in hand, extinction event in hand. Yeah. I keep thinking surgical extraction. Honestly, my mind is mush. At this point, this is the 3rd day of casting. Remember, we did go live on Friday. We did give you guys the last chance qualifier. We streamed that. 202 players bowed out. 16 of them managed to win themselves invites to play this weekend. Started this weekend with this tournament with 456 players. They bowed out, so we managed to get 110 back for day number 2, which you are guys seeing live right now in round number 11. 4 more rounds after this before cut to top 8, where we'll be battling out to see who goes to the Worlds in Las Vegas.
So there was a fun interaction where Heartless actually killed the Adeline because it had 5 toughness, so the Rending Volley couldn't kill it. And now the Rending Volley just has to take care of a tiny, puny human.
It's not too puny, it's a 2/2. Come on, it's got +1/+1. It's been to the wedding. Ate too much food like we did the other night and just gain that extra toughness and a lot going on. Okay, big draw step. What are we going to hit? I think it's a land.
Yeah, but there's still the Extinction Event in hand. There's also 2 man lands on the side of Tony Mardo. So he still has stuff to do. Also cast Locktwain. Yep, there's the Haunted Ridge that he just drew. So he definitely has a lot of things to do, and this is kind of the sweet spot usually for the Rakdos mid-range deck. And like you can draw your cards, you can tag your things, but he's being put under a lot of pressure by those double wedding announcements on the other side of the board, and still a 4 cards still in Francesco's hand as well. I think he has in his hand a Shifet Dunes.
Okay, another Adeline coming down.
Okay. Now we're actually going to see what it does. Because it died very fast last time.
And then a Valley is Lieutenant. We're growing.
Wow, okay.
We're getting big. Now, are we going to animate this Mutavault in response?
Yeah,
looks like
they
we
will.
are.
Yeah.
One card in hand here. Again, Mutavault going to be one of the better cards.
Wow, this is a huge turn for Francesco.
Remember, all these creatures have got +2/+2 from the 2 flipped wedding announcements. That's why that card, we see it in the sideboard for these matchups. It's real good in the grinding games. So now everything is 4 powered at least. Able to trade on the other side, and yeah, we're gonna start getting in.
Swing and gets another human from the Adeline. That's gonna grow the lieutenant by 1. That's a big board. Like, the Extinction Event is definitely going to have to come out, but it won't be able to deal with everything.
No, I'm looking. So we go Extinction Event. We take out the all the even ones. That leaves Adeline on the battlefield.
Yeah.
That leaves a Mutavault on the battlefield. It's we definitely need to. I think we might be actually animating one of our creature lands there.
Yeah. I think he's just trying to explain. Yeah. So the humans are the one with the counters are 4/4s, and the other one that came in through the Adeline is just a 3/3.
We're just going through the math 13 life. Not too much to play with, especially when these things start getting turned at sideways. Also, the castle on the other side of the battlefield. So if we do potentially become empty-handed, we can still start generating threats onto the battlefield. How do we want to go about this? Are we gonna draw first?
Oh wow!
Or are we gonna animate? It looks
like he was taking his
2 life.
Yeah, he was taking his pen. So
looking for things like Filipa. I think that might be a Dreadball off the top.
That's sorcery.
Could be a Dreadball, or it could be a Blood type Harvest if my eyes don't deceive me. Not very good at instant speed.
No, but this is still a swing for 8 here.
Yeah, 8 coming across. It's gonna be
no
dropping us down to 3, which means there'll be 2 lethal attackers left on the board after this extinction. We can block 1. Oh, no, maybe it's a red card.
Okay. You're bamboozling me.
I'm okay,
that
was a Blood type Harvest.
That was a Harvest, yeah.
I was just, Mystic Megging it. Oh, it's a Bone Crusher Giant. But unfortunately, Athens a bit too big for us to be able to shoot now or stomp down.
We're going to see another Extinction Event, I assume, for 4 mana.
That's going to get rid of these.
Yeah, so even.
So Adeline, Mutavault plus tokens leave. I think that's it. I think we're going to be seeing the mono white player take this down. Francisco.
Yeah, it should be enough.
We can only make 2 blockers or kill 2, kind of stop 2 of these free threats coming along. As long as we do animate this Mutavault.
Yeah, I think Francesco's going to have it.
Let's see how we're going to go across. Does he see the line? Round number 11, live in Athens, Greece, to try and advance, or even we're just going to draw a killer off the top.
Yeah.
Get rid of that 4 powered or 4 toughness creature. That's 1 less blocker. We're moving towards the Mutavault. It's getting animated. Moments away from advancing to a 9-1-1 record, giving ourselves a great chance. We see it. There's the handshake. Congratulations to Francesco taking this one down. Do we have any more backup feature matches? I'm looking at the team.
We do.
You look, yep, getting the nod that we do. It looks like it is going to be the definitely not Is It Creativity on the left, and definitely not Mono Green on the right.
I know Nikolai Potovin is an old friend of mine, and I recognize his picture on the left there. So he's gotten a bit older since I've last seen him. It must be at least 6 or 7 years. So.
All right, Boomer. We'll get it. You've got friends. Jeez. Kind of tell all the time we've seen this is more the traditional matchup you'd expect from the Pioneer format. Mono green. Is It Creativity? Here's a good one out of the sideboard though.
Ether Gust. That can delay a troll nicely. Nice to decide.
We're just going to work on getting these deck lists up in front of me so I can see the exact 75. Remember, this is open deck list tournament. All players do have access to the opponent's deck. It's going to be the 3 minutes before the game starts, and then after that, during each sideboard game, they get to look at the 75 and decide how is the opponent going to sideboard? What cards should I be bringing in? What cards shouldn't I be bringing in? And we're just going to see this troll come back down, and we're going to impulse in response. OG impulses, I believe.
Yeah.
Are you a big fan of these? Do you like the OG cards?
Of course. Do you know that it was printed with a mistake?
I did not. Talk to me. Tell me. No, I don't.
Read the card. Read the card that I just pulled up.
I'm not going to read it out loud, just in case.
Don't worry. Just the thing is, it's in the text of the card.
Oh, yeah, you're putting them at the bottom and then shuffling your library anyway.
But you're not shuffling. You shouldn't shuffle. You should just put the 3 cards on the bottom. So I think in the next once they've reprinted it in one of the future sets like this one, shuffle your library was removed. So that's a nice bit of trivia for that if you're a boomer. Let's see what we can see out of the Is It Creativity deck. I actually don't know which player is playing which deck at this point in time. So I don't know if I know at least the pictures are reversed and like the positions. So we're gonna figure that out. But another pass from Creativity.
I do see the invasion in the backfield. We've seen these popping up a little bit in this format, you know, kind of a new card type. Seeing making time go for that slightly little bit bigger now with all the different card creature types we can get onto the into the graveyard. Sorry.
Yeah, it does allow you for some additional, like you can suddenly play out a little bit differently, because if you would flip the invasion, it turns into a 4/3 creature. With a Kiora, you get to draw a card, right? And you also can give it indestructible if you play something. So definitely a different sort of game plan. And I do see Make Disappear and some Fiery Impulses in the hands.
Doesn't line up too well when the creatures on the other side of the battlefield are 4/4s, especially when you know, Troll, if it does die, will come back as an enchantment, be able to enchant in one of these forests, and we'll still have the 3 mana pips for it, which is the big part of this card and why it's so powerful in these decks, because we can utilize that with big spells or big lands like Nykthos. Shrine to Nyx, such a good powerful card in this. Return and Burn, this looks like it's flipped now, so the other side of it I believe is, let's see if you can get that one up on the screen for us. It's the Invasion of Ixalan flipped side. Please, good sir. I don't know.
I think Belligerence something.
I know whenever you cast a spell, it gains indestructible. I believe it's a 4/3 of trample. When you cast a spell for the turn, it gains indestructible. So you know, it's a good card to be turning sideways most of the time. Here it is on your screen.
Look, I was close. A Belligerent something. It was a Regisaur. I was about to say some sort of dinosaur.
Okay, we're going to cycle the Shark Typhoon, make ourselves a 1/1 Shark. That's all we need for creativity. You know, remember we can target that and kind of flip it.
Yeah, and I think at this point in time, I learned to figure out that Juan is on creativity, so the description is right. It's just on the wrong side of the table. So we're moving that around, and so it's Juan who's playing his creativity, and Nikolai's playing on the left. And the reason I could tell is actually the hand movement, because I know the way that Nikolai plays hasn't changed in the years. Like, it's very deliberate, very precise, and so I know his hands. I'm not weird or anything.
He's an illustration artist, correct?
Nikolai Potovin?
Yeah.
No.
I swear he came up to me saying, like, show me his tokens that he's drawn.
Oh, he could. I mean, he could be good at that, but I'm not sure. There's a Cavalier of Thorns coming in.
That's a big one if it hits the battlefield, being a 5/6 body with a reach. When it enters the battlefield, we get to look at the top, or mill the top 5 cards of our library. We can pit a land into the graveyard if not, but it is not going to hit the battlefield.
Nope.
It is going to get almost, it's going to be made to disappear.
Yeah, but still a lot of pressure on the board for Juan to solve.
You know, I mean, I asked you yesterday, would Mana League be good in this format? But if Make Disappear is good in this format, I imagine Mana League is going to be huge in this format.
Yeah, it would be massive. A blue-white control would be very happy, because they can't really play Make Disappear very efficiently. But Mana League would definitely see play.
Yeah, so for people wondering like how this all works here at the Legacy European Tour, we've got our 2 main feature matches. We've got Table A and Table B, but when one of those games finishes, we then go out into the field to the top tables, and we try and pull the players when they're doing sideboarding, move them across to the feature match table, so we can fill this 50, 60 minutes with the most amount of Magic gameplay for you all at home. Sometimes, you know, we have to go further down the table. So both these players, we do believe, are like at 6 and 4 records, as good old Frank in the chat is suggesting. But still live to try and get that PT slot. We think, you know, 4 losses is kind of what you can give to get into that top 36. Tiebreakers dependent. It'll be, you know, you might be in a little bit of a sweat depending on when you took those losses. But we're still bringing you high-level competitive Magic this weekend. Now the names have changed, and we're rocking and rolling.
Yeah, it's a good fun match. Like, both players are still in day 2, and I always like to see Nikolai play. He was always a very strong player. Several GP top 8, some good Pro Tour results. He used to be a mainstay on the Pro Tour scene.
Martin was telling me that he's got like a crazy conversion rate at Pro Tours. Like,
yeah.
out of 10, he's like top 16, 4 of them or something.
Yeah,
like
he was really good at like getting really solid results, but never quite making, you know, the final stage, the top 8 and so on. But so, was always well respected, and I'm glad to see him back in the game.
I'm being told that this is turn 0 for the mono green player here on the road. So 5 turns to play for both of these, as a Pelukanos is going to come down, one of the new ones from March of the machine. Comes down as a 3 mana, 3 green mana symbols, which is a devotion, which is ideal. It's going to be a 4/5 with reach. Has the extra ability to flip and kind of become bigger, but it is not going to hit the battlefield.
Okay, Filigree Silex, interesting.
Let's get that one up on the screen for you. That's one that you typically see in the sideboard. We don't know if a Khan's been played. Don't see a Khan, so maybe we just brought it straight into the main. Talk us through this one. Why would we be bringing this one in?
Maybe he wanted to. Sometimes what the mono green devotion players do, if they don't like a particular card in a matchup, they bring in some of their fetchable sideboard cards in because they think they might have more of an effect. And so maybe because I don't think we've seen a Karn. So this is to deal with Shark Typhoon tokens, right? Any sort of small tokens. So doesn't kill the Mutavault though. It's non-land, still non-land permanent. I don't think he wanted to work his way out to 10 oil counters. I will say that. But given next turn, it's very likely that these players are gonna grab a draw. I'm not sure how either play. Maybe I can see Nikolai winning. He still has the lair of the Hydra as well, so maybe he can put on some damage. But
it's gonna be hard through like this cat magic we show on the other side. A draw. It might knock both of them out, or at least put them in a super sweat contingent. It's not good for either player here. Neither of them want this. 7 life, not out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, the troll has trample as well, so it's difficult to chump block. So I think it looks like one is using an impulse, taking his time. They're going to be going 2 extra turns here. It looks like he's arranging his mana, trying to figure out, okay, what can I do here? Maybe he wants to do something with indomitable creativity. Doesn't seem. I think he's looking negate, disdainful stroke, ether gust. If those are the choices, I think he's just gonna go for land. Yeah, turn 1. Let's see if he can find a way. I think keep the steam vents.
I'm gonna shock that one in. That's okay.
That's bold.
What's that representing? A Gear Hulk?
Maybe, possibly.
Oh, there's no way we can hardcast Traxxas in this deck, right?
He has the creativity, so.
But on the other side, we can blow the. Well, I say that blow the stone. You know, get the. I think it is. Okay, we're doing the Mutavault sort of line. I was like, we can get rid of that token, but Mutavault is going to be able to be the target for this.
Yeah, so he's going to creativity to Mutavault away just for 1. Yeah, so he animated the Mutavault with Otawara.
Tapped it for its stealth for the mana.
Yeah. And used 3 red, taking 1 damage from a Shivan Reef.
So chat pointing out it says Traxxas, not the Gear Hulk. So yeah, Traxxas will be able to hit the battlefield. That's going to be a good one when you're in this sort of situation, imagine. Anything on the mono green side that could get. Imagine if we have some sort of like big mana turn where we could potentially get down a Cityscape Leveler, get it off the battlefield and get like a big hit in. That might be the line.
That's way down.
As long as they're still in the deck. Okay. So you know, we've got both creatures in the deck, kind of a gamble. How does this one pay off?
Wait, let me find the right version.
2 cards in hand, 1 mana left open.
Well, it's a 7 mana blocker at least, so that usually helps. Down to 4 though with Kiora.
Oh, we've got a Fiery Impulse in hand, so we can actually bounce something like that. So yeah, I think we're locking into a draw here.
Easy peasy there. He has a Traxxas in his hand too, but the Fiery Impulse is absolutely key because otherwise, I think Nikolai would be able to animate his Lair of the Hydra. And use the Kiora as well to make it into 4 power.
It would be 3 power, right, without a land. So you've got to pay 1 green to activate it. So 1, 2.
Yeah, so one short. Yeah,
Yeah,
would be
one
just a 3-3. Yeah,
So a land, a Nykthos would be good here.
No, I think he drew Oath of Nissa.
That into a Nykthos would be workable. Oh, there's a lot of cards in hand here. What have we got? Let's just Storm the Festivals.
Yeah, but you can't find that with the Oath. It's plenty of cards. It also has Karn.
Well, yeah, see, I think we've got Karn Storm in hand, plus a Cavalier. I think you pinged the line. We've got to go Oath to try and hit a Nykthos. Nykthos will tap with the 2 forests. It will generate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana.
Yeah, you can untap
it. I think that's the line.
But ultimately, with Fire Impulse in hand, we believe that one is going to be safe, at least for that one. We're in turn 2. Like, Nikolai is going to get one more attack here. No attack with the Lair, though. Just an attack with the Troll, and I think Nikolai is going to maybe try to set up for one of the following turns. Okay.
Is it? Can Nikolai... cool, so can Jan win here?
Not sure, yeah, so... yeah, Fire Impulse, your Troll, also return it to your hand.
Yep, so that's
Takes 1, also, goes down to 3. Ooh, actually, a Lair for 3. If he's taking the extra damage, right? So... maybe gonna go for Cavalier here. With Juan now tapped out.
It is target non-land spell, right? Let's just make sure.
Yeah.
So if it's target non-land creature,
it's non-land permanent.
Yeah, no. So what if we did that? That means that if we manage to go the line that we said, and we do get a Nykthos and go like super big, which
he found a Nykthos.
So if we did that, we'd have to block, and then the creatures off the battlefield, which realistically we don't want it on the battlefield. This horror is the Heroic Horror is crazy good once it chains off with a load of spells.
Yep. So there was the Cavalier.
Still not out of realms of possibility of being able to go off completely this turn.
Yeah.
We look at the top 3. That looks like definitely a Forest plus. So we're having a little look. It's turn number 2. So we're going to get turn number 4 ourselves. Over on the other side, Jan's going to get turn 3 and 5 as long as it does play out that way.
This is the last match in the room. So once this is over, you're going to get into round 3 very quickly.
Round 12. Round 12, 3 of the day, 12 of the overall tournament.
Okay.
Okay.
Why not?
Yep. Let's see still a lot of Magic to be played in these next 3 turns. Both these players cannot really afford a draw if they still want to try and live that PT dream.
Yeah, I think 4 losses is the most you can get to try to qualify. I'm not sure if like 10 wins, 4 losses on a draw will be enough. So I don't think either one of them wants to pick up the draw here. They could still, but they would have to win out, making it very difficult. So I think Nikolai is just trying to figure out what he wants to do here.
Over on the other side, Jan has only got 1 card left in hand. Obviously, each
it's
spell...
An Atraxa.
We know it's an Atraxa, so that's going to stay in that hand for a while, I imagine. But any other spells that we get to cast, we do get to either return target spell you don't control to its owner's hand, or return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand.
I imagine it would have to be something like...
Let's have a little look. Like an Impulse should be a great draw, right?
Yeah, like we already played a few, so I'm not too sure.
Secrets of the Key would be good with flashback.
That's cool. That's like a Prismari command, maybe.
A big Score could be good because we've got a card to discard in that Atraxa.
Yes.
What else have we got in here? Volcanic Spikes. We can put a card back to the bottom of our deck, redraw. So a lot of open plays that could be done here. And Nykthos is going to be the land for the turn. We are setting up for next turn. That's a Escape Leveler in hand.
Okay.
Turn number 3. Jan at 3 life.
This is fun, kind of. It's too bad it's like extra turns because this game has been pretty complex.
Big draw step. That's negate. That might not be enough, but then it depends which way we want to go over on Nikolai's side.
I saw one thing. I don't know if chat kind of picked it up, but I'm wondering if... I think there was an Impulse played, and I'm not sure if actually Juan, by mistake, didn't put the 3 cards on top rather than bottom. Because I thought he did that, but I didn't want to look weird on camera. But
I didn't take notice.
But he drew, Negate was one of the 3 cards that he didn't want, and there was also an Ether Gust as well. But it's nothing that we can fix now. So I might have just missed it myself, but wanted to put it out there while we see. I think we're gonna see a big turn from Nikolai here, though.
Current Devotion is 5.
Yep. There's still a Negate though in Juan's hand as well.
Frank, in his expert opinion, no guarantee, but a previous European Championships, all players with 10 wins, 4 losses, and 1 draw qualified for the PT.
Okay, nice. Thank you, Frank.
This is a slightly bigger event than we've had in the past. You know, the last one was 400. This one is just over 400, like 456. So we'll see how the math breaks out, and we'll bring that to you in round 15. That is what your expert sort of knowledge in. You'll be able to work out who's making it, who's not, and we are going to be covering round number 15. Starting off, 3 mana. This is going to be the troll that we know that's bounce back to hand. Adding 3 more mana symbols to the battlefield. It's almost free.
Yeah,
but
Frank is saying a good point. Like he could just attack with the Hullbreaker, with the Cavalier and the Lair of the Hydra, and just pop the Filigree Silex to kill the token. He just has the win, but he doesn't know that his opponent does.
Yeah, we know because we can see the hands, right?
Yeah, exactly. So if he casts a non-creature spell, actually that might prevent him from winning.
Right, 8 mana flowing in the pool. Cura is going to, I believe, untap that Nykthos, turn that 8 into 14. If we choose to go that route, we might not want to use it yet. We've still got 8 mana in the pool. We can kind of add cards from our hand. Realistically, if we know, just do not cast a non-creature spell, and you should be good to go off. Cityscape Leveler would be a great one here. Take the horror off the battlefield.
If he goes with that line,
and then blows the token, then the Cavalier can get in for lethal damage.
If Juan has nothing, that Nikolai has to consider. We know that there's a negate and Traxa in Juan's hand, but Nikolai doesn't know. He's trying to play optimally, as optimally
as you should do. Right? At this level, this late in the tournament, so much on the line. Deciding which line you need to take. What am I playing around? What shouldn't I be playing around? I'm getting confirmation that in hand there is 3 Khans, 1 Storm, 1 Leveler, and 1 Wolf Willow. So out of those cards, 1 of them cannot be negated. The other 5 can be negated, which might sway the decision here.
You know, you might wonder, oh, why is he taking so long? This is his final turn. He just wants to make sure he wins.
Yep, he's going for the Leveler play. That is the one that we believe he needs to do. That's going to, on cast, take out that horror. And that's the handshake. He manages to take it down, advance to 7 and 4, keeping that PT dream alive. Jan on the other side, unfortunately, will drop himself down to 6 and 5. Still in contention to get cash. Woof, that was a big round of Magic. A lot of Magic being played. That's the players to watch.
Ooh, look, Chris Larson defeated Mark Tobias, who started 0-2. Wow, so Chris Larson at 10-1 leading the pack, probably already qualified to the Pro Tour in Barcelona with 10 wins, and en route for a top 8. Like, and you know he can close.
You're talking about boomers and stales, and that guy is top 8 everything.
Yeah,
everything that guy touches turns to gold. Obviously, took a little bit of time away, has had a kid, kind of been going into that dad role now, but still not stopping him at 10-1, taking down. Congratulations to him.
And look at the other players I chose. Like, everyone's winning.
Everyone won this round, right?
Kuisma, Juza, Martin Deng. I mean, Mark Tobias losing is still has 9 wins, so he's doing fine. Also, Christian Calcano is doing really well there. So, and your boy Ben Jones
is holding there. He's holding in.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed for him. He's, you know, all these Phoenix players out there, kind of hoping for the best. See if we can get someone into that top 8. He managed to obviously top 4, one of the last ones. So, fingers crossed that we can get there. Parents are going up. So. That is going to be it for me and Matej this round. We're going to pass it over to Skura and Filipa. They're going to bring you round number 12, so make sure you stick around for more Pioneer action at the Regional Championships here live in Athens. That's in Barcelona. That's in Barcelona. Right, see you all soon. See you in a bit.
Welcome back to round 12 here on the Regional Championship Finals in Athens. I'm Filipa and I'm joined by Skura, also known as Islands in Front, and we actually have a lot of fun games to see. Today the games have been very good, a very diverse meta game. Don't forget, we are in day 2, 110 players made it. We have 6 rounds today, plus a cut to top 8. This is already the 3rd round of the day. Top 36 qualifies for a Pro Tour, Barcelona, and 1st and 2nd place gets an invitation to the World Championship later this year. Let's take a look at this meta breakdown. Philip, what do you think here caught your attention in the meta game breakdown for day 2?
Yeah, so first of all, Ragdos is 15%. I'm happy it's 15%. It's not that much as you might possibly expect. It's not 20, it's not 25. It is 15. Then we've got Mono Green, Blue, White, and Creativity. The order of those decks is, I think, something we would expect. It's almost 1-to-1 with the day 1 meta game, I think. I think it was, yeah, Ragdos, Green, Blue, White, Creativity. Then we've got Sacrifice, and Sacrifice, 7.3%. It might be one of the, let's see, breakout decks. Like, it's not a new deck, right? It's been played here and there, but like tier 2-ish. Now we see it at the very top. A lot of players doing very well with it.
And we have a very interesting matchup here. So what decks are we going to see?
So we are going to see Bring to Light Omnath versus Mono Green Devotion.
Yeah, and here actually Lucas he decided to bring this deck, and the whole team decided also to bring the deck. You might know Toralf, Arne, and Lucas also back in Naples decided to bring Esper Legends with the 4 wedding announcements, the list that Toralf got an invitation for the World Championship, and overall the whole team performed really well. So here Lucas really has a chance to first of all qualify for the Pro Tour Barcelona that he really wants, and then he also already has some points because the system recognizes people that are doing well in these tournaments to try to keep locking up for next tournaments. So very important here for Lucas to perform well. And against a very well-known Portuguese player, João Moreira, you might know him as Doom Switch.
Yes.
He usually plays blue-white control, but I guess he gave up on it after the 3% conversion rate that we saw in Valencia and decided to go for Mono Green Devotion. So actually, the Portuguese team, Miguel Simões, here João Moreira, André Sancho, they all decided to bring this Mono Green deck and doing very well. Miguel and João both made day 2. João is at 8-2-1, and Miguel currently at 9-2.
Yeah, and I will refer to the player on the left as Doom Switch. I'm not going to try to pronounce the name. And Doom Switch, yes, is very much known for playing blue-white control. And maybe after this weekend and looking at all the RC results, he will convert back to blue-white, because blue-white has had pretty good win rates, pretty good results overall.
And here, what do you think of this particular matchup between the Omnath Bring to Light and Mono Green Devotion?
So Mono Green Devotion is very linear, while Omnath to Light can be linear, but has a ton of interaction. It has 4 Chain to the Rocks, 4 Leyline Binding, and that's already plenty. And it doesn't care about the size of Old Growth Troll, doesn't care about card deck creator. You can just exile it with Leyline Binding instant speed in a pinch. But the namesake, Bring to Light, is a very, very interesting card because it has so many applications here. You can find Extinction Event. You can find Hostage Taker. You can find Valky, God of Lies, and play the back half. But you can also find main deck slaughter games.
That seems like a great way to win games with this Bring to Light deck, and a very interesting choice here by Lucas. Definitely not one of the most played decks, but in a similar way like Storm Herald combo, taking here the tournament by a swing and performing really well.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of like 5-color players here and there. They still cannot decide which version to play. Some people play Karuga, some people play Fires with Karuga, without Karuga, some people play Incarnation, Omnath. So different variations, but there is a lot of potential in those heavy Triome Leyline Binding decks. And we're looking at a 6, I think, for Lucas, or deciding even if to keep.
Yeah, I only see 1 land. I might be wrong, but looks like something went to the bottom. And we see Omnath in hand, which is a key card of the deck as well.
Yeah, turn 1 elf. Key for this deck, you always want to start with an elf so that you can deploy a turn 3 or turn 2 3-drop.
And what key cards do we have in this mono green deck?
We're certainly looking at the elves, so one of the 8 elves, which provide mana. We're looking at Cavalier of Thorns, which provides devotion and finds lands. But the most important one of all, Nykthos Shrine to Nyx. This is the reason to play the deck. It adds mana equal to your devotion to green, and if you look through the deck list, there is a bunch of cards with green pips in the upper right corner. Kiora, Mana Elves, even Oath of Nissa is a ponder that provides further devotion. Old Growth Troll and Polukranos provide a lot of devotion. And your aim is to add like copious amounts of mana and then go over the top of anything that the opponent is presenting.
And I know this list here that this Portuguese crew got. They are playing with the Polukranos now, that it has reach against Spirits. I know that Spirits is one of the toughest matchups.
Yeah.
I've asked both Miguel, and Miguel told me that actually Spirits, it's difficult. They kind of go wide.
Oh, that's an interesting situation. We've got a Doomswitch just attacking. That's an interesting situation. It doesn't bode well, and we see a land pass with a Chain to the Rocks, trading 1 for 1 for cards, 1 for 1 for mana, and we'll see an attack for 1. Just, you know, okay, get that chip damage in. Although I would doubt if this game comes down to like actual, you know, attacks for 1 or 2.
And it's really kind of weird even to see Doomswitch play mono green, as he is very well known for the blue-white. Some people in chat saying that he did not find his blue-white control deck in time. I'm not sure what might be the reason, but this mono green just doing just well. We might see Doomswitch switch here for a more mono green approach for next tournaments.
Yeah, and with such a good record, 8-2-1, with a good position to even top 8 this event, he might be tempted not to go back to blue-white with such a good result. So now we've got turn 2, we've got Sylvan Caryatid and pass. So no third land, but Caryatid is kind of like a third land, it also blocks. But now we see, oh my god.
We see the troll.
Yeah, Troll and Cavalier of Thorns and Troll make a very good duo. Cavalier of Thorns enters the battlefield, is a 5/6, if I'm not mistaken, a 5/6 blocker, so that's huge. 5/6 attacker, also huge, and ramps you and provides triple green for the devotion. So basically that's everything you want to do, right? Ramps you for devotion, attacks and blocks.
And it works so well in this deck, as you said, with the Nykthos. It's just a key card as played since the beginning of this mono green deck. Some cards change, but the key cards stay the same.
Yeah, and on top of that, it even mills you, so you can mill, for example, Storm the Festival for later. When it dies, you can put something on top of your library. I mean, just excellent card altogether.
And here, what does Lucas need to respond to this board state that he's going to escalate quickly?
Okay, a third Chain to the Rocks into Leyline Binding.
Okay.
Okay, mono removal here. Chain to the Rocks is actually an interesting card because it's not just white take a creature. It has a bit of a stipulation. So it needs to be enchanted to a land to work. Yeah, specifically to a mountain. And you take
look at that reveal though.
Oh my. Okay, so we had a Storm into Cavalier and Old Growth Troll, and then Cavalier found a land. So now we've got basically the same board as before. I mean, literally.
And João is like, okay, you did it once, let's try to do it again.
Exactly, but literally the same thing. Cavalier and Troll. But now Lucas's hand, I don't think it includes many cards there. I think it's like 2, 3. And now you need both. Oh no, it's more. But you need both lands and action.
And actually, the Portuguese players are trying to put me on this deck because I have a tournament soon, Pioneer, and I asked them what to play, and they were like, "Mono green is the way."
It might be. It's very linear, proactive. It has game plan, but can also switch between game plans, right? Aggressive, more mid-rangey, combo-y. And I think there was a pickup of Storm the Festival off the top.
And this win is really important for both of these players as they are one step closer to qualifying for the Pro Tour, which is very soon. And this is kind of the last chance to qualify for this Pro Tour, Barcelona. And I'm sure both of these players really want to lock that.
Okay, so we've got activation of Nykthos and we've got Flashback Storm, which costs 10 mana total. I can see a Kiora. Kiora is actually integral to this deck. There was a talk when we had this area of Pioneer when people wanted to ban something from mono green. Kiora was actually on the list because it, as a card that didn't kill it outright, but really made it less, would make it less explosive. And now we see Kiora and Polukranos enter play. Polukranos meets the condition of Kiora, so you draw a card, and now we can untap Nykthos, activate it again, and add 1, 2, 5, 8, 11, 12 mana, if I'm counting correctly.
That's a lot of mana to be added to the pool, and mono green doing what it does the best, ramping up, drawing cards, and at this point Luke is like, okay, what can I do? I'm curious to see, okay, Cavalier. And these Cavaliers, they don't have, they're not legendary.
Oh, they're not, yeah. And not only do they trigger and you get a land, but you also trigger Kiora and draw a card. So it's, and you further add to Devotion. Crucially, you could also flip another Nykthos of Cavalier and then again add 12 mana, but actually not 12. Now they will be 15 because of the pips of that Cavalier. So there is a lot of potential to really go off, but even if Doom Switch doesn't go off, again, the board is like wild. It's like, how much? Like 20 power on the battlefield.
And this lair with Nykthos, it can get crazy.
It very much can, yeah.
This land sometimes swings just for enough damage.
Okay, now we will also use the Forest token to track the mana, so that you can see what's happening. We've got 7 in the mana pool.
Storm the Festival?
Yep. I mean, this is a Storm deck. I mean, in both senses, right? Storm the Festival deck and Storm deck. Oh, another Nykthos and a card.
Card and other key cards here in this deck.
Wow, this is just wild. So, Khan, minus, and Doom Switch is moving pretty fast. So I assume he knows what to find, and he finds Chain Veil.
Chain Veil usually closes the game.
Yeah, because you play it, you activate, you get another activation of Kiora and Khan, and you can start looping stuff and essentially win the game from that point. So
that was a fast game one there. João was able to ramp up to play all these big spells, get cards, and just go for the win, while Lucas seemed not to be able to do much. What can, first of all, here we are seeing João, list what you think. Karn also locks you in mono green some of your spots for sideboard, because you need to have some spots for Karn. Here, do you think anything enters from the sideboard or no?
Yeah, so when you say that Karn affects the sideboard, it very much does. We've got 15 one-offs, literally 15 one-offs. Oh, we can see Bobby Fortunelli, a renowned mono green player, also in chat. So, 15 one-offs, all artifacts, so they are all carnable, right? You can tune them out if you need something, and you can try to think what the opponent is planning to do, but if the opponent's plan is to remove your things, like it was this game, well, I think you're happy with that. So what happened here is, I think Lucas had 4 pieces of interaction, maybe 5, if I'm counting correctly, so 4 to 5, almost unconditional pieces of interaction.
And can we take here a look at Lucas' deck, Omna to Light, and what stands out in this particular sideboard here?
Yeah, so here there is a bit more happening. You keep some of the cards in, so you keep something like Eleshnon, you keep Volky to bring to light for it. You probably keep Slaughter Games, although it's not obvious what you should name. I think you want Dovin's Veto to counter the Khan, the Kiora, the Storm. This Disdainful Stroke also counters Khan and Storm, but also counters Cavalier of Thorns, which is crucial. It's not a Reckoner Bank Buster matchup. You don't want to draw cards. Rest in Peace if you feel frisky, because it doesn't add that much, but you actually get to turn off the Flashback of Festival and the cards you flip over with Cavalier, but that's a bit sketchy. So a few cards to come in, certainly.
A card that takes my attention here, Ostas Taker, also being able to be very good in this matchup. You can steal something from João and then play it. Can we take a look now at our players as they are shuffling in and ready to start the game?
Yeah, so they've already looked through the opponent's lists.
One thing that I really like that the technical team do is add the pictures of the player. I said this over and over again. I can see they're both players. I've seen them multiple times across events. They usually are here trying to qualify. As I said, João, obviously Portuguese player, is a great guy. Lucas from team of Arne and Thoralf, also a great player, always brings creative decks that I think is the one designing. So I'm really excited to see, and I'm really happy that it's paying out for him.
Yeah, whenever I see a deck that Arnie brings, I always expect blue-white control, actually, because Arnie Hushenbeth is a huge control player, played blue-white control in Prague as well, in Modern. So I assumed it will be blue-white control, but if he got convinced to play Omnath Light, it's probably pretty decent.
And somebody's asking, how does the mono-green deck get access to the black mana to then combo off? And I think this card is also...
So when you want, I'll just double check the sideboard, because it really depends what the sideboard is. Because what you are referring to is being able to play Pestilent Cauldron to then mill the opponent out. Now, Oath of Nissa fixes mana, but it fixes mana for Planeswalkers, so it wouldn't be here. Typically, you also played something like Reckoner Bankbuster to activate it 3 times, get the treasure, and have access to black. But some versions also combo off in a way that they don't need black anymore as well. You can, for example, let me just double check if there is the Stone Brain. There is the Stone Brain. So we watched it yesterday. You can just win with the Stone Brain. You can just keep looping that. It's also the same combo that we saw with Rona combo, Mox Amber, and Retraction Helix. So you can just produce so much mana that you can keep Stone Braining the opponent until they've got nothing. So you can put... Yes, there are multiple options there. However, from my experience, watching green play and playing against green, sometimes you don't even need the actual factual combo. Sometimes it's just enough to present your 20 power and pass. And that's one of the better things to do online if you play on Modo. Like, going through the loops just wastes so much time. It's much better to put 30 power on the battlefield, pass the turn, and just win in the next combat, which most often will be true.
And our players here are starting to get the opening 7. Let's see if they keep or if they have to move. Don't forget, Lucas is down a game, so now he gets the choice to be on the play.
Yeah, okay, I see Ketria Triumph for Lucas, Omnath. I think triple land, actually, which is exactly the number you want. You've got Xander's Lounge as well, the green-white Checkland. But I think Doomswitch is considering the keep. I think it's pretty slow because it's double Khan, Oath, Troll, double land Kiora. Yeah, so there's no acceleration there.
And I want to see João and Lucas fans on chat say who are you rooting for here, João Moreira on Mono Green Devotion or Lucas Orne on Omnath to Light. We want to hear chat root for your favorite player here.
Yeah, and then Doomswitch still considering the keep. It is a slow hand, because it's both missing lands, so you can't even play your 3-drops, and you're missing acceleration. So Oath of Nissa can fix one of those issues, so find a land, but it still doesn't fix the acceleration issue, and you're on the draw. So you're really far behind, I think.
And here, a very difficult decision.
Yeah.
There's still 32 minutes left. The first game was fairly quickly because let's not forget, both of these players already have a draw.
That's true. That's true. You don't want another draw, although again, you'd rather have a draw than a loss. I think if you draw this round, you can still top 8. If you win everything else and you are x2 and 2, it's not impossible. Doom Switch double checking the sideboard apparently to decide if he wants to keep. Difficult decision. I personally would mulligan because I'm really looking for hands with elves. Like this, I really want to put pressure on the opponent to have the removal when they need to. And also, yeah, okay, we see the mulligan.
Looks like João here took exactly your approach and not afraid to taking that mulligan. Especially when Lucas is on the play, right?
Yeah, so the thing is that the main removal that Lucas has is white. And the deck plays a lot of lands, triumphs, and taplants, but not all of them even add white, like Xander's Lounge. And you also want to have a mountain to attach the chain to the rocks too. So not only are you making the opponent have to have that removal, you also force them to have the right mix of lands between the taplants and non-taplants to be able to play that. So I really like putting pressure with an elf. I think I'd rather have a suboptimal hand with an elf than an otherwise okay hand without it. So yeah, for me that's a mulligan.
Let's see if it pays off.
I think it's the same hand without it. I think it's the same hand but worse. Like the same hand but still without.
But here it was an instant keep.
Yeah, because going to 5 makes a huge difference.
But here we have Order of Nissa, a key card in this deck as well.
It was Forest, Polukranos, and something. And I'm not sure what that something was. Oh, Kiara, it seems.
And Order of Nissa has this ability to kind of fix your hand.
Oh,
get
certainly.
exactly that card that you're looking for. So also making this mulligan not as bad.
Yeah, I dare say it's Ponder. It's Ponder which adds devotion, which is, yeah, it's a very good thing. Ponder that adds devotion. So we'll see another Tapland pass. So that's why I want to put pressure on the Omnath player, because they've got so many Taplands. Their draws are so slow. I want to make them have it every single time.
And we are looking at the top 3 cards here. What can we find? Here, João making sure of the mana that Lucas has access to.
There's
white. Cards like Leyline Binding that Domain plays a big impact.
Yep. Yeah, and still Doom Switch's hand is super slow. It has multiple lands, Cantergrey Creator, Old Growth Troll, and Cure, I think. And none of those can be deployed this turn, except for the Forest. There's a Nykthos, but Nykthos doesn't do much when you don't have Devotion.
And João really here considering going for that elf
to
make sure he's able to ramp up.
I would play that elf, because if the opponent spends their turn, even a fraction of the turn, answering the elf, they're not deploying, for example, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So I would absolutely go for the elf if given the chance.
Yeah, and then next turn you have a card like the Troll. So here land, play elf, go. Next turn we have access to 4 mana. There's Karn in João, and even if their elf gets destroyed for some reason, we do have the Troll, but it looks like it did not. It survived.
Yeah, and we still see that Fable. Because, I mean, Fable, we know that, an All-Star. And now we've got Wolf Haven.
And here we are starting to ramp.
Yeah, so Wolf Haven is one of those cards that is a way to ramp, but at the same time it cannot be removed, you know, with like Fiery Impulse, Fatal Push, and that makes a huge difference. In some matchups, not being Spike Field hazardable is also huge. So Wolf Haven adds to Devotion. So it's a ramp spell that adds to Devotion, and later in the game it can even be popped to get some creature. So now the board looks much better for Doom Switch.
It does, but don't forget this Omnath to Light deck can start also deploying their threats and starting to do their game plan. And what cards can scary João here the most?
I think the worst thing is attack with a Goblin, get a treasure, play a land, and then BTL immediately now. Now the question is, what do you BTL for? So you could find something like Slaughter Games and name, let's say, Cantergrey Creator or Storm the Festival. Crucially, Slaughter Games names non-lands, so you cannot take Nykthos, which makes a huge difference. You could find Extinction Event and get rid of the Elf and the Troll. That also makes sense. You can play it a bit slower with Omnath, maybe. You've got Disdainful Stroke, so you'd really like to hold it up, but the question is whether you've got another 3-drop to deploy. Like, you don't want to keep passing, you want to progress your plan, capitalize on the fact that Mono Green stumbled a little bit. So I've got 2 options. Again, play something big, or attack with Goblin, get a treasure, play a 3-drop, and hold up Disdainful Stroke.
And let's see here, as we see that Lucas has several options. There's an Omnath in end, also Escape to the Wilds.
Yeah, Omnath is actually a pretty textful card, which has been released as a textless promo, which was one of the decisions, and Omnath does a lot. You cannot support it in a deck that doesn't play a billion colors, but here you do. So what does it do?
So we have here the card on the card viewer, Omnath. It's 4 mana, 4/4. When it enters battlefield, you draw a card, and then it has landfall. If it's the first time a land enters battlefield this turn, you get 4 life. Then, the second time, you get 4 mana, 1 of red, green, white, and blue. And then, if you manage to put another land in the same turn under your control, you deal 4 damage to your opponent. This card, if you played Standard 2 years ago, you for sure know it. And it also played with Escape to the Wild.
And we played with Fabled Passage and Cobra.
Exactly, Lotus Cobra.
Okay, so now, Elish Node. This is what's been found with Bring to Light. Elish Node it's kind of a breakout card. It's people were annoyed at it for EDH, but actually was pretty good in Constructed.
And this card allows your enter the battlefield triggers from permanents activating twice, but it also stops your opponent's enter the battlefield triggers. Does João has any particular enter the battlefield trigger that might be disrupted by this Elish Node?
Absolutely. So we've got a few cases here. First of all, it stops Cavalier of Thorns. That's the big one. That's the big one. But it also stops Oath of Nissa from triggering, and there are 4 Oath of Nissas there. And it stops Kiora, Behemoth, Beckoner draw of creatures, right? So all of that combined, pretty decent.
How much mana are we adding here?
So we're adding 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, if I'm counting correctly. So 5 floating with Khan. We get a beautiful green mana token there. Crucially, Elish Node doubles your own ETB triggers, and Leyline Binding and Chain to the Rocks have ETB triggers. So a single binding gets rid of 2 permanents, and that's huge.
And let's see here what João has to answer that Elish Node. What options can we find in the sideboard?
So we've got the big boy, so Cityscape Leveler. That's one. Its trigger is a cast trigger. It's not an ETB trigger, so it works. So that's one. There's also Transmogrifying Wand, which basically removes the charge counter from itself, destroys a creature, and then basically exchanges it to a 2/4. We see a reader because Doomswitch doesn't want to walk into some ETB thing, and we actually do see Transmogrifying Wand enter play. Chad, have you seen that? Have you played with this in M19 draft is the question.
And here it is, the card on the card viewer for everyone to see. The art is pretty cool as well.
Yeah, and this is a 2/4 white ox. So, now we see a 3rd Oath of Nissa played.
And now we can start going crazy. And if there's a way, there's no way to untap that Nixos, so we have to pass the turn to Lucas, and João just did the best that he could, and said, "It's your turn. What do you have?"
That was pretty good, make them have a type of situation, because you've got a lot of power for the fair game, a lot of devotion for the unfair game. You've got that Khan, you remove the threat of Elish Node, and you still have got the wand. I mean, the advantage bar is super far left at this point, pointing at Doomswitch. Chain to the Rocks, taking one of the threats.
And actually, we might see our backup feature match, which is the other player on the Portuguese team that is also with this deck, playing against Mono White, though.
Yeah, this might end pretty fast, although Lucas has Disdainful Stroke in hand. And Disdainful Stroke is one of the most popular sideboard cards against Mono Green. Some people played Ethergast, but let's take a look at Disdainful Stroke. And it has some distinct advantages compared to Ethergast, because Ethergast doesn't counter Karn, and that is key. Disdainful Stroke counters Karn, Storm the Festival, and Cavalier of Thorns.
All key cards there. And I like these tokens that I received from Lucas' side, representing there the 2/4, another one. What do you think João here might be considering?
I think he has to decide which avenue to victory he wants to take. Like, do I want to go with the beatdown? Do I want to go with the combo? Do I want to go with like semi-combo, just go with value, you know, takes Cityscape level of Karn and stuff like that. So there are multiple options there.
But that's a good problem to have, right? When you are trying to find the way to win, when you already are on the road to win, I mean, it's packed to victory.
Certainly. And now we see this this back magic card is actually a wolf token of Wolf Hilo Haven.
Yeah, we can pay 5 mana to do that. And mana is not an issue that João has right now with so much devotion going around.
Yeah. So now we see a 2/2 animal entering play.
Oh, Bosejo.
That's good. So Bosejo gets rid of Chain to the Rocks. That's one of the downsides of these removal spells, because when you remove something, you want it removed. Simple enough. But in this case, you remove it, but it's still susceptible to interaction. For example, you could Cityscape Leveler, destroy Leyline Binding, and get your permanent back. In this case, Bosejo, destroy Chain to the Rocks, get your creature back, which adds 3 more devotion.
That's the same issue that cards like Brutal Qatar have. It's a way to remove, but not in a long term sometimes.
Oh yeah, this is also very... it's just risky. It's just risky because you play a removal spell on a creature, you're happy, but then it gets removed and you stop being happy.
Unless, of course, you remove a token.
That's true. That's true. Token doesn't come back. So now we see some attacks, very aggressive attacks, and we see just a block. I assume the attack was at Karn, so a wolf chump blocked to protect it.
I wonder what is going through Lucas' mind right now. Doing all these mathematics, trying to see if there's a way out. Don't forget, these players are close to a Pro Tour invite. Top 36 of the tournament gets a Pro Tour invite. These players are 8-2-1, and it's a very important match here for both of them.
Yeah, I don't think Lucas is happy passing the turn, because he's got like a 2/4 Ox, while John Star has got everything. Devotion, creature pressure, Planeswalker, and cards in hand. So, you know. This is a very bad position for Lucas.
And let's start getting all these mana all over again.
Yeah, let's storm off. Let's basically storm off. Now, we don't know what's in hand of... Oh, I think it's an elf. So, because it's an elf, we need some other mana sink. So you can try to... you can kill your own Karn, get something from the side. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, get something from the sideboard, and then try to continue with the game. I'm not sure there is anything clear you want to take. Cityscape Lever is one, but you would probably kill Chain to the Rocks. It's fine, I guess. You can also take Pestilent Cauldron, or rather Restorative Burst, and kind of rebuy Karn again. Okay, but the choice goes for Cityscape Leveler, which tells me we're going for aggro. I think this is the message. We're going to attack you.
Oh, we have a stroke there. And this is kind of the situation that we were talking about, where the lair, the land is also very good when you don't really have a lot of threats to deploy, but you can always transform that land with Nykthos especially giving you so much mana into a big threat and try to win in that way.
Yeah, I have personally won lots of games just attacking for 30 with a lair, and yeah, I was happy about it. So now we're... Wow. Okay.
Okay, so it looks like he used the wand on his own troll to create a 2/4, and now the troll is enchanting the land. Did I see that right?
Yes, and so it makes a difference because when the troll dies, it enchants a land, but it's still there as a 3-pip devotion permanent. So you haven't lost any devotion, but now that forest adds more mana. So you basically are ramped by 1 mana at the cost of 1 piece of power. That's an interesting play. I like the fact that he saw that. We also can unearth Cityscape Leveler in a pinch, but now Bring to Light.
What does this Bring to Light need?
Mass removal. Okay, Extinction Event. Extinction Event.
And another way that this just paid off, because now the token is even, so if João didn't do this play very well playing around this Extinction Event, he would have nothing on the board, and this way at least he has the little 2/4.
That was super smart. Yeah, that was very, very smart, and this might be one of the best plays of today. I mean, no joke. And this is the thing. Sometimes the best plays are not flashy. This wasn't flashy. You just turned a 3/3 into a 4/4 into a 2/4. But it was an excellent play, actually. And Extinction Event is particularly good against this deck.
And you keep your devotion, because in case you didn't do that, you would lose 3 devotion, you would have no creatures, and your Nykthos was suddenly not giving you as much mana.
Yeah, certainly. Extinction Event is particularly good against this deck because so many creatures cost 1, 3, or 5. So if you choose odd, it's such a good board wipe, and even an exiling board wipe, which is relevant because there are a lot of graveyard synergies. However, Lucas is still behind. So he needs something more. Omnath, okay.
Omnath might be a way to now start gaining life and turning the game.
Yeah, so now we see a Leyline Binding. Leyline Binding taking Old Growth Troll. But it's taken as an aura from a land.
And João taking some time to get that top deck, and I think it's Storm the Festival.
Oh, that would be huge.
I might be wrong though.
Oh,
don't quote me on that.
Count, slam. Bam!
Bam, it is. Wow.
Okay, Leveler is a blank, double land, Old Growth Troll. I think you want to hit like a Kiora plus a creature so you can start drawing cards.
A troll, land.
Yeah, at least the land is a threat.
Yeah.
So you can just attack for like 7 or something. Now you bash in for 5. We can see something. We could see a double block, technically speaking. But Lucas is down to 5 if I'm counting correctly, so that is a precarious position.
Well, but that Omnath is a very big threat.
It is, because now...
Especially now.
So, can you tell us what the passage adds? What does it...
So now we can search for a basic land, and that is going to trigger Omnath once again, because it's your second land of the turn.
Yeah.
And that means that not only Lucas gained 4 life from the first land, it's now going to get 4 mana. So as access to, besides all these mana that we see on the board, 4 more. And with cards like Escape to the Wild.
Yeah, Escape to the Wild is something we haven't seen for quite some time. It was an all-star in Standard. Some people try to break it in other formats, like, for example, Aspiring Spike tries to break it in Modern Timeless Lotus.
Actually, these exact 2 cards were, I think, banned in Standard, Omnath and Escape to the Wild, because they worked so well together, and Escape to the Wilds also worked well in decks like Adventures.
Yeah, and now we can exile the top 5, play the cards until, and now, it's not until the end of turn, until the end of the next turn, and that's important.
And you may play an additional land this turn as well.
Yeah, which triggers on now the third time.
And you deal 4 damage to the opponent.
And the Planeswalkers, right?
Yep.
I think now it's not relevant in this position, but it could. So I think Lucas is slowly turning the game around, which is huge. He was so behind, but slowly but surely clawing back, and he knows what he needs to do to progress the game plan, and so he does it.
If we had an advantage bar, he would have flipped completely this turn.
Yeah. Like, the thing is that with mono green, like, every single top deck can change the game. Like, we could see, for example, another Storm the Festival, for example, and then we will still be trying to figure out, okay, maybe they... Oh, wait, did they call it? Oh, yes. Exactly.
Let's see if it's enough, though.
Exactly.
João needs to hit the draw. Oh, and it looks like it's 4 lands. So, 1 layer.
Oh. Yeah, but
that was rough.
But I think Storm was the actual best top deck, and I think there was like literally 1 or 2 in the entire deck. So yeah, that was a moment, but it won't be enough. And if Lucas wins this, and I think Lucas wins this, they've got 10 minutes left.
They might have some additional time because this is a feature match, but they might want to quick up because both of them already have 1 draw, and if they don't start playing and securing that one of these players gets a win, it's not good for either of them.
Okay, so shuffling up, and now we'll see probably the Slaughter games. But now what are you naming? Probably Countergate Creator. But in some way, I'm really tempted to say it doesn't matter what you name.
And at this point, Lucas needs to close out the game soon because it's not like João is going to concede. As you said, Mono Green has those top decks.
Okay, so now we see
Tybalt.
Yeah, Tybalt, but actually the flipped Tybalt, the Tybalt Planeswalker. Yeah. I will double check how much time we've got in this feature match.
And Tybalt is one of those great cards. It's Valky, but it comes as the Tybalt part of it, so...
Yeah, Tybalt Cosmic Imposter. So much text. Can you tell us what it does?
So, Tybalt is 7 mana, but we know we are not paying for it. And when it enters the battlefield, you get an emblem with you may play cards exiled with Tybalt, and you may spend mana, although it was mana of any color to cast this spell. The +2 is exile the top card of each player's library, -3 exile target artifact or creature, and -8 exile all cards from all graveyards, add 3 red mana. It enters with 5 loyalty.
So it just does everything. It literally does everything. And I don't think, okay, Animate Lair, this could be one way to try to keep clawing, but this is the thing. If you keep playing this game, you're losing the time on the clock.
Go. I think at this point, Lucas is like, okay, I have everything.
I have literally everything, yeah. Whoop. Plus Tybalt.
Is the time updated?
So basically, they have the time on the clock +7.
Okay.
They have whatever is on the clock +7. That's what I've been told. So no worries, they still have got 15 minutes total. But I wouldn't get too comfortable because these games go long. So 15 minutes might still not be enough. So
we saw this game, it started with 38 minutes on the clock, something like that, 35 minutes maybe, and it's down to 7.
So, Filipa, when you play, do you concede early? Do you play until the end?
So when I play, usually I don't play for these high stakes, so I cannot give an accurate opinion because I would concede in this point, but at the same time, I'm not in contention for top 36 gets a Pro Tour invite, top 2 gets a Worlds invite to Las Vegas. So maybe for these prizes, I would not concede. What about you?
I have this one kind of rule that if I stack my deck and I cannot win, I concede. This is my rule, because there are spots when you literally cannot stack your deck. I think actually Doomswitch is in this position right now. Like, even if he stacks his deck, he might not be able to win. And if that's the case, I concede. I typically don't play into my opponent, you know, getting disqualified.
And we have a stroke there, Elf, go. And we see here Lucas trying to play as fast as possible.
Yeah, so right now, and still 6 minutes plus 7.
And let's not forget, João is up 1 game. And what deck wins fast on the third?
Oh, mono green.
Yeah, so if there's a third game, the deck that is going to win fast is João.
Yeah, this is, yeah, no doubt. Like, if any deck is to win with like 10 minutes on the clock, it is mono green. Because Omnath to Light is very interactive, can prolong, but like you cannot like, actually win the game with Omnath as a 4-4 in the face of opposing 4-4s.
So here, João is not taking the concession yet, saying to Lucas, okay, you can win, but show me. Kill me, do it.
Yeah, literally, I want to be killed.
And also, let's not forget, Doomswitch João, he is a blue-white control player at heart.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so now still just attacking, top decking, land, concede? Nah, no concede. Bring back Leveler.
And what permanent are we going to T-Bolt?
Yeah. So yeah, so Tybalt now gets destroyed. We're getting a tapped Power Stone, which isn't very useful in this deck. Attack for 8 is barely relevant, because Lucas is at 21, taking 8 now. It won't be a game changer.
And let's not forget, players have 4 minutes plus 7. There's 7 extra minutes that both of these players have. We are going to try to update the clock here. Players that are on the feature match area, they do have access to some extra time, because it takes some time to... And it looks like, okay, we are going to have a game 3. I think we already knew that for a bit, but finally here, Lucas able to take down João into a game 3. And, I mean, it's going to be difficult for Lucas to win with João on the play, and especially having the clock that we have here. Now, João is on the play with mono green, a deck that can be very fast.
Oh, easily. So, for Doomswitch, not an issue. 10 minutes is plenty to actually win. So, I think it's the game for Doomswitch to take or to draw, and for Lucas is to lose or to draw.
Yeah, and somebody said in chat, and very correctly, João did take a couple of mulligans the past game.
That is true. Oh, yeah, and the hand was relatively, like, awkward. It was this game where he like, Oath of Nisset a bunch and tried to find an elf or anything. So, yeah, it was a pretty awkward game for him. So, now players are shuffling up, double-checking the sideboards, I mean, especially for Doomswitch, putting the Transmogrifying Wand back into the sideboard.
And I think there's 5 minutes left for the feature match.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, we'll double check him, but it seems like it's not 3, it's 5 actually. It's not plus 7.
And players trying to shuffle fast. Neither of these players wants to be on a draw, but a draw is definitely better than a loss here, especially when these players are trying to get a spot in the top 36. All these one single point in the end of the day might be a difference between you making it into the top 8 or not, or you making it into the the Pro Tour invite or not.
Yeah, and personally, I wouldn't shuffle so much if I were under so much time pressure, especially wouldn't, pile stack.
And I think João has only one land, mulligan.
And that's another issue. The more you mulligan, and they both mulligan, the more you mulligan, the more clock you're eating. So the fact that spent, let's say, half a minute thinking of a single play on that one turn, or you pile shuffled once or twice, might come back to bite you. And it seems like the clock has been updated. So now what you're seeing on the screen is the clock for the players here in the feature match.
And for those of you watching and that are just tuning in, I know a lot of people waking up at this time. We are in day 2 of the regional championship finals in Europe. There's 110 players. We have a total of 6 rounds plus top 8. This is currently the 3rd round of day 2. So after this, we have 3 more rounds and the cut to top 8. Top 36 gets a Pro Tour invite to Barcelona. Lord of the Rings, the format is modern. And the 1st and 2nd place will get a world invite to Las Vegas. Both these players are 8-2-1, and now they are facing on the third game of the round, and João on Mono Green Devotion is on the play.
And there is an elf. There is indeed an elf waiting. And they're considering the mulliganing decisions, what to put back, and again eating down on the clock. 4 minutes left. Oh, the pressure.
And here, both players trying to play fast.
I think there's another elf. So
there's a Boseiju, so now you can go for Troll makes sense.
Yeah, it will just get taken with chained, yeah.
And there's no land, or did I see? Or
no, there is a.
There is.
What?
There is.
Okay, okay. They just communicated it, but it actually took the elf. So I guess the assumption is I'm not afraid of your devotion. I'm not afraid of the clock. I'm afraid of the actual ramp you're getting now, because you don't have the Nixos yet. And see the mana base? Tap, tap, tap.
Oh, but we got a land now, and there's Skura as well.
It reminds me of the times I played Celestial Colonnade in Modern. It's like, yep, on the draw, turn 1 land, tapped, pass. It never ended well.
So we now have access to 4 mana. And here I'm curious to see, even João can. Okay, so Kiora and Elf. And go. And if that Kiora survives next turn, we can start drawing some serious cards with Karn, Kiora. Okay. Oh.
Eleshnon. Okay, so. Oh, and there was an Oath of Nissa drawn. Oath of Nissa, which is literally shut off by Eleshnon. That is...
And also, Eleshnon is a good blocker, let me tell you.
Is it possible that Lucas can do it? Is it possible that Lucas is the one that can close the game?
Let's see here, definitely making life more difficult for João.
And yeah, he's just double-checking the wording. But if there's a counter-grade creator, but can't do much. Like, you can again go Khan minus, found the Transmo wand. It's a slow plan. It is a plan, but it's a slow plan, and it doesn't progress your own strategy. So you're thwarting the opponent's plan.
You still have Kiora though to untap permanents, and you have a land that gives you 2 mana.
Yeah, that's a very good observation. That's true. So now it's how much? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plus 2 with the untap of Kiora.
And João here attacking for 4 mana. Lucas not even blocking to avoid that extra mana. Knowing that João now has access to Karn. We might see again the wand.
Yes, I'm really curious what we're going to do here. Multiple options. Hey, Might is the choice.
Let me put that card here on the screen for everyone.
Minus Kiora. Untap.
This card also has an alchemy version. I've just discovered.
Yeah. And the Might. So basically the main use of Might is to exile Leyline Binding or Chain to the Rocks to unlock one of your creatures. So it's like a preventative measure.
But the thing is that Eleshnon, if I'm not mistaken, as vigilance, so it can start also attacking that Karn.
Yeah, it can both pressure and stay back. Now 4 mana, probably like an Omnath. And if there's an Omnath, we've got double trigger.
I don't see Omnath, and I think, isn't this 5 mana with the maybe Escape to the Wilds?
Yeah, if possible, you would like to play a permanent that triggers twice, thanks to Elesh. So attack for 4 at Khan. We could see some blocking declared. Could be Might block, pop, exile chained. Could be just chomp with Elf.
And here it depends a lot on how highly João values this Might here.
So now, chat. Okay, so now we are in turns. This is turn 0. No, this is turn 0 for Lucas. Okay, our backup finished. This is the last match. They actually are in turns. This is turn 0. So Doomswitch has got turn 1, 3, and 5, while Lucas has got 0, 2, and 4. So all of them, each of them has 3 turns.
We are always here trying to provide the info. Also, big shout out for the people that we have. The other casters are next to the feature match area to provide us information live, to know how the other back matches are doing, to also know how many tables left in the round. Yeah. We are trying to get all that info for you.
Yeah, but the moment we said they have extra time, we adjusted the clock on the screen, and that adjusted clock has run out. So this is the actual state of affairs. We are in turn 0. There is no dice because there is no 0 dice, but we will certainly put up a dice with a 1 as soon as turns begin.
A card like Extinction Event, though, saying odd can get rid of all the creatures, but also Elesh Norn is odd. So we have Escape to the Wilds.
Yep, Escape to the Wilds again. We've got double land, Leyline
and there's
Binding.
Leyline Binding there.
Triple land Slaughter Games. Leyline Binding, as a reminder, triggers twice.
Yep.
So you get to exile 2 permanents. So
and Lucas can play an extra land because of that Escape to the Wild, so now able to actually cast that Leyline Binding, getting rid of 2 permanents. So it looks like Karn and the Ogre, and that might could have been in use now.
Okay, so considering the options now, Lucas is at 6, so he's kind of close to losing, and Doomswitch is at 22, so I'm not sure how Lucas can actually close this
look
game.
at this.
Yeah.
Not looking good here for our mono green player. This might actually end up in a draw.
Yeah, and this dice near... Yeah, oh, yeah, so now we are in extra turns, turn 2.
By the way, Lucas is at 4 life.
Yeah, oof. I mean, I'm not sure Lucas can take Doomswitch down from 22 to 0 into combats, because it's turn 2 and turn 4.
Yeah, and those 2 1/1 blockers.
I think this is a draw. I think they're both going to go 8, 2, and 2 after this one.
Okay, but we are in a... That's good.
Yeah, chain to the rocks, take both. But again, the clock is not fast enough. It's just attack for 4. Just answers aplenty, but no clock.
Here, Lucas needs to find a way to put enough pressure to be able to have...
Slaughter Games put on the stack. And we will see what has been named. Slaughter Gaming, your opponent. Turn 2 of extra turns. Yeah. Ultimate statement of I would have won. And yeah, Khans get rid of. Yep, no more cards for you. Oath of Nissa in hand doesn't work because of Elesh Norn. So I think Doomswitch is just literally drawing dead at this point. Like, he can't even top deck Storm because there is no enough mana.
Another blocker. 4 damage. João goes down to 18.
Yeah. Yeah, 8, 2, and 2, if they win everything else, could kinda maybe be in contention for the top 8. We'll see how the actual matches break out, how the standings break out. Tap, pile tap 1,000,000 mana, take Jegantha, play Jegantha, bash you for 4, but that's the last combat.
That's not enough. And let's see.
So
That's the game. I think players are talking about if there's...
yeah, if you concede to me, like, I think this is one of, like, a kind of a popular practice, right? Like, I was ahead, I would have won, do you want to concede to me?
Yeah, like... I'm not sure what the standings have to be into top 8 and also into top 36, but I know that both of these players want to make it into top 36 to get the Pro Tour invite. I'm not sure about the mathematics of it, and it looks like Will is giving him maybe some information.
Yeah, we'll see what their decision is. We'll get updated soon enough because they seem to be still talking. Okay,
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
We have the information. It's a draw.
So both players moving to 8, 2, and 2, and neither player scooped to the other. And
it's fair. It's their decision, and
yeah.
this is high stakes. We are playing a high level tournament. Don't forget, I said this over and over again, top 36 gets Pro Tour invite. And don't forget this, like, it's not even top 36, because if somebody's already qualified for the Pro Tour in the top 36, which multiple people might be, there's pass downs. So maybe we will see 38, 39 players making into the Pro Tour.
Yeah, exactly. We still have got a ton of magic ahead of us. We've got round 13, 14, 15, and then still the top 8.
You know what I want to see more of? I want to see more Demolish.
Yes, and Demolish has been at the top tables for the last 12 rounds, right? So we will probably see more of it, but can't promise that. We will see
what deck you want to see more today?
In addition to Demolish, probably Storm Herald combo, because we haven't... Yeah, like, we could watch it every hour. It's just a new thing. And I think I would like to watch just a bit of blow control.
What about you, Twitch chat? What deck would you like to see play here in the next rounds? And let us know, who are you rooting for? Do you have any friend playing in this tournament? Any familiar faces that you recognize? There's a lot of players from previous Rivals Leagues names. Martin Juza was doing well. I saw last time he won again, so I'm not sure this round what happened, but maybe I would like to see how he's doing. He advanced yesterday at 6-3, so he just made it. And today, the first 2 rounds, I know he won, so I'm excited to see as well how he does. And I think that's... Ooh, we have a meta breakdown here. So we see the Mono Green Devotion there. Second most represented deck. Rakdos mid-range yesterday at 17%. Today it's 15% of the field. I think it had 40-something% win rate. 46, 47, something like this. What deck here surprised you the most to be represented on day 2?
Yeah, so I'm surprised to see 15% of Rakdos instead of, let's say, 20-25. I'm surprised to see Rakdos Sacrifice as the 5th most popular deck. And I'm surprised that we don't have that much Lotus Field, actually, because Lotus Field is one of those decks that you play if you're really good at it. But if you're really good at it, you're going to succeed. And it's like, what? That's like 9th most played deck? 10th, maybe? And Ether Phoenix seems to be making a comeback.
Yeah.
We got 4.5%, but I think, don't quote me on that, but all the Phoenix players converted to day 2.
Really?
Think.
Wow, that's really impressive. I like to see Izzet Phoenix here doing well. And I think we have pairings for the next round. So this is going to be it for our feature match. Next, we are going to have TheWillHall and also Matej to cast round 13 here of the Regional Championship Finals in Athens. We'll see you soon.
can you recognize the card from the zoom? This one is difficult.
Ooh, is it one of the Chandras?
No.
No?
No.
Damn it.
That's why it's difficult.
What is
It's Jaya.
Nahiri? Oh,
Jaya.
I knew it. I knew it was Jaya. Now I'm angry at myself. I know which one from Dominaria United.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
No worries.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour Regional Championships brought to you live in Greece, Athens. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as WillHallExp, and I'm joined by the one and only Big Z himself, Matej Zatlkaj, my Sam to my Frodo.
Are you going to do this every round?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much every round. So sit back, get that cup of coffee ready, ladies and gentlemen, because we're going to bring you round number 13. We're getting super close to find out who is going to get one of those 36 Pro Tour slots. And then 2 people this weekend are going to be walking away with world invites, but we'll get to that later on. Right now, we're getting close to this sort of winning in territory. The standings are kind of sort of balancing themselves out. We've got 2 players that are still in contention. Who are they going to be? We'll find out super shortly. First, we're going to look at the meta breakdown. What decks managed to convert into a good day 2 record? Talk me through this, Matej.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the order of decks is roughly very similar to what we've seen yesterday. Rakdos midrange still the #1 deck in the room, but it came down. Yesterday it was around 17%. Now we're down to 15.5%. And the deck just doesn't have a very good win rate either, so it's struggling a little bit. Mono Green Devotion, about the same, similar level of performance. Some players at the top tables with it as well. Some players not so much. A deck that has gone done really well this weekend is Azorius Control. It was memed on.
It's been memed on for weeks, and it's actually pulling out the results this weekend.
It just the reason is there's some very solid players playing the deck here today. They're all pretty present at the top tables. I think I saw 3 or 4 Azorius Control players, and they're all really solid. And so that kind of helps to improve that win rate and the presence in day 2. Is it creativity also jumped up in presence on day 2? Just a solid deck, some solid players like Martin Juza playing it, and of course others. Rakdos Sack, very well performing. Really good win rate, a 5th most played deck on day 2, and I think the conversion rate was also very solid, as was Mono White Humans as well. But when we talk about conversion rate, I think the #1 deck in terms of conversion outside of the one player decks was Boros Convoke, but we haven't really seen any on the top tables, unfortunately.
Well, let's see if we can get down to the feature match where we're going to have our 2 main feature match players. Remember, still in contention for the top 8, where we're going to have Rakdos Sacrifice versus, oh no, we're not. We're going to have a
No.
wrong table that I've got up
No,
here.
this is, yeah, the pictures are good, the players are good, but just the descriptions are not correct. But we have Chris Larsen and Berg.
2 seconds while I'm just changing up on my
Yeah, but wrong round.
wrong round. So a lot going on right now, chat. Keep talking to chat.
Yeah, no worries.
Go crazy.
Chris Larsen was actually the only 10-1 player going to the previous round, but he has picked up a loss against the Demilich Phoenix deck that I'm sure you've heard about as well, that we featured a little bit. And
okay, right, just so everyone's aware, we are going to have Raxo Sacrifice versus Mono White Humans. That's Chris Larsen is... hold on, what's going on here?
Yeah, there we go.
Right.
There we go.
Okay, Chris Larsen is going to be on the Sacrifice deck on the right of your screen.
Yep.
On the left of your screen, he is going to be against the Mono White Humans list. We're just sorting this out now in the background, but we're going to hold your hand. We'll get you through this, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you worry. Nothing we can't fix.
I also wanted to have a look at Berkekci, I think, LC. I don't know how to pronounce it. Sorry. I usually can do well with European names, but I think Berk is probably from Turkey, my best guess. And I'll just say, let's just call him Berk.
Okay,
I think that Berk is great, and he's playing Mono White Humans. He's 10-2. He's crushing the field, and Mono White Humans actually has a couple of players at the top tables, and it's been doing well. It's one of my kind of decks where maybe the good players don't really want to play it because, it's just an aggro deck. You just play creatures. There's not that much skill involved. But I think Mono White Humans is deceptively powerful, especially if you keep winning die rolls.
Well, yeah, exactly. Die roll quite big in this format. We saw on Friday in the last chance qualifier. Mono White did really well then. It's now starting to filter to the top tables here. There's some variants of it floating around. There's Boris lists that we've seen. There's a nice story to one of them that you were telling me in between rounds, which if we get a bit of downtime between sideboard, we'll let you guys know. So remember, this is a open deck list tournament. 456 players battling out this weekend. We managed to invite 110 of them back to day number 2. We're in round number 13 out of 15 Swiss rounds, and then we'll cut to our top 8, where 8 players are going to battle it out to see who can walk away with not only 2 world invites, but the majority of $100,000 prize pool this weekend.
Yeah, but when I talk to the players, the thing that they want most, outside of course, the World's Invite, is just go to Barcelona to play the Pro Tour, because it's it's the European Pro Tour, it's the prestigious event, probably the biggest one, most important one we're going to have. So that's the main goal here.
Also, the format is modern.
Yeah, people love modern in Europe.
The theme is Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth, which I've been hyping on about all weekend.
Some people like Lord of the Rings.
Chat, can we tell Matej that everybody loves Lord of the Rings? Can we get some hype in the chat? If you like Lord of the Rings, let us know. He kind of doesn't believe that everybody likes Lord of the Rings, and it's upsetting to my fandom, nerdom.
I like Lord of the Rings. It's cool.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
Tell me you're a dad without telling me you're a dad. It's cool. It's hip.
It's rad.
It's down with the kids.
I know. It's fire. It's lit.
What does Cancer say? No, Cancer says something to me. It's
God, I don't
based. It's based.
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 Yeah,
that's the one that he says.
I still have to explain that to you, right?
I still have no idea what that is.
Okay, yeah, I got you. I'm good on Gen Z lingo.
I
just look very cringe saying it.
Looks like we're on the play over on Chris Larsen's side. The big Dane himself starting off the turn, but just a tap land, so his mana base not playing ball with him. Looks like he might have kept to 1 lander.
Yeah, he did. I mean, I think he might have mulliganed down to 5. It really took a long time to start the game. But no 1-drop from Berg either. Maybe if he has a powerful 2-drop. Okay, we're
just going to move the table up slightly.
Yeah. Probably better for us. And turn to Thalia is really good here as well. Can really slow down fatal pushes and whatnot. At least there's a cat oven already in play. That's what you see. That's the namesake of this deck. Let me just pull up always the relevant cards that you're gonna see.
We've seen this
one. If you're not familiar, but I mean, who doesn't know cat oven, right?
I like what you did there. If you're not familiar with it, because it's a cat.
If you explain it, it ruins it.
Well, that's what I do. It's what I do. It's literally my job is to explain what is happening on the battlefield as we see the cat combo oven kind of complete. It's come down. We can now start using that as a blocker when we need to. We can get a little bit of life gain when we need to go about it.
But I think an Adeline is a slightly bigger, slightly better than a small kitty cat, and that's a great sequence. Turn 2 Thalia, turn 3 Adeline, almost straight out of standard.
2 seconds.
No worries. I think it's Mayhem Devil, Deadly Dispute, Fatal Push in hand, but there's a definite need for another land here from Chris. He did draw an Unlucky Witness, So that's definitely going to help him. You can sack that to the oven.
Yep, start getting himself, top 2 cards. He's desperately digging for some land here. Doesn't find him.
Oh, jeez.
I suppose you're quite happy that they're not on the top of your deck now. So we're getting a little closer to this land.
Yeah, but that Adeline just going to eat out huge chunks out of your lifesteal. Of course, there's still the Cauldron Familiar that's going to jump it, but adding an additional token every turn. And the Berg still has a few cards left in his hand as well. Talios Lieutenant, no, Coppercore Vanguard. It's a great play as well.
Yep, boosting the team, giving them a +1/+0 and Ward. Ward not too relevant right now when your opponent is missing land drops. Chris is going to get the cat back. This is going to be able to drain and gain 1 point, but then jump in front of probably the Adeline. Let's be honest, it is the biggest creature on the battlefield. Yeah, being far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 power now. 7 power, in fact, sorry, because it's getting pumped.
7 power indeed.
That is a... What is Adeline? Is it...
What do you mean?
It's a knight riding a horse. I was just making sure that the...
What do you thought she was?
It's a good question. I don't know what I thought it was. That's why I looked. So Chris, kind of inspiring. Is there a way that he can get back into this?
No,
Maybe
no.
Claim the first board?
Categorical no.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, I don't like to usually, to make these sweeping statements, but like 1 land the whole game, facing down Athalia.
Ox Valley is also taxing, so claims even the lands. Yep, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Looks like that was a Fortseas drawn for the turn. Not ideal for Chris, but Chris is the sort of player that will makes you beat him. He knows he's on camera. He's a good guy. He's actually one of my friends. I've played and hung out with him a lot. Very fellow militaryman back in the day.
We get it. You have friends.
Oh, come on.
You said that to me last round, so I gotta give it back.
I don't like it when you remember these things. I give you...
Don't worry, I keep receipts. I have to.
I keep receipts.
Yeah.
I'll be cashing them in after the event.
Oh yeah.
If you're watching at home, do let us know where you're watching from. It's very interesting. Obviously, America must be waking up around about now. It could be morning time. So if you're in America, let us know. Maybe you're in Africa, Asia, Austria, all sorts of different. I was going to go with Australia, but then I changed my mind, thinking no, they're going to be asleep by now.
It's like I really love the meme, like Austria, like people keep.
Well, if you're not from there, you don't know the difference. You only think they're the same sort of people, I guess.
You do?
I don't, but okay, I guess some people can see the confusion.
Good, we can keep casting together then.
There you go, Saudi Arabia.
Oh, wow, Trinidad and Tobago.
So, fun story about Trinidad and Tobago. I carried the flag for them onto the Rugby World Cup when it was held in England.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, just nothing to do
with...
with...
Another humble brag,
nothing to do with Magic the Gathering. Just thought I'd throw that out there. Chris is... I have no idea what just... Oh, they're cleaning the... I got you, right. That's what's happening. We got the sideboard up on here for you.
Yeah, but
this is not the correct one, though. This is Luca's sideboard. It's not the correct one. That is last round. Obviously, they managed to pick up a draw. But this is a very popular deck that their team has bought this weekend. A lot of the players have kind of built towards that. We'll see if we can get back the camera onto us while we do that and try and sort that out in the background for you all. Because, who doesn't want to look more at these beautiful faces of mine?
I can imagine plenty of people, but... I spoke with actually Arne Huschenberg, who's Lucas Honey's friend, and he was also playing the same league. He's playing it in the classic qualifier now. He's 3-0 actually, the classic qualifier, trying to get to play the next one. And yeah, he said like the deck's so much fun to play. Like if you know what you're doing, it is a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, I was speaking to him yesterday. He was saying that obviously you decided to play in the classics there, which can happen. If you don't do well in day one, you can obviously play in day 2 in the classic, try and qualify yourself for RC Lille. Looks like we're just flicking across to the backup feature match here. It looks like we got Oasis Control versus a blue mono green. Doesn't look like it's going good on mono green. Looks like a lot of players in this in our feature match area keeping one landers and not paying off well for them. We've obviously got Marco on the right, not exactly what he needs, but he's got a lot of time to get back into this. Blue-white doesn't really have, it's not a deck that has a clock, but no, we're scooping it up.
Yeah, I wanted to feature Matej because I think he's one of the Azorius players we talked about, the one that are really bringing up the win rate of the deck, because Matej is a great player. He's actually qualified for Barcelona already. He's extremely close to qualifying for Worlds as well. I think he's qualified even for the first Pro Tour next year. He was I don't think he was in the MPL, but he was definitely part of the challengers. Had some really good tournament results and really broke out over the pandemic period of Magic, and now crushing as well in this sort of tournament.
Okay, I have got a bit of information for everybody. There's a reason why we switched across to this backup feature match. The main feature match, they decided to play game 1, and then they decided to ID after Chris Larson went down 1 game. I think that's maybe why he took a bit of a risky one lander. So they
Okay.
decided to try. Maybe they've worked out the math that if an ID can start getting him into that top 8 contention, which obviously 2 Worlds invites on the line, and maybe that's the draw that can lock them to guarantee them coming to
yes, they are now. Both of them were already, like, with the draw, they locked themselves in. But to be fair, like, the winner of the match locks top 8. So I mean, like, first they want to probably give themselves a few more chances to play out. But I guess it's fair enough. I wouldn't do it myself, but sometimes you see them doing it. But let's
we get to look at this match here, the blue-white control. This is their full 75. Anything here you like in this matchup versus mono green?
I mean, I don't know. It's really strange. It can go both ways. I played the matchup like quite a while ago, and it has changed a little bit since. But I would say it's very skill intensive, where the games can play out very differently. Sometimes the mono green deck goes on the attack, and the blue white one has to be like be super defensive. But Matej's deck, I really like his version, like really streamlined, a lot of 4-ofs. That's what I love seeing.
Going from 4-ofs to 15 1-ofs.
But have a look there. This is Marko Čukovic's version. It's very interesting. He has 2 Invasion of Ikoria. So that's the X green battle, but also 1 Invasion of Ixalan. That's not very common to see.
Also not very common is to see 3 layer of the Hydras. You know, normally that's like a 1, 2 at max. I don't think I've seen 3 in these decks for a long time. It's a bit of a new spin on it.
Yeah, also 1 Overgrown Tomb being played there for just potential, I think, Pestilent Cauldron and the backups. If you want to play that side, it almost never comes up anyway. But interesting version there as well. We haven't seen Invasion of Ikoria actually in these lists ever, like this weekend. So I'm kind of excited to see it play out. I should actually pull it up. I keep talking about it so much.
Let's go for it. Get it on the screen. Obviously, does a lot. If you're just tuning in, you're wondering why are people like looking at deck lists, etc. This is an open deck list tournament. Before each game, they get to look at the 75 of the opponent, or potentially 95, depending if there's a Yorion involved, and they get to you know what they're playing around, how they should go about the game, what possible cards they have to play towards, and then during each sideboard game, they get another couple of minutes to again look at your opponent's deck list, have a little look at how they're going to sideboard, how do you think they think you're going to sideboard, and that sort of mathematic chess comes in. So real interesting, and this is one of the advantages or disadvantages of open deck lists. That's where you kind of see a lot of people telling towards 1-ofs in their main deck and sideboard. Keep your opponent guessing on how what cards to play around. If you keep leaving that 1-man up, is it a Mystical Dispute? Is it a Spell Pierce, etc.? So,
and it's actually funnily enough that these blue-white decks sometimes board in the Mystical Disputes against mono green. It counters Kiora, even if you're on the draw.
Ooh, yeah.
So at turn 2, you can nab the Cure in turn 2. But in general, like, sometimes if you're able to stabilize the board, even a Mystical Dispute, can counter a Cavalier, can counter Karn, can counter Storm the Festival, and that can sometimes come back twice. So definitely a lot of play in there. And the Invasion of Ikoria is a really interesting addition here because it gives you 2 green devotion, which is cool. But also for 3 mana, you can search up an Elvish Mystic if you need it, or if you can make the X even larger to find some other non-humans, either in your deck actually from your graveyard as well. And flipping it gives you like a really nice alternate win condition. An 8/8 Zilortha, Apex of Ikoria.
it gives you the what's it? A Thorn's elemental, Thorn elemental kind of ability.
No, it's I call it the Door. If you're a boomer, it's the Doran ability, the original Doran from Lorwyn, which gives has okay, no, this is even going back. Thorn elemental. You were right. Yeah. I call. You were right.
Can you say that again, a bit louder so chat can hear you?
You were right.
Oh my word, chat. That's it. You were here. You were here, chat.
I'll tell you a fun side story with that though, because I started playing around I started playing and Thorn Elemental came out just before, but when I started playing, suddenly the set Nemesis came out and there was a card called Rocks, which is very similar, but it was a 7 mana 5/5 with the same ability, but also regenerated. And so I kind of for me, it was the Rocks ability. So I never kind of have it memorized as the Thorn Elemental thing, even though everyone else does.
So I've got a really good story about one of my local game players. He's known for his this misplay that he made with the Thorn Elemental where he ended up losing a big competitive game. We're talking about big competitive Magic. Here we go on the play. That is the one of Overgrown Tune on the right of your screen. Remember, that is used for the combo. If we want to go for the mill your opponent out plan, we do need some sort of black mana, and we're just ramping, we're just advancing.
Yeah, ramping. Wolfwillow Haven is a really good turn to play. Ramps you up to 4 mana if you need it, and you can ideally what you want to do, especially in the early turns against blue-white control, is to double spell.
Yeah, I was about to say that's what we're trying to do. Right? We're trying to go super wide. So just we're going to get that one up. I believe that is the that's the
Invasion of Ixalan.
Ah, you got that before me. Invasion of Ixalan. This is the one where we get to look at the top of our deck, right?
Yeah.
Get to pick one of the permanents into our hand, and if it manages to flip, turns itself into a 4/3 with trample. If you cast a spell that turn, it gains indestructible.
Well, I'm glad to see some love for rocks in the chat. Thank you guys. I'm glad I'm not the only one.
All these boomers in the chat. You know what I mean? They're all coming out now.
Everyone, by the way, every people that actually tagged me or messaged me separately, they're like, "Oh, love your boomer stream." where suddenly it seems like we have.
Most of the other two, we are the boomers. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? Those two, what we call them, youngsters,
Zoomers.
Zoomers. Those two Zoomers. Right, coming down, we have got an Elvish Mystic followed by an Oath of Nissa. Of course, Oath of Nissa kind of enables the deck, lets us turn and burn through it. We can look at the top three, put a land, creature, or what's the other one? Planeswalker into hand.
Yeah, that came through the. I think there was a make disappear on the invasion, and then Marco played a land and found Oath and Elf. So good, decent turn for him. Developed his board a little bit further, build up some devotion. Let's see if he can put it to good use. Now Matej at 3 mana, threatening different kinds of counter spells. It can be very difficult to play, especially from the side of the mono green devotion deck, because you don't know what answers they have, and some of them might line up really well against their hand. We saw it actually a couple of rounds ago where we saw Nikolai Potobin had to face a negate, but so he didn't know though, but he did play his creature spells. There's the Kiora countered by Dovin's Veto. Great answer.
Real good card. Shows up in multiple formats. You know, being able to have a counter spell in matchups where you potentially could have counter wards, and having your counter spell literally uncountable is pretty big. It's a card that kind of flies under the radar of how important it can be in certain matchups.
True, and it's a great card. It's a great sideboard card as well, out of a host of different decks, especially one that are like multicolored. Yeah, I think Matej is having a tough time deciding here. He has a temporary lockdown in his hand alongside with some other spells. I think he's trying to figure out, is this the right time to tap out, to play the lockdown, to take the Oath, take the Mystic, take the Wolfhaven, or pass? He goes for the pass.
And he decided to go against that sort of route.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to point out that is also not very common, Matej Charisma is actually playing the Yorion version of Azorius Control. You can see the Yorion down at the bottom, and when I saw in his hand I forgot the name of the enchantment, the 2-mana enchantment of like Thassa something.
Passage Oracle?
Close enough.
2-mana enchantment. Let me have a
Omen of the Sea.
Omen of the Sea.
Thassa's on the picture, but it's Omen of the Sea. Yeah, when I see Omen of the Sea and blue-white control, I'm immediately like, okay, that's the Yorion version. So.
It's like how I just randomly pulled out Fastest Oracle. Like that was going to be like a stab in the dark. Did not get there, chat, but don't worry. We've got a Khan on the stack. Let's see how we're going to go about.
I'm just angry at myself for not remembering the name of the card, because I actually played a lot in Limited, even in Constructed. It's a really sweet card. But Karn looks like it has resolved.
Okay, that's interesting.
Interesting. No counter spells there.
What we're going to do with it, we've got potentially 2 mana for the turn if we want to go that route. Let's have a little look, see what we could go get. Dampen Sphere, Haywire Might, Stone Brain, maybe Epiphany Needle, potentially. We do have a Field of Ruin on the other side of the battlefield that could end up taking out one of our Nykthoses. If we do get that onto the battlefield, we can get a Treasure Vault if we want to go and extend our mana. Maybe we don't have a land drop to play, and the Epiphany Needle is what we're going to get. Look.
That's fine. I don't think Matej really minds that too much.
It is open deck list. You know, Epiphany Needle can be one of the more powerful cards. It can hit some of the Planeswalkers. We know that there's 4 Teferis, 4 Wandering Emperors in the list.
One thing I want to point out is exactly what I just mentioned a couple minutes ago. Karn was a great play here, but also because Matej has an Aether Gust in hand. So, you know, if it was Cavalier, Storm the Festival, right? Matej could have done something about it, but because it's a Karn, he didn't have the right answer. And I'm surprised he didn't try to play something like Omen of the Sea in response to try to find something. But given that how large his deck is, maybe he has other plans here. All right, going to go for the Shark Typhoon. That's a good plan as well.
Yep, that's good. Let's just be able to kind of attack down Karn over the next couple of turns. Let's have a little look. We're trying to get confirmation of what needle named. If it does eventually hit the battlefield, it looks like it will be hitting the battlefield, obviously, because we are tapped out. So I'm trying to get confirmation what that is on. How many rounds today before the top 8? This is round number 13, so we've got 2 more rounds after this. 15 rounds total of Pioneer action this weekend before we cut to that top 8, where we're bringing it to you, seeing who is going to be going.
Yeah.
So Teferi, when they say Teferi, it's Teferi, Hero of Dominaria.
Yep, that's the one.
Again, the other one is banned, right? I think
there's a bunch of still legal Teferis. The blue one.
I meant playable ones.
There's a 4-mana one that you can use like twice or something. So there's plenty of Teferis, but I know what you mean.
I am looking at the sideboard with an Elspeth Suns champion. Haven't seen that in a while.
Yum yum.
Hello.
I love that card.
I actually quite like it in this matchup, being able to destroy things with 4 power on it. So I wouldn't be surprised if that one did come in.
Yeah. So as we see the 2/2 shark, which is represented by a Drake, unfortunately, but it attacks down the Karn down to 1, which is great for Matej, who again had the decision about the temporary lockdown, but he's still holding off.
So devotion count is currently 3. So Nykthos just, it's net manning 0 currently. 2 cards in hand. We've got a lot of them covered.
Yeah, I'll pull up the temporary lockdown, which has a Teferi in the picture. Lore win.
I didn't even notice that had Teferi in it.
No comment.
No comment. It doesn't, you know what I mean? It's you're really squinting there. Who are the other? I can see a Karn in there. Who are the other?
I think Jaya is there. Karn is there. A couple more people from the story. I don't know.
Some characters, some Magic the Gathering in the picture. Cool, got you. Sorry to the artists who do that. Nothing against that. It's just it's quite small on my screen, so I can't really make it out.
No worries. There's an old growth troll now on the stack for Marco.
This is one of the powers of this deck, right? It's got 3 mana symbols. Works really well with Nykthos. We might be using the field here in response to get rid of the Nykthos before it's backfield. That is exactly what we're doing. So we can float mana in response, but turn against it. We do get ourselves a basic though on both sides of the battlefield. Lots of them in both of these 2 decks. Both players, it's 9 and 3. Still looking good to be able to get in that top 36, get themselves a Pro Tour invite. But it's not any old sort of Pro Tour. The only one we've got in Europe this year, it is the modern Pro Tour in Barcelona.
And it's happening at the end of July. So the last weekend of July is when it happens. So you should, if you're watching this, I'm sure you'll be watching that as well. If you're here with us.
I think I'm going to do a Lord of the Rings marathon leading up to it. I'm going to get myself so hyped for that event. I cannot wait. A lot of the casters are going to be there, ladies and gentlemen. Walk around doing their different various bits and bobs. So if you are there, do make sure you come and say hi to us all. We are semi-friendly. I say semi because Matej, sometimes he can be a bit of a diva behind the scenes.
How dare you? Okay, it looks like the old good troll has resolved.
Well, it's another CMC free creature, right? That one won't get caught up in what were we talking about then? The temporary lockdown, because remember everything that's value 2 or less.
There's the Omen of the Sea. I mean, there's a lot of lines that that Matej can take here.
I think he's looking for lands, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has the Teferi that doesn't really do anything, but also he has the answer to the Pithing Needle and the temporary lockdown. I think he's just looking for the right spot to actually play it.
It looked like it was a land that went to hand. Picks himself up another March of the Underworld Light for the Troubles. So multiple answers to this Pithing Needle. Able to fly across here with the Shark Typhoon token, take out the card. Remember, it is a 2/2. We'll see if we can get a dice on that.
It's actually a 2/2 token, right? So it's not a shark. We don't have the right sharks, but it's a 2/2 Drake that is representing the shark. So
that's good eyes being able to ping that.
No,
you just know that art.
Boomer,
is that
all
Boomer?
that thing.
It's not Boomer token, is it?
It could be. Like 2/2 Drakes have been around for a while, so. Talron's Invocation comes to mind, and Talron himself as one of the, I think, earlier types of 2/2 tokens.
People can't No, they did not miss the draw trigger. They drew the land off the Omen.
Yeah. And he kept both the March and the land of the Omen. You don't want to be in that sort of situation, right? Where your opponent plays Omen of the Sea, scry 2. Yeah, I'll keep both. Draw one now, draw one on my turn. What are you gonna see? Okay, farewell.
This is a big one.
It's one of my favorite cards. I think it's despised by a lot of people.
It's just a one-off, but remember, it can hit a lot of things. It can exile all artifacts, all creatures, all enchantments, and all graveyards. I'm guessing creature and artifacts are definitely on there.
Yep.
So enchantments, because the omens go into exile as well. And it looks like graveyards are going as... Thing with this, though, if they are exiled, remember, Khan can get things back from exile, so that Pippa Needle is still technically in play if we want to go that route.
There's another card.
Here comes Khan.
You called it.
Oh, we're going to go get the Pippa Needle. We're not even going to the
Hey,
sideboard.
look at that. He's already going after it. That's really
Call
funny.
me Mystic Will. I was going to go with Mystic Meg there, but unless you're British, you don't know what that is, I don't think. So
No.
we called it. Good to see you on it. Reusing the same bit of paper as well. Make sure we're saving the trees.
I
Fountain for the turn.
think Matej is fine with that. I think he still has. If he plays March on the Pitching Needle, the card can go pitch it again. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game here.
It's a nice little play on how things are working. Right in Magic, normally exile is like it's off the battlefield. I don't ever have to worry about it again. But Khan kind of has that like sort of side.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be very interested in how this pans out. If we do really put emphasis on this, we could obviously play Teferi this turn and just tuck the Khan.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, but now he actually he's gonna tuck the Khan away.
Oh, I'm going to stop talking. I'm not.
No, who's the expert now?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just saying what the cards can do. Teferi can tick down. They just happen to go that option, leaving mono green on the other side with just 6 land into a storm. That is exactly what I want to see. We know there's a Khan up there, so that one could be coming back onto the battlefield. If we go Khan land and then go get that Pippa Needle again, that's it. Like
I like the way Marcus plays. He's been very patient here. Has, of course, had the double Karn. It always helps, but it was a good threat on this board. And the Storm the Festival is perfect to play now, just because there's the Ether Gust in Matej's hand that he hasn't really been able to use. And look at that.
So I'd get the Troll instead.
Yeah. Troll plus Karn from a Storm the Festival is, I would say, above average.
Well, from an empty board, you know what I mean? Remember, this is where we kind of left it. We kind of thought we dealt with everything.
Oh, but he's not going back for the Pitting Needle.
No. I don't think I like it. And unless I had the mana to play it this turn, I don't think I like that play either. Going to the sideboard, obviously a lot, 15 one-ofs in the sideboard for them. If things start resolving, that's the problem. Because obviously you'd love to get something like the Godfather statue and get that on the battlefield, but realistically,
no, he went back for the Needle. He looked at his sideboard like, I still like the Needle the most.
Teferi's going to tick up. That's going to find a Wandering Emperor. Again, one of the sort of planeswalkers I saw it a lot in Legacy the other week, last weekend. Kind of surprised me. This 4-mana flash planeswalker doing really good at either being able to put a clock on or deal with problematic creatures attacking you, getting you a little bit of life for your trouble.
Ooh, Yorion.
Yorion, untap 2 lands, end of turn. Maybe we're not going there. Did it look like we're kind of moving it that way?
Still thinking if he wants to play it, I think. That's his decision here.
I kind of like Wandering Emperor when the Troll's inevitably going to
I like it because he can also get the Teferi to back up to 4 loyalty, untap to 2 land. He still has the Ether Gust up.
Yeah, so that's
pretty cool.
That's the safety net here, right? Is the Ether Gust. So we can just bounce the Troll if we really need to. If something bad happens, like maybe another Storm off the top, or we get cast there, we can sort of tuck that away. A lot of decisions here for Marco. A lot on the line for both of these players. 9 and 3. We think they've got a loss and a draw to give in the last couple of rounds. So this potentially, whoever wins this, can kind of lock themselves into that PT slot. A lot of nerves happening. We all want to be there. Ticking down Khan. What are we looking for? Looks like we are going.
Okay. The Might Stone and the Weak Stone.
Yep.
That's good answer to Yorion.
You getting that one up on the old screen for ladies and gentlemen at home?
Yeah, there we go. I think this is Marcus plays really well. Although plays from Matej seem like they make sense, but now we have the Ether Gust finally to get rid of the Troll. Top or bottom? Bottom.
Bottom, okay.
Interesting. Matej really got. I think it was Marco really tried to get the right cards in at the right time, but Matej has been very good at this. Maximizing his mana, his plays as well.
Another Wandering Emperor is the draw for the turn. Still Can't use Teferi, remember? That has got Pithing Needle on it. I will wind that one in. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to get rid of that Pithing Needle. Temporary lockdown takes care of it here.
But it moves it to exile. Can we can get that back from Karn?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, you can. But Karn is already at 1 counter now, so it was used for the Pithing Needle one, I think. But
this is
5/5
a nice into a Wandering Emperor.
Oh,
Wandering Emperor's
this is so sweet, by the way. What a sweet game of Magic. I know people were a bit annoyed in chat, like, oh, Mono Green Devotion again. But this has been a really fun game.
I'm on the other side. I'm like, ugh, blue-white control again.
What? Love me some blue-whites.
I got to stick up for us Mono Green players. You know what I mean? We like to cast big spells and just go crazy, but we are being super controlled here over on Matej's side. Wandering Emperor exiling the 5/5 artifact, gaining us a little bit of life for our troubles. Not entirely sure. Oh, okay, we're just changing the dice over because that one's a symbol. It's pretty hard.
A lot of rolls.
Is it not the most powerful thing you can be doing this turn? Advancing our mana.
Yeah, the issue, I believe Karn is at 2 now. And with having played the WillHallExp and the Alana Worlds, I think Marco can has 8 mana to maybe play a Cityscape Leveler. So, and like minus his Karn, I used the last 2 loyalty to grab that and be able to maybe again kill the lockdown to free the needle or just straight out kill the Teferi. We'll see how he goes about it, and Matej still has his whole turn to do something about that.
In your expert opinion, who do you think is favoured currently?
I like
on this different board state.
I like Matej's spot.
I would like to agree with you on that one. I feel like,
but he doesn't have much else going. So,
well, we've got a couple Wandering Emperors, right? So we can start getting these tokens. We see where this one's cashed in now to get a token on the battlefield. Counter magic, you know, the make disappear, not super relevant. It
could counter the leveler. Also, it was just, you know, I mentioned one line in Marco Tinte. I'm sure he has a bunch of other lines as well that he could also do. So I'll leave those decisions up to him.
We've got the Storm the Festival in the graveyard as well. Remember, obviously that one can get flashback for 10 mana.
Yep. Still a few ways off though.
So we're looking for some sort of like.
He drew another Karn. So I think the line about minusing Karn to grab the level is getting more and more likely. But we'll see soon enough. I'll pull up Karn again.
And we're going for the Pithing Needle. I actually really like this play.
Yeah, I love it.
Is that the 4th time Pithing Needle has this game?
It was, yeah, possibly 3rd, I think.
1, 2. So it was marched. It was farewelled. It's now been lockdown.
Yeah.
So this is the 4th time.
4th time. Yeah, you're right.
Jeez.
Yeah. I didn't want to say it first, but then.
What? What? Sorry.
That you were right.
Oh, chat twice in one round.
For once.
Twice in one round. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it, mate. I'm not going to fit back out the door. If anyone wants to clip that, that'd be great. I'll make sure that's my my follow alert or subscription alert on my Twitch channel. That'd be great. Yeah. Here comes a Karn.
It's kind of an interesting spot where now I think there's only 3 mana open for Marco, and I think Matej can play the make disappear with casualty.
Do you think he's cashed into doing this?
Yeah, but he could have also, if he played Karn first, he would have 4 open mana. Then he, of course, if he would make the spirit, he couldn't get the needle. Oh, I guess he could use the Karn to get the needle, play Karn, and then needle. I guess like it couldn't have known. Like I'll remind Chad about one thing, or people viewing at home as well. We have really good information. We usually see most of the cards in hand, so we can make those really, you know, those predictive plays because we see both cards. But the players are there under so much pressure. There's so many people watching every round, and they don't see the cards of their opponents. So,
well, if anything, this might be the most important game they're playing this weekend. We believe whoever wins this will lock themselves. You know, very likely to lock themselves into a PT slot.
And potentially into a winning, like top 8 winning in the last round.
I think we might actually be able to destroy the Pithing Needle here.
Again.
But actually destroy it, not exile it. No Karn can get it back this time if this is the way we're going to go about it. It's a nice battle between Teferi just dodging this needle continuously round after round.
Yeah, it's like you could make a movie out of it.
We're not going that way because we don't want to be giving a clue, I guess, on the other side. Letting our green opponent go one deeper. Hydra, that's not a bad one. We can start animating that and get the beats in. But on the other side, with a Wandering Emperor, I think we might have that one under control. Pass the turn back. Remember, Marco, game down against Matej. 1 up, 1 step closer to being. Oh my God, we even drew a counter spell for
You
the.
even said Matej, but it's Matti.
Matti.
Matti Kuisma.
Matti.
From Finland.
Oh, of course, yeah. Look, I'll leave the names to you.
Of course. But Matti is...
Matti?
Matti. I'm Matej.
You're Matej.
He's Matti.
And that's Matti.
Yes. Finally.
Can I say Matt? Will it be Matt in English?
Yes, it will be Matt in English.
Oh,
or
okay.
Matthew, yeah.
Okay.
Or Matteo in Italian. Mathieu in French.
You're so cultured.
Matthias in German.
You're so cultured. It actually hurts. It really does hurt. Okay, Cura is going to be the play here for Marco. Say that one right. On the right of your screen. We're drawing more cat magic on the left here from Matej. Matej? Matt. I'm glad that I'm bad at this. It's all good. Hello, welcome to the chat, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Legacy European Tour. We are in round number 13. 456 players have started this weekend. Only 110 got invited back to play today. And now we are going to start seeing this get cashed in. And
Fateful Absence on the animated layer.
Does bring a clue along with it. I'm sure we have a clue. I'm sure we've got a clue.
I'm sure we get nice clues there.
We'll, our spot is down the floor.
And I like that Matti, as well as one other actually player that I saw on the top tables playing Void Control. They're playing Rewind. That's like a blast from the past card that doesn't see much play, but I really like the spots where the players had it. Rewind into Memory Deluge.
Do you want to get that one up on the screen? Was this originally an Urza's Saga or Destiny card?
Urza's Saga, I believe.
Check me out.
I'll pull up the... Ooh, so many versions.
Well, you obviously you need the... I don't know which art they've got on there. That's the original Urza's Saga one. Counter target spell, untap up to 4 target lands. Just a one-off in the deck.
Yep.
Kind of acting, I suppose, as the another type of absorb, kind of giving us that extra double counter spell magic in one turn if needed.
Yeah. Doesn't usually happen often that you're able to rewind and do something, but
here comes a storm. Perfect.
There's the
target.
veto. Dovin's veto coming in clutch to counter that Storm the Festival.
Just an elf to follow up for the turn. Obviously, on the other side, we've got these samurais getting bigger and bigger. They're currently 3/3s with Vigilance, Teferi online, Wandering Emperor online, multiple cards in hand. We might just be a few turns away from this game being over. Let's have a look. We've got another Wandering Emperor in hand.
That's a sweet play, by the way. One rewind
into Wandering Emperor.
In Emperor. That's sweet. Now I want rewind in standard. That would be obnoxious. Yeah, we go also getting some updates from our tables. If there are any Mark Tobias fans, look away, mute your streams. He's 0-4 today. 9-0 into 0-4. He still only needs to win one round, like the next round, to draw into the top 36.
Which I think
that's rough.
It's what he'll take.
As Matti is really widening his board.
Yeah, we cannot use the Teferi because Piffing Needle is naming it.
Yeah, still on the battlefield. Nothing has changed.
Just the clock is dramatically changing here. So currently we're on that, we've got 5 points of damage. We can obviously make another 2 with the Wandering Emperor and potentially close this game down. There is a Hydra on the other. No, the Hydra's gone now. So we can't.
He was Faithful Absent before.
We might have to make a 2/2 Wolf here just to block and survive. But I don't know what else that gets us, especially with the Cat Magic on the other side. Yeah. Pretty sure Marco is going to have to resort to trying to win next round to get that ID. Just a little 1/1 for the turn. We're not going to fight off the Wandering Emperor. We don't need to. You know, we're in a controlling board state right now. We're only a turn, if not 2 away, but we don't want to give any more extra draw steps to our opponent that is needed. Counter going on it. This is now going to be 9 power coming across, all at your face. Or do you think we're going to go summon Cura?
Yeah, he already attacked it with 1 creature last turn. That forced the block of the elf.
Well, this is where we're going. If there's no blocks, we can flash in the Wandering Emperor and make it lethal.
Good. But it seems like he's attacking Curas, right?
No, is it? No, I think he went face. Wandering Emperor, +1/+1, and takes it down, and we think locks themselves into Pro Tour Barcelona. So congratulations to them. Do we have another backup feature match for you all? It looks like we do have one, so we'll be able to move across to that now for you all. And we're going to have mono white humans versus Lotus Bird. Oh, my friend Sean is on the other stream. Beekeeper Magic Online. Mox competitor just came second in that. Has locked himself up a world invite, but I think we're joining that one just at the opportune moment.
They probably just finished as well. We don't know who won. Okay, we're probably going to go back to...
Yeah, we're going back to us by the looks of it. So we're trying to reduce the downtime. Obviously, there's no more games that we can get on the feature match, but there are still games playing in game number 3, so there's a bit of time left of the round. Instead of getting you guys watching continuous adverts on the stream, we're going to talk to you. We're going to tell you what's happening this weekend, talk about the future Pro Tour that's coming up, answer your questions in the stream. If you've got any, make sure you let us know. If there's any decks you want us to try and see, if they're near the top tables, Matej is going to do his darnest to try and get them on the camera for you all. You've done pretty well every round so far. I think you've got some absolute spice going on. I do want to tell that story about the Boris humans list, though.
Okay. Oh, yeah. This is a good one.
This is a really good story, ladies
and
and gentlemen.
I hope Frank Carson is listening because I'm sure he's going to enjoy that one. So I actually spoke with Christopher Leopold or Christoph Leopold, something like that. He was actually in the feature match area yesterday. He was playing Boros Human Knights.
Human Knight Soldiers?
Yeah, Human Knight Soldiers. Yeah, so it was quite an unorthodox list. He didn't make day 2 at 6 and 3. But it was like a mono white humans list, but he was splashing red for Fervent Champion. He had Inspiring Veteran to pump up his knights. He also had
Boris Charm.
Boris Charm, yeah, that's the one. So it was a really sweet kind of take on that deck. And I spoke to him this morning, and he was like, "Yeah, happy to make day 2 and so on." And I asked him like, "How did you build the deck?" Because when I looked at the deck, it really didn't make sense to me.
No.
Because he was playing, I think 12 one drops. 14 one drops. 12 of them which were knights. He was playing the Inspiring Veteran to pump up the knights. But there's Adeline is a knight, human knight. But then Talia's lieutenant is a human soldier. Thalia. Heretic Cathar is a human soldier. It didn't really add up.
It was like the mix of 2 sort of tribal decks.
He also had Copper Code Vanguards, which only pump humans. I mean, sure, like all of his knights and soldiers were human, so it does make sense from that perspective. And so he's like, yeah, actually, there's a logic behind it. I'm like, okay, what kind of testing did he do? He actually said that he put together the list, like a preliminary list, made an algorithm to try to figure out, like, how to build a deck to maximize how to get to 20 damage the fastest. Like
it's crazy. I love it.
And then he did like a machine learning kind of thing to try to change cards in the deck to optimize actually doing that to hit it to 20 damage. So basically the deck, as the way it's built, is maximized to deal 20 damage as soon as possible based on a computer helping.
AI is crazy these days. You know what I mean? We see it coming. Yeah, we're now starting to filter into like deck building technology. I don't know. It's pretty scary.
Possibly. Yeah, Frank's loving it. I'm glad to hear. So I mean, it looked very unorthodox, but I actually like the thing I liked most about the deck, which I was struggling with, like the mono white humans deck. I talked to always a bunch of people about the mono white humans list. I started with testing with Brave the Elements because I felt that was pretty good. But then, like as the meta evolved, I got a little bit down on it, and ossifications came back in. Brutal Cathar and like a bunch of other cards were tried. It was always very difficult that the creature setup is fairly tight.
Yeah.
Like you could discuss which cards you're going to cut or add, but in general, you have like a very good idea of how you want to build your deck in terms of creatures, and you don't want too many non-creature spells in the deck because you don't want to draw 2. You want to always try to keep up pressure. And so the solution in his deck is the Boros Charm. It doesn't deal with anything on the board in terms of creatures. However, it gives you reach because it deals 4 damage to the face. It gives you, you can give your permanents indestructible.
Save you from rats.
Save you from rats, and even combats are super relevant. Doesn't really seem that way, but in a mirror match against Boros Convoke or other, even against mono green, sometimes you can just jam with all your creatures. They think they can make some good blocks, but then you Boros Charm protect your board, and they can't really swing back again because you're risking maybe attacking again. And the third mode is actually, again, the surprising one, is the double striking mode of Boros Charm, which combined with something like Adeline.
Well, we saw Adeline yesterday, like 7-8 power.
Yeah, or Big Thalia's Lieutenant, or any sort of like an unblocked creature that's like 3-4 power maybe. You can double strike, deal a lot of unexpected damage. So it's kind of sort of the Ember Cleave role in that sense.
That's what Frank wanted to jam an Ember Cleave in there.
Yeah.
Mathematically, the computer says no. They say Boros Charm is better, but I'm sure Frank will take that and run with it. Maybe we can get more AI decks being built. I see Yellow Hat in the chat. Maybe how do I control the game the most by using every minute of the game and still win? Might be an AI thing that you want to put in there.
Yeah, like an AI assistant.
What would you use an AI bot for? What sort of deck would you like to be built by AI, chat? Let us know in the stream.
I mean, it's very difficult. Like, just I know very little about AI outside of the fact that I know that if you mention the word AI, if you have like a like a quarterly earnings report, if you're a Fortune 500 company, it makes your stock go up.
Okay.
Because AI is very is the buzzword right now that everyone wants to use.
They do say it. They obviously the ChatGPT and all that
yeah,
sort of stuff.
exactly.
You know
And it's good fun, and I'm sure ChatGPT can help you build a deck as well. But like the way that Christopher explained it was that like it was running for a few days trying to go through as many iterations.
That's the thing, that it went for days to try and build the perfect deck and still managed to get them into day number 2. So we do love to see that Twitch ChatGPT.
No, I think that would be terrible. But I do love me some Twitch chatter, so that's good. So that was a fun story of this tournament.
I really liked that. I thought it was really good. Besides all the, obviously, we've seen a lot of top decks this weekend.
Yep.
You know, people pulling wins out of nowhere, which we love, especially on camera. Great to see. Hearing out on the floor, people telling us about some of the great interactions that they're having. But remember, this weekend is qualifying plays for Pro Tour Barcelona. That is the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. There's a little bit of spice going around the Pro Tour at the minute. There is a one ring floating around, so you're putting down here like I should be looking.
Yeah, no, like we have the players to watch, so we can actually look who's still fighting for that Lord of the Rings Pro Tour.
Let's see if we can get the players to watch. Who is getting into that contention? So we see Christian Kokano, 10-3.
Wow.
Love to see that. Chris Larson obviously took the ID this round, realised that he could be locking himself up into a top 8 nice and early. How's Ben getting on? Ben looks like he's still playing this round at 9-4, so that's my one.
Look at Lucas on 8 wins, 3 losses, and 2 draws.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yikes! Yeah, that's not where you want to be. But the Omnat light deck just kind of does that sort of thing. And remember, I think the number to hit to make top 8 is possibly 11 wins and then a draw. I think that should be enough. I think Mati Kuizma, that we saw now, if he wins this next round, he could probably be able to draw into the last round. And Chris Larson, that means that he just has to win one of his next 2 to make it in.
Could he do, if he double ID the next 2 rounds,
No,
could he get in? No, he has to have a win?
I think he could end up being just outside of the top 8 there. It's pretty risky, but it depends on the standings and how many people actually already took draws.
Well, we'll be bringing that to you. Obviously, we will be covering round 15. So, you know, as we start getting the results in and we can start seeing who's going to be shaping that top 8, that top 32, 36 to see who will start getting Pro Tour invites. I'm looking forward to it. We're getting closer and closer to that top 8.
Yeah, one thing to know, like if there were missing results, yes, the round is actually still ongoing. So this hasn't been fully updated.
Yes.
So Martin is still 9-3, probably still playing or already just now finishing, and we weren't able to update the graphic.
That's why people are wondering, why are we talking? So showing this magic, the gathering. This was what is happening this weekend. 15 rounds of Pioneer, in fact, will happen by the time we get to that top 8. We are in round number 13. We're coming to the end of that. So 2 more rounds of Pioneer action before that top 8, that coveted top 8, where we're going to find out who is going to get to go to the Worlds in Las Vegas. I love Las Vegas. I was in Magic 30 last year when this all sort of kicked off.
We've heard.
Maybe they're just tuning in. Maybe people don't know what's going on. They are really good. Obviously, we're bringing that sort of whole setup is going to be coming to Barcelona, where the Pro Tour is going to be happening. Lord of the Rings. I'm looking forward to seeing the swag bags. Honestly, I really hope there's like a ring in it, all that sort of stuff. I'm hoping the one ring gets opened at the Pro Tour somehow, somewhere in the venue. Just watch the hype and the buzz for that going off, as well as all the collector boosters that are going to be open. There's going to be these special soul rings floating around. Are there any cards you're looking forward to, chat, coming out? Let us know.
In the new set? In
the new set. People were talking to me about in switching from Pioneer to Modern, this Samwise Gamgee combo deck. Cool. I'm all for Samwise.
The card I'm kind of looking forward to most is Orcish Bowmaster, like a 2-mana 1/1, and when it enters the battlefield or when a player draws not the first card, they enter the second card, it can deal 1 damage in a mass orcs, I think. Mass orcs 1.
Orcs.
And already I have friends. We have a pretty vibrant legacy playing community, and they're all going crazy. Is it going to be good? Like, what happens if you play in a sponsor brainstorm?
Oh my word, yeah, that'd be pretty crazy.
Yeah, you're gonna amass. You deal 3, you amass 3. Right, it's pretty crazy what it can do when it's being played out. So I'm excited to see how that's quite performance. And actually, like if you haven't seen it, if you know, if you want, like what are these guys talking about? You can actually look at the card image gallery for the MTG Lord of the Rings set.
Yep.
It's already out. Came out Friday. Also, if you like Commander, there's all separate Commander set as well with loads of extra cards as well. Lots of really cool legendary creatures and spells. So
I want them all. I literally want one of every single card.
Of course you do.
I'm also thinking if we're amassing orcs, I'm trying to think, are Uruk-hai orcs, chat? Let me know. I'm pretty nerdy about Lord of the Rings, but I feel like Uruk-hai are different from orcs.
They are orcs.
But there are orcs in it,
yeah,
but the Uruk-hai kind of better. It'd be cool to amass Uruk-hai rather than orcs.
Fair, but it's kind of like, you know, there's all these different types of goblins, even across the magic multiverse, you know, green goblins, like red goblins, and like black, like they just have these different ways they look, but they're still goblins. And they still help each other with, you know, if you have a goblin lord. We're
chatting about Uruk-hai now. I've got to go. Were they half orc, half goblin? I don't think they were. I think they were like elves or something. Half elf, half orc. I think Uruk-hai.
Yeah.
Well, you're nearly by everything. Thank you very much, Simon. That's one of my friends from back home.
Okay, yeah. He's right. So.
Good morning. Okay, so it looks like we're waiting on one mono green player to finish the round.
Same one as last time?
I'm not going to start. I'm not throwing sharp. We're waiting on one more mono green player.
Let me bring it back as well, because I saw people were chatting in chat about, like, we you know, had some fun, talked about some of the positives and so on. On a sad note, we know that Mark Tobias, yesterday he went 9-0 with Storm Herald. Today he's 0-4.
Let's see.
So he's been really struggling today. I mean, the surprise factor of the deck is gone, and like, of course, the players at the top tables are really good. Maybe he just ran a little bit good yesterday, not running so good, but he won't have a chance of top 8ing here. But if he wins the next round, he can draw and probably qualify for the Pro Tour in Barcelona, which is what he's going to be aiming for. So
currently sat in 11th place, but I don't think the results been published yet, or maybe he hasn't put it in. So yeah, he'll be dropping to a 9-4. Pretty rough, but you know, give us an amazing day one.
Oh yeah,
you know
it was so fun to see the deck in action. If you haven't, make sure it's everywhere on Twitter as well, and you can also look at our coverage from yesterday. Storm Herald, a Colossification, Burning Anger, and a really sweet kind of package sort of deck. And it's not like he just came out with it. We saw it before.
Yeah, he changed 3 cards since the last time he played in one of the regional championships, and it's kind of running back. If you asked anybody at the start of this weekend, if you know, you could pack it in now and you'll give you a PT invite, everyone will be snapping that off.
Yep.
So that's what he's trying to do now. That's his goal. Try and get in that top 36. Try and get an invite to PT Barcelona, Lord of the Rings, where it is going to be the modern format.
Can you pull up the pairings for this round so we can see how the top tables actually ended up?
Let's have a little.
I'm very curious if like how the other tables have ended up playing for round 13. There are some really good players on the top. I see Miguel Shimoes actually Mono Green Devotion won on table 1 against is it Phoenix with Demiliches? I think that's another deck I'm very excited to see.
I'm a big fan of Damilich.
Oh, look, Boros Convoke made a comeback on table 3. Federico of Wuono won his round, so he should be good. And I saw in chat someone was talking about the Tin Michael Chapar. Actually, on Azorius Control also won his round. So there's Azorius Control starting to float up to the top. So that's really cool, as well as Mono White.
I'm seeing a lot of Rakdos. I'm seeing a lot of Mono Green, a lot of Spirits kind of getting into that.
You're already pretty down low, yeah. So
yeah, like you know, we're going to like table 16, table 20s now.
Yeah, but Blue White, I see at least 3 Blue White players are in the top 16 currently after this round, like Mati Kuisma, Tin Chapar, let's say, and I saw Socrates Rosakeas, who actually, he's a Greek player who actually I think did quite well at one of the recent events, maybe even Naples or even the Pro Tour. He's doing well. So Blue White.
You could offer me the 1 ring to pronounce any of those names correctly, and I would never get that 1 ring. That is absolutely lingual tongue, my friend. Congratulations.
I really love Greek names. They're so fun. We were hosted by our friend Panagiotis Papadopoulos. That one. He also was playing the event. Unfortunately, didn't started really strongly, then fell off a little bit. And one player I actually wanted to feature yesterday, but never really quite got around to it, was Charalampos Kikidis, and he was 9th at the last Pro Tour.
Oh.
And he was doing really well here as well, but he's qualified for Barcelona, obviously, so we're going to see him there.
What's your worst 9th place that you've ever had? You ever had any bad 9th places? Wait, obviously, I say bad, like 9th place is a bad thing, but it's, you know, just outside that top 8. Mine was a team RPTQ for Magic Pro Tour 25. became 9th.
Oh, that's
It really hurt.
I don't remember being 9th, but I do remember one time at a GP. I was last round. I could ID into the top 8. I was paired down.
Oh no!
And my opponent said like, oh, like if he won, he could. Back then, you could top 16 to qualify for the Pro Tour. He said he wanted to go. He beat me, and he didn't go. So, and I really needed the pro points, but it's all in the past.
Let me know your bad 9th place stories in the chat. Let's hear where you know how good or bad that they are. I still haven't got. I still feel like there's one game left out on the round. We don't want to go to the commercials. We want to keep talking.
No,
right?
no. I mean, like I'll explain why this keeps happening, because we have a like mono green devotion is pretty complex deck. That takes a while. Usually, Zori's control, as I said, a lot of them in day 2. So that's a bit of a problem.
And it's the draw bracket as well.
And even decks like I saw, you know, Ragnar Sacrifice, especially if they go into like a mirror match, it like. The game doesn't sometimes have that many turns, but there's so many triggers and things to keep, like, you know, you have to pull out the token, you have to write down the Cauldron Familiar, life totals go up and down all the time. So Pioneer, actually, the 50 minutes that players get, it cannot be enough for everyone and for all these decks. So we actually ended up seeing quite a few players with draws, like Lucas Hone already has 2 draws.
Yeah, it's a better one to take, especially that second draw. It's pretty rough because it's as good as a loss, the second one, right? You can go X4-1, we think, to maybe get yourself into that top 36. We're going to be sweating a little bit on tiebreaks, but that second draw is basically a loss. So we're just getting confirmation. Yeah, one table is left still going. So let us know if you've got any questions, chat. I'm going to remind you of what is happening this whole weekend. How many players turned up? On Friday, 202 players turned up for the last chance qualifier. Trying to ballot out to get an invitation to this weekend, the regional championships. We managed to send 16 players from that to day number 1, where 456 players turned up. They bowed out yesterday, 9 rounds of Swiss to be able to get a 6-3 record or better and be invited back to today. 110 of those players were able to do that. 110 of them are now battling out to try and get into the top. 64 is cash. 36 is Pro Tour. Top 2 is Worlds. That is what's on the line, plus $100,000 worth of cash prizes filtering down between those top 64 players. A lot on the line, a lot of money to be won, and a lot more Magic to be played.
Yes. It's a great one. If you want to be part of the spectacle, ask your local game store, especially if you're based in Europe. You know, the Legacy organizes the regional championship qualifiers, the RCQs. So you have a store that hasn't run any RCQs. Just talk to the owner, send them on the Legacy European Tour website. There's a there's a
emails at the bottom. Email them. Try and put an event on yourself. Run your local game store. Then you get one qualification spot, so you can get literally invite that way to this tournament. You turn up, you get your swag bag, you get this nice new play mat that's just been printed. We'll get one of these out for you guys. You see it on the feature match area, but this is like the exclusive mat that has been made for this tournament. I do love the orange and black. I love to see it, and then you get to ballot out, and potentially you could be walking away with this trophy, or we haven't showed it yet on stream. I don't think you've seen it on the internet, but. This is the trophy that everyone will be battling it out for. This nice.
I mean, they'll get both.
They get both. Exactly. You get 2. When you win it and get 2 trophies, as well as $16,000, as well as a Pro Tour invite, as well as a Worlds invite. So much on the line.
Yeah, it's and who doesn't want a blue mana symbol? I'm sure our coverage friend.
Oh my word, Skura would be all over that. Yeah. He loves the fact that these are blue mana symbols. I would think I would like a red mana symbol. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah,
having,
it's probably pretty difficult to make one to look good. Like, you know, the teardrop shape.
They're able to make the Wizards logo, like the sort of crown thing. So, you know, it's not out of the realms of possibility.
Yeah, true. I mean, it could be pretty fun. And of course, so if you know, even if you don't have any stores, maybe in your area, you can have a look at the other stores that are running the RCQs. I think the next season is currently we're running a limited or pioneer season, I think.
And that's qualifying for Lille.
Yes.
So the classic this weekend. So players that didn't manage to make day 2, they're all battling it out. You know, there's another big event on in the background, which we obviously aren't streaming. But the top 8 of that, I believe, or maybe top 16. I'll have to work out what the actual number is. But they're trying to get themselves invites to the RC in Lille, which will be the second time that Legacy start going live. Next event is obviously going to be Bologna, back in Italy.
Yep.
They're going to be battling out there. That is a modern stream, so make sure if you do like that, hit the follow button on this stream. Every time it goes live, there is going to be some sort of paper magic for you all to watch. And who doesn't love paper magic? It is back. We've had that sort of COVID era where everything got moved to arena and online and all the triggers happened for us. Now back to paper magic. We've got to remember our own triggers. We've got to remember that the clock is an actual thing, which some players this weekend are struggling to try and grasp at times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It can be pretty hard. I did like yesterday. We had 2 big Magic Online grinders that almost got a draw, with something that's very hard to do on Magic Online. It is going to be good. What's chat saying? Let's have a little look.
No, they're more like they're sad about Mark Tobias not doing that well.
We're all sad about Mark.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's a great guy.
I was saying that, so last weekend I was at another event with him. I'm pretty sure he top 8'd all 3 of those events. So the Friday, Saturday and Sunday, one was a team, one was modern, one was legacy. Yeah. And then this weekend ran it back to a 9-0 start. Today not going great for him. Maybe the cat is out of the bag, so to speak. People, even though it's an open deckless tournament, the buzz around that deck and how to combat it and how it works. We saw him yesterday. He opened the show for us, a round 1 feature match. Yeah. Who he was playing against had his deck list and still didn't work out what the deck did. So now I suppose, you can talk about it, you can see the buzz on the internet, you can talk to your friends, how do I combat that, what do I need to kill, what's my good sideboard cards, etc. So
and Pioneer, I mean, it's the format is pretty varied. If you have a good streamlined deck that you can play, like you've seen plenty of like really strange decks, even making it into day 2. Is It Control was one. And I looked at the list and I was like, okay, what 4 Chandras, some counter spells.
I do like the, talking about Is It Colors, the Demilich deck that we're seeing.
Yeah, that's still at the top tables.
Yeah, it is. And it's doing super well. You would think a 4-drop, and it's not so great, but it's got a lot of synergy with the deck. I just love the card Demilich. That's actually my avatar on Magic Online. It's still Demilich. Yeah. I was D&D card. Everyone knows my love for Dungeons and Dragons and how.
Nerd. Yep. We're all nerds here. Don't worry. I'm not judging.
I like to think myself as a geek.
Geek? Okay, fair.
I don't know what the difference is, but I kind of like the word geek.
Yeah. It's probably, I think, geek is a bit more general and nerdy is like pejorative, or used to be, but I don't think it's that way anymore.
Would you class yourself as a geek or a nerd?
Both.
Both?
Yeah,
I love
it. I'm fine with both.
Okay, well, cool. I'm getting confirmation that the last table has finally been handed in, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to get off your screens with all this rowling that we're going on. But I hope you are enjoying this stream. So if you aren't, make sure you hit that follow button. Get more notifications when we go live. We're going to have a short little break while we get the other casters in, get the feature matches moved across, get them set up ready to bring you round number 14 of Pioneer action. One more round closer to that top 8. So don't go anywhere. See you all soon.
Welcome back to round 14 of the Legacy European Championship here in Athens. The regional finals are upon us. This is the second to last round in the Swiss. Then we have a cut to top 8. And actually top tables are already starting to making some splits. So they're already IDing here in the matches. So what can we expect in our main feature match?
Yeah, so we are actually going to cover table 5 because, as you said, table 1 and 2 drew, and we'll be watching a very popular player, Christian Kalkano, playing Ragdos midrange versus Piotr Szyński, a fellow Polish player on Ragdos but Sacrifice.
Let's see. I'm really excited about this one. I'm a very Rakdos fan, and I want to see Rakdos midrange versus Rakdos Sacrifice. After all, which one is the best choice here for the tournament? But before we have the players to watch and see how are they doing in this tournament so far. So first we have Kowalski 8 and 5 with Dimir Rogues. Mark Tobias, it hasn't won a single game today. Yesterday was 9-0 undefeated, but today the day has not been going well for Mark with his amazing Storm Herald combo that took everyone by surprise. But today definitely not going well with 4 losses. Christopher Larsen in Rakdos Sacrifice 10-2 and 1, so that is a great score. We have Matej Kuzma 10 and 3 with Azorius Control, so blue-eyed control there performing pretty well. Martin Juza 9 and 3. We still don't have updated here the last game. Martin Deng 9 and 4. Christian Calcano that we are going to see here 10 and 3 with the Rakdos mid-range. Lucas One that we saw on Omnat 2 Light bringing this sweet deck to us all is right now 8-3 and 2 with 8 wins, 3 losses and 2 draws. Ben Jones 9 and 4 and Thierry Ramboa 8-5. Is it creativity? Let's take a look here in our table. How do you think this matchup pairs? Like, who you think has the advantage between the Sacrifice and the mid-range deck?
Yeah, so I would vote for Sacrifice here because, so a lot of things you do are pretty similar, right? You're both a Fable deck with a bit of, interaction. But the thing is, you are much more difficult to disrupt because for example, your cats come back, conventional removal like Fatal Push doesn't really accomplish much. And midrange actually doesn't want to prolong the game, even though normally it would, because they can get pinged out, for example, with a Mayhem Devil. On top of that, if it's, let's say, turn 7 or 8, Sacrifice can play Mayhem Devil, start the ping chain, and even if Calcano responds with a removal, you can respond to that removal with more pinging, right? With more, Witch's Oven Sacrifice, Deadly Dispute, and stuff like that. So once the devil hits the battlefield, you can't really stop it.
And also one thing is that usually the answer for graveyard that Rakdos midrange is go blank. And go blank, although is good to exile normal graveyard decks, against the Sacrifice deck is kind of awkward because the interaction you have with the grave is the cat, and you kind of can play that around to not get exiled with go blank.
Yes, you can play around, and you have to, because otherwise you're losing a big part of your engine. We also get information that the decks that drew into the top 8 are Izzet Phoenix with the Demiliches, Mono Green Devotion, Boros Convoke, and Azorius Control. So 4 distinct archetypes.
Let's see if it pays off and they indeed make it into the top 8. We will announce that after round 15.
Yeah, high rolling the dice. Companion revealed, Jagantha, both players 10 and 3 and playing for the big money.
It's a very decisive match here. Both players familiar to the public.
Piotr will have to mulligan that. There is no swamp. There is just 1 land, so this is a snap mulligan for Piotr Szyński. You don't really want to mulligan against a Thoughtseize deck, but both of them are Thoughtseize decks.
And I might be wrong, but Christian was definitely in Naples, and I think it was there that he qualified for Athens. So he was visiting Italy, he went to Naples, got the qualification, and he was like, okay, now I have to go to Europe again.
Yeah, which, well, I would say it's a good thing. Do a bit of traveling. So yeah, players are finishing shuffling up. They both mulligan down to 6, And again, both players play Thoughtseize because Sacrifice plays 4 main deck, Midrange plays 4 main deck and a Duress. So they can both punish each other. And in those cases, sometimes, when you are playing a Thoughtseize deck against a Thoughtseize deck, you might even take a Thoughtseize with a Thoughtseize, just so they don't mess up your hand.
And we saw today Rakdos with some very sweet interactions. And this deck can be really explosive if you find your key pieces, which usually is the Devil, the Cat, and the Oven. And it looks like Piotr actually have all, but it doesn't have enough lands.
Yeah, down to 5. Not a good position to be in. And this is the thing, in those spots, your best hands will probably include something like 3 lands, 2 spells. Because if you keep more if you keep fewer lands and more spells, you don't want to get Thoughtseize into the dirt and then keep missing land drops. Like typically, you know, you'd rather make land drops and then keep spells off the top and then you're good. But now we see...
This is not good. Again, a 1-lander.
Oh yeah, with Takenuma, with Urborg. Ah, that's super tricky.
This is not easy here for Piotr.
Yeah, but we'll see what happens. Because a single land off the top makes it fine, and there is no land off the top.
Yesterday we saw someone winning in a multi-4, so we never know. And this is a way to get some card advantage.
Actually, multiple, because there is a black land and Deadly Dispute. So you can Deadly Dispute your Unlucky Witness, and Buster from Christian Calcano. So very grindy and very slow.
That's usually how this deck goes. Trying to adapt to what deck that they're playing against.
Yeah, attacks in. Every point of chip damage counts. Every single point. Because at the end of the day, you want to ping your opponent to death with cat triggers, with Mayhem Devil. So you never know when that 1 or 2 missing pieces of damage, points of damage, might be relevant.
And why do you think this Rakdos Sacrifice plays this card that we are seeing here, Unlucky Witness?
Yeah, so when it dies, you exile the top 2 cards. So it's basically like light up the stage, right, on a creature. And because you're playing a sacrifice deck, it's very easy to turn this creature into a light up the stage. But here, as we can see, Deadly Dispute is another great addition to this type of gameplay, because you sacrifice the creature, get the light up effect, get the treasure, and draw 2.
And also you can sacrifice an artifact instead of a creature to get this effect. So even later on you can sacrifice the treasure that you just created to draw more cards.
Yeah, and now you're playing Fable, which was one of the cards that was exiled with Unlucky Witness. And usually the player who's fabling first is advantaged. We also have the treasure token floating around, so this could be like a fatal push.
And for a mulligan, this is a great start. So here Piotr kind of taking the best that he could out of the mulligan and turning out pretty well for him.
Okay, so now Christian, considering his options, drew, I reckon, a Buster on the end step. So he's actually accruing card advantage, so pulling further ahead. But cards in hand are completely different type of, let's say, advantage than actual pieces of cardboard on the battlefield. And Fable is great at generating game objects.
And here we see Christian starting to draw some cards with Reckon Bankbuster. He really needs to find a way to deal at least with that Goblin, because the Goblin is going to start attacking, creating treasures, creating more advantage for Piotr.
I'm curious what Christian's hand is, because there was no Thoughtseize, there was no removal on the Goblin. There was no like shield or something.
Yeah, we cannot quite see if that Bankbuster was, for example, trying to find a land that Christian maybe got, but we really cannot tell.
Yeah, we've got second chapter of Fable. I think we'll discard the Cat and Mayhem Devil, because there is another Mayhem Devil, but you don't have the time, you don't have the mana to deploy all of it. There's also double Fatal Push, so you might discard one, keep the other. I think Piotr also might be holding priority in response to the second chapter to play something like Deadly Dispute, draw a bunch of cards, and then resolve it.
So we discard the cat. That makes sense. Cat on the graveyard is good. We can return it once we have some food on the table.
Yeah, and there are like Ragnar's sacrifice has so many possible lines, so many possible game actions that you really have to consider everything. And yeah, we're going to combat, and apparently there is no removal. So I'm really curious what Christian's hand consists of at this point.
I'm really curious too, and we see that Piotr has access now to 5 mana, 3 lands, and 2 treasures. And we might see a devil here starting to join the party, and this is something that for sure Christian Calcano does not want to see.
Yeah, I mean, if there okay, so there was removal, but Christian decided to hold it for cards like Mayhem Devil. So we might see crack double treasure, double ping you, and then use Deadly Dispute. Oh my god. And also, oh my, this is a very good situation for Piotr. And a lot of card advantage actually. You know, double Deadly Dispute, Fable going.
And Deadly Dispute was one of the cards that I think completely changed the game here. Just the amount of card advantage and synergy that has been able to provide to Piotr here has been amazing.
Yep.
And now he has a handful of cards. If you look into this game, you would never say that Piotr was the play that mulliganed.
Okay, so we've got 1 mana tapped. Thoughtseize? Yes, Thoughtseize.
Let's reveal the end. We see Mountain, Cat, Push, Push, Devil.
Mountain, Cat, Push, Push, Devil.
Oh no!
I mean, you said it like that. You literally said it like a nice melody.
I did.
So I just picked it up.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah. Okay, so Mayhem Devil is taken. So we still have got land, cat, push, push, no devil. That's the current state of affairs. Tap land, pass the turn. So still holding up the Reckoner Bangbust activation, and Goblin Shaman still alive. Philip the Fable.
Now it's the reflection
Of Kiki-Jiki, yeah.
Kiki-Jiki.
And Reflection of Kiki-Jiki has a lot of utility in this deck, because you can keep copying the Goblin Shaman, you can keep copying Bloodtithe Harvester, and Mayhem Devil.
This position now, although Piotr didn't find, I think, all the mana that he needed to, like at least not all the lands, he has been having access to treasures. And cards for Christian like Invoke Despair, although they are good, they are kind of awkward because your opponent is going to sacrifice things. So for those of you that are joining in, since I see some questions in chat, this is day 2 of the Regional Championship Finals. 110 players made day 2. Today we have 6 rounds plus top 8. Currently this is round 14, also known as the round 4 of today.
Yeah, and yesterday we had like 450 players.
456 players, 9 rounds. All the players that were 6 and 3 or better advanced today into day 2. And what are they playing for? Top 36, a Pro Tour invite to Barcelona. And first and second place will get a World Invite Las Vegas. Another thing that is worth mentioning is that the invites pass down. So if anyone is already qualified for the Pro Tour, the invite will pass down to the next person.
Yeah, and while we're describing the structure, we can see Bloodtithe Harvester deployed and Gigantha to hand. So that's another way to pull ahead in this kind of mirror, not really mirror match. You've got a companion, the opponent doesn't. So although Reckoner Bankbuster has now drawn 3 cards. So if we were counting the actual cards drawn, I'm not sure who would be actually factually ahead in raw cards, but I think it's still Piotr.
And a shout out there for the Mengu token.
Yes. Mengu is a great pilot.
And there it is, Fatal Push taking care of that Harvester. Christian is going to be able to now draw and going to have access to 6 mana if he's able to play a land and also the treasure.
Okay, so now we've got
Judge was like, we need a pilot, come on.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful 1/1 pilot. Castle Lochtwain now deployed, untapped because we've got Blood Crypt. which is of a swamp type. Well, the main reason, Chad, the main reason we're changing that token is if somebody joined the stream, they might not know that this was that token, right? Because Mango could also be like Goblin Shaman, for example, right? You never know. So it's mostly for people who are not aware. This is certainly a pilot token, and this now is a 1/1 pilot. Everyone knows, yeah. There's an unwritten rule. Mango is a 1/1 pilot. Okay, so pass the turn. So not much has happened.
And tap, draw.
Dreadball got rid of the reflection, and now we've got an empty-ish battlefield. Although there are plenty of game objects, right? 1 blood, double treasure, probably a 3rd treasure coming down. Because if you attack and Calcano Cruise Bankbuster, you can always push it. So
and Thoughtseize. A braid.
Okay, a braid is taken, and Christian has drawn a bunch of cards this game of Bankbuster, but his hand does nothing. So this Takenuma might actually be used. We might also see some maybe Castle Lockjaw in action or Hive action, although racing in this situation isn't advised.
And here Christian kind of he can afford playing the waiting game, although sacrifice does ping quite fast, and Christian is already at half of his life as 10.
Yeah, exactly. So if there was an advantage bar, where would you put it?
That's a tricky situation, because before I would put it in the sacrifice, but right now I would put it in Christian. What about you?
Okay, now I would put it to sacrifice. A 5/5 creature is pretty big, especially in the face of 2 lands in hand, and a hard removal spell Dreadball already used, and also Heartless Act used, so...
Rakdos midrange does have a lot of ways to remove creatures, but push does not deal with that Giganta.
There is Urborg on Piotr's side.
Okay, I was going to question, there's Urborg, that's why 2 mountains were able to play the Artless tag.
That's a very good pickup for Christian. Exactly what the Doctor ordered. Exactly what the Doctor ordered. And now there might be like maybe Castle Lockjaw activation, and see if you draw into Thoughtseize. I think this is what might be happening. Okay, pass. This will be grindy. Croxa was the pickup. Oh, so actually, yeah, I think Croxa is really good because you can trigger it, and then you can immediately replay it because you've got the treasure token lying around, which gives you 4. So this will make Christian have to draw another hard removal spell, and not allow Piotr then to later recast it again. But Piotr's graveyard is pretty full.
Yeah, and the thing with Croxa is that it has so many cool interactions in the Rakdos Sacrifice deck. For example, if you have a Witch's Oven, you can sacrifice the Croxa before it goes to the graveyard, and you create 2 treasure tokens.
Yeah, now, yeah, just pop. Do that. 1.
Guess who's back?
2, 3...
For 5 cards are going to enter the exile zone to escape for Croxa.
And if I'm counting correctly, there was exactly 5 more. So if you even kill Croxa, which is very unlikely, it can immediately come back. So let me take a look at...
And Christian is at 4 life, so we need a good top deck.
1 Dreadball was used. Double Heartless Act was also used. So GG.
GG.
Fatal Push could also do it, but then again, you just replay the Croxa, so...
Let's take a look here at our player sideboard, starting with Christian Calcano, that took here the first loss. What do you think of this Rakdos list? Pretty what we saw here all weekend long. We see Itsugo sideboard might be relevant because it does exile. We have Go Blanks, we do have Extinctions events that also exile the cards.
Yeah, also Hidetsugo Consumes All destroys Witch's Oven, and it also destroys those tokens like bloods and treasures. So it's very, very relevant. So it all depends on which way Cristiano wants to take this game, whether he wants to be more aggressive or maybe more grindy. But it's possible that regardless of which one he chooses, another Bankbuster might be fine. We might see Pithing Needle naming Witch's Oven. But yeah, then again, this game wasn't, like, Witch's Oven wasn't even present. It was a Croxa grindy Fable game.
And can we take here a look at our other players' deck list and sideboard, the Rakdos Sacrifice.
Yeah, so this is Sacrifice list, again, pretty stock. We've got 1 Croxa, 3 Cats, 4 Thoughtseize main, 4 pushes, Deadly Disputes, and so the main deck is, I mean, it's like very consistent, like a lot of 4, 4, 4, 4. And we see Obnixilis the adversary in the sideboard.
And someone in the chat made a very good question that I'm going to pass on to you.
Yeah.
That why do you think these players are using Artless Act instead of something like Go for Throat?
So there is a card whose name is Archfiend of the Dross.
Oh, okay.
And it's a card which is a 4 mana 6/6, and it enters with 4 oil counters. And the thing is that on your upkeep, if there are no oil counters on it, you just literally lose the game. And it has picked up a bit in popularity. So what you could do, technically, is not even kill it, but remove the counters and make the opponent literally lose the game due to that line of text. On top of that, you might want to be able to deal with some artifact threats floating around, maybe like some prototypes, Torrential Gearhulk. So it has some other utility as well.
And this is an open deck list tournament, so players here can take a look at each other's deck lists only before the game and during sideboard. You cannot see the lists when you are playing the game.
Yeah, actually looking at the deck list while playing is punishable by a game loss. So that's not something you want to pick up, especially if you're in contention for the top 8.
Players are shuffling in. Now Christian Calcano can start the game.
Yeah, and they're actually playing for a lot, because if you manage to go to the top 8, then you play the elimination rounds, and the first place gets like $16,000.
Yeah, and an amazing trophy. Actually, 2 trophies. One from Legacy European Tour and one from Wizards of the Coast.
And World's Invitation.
That's probably, I mean, the trophies are pretty nice, but a World's Invitation, that's amazing.
To be fair, that's a combination of everything you might want. So you get a trophy, you get a Wizard's trophy, so you get this kind of nice souvenir. You get equity because you play in Worlds, and you get actual money. And $16K, well, let me tell you, you can buy some stuff with it.
What would you buy with that amount of money?
Okay, the boring answer is probably I would pay for my mortgage, which is the boring answer. The interesting answer is probably I would travel more to Magic events. So, for example, even though I live in Europe, I would probably go to like Las Vegas, the event at the end of the year. Splurge, play all the events, and possibly buy a case of Beta Islands. I already have plenty, but I'll just buy more.
You're already prepared to win this tournament.
Yes. Yeah. Mentally, I've won.
And players shuffling in. This is a very interesting matchup because we were discussing all weekend which Rakdos might be the correct choice to bring here between Sacrifice and Midrange, because it felt like Rakdos Sacrifice, even though less popular, it performed well this weekend. Of course, it depends a lot on the meta. Rakdos Sacrifice is a deck that is very dependent on also what your opponents are playing.
Yeah, and Sacrifice is also way more tricky to play against, because there is just so many actions, so many triggers, possible triggers, activates abilities, and it's not only the pilot that needs to know how to do it. You, as the opponent, you need to know to make plays, knowing what they can possibly do. Also, Piotr won that game on a multi-5.
I don't know Piotr, but I'm a big fan already, because for you to bring for this eye-level tournament a Rakdos Sacrifice deck, this deck has so many triggers, and 1 life makes all the difference in all decks, but especially this one. You have to play very well to be at this point, and And it's not easy. It's been already 14 rounds. Imagine how tired these players must be.
Oh yes, and if they top 8, which again, this is what we wish them to do, they would have to play even more, with even more pressure, because there is more on the line. So, yeah, this exhaustion really kicks in at some point. And Croxa...
From Christian's side.
So basically 2-mana Raven's Crime now.
Croxa taking out a Croxa.
Like, I personally feel like the front half of Croxa is the worst part about it. Similarly to how it was with Uro. Like, you actually want the back half more. And
you want to escape it.
Yeah, and now Piotr doesn't even have to play the front half because he's already in the graveyard. So that's a cool situation for Piotr.
Piotr here playing Blood-Tide Harvester. These 2-drop plays in both decks. If it wasn't for the Witch's Oven, you might think that Piotr is playing Rakdos mid-range.
Yeah. Yeah. And Christian, considering his options, he could play maybe just Fable and see what happens. Although then Piotr can kill the Fable token with Harvester and deploy their own Fable, so that might be tricky. But I think one of the worst things that could happen for Christian is just passing the turn.
But that... Oh! That is the card that we were talking about. And let me put that on the screen. What do you think of Itsugo here?
Yeah, I think that Hidetsugu consumes all is an excellent card here. Not only are you getting rid of the blood and this pesky Witch's Oven, but you will soon exile all graveyards, including your own, so that's not excellent with your own Croxa. But now Piotr says, okay, let me just play more creatures, 6 power on the battlefield.
Now we are going to exile graveyard. And Christian has cards like Extinction Event, but here it's kind of awkward because one of the cards is even, the other one is odd.
Okay, so we've got like Saga Tribal here.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And here Christian is like, do you have a token? Because I probably cannot use this one.
Yep. And now these disruptive permanents will soon flip to be threats. So we'll see if Piotr can go off with some sacrifice shenanigans. I see Mountain, Deadly Dispute, Fatal Push. I don't think you want to Deadly Dispute your Harvester, but you might have to. And then you get 1 ping, then you can have potentially another ping with the treasure you're making. Or you can play another Harvester, get a blood, and then play Deadly Dispute on that blood.
And from someone is asking why you cannot use the Mango token. It's just because we have our own tokens to make it easy to understand what is going on the board. It was the same. Also, Piotr tried to play some
his own
treasure, but when it's not understandable in the camera what it is, it might be confusing from someone just joining the stream. So we just have this ruling on the feature match area that we use the tokens that are provided there, or at least a token that we can see what it is.
Yeah, it's mostly about standardization. And now we see an attack for 5 with Harvester, the other Harvester on the battlefield, and Unlucky Witness. And I think Christian is slowly on like a mass removal or bust type of situation. So flipping Hidetsugu.
And let's discard some cards, see if we can find what we need.
Yeah, and I really prefer the sacrifices position, because there is how much, like, oh, it's 10 power, right? It's 10 power on the battlefield, already staring down Christian, and you can't possibly play triple removal.
It's not only 10 power, is that you all... Oof.
Oh, did you see that? He didn't discard anything. That was just, nope, my hand is great.
And that card, that boat, it was really great being able to get rid of that Mayhem Devil, and if it survives, if there's no Abrade on Piotr's side, we might be having some trouble.
That is tricky. So there is a Blood Crypt, Fatal Push, and a Cat in the hand. You currently have... You could technically sacrifice Harvester, targeting nothing to get Revolt on, but yeah, It will be, it's just technically. You just attack with everything. We can crew the boat if we want to block the harvester. And then we can revolt fatal push the vessel of the all-consuming. We can also fatal push our own unlucky witness to get the light up the stage effect. So there are multiple options there. So yes, we do crew Sky Sovereign. We block. Yeah, allow it to happen. 4 damage comes across, down to 12. And then fatal push on the vessel.
There it is.
Boop.
The vessel, also known as Itsugo, on the other side is in the graveyard.
I think what we'll see is Shock in Blood Crypt, play the cat and pick up Gigantha. And Gigantha is no joke. Like, it's a 5/5 creature, and again, it's just a free card. Gigantha has come up a surprising amount, but we keep the cat in hand, actually.
And let's flip that Fable of the Mirror Breaker, now Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Okay, now we updated the life totals. The Christian is at 7, actually.
That's pretty low, but if the right cards are in hand, and that board is so scary. The thing is that the unlucky witness, do you really want to get rid of it?
Yeah, that's a big thing. And we see Shieldred crowing the boat, killing the harvester, and attacking for a third of Piotr's life total. Now, thankfully, Fatal Push can actually get rid of Shieldred. Ooh, Deadly Dispute.
Deadly Dispute is good, but is it enough?
Oh, I've got a very good play. Okay, so you play Deadly Dispute on Unlucky Witness, right? As a part of the cost, you sacrifice it. You hold priority before you draw 2. You Fatal Push Shieldred because you have just turned on Revolt, and then you resolve the rest of Deadly Dispute, drawing 2 cards without losing life.
That is a great play.
Let's see if we see it. I hope we do. I hope we do. So sacrifice it. Trigger that. Yeah, that's fine. And do we see hold priority push? Oh, I thought there is Fatal Push in hand. Okay, never mind. So yeah, the way I thought this could work, I mean, it still could work. So for people playing Sacrifice at home, you could have such a situation that you might want to hold priority push with Revolt, but yeah, so there was no push here. Okay, so what I looked at must have been the cat.
If that Reflection of Kiki-Jiki survives, next turn it's really scary.
Scary it is.
So this is just going to be, I think, on one side or another, things are going to end really fast with both players at 6 life. That Shieldred.
Shieldred is very good in those types of situations because you're both stabilizing so you don't die and you're winning at the same time. You're like statically draining the opponent, and that's huge. It's also just a 4/5 creature. So I think the game might be slowly coming to an end.
So we have cat.
Also, okay, we've got cat. We can chump Shieldred.
We can oven, but
the issue is that when you get attacked for 6 in the air, you go down to 1.
And that Shieldred, when you draw, is going to finish things up, and there's still that Reflection of Kiki-Jiki.
Yeah, you can do like 1 cat loop, but then it brings you up to 2.
You don't have mana to eat food.
You could eat food on upkeep though.
Yeah, that's an option. You can eat the food in the upkeep, gain 3 life.
So that's one way to do it, right? So they go to attacks. Flying gets through, maybe some chump blocking, sacrifice the creature, get the food, upkeep, eat it. So that's one of the lines, but it's still very tricky. 3 mana
being tapped here by Christian Calcano.
Oh, another Hidetsugu would be so good. Can you imagine Hidetsugu here?
I can, but it's Fable of the Mirror Breaker. And we are copying the Goblin. The 2/2, it looks like.
Yeah, it might be.
Or we are using it to crew the Itsugo.
Yeah, we're using the Fable and the Goblin to crew and probably attack with Shieldred and the Sky Sovereign. Then attack trigger, kill something.
So let's see.
And Christian targets. Well, that kind of doesn't matter what's being targeted, right? Because anything can be sacrificed, and there's still one sacrifice on the table. You can just trigger the unlucky witness, block with the cat, sack that.
So looks like it's the
trigger.
unlucky witness on the graveyard.
A fatal push flip would be great, but it's double land, unfortunately.
Double land. So cat blocks Childred. We are going to sack cat, make a treasure token. Piotr will go down to 1 life.
Yeah, that's pretty tricky, especially that unlucky witness flip double land. So you actually don't have more gas. So an actual comeback here, I'm not even sure what that will involve.
So it will in the beginning we have to untap. And before draw we need to do something because we are at 1 life and there's a Childred. So draw.
It's fine because you can. Oh, that was good. Okay, okay. So now the trigger is on the stack. You gain 3 life in response. Then it already triggers revolt, so you can push Childred. Right? But I'm not sure we have anything else.
Cat is back.
Okay, sacrifice the food in response, trigger. Up to 2. Now you can do the trick with the cat. So you end up at 1.
And Christian at 5.
Can Piotr pull it off? Oh my god. If Piotr can pull it off, that would be huge.
And here Piotr considering everything to get out of the situation.
And I'm not sure when that happened, but it's only 15 minutes in the round. Can you imagine? It's already been like half an hour.
No, this round, it passed so fast.
Yeah. Fatal push here with revolt.
So Childred is gone.
Harvester. I mean, because you're still getting attacked in the air for 6.
So you still need a way.
Maybe you want to blood away the last card in hand.
That's an option. So here, Christian can still do something in the end step. Looks like he's going for that. 2 mana, act. So we are going to use Artless Act on Blood-Tide Harvester, getting rid of it. And Christian is going to draw. The Fable goes to 2. We can discard. We discard 2 lands, draw 2 more cards. A shame that Childred is no longer there to gain life.
Yeah.
But that might not be even needed, it looks like.
Yeah, if there is a crew and then Piotr bloods into a braid, that would be so huge.
So there's a crew. Let's see what the last card is.
Up. Oh,
land.
Okay.
And that's game 2 because we are still going to have game number 3. Players now 1-1. Let's take a look again at our sideboards here and see if something might change. Now Piotr is going to be on the play. So first we have Piotr's list here, Rakdos Sacrifice. Anything you think is going to change with Piotr being on the play?
Typically when you're on the draw or on the play, you change the way you play in that the person on the play is a bit more proactive, more linear, more aggressive, and the player on the draw is more defensive, more careful. So we might see, for example, less removal from Piotr on the play and try to enact the linear game plan a bit more. So that's something that could happen. We didn't see Obnixel as the adversary, we didn't see Go Blank, we didn't see Jures, we didn't see Colagan's command, which might be because the game was fast, but I'm curious how many of those kind of grindy-ish cards were actually sided in.
We see unlicensors, not that Rakdos mid-range has a lot of things to be exiled, but Croxa, for example, can be a scary thing in Christian Calcano's side. Can we see a... Okay, so here we have Christian Calcano's now deck and sideboard. A bit more tricky now for Christian, being on the draw. Anything that catches your attention, that things that might change? Though that Abrade obviously is very good against Sacrifice.
Yeah, so here it's so difficult because I don't think this game will actually come down to singular cards, you know? There is just so much going on that just having like a proper curve into removal fable might not cut it, depending on what the opponent does. Like it's very fluid. Like I mean, it's really difficult. Also, Piotr can always, you know, sacrifice whatever you're targeting with Deadly Dispute, draw a bunch of cards. Yeah, but I see Colligan's Command in the opening hand.
That's an interesting card.
Yeah, Colligan's Command is a classic. I mean, let's say oldie but a goodie, although it's not that old. Or maybe it is. So, Colligan's Command has actually multiple modes. And there are a few that are particularly relevant.
We can take a look at the card here on our card viewer. So you can choose to return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Target player discards a card. Destroy target artifact. Colligan's Command deals 2 damage to any target, and it costs 3 at instant speed.
Yeah, so let me just say that differently. So it's return target creature, that's the classic. Deal 2 damage is actually just kill Blood-Tithe Harvester or kill Goblin Shaman. Destroy target artifact is basically destroy a blood, a treasure, or Sky Sovereign. So, and this kind of card is also normal. So it has some very particular utility. You can also do some tricks like return Croxa, play Croxa. You could go, for example, you know, discard a card, rebuy Croxa, play Croxa, and then basically the opponent's mind rotted. It's pretty expensive mind rot, but...
And Twitch chat, let us know. Between Rakdos midrange and Rakdos Sacrifice, what do you prefer and what would you bring here to this tournament?
What would you bring, Filipa?
I'm a Sacrifice lover, but the deck is really complicated to play, I will admit, and especially in paper, it has a lot of triggers. That's what I'm saying. I really admire players that bring Sacrifice. It's not easy to keep up with. Any mistake, it can be highly punished. So, although it's an amazing deck, I would not bring it.
So what would you bring?
Rakdos Midrange seems like a good deck, a good choice. I also like Karuga Fires, but we haven't seen much this weekend. But here, tell me about these Thoughtseize. Revealing 2 Colligan's Command, Fatal Push, Claim of the Firstborn. Claim of the Firstborn can be used in Croxa, by the way, which is really good, and Lucky Witness.
Yeah, it's a pretty stacked hand, honestly. And the thing is that if you take any creature, it can always be rebought with Colligan's Command. Fatal Push sounds like a good take because it's very efficient. Now Christian might follow it up with a pass. Okay. So now Piotr is on the offensive. 3 mana, Treasure Blood. Attack for 3. So, and this is what Sacrifice wants to do, right? Just get this damage in, because then you can finish the opponent off with chip damage. Now, if Piotr had drawn something like Deadly Dispute, that would be huge, but that wasn't the case.
And this game is really important for both players. Just as a recap, we are playing here in day 2 of the Regional Championship in Athens. The format is Pioneer. There are 110 players that qualified for day 2, 6 rounds plus top 8 today. This is the 14th round of the whole tournament, but for the day it's the 4th round. And then we have a cut to top 8. Top 36 gets a Pro Tour invite, and 1st and 2nd place gets a New World invitation.
Yeah, so plenty on the line for those players. Oh, Shield Root coming down? Yeah, that makes sense in the face of taking a Fatal Push. In response, we'll blood something away so that you don't lose a life. Claim the Firstborn. Boop. Oh, Harvester. It's okay. Now Shield Root comes down.
It's been the 3rd day in a row of me casting. I casted the Last Chance Saturday and now Sunday event, and let me tell you, every day I see a different deck being played. I think Sacrifice today was the first time I saw during the weekend, at least in the rounds that I featured. And I really like that every round we can see a different deck.
Yeah, we see a lot of diversity, and that's pretty impressive. And we see now...
Mayhem Devil.
Yeah, okay, just play creatures. Just play creatures. Trigger my Mayhem Devil of the treasure, get another blood. You can always chump Shieldred with Unlucky Witness.
We're going to start gaining some life, though, drawing cards with that Shieldred. And every time that Piotr wants to draw, it has to lose to life, because Shieldred just is so good in so many different games, especially if there's no answer in the other side.
Yeah, and there doesn't seem to be any answer. It's also a 4/5, so even if Piotr gains another blood, it's still not enough to kill Shieldred, so it's pretty tricky. It has to be basically Fatal Push. And attacking, I think he's going to snap block with Unlucky Witness. Yeah, just to dig more.
Oh, another Devil.
Okay.
Devil is good, but Shieldred.
And for example, now Hidetsugu Consumes All will be pretty bad, because he barely accomplishes anything.
It takes care of a blood token, and I think that's it. And the graveyard.
Fable. Oh, chat points out a very good thing. Yes, it's -4/-4, and a ping from the Devil, so that will be 5. Okay, yeah, you're right. But now...
Heartless Act.
It's not on the table anymore.
Taking care there of the first Devil, but we know there's another one that can be played this turn because of Unlucky Witness.
Okay. Fighting for the best token. Now we've got an actual Goblin Shaman. K-Command. So this is the issue when you try to go grindy, because Piotr's hand wants to go grindy, right? With double K-Command, you know, kill this, discard a card, maybe rebuy Mayhem Devil, but it's not going to be fast enough. And tapping out for Mayhem Devil into Cat still isn't very impressive in the face of Shieldred. So this whole situation does not inspire confidence.
Tapping 2 mana and
untapping 2 mana.
Tapping 3 mana, and there it is, Mayhem Devil. And we also see a Cat, but with no Oven. Cat is not as good. And Christian gets to untap with opponent completely tapped out.
There was another Fable drawn as well.
And now we are going to be able to discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards. 2 mana. Is that another act?
Yeah.
Another Artless act on Mayhem Devil? These Mayhem Devils just cannot survive this game.
Yeah, and it has always traded down on mana, which is one of the biggest downside of Mayhem Devil, right? It's 3 mana and gets killed by Fiery Impulse, Fatal Push, Heartless Act, Go for the Throat.
The second Fable of the Mirror Breaker, as you said, we saw it before in End, and let me tell you, things are looking pretty good for Christian Calcano. If we had an advantage bar, would be heavily on Christian Calcano's side.
Yeah, claim the firstborn drawn. I think Piotr will be extending his hand soon enough.
And every turn that passes, Piotr is getting more damage from that Shieldred.
K-Command's probably like a kill a Shaman, rebuy Cat or something? Kill a Shaman, rebuy Witness. Okay. This is a way to dig, but then you lose 1 life, play that. One of the issues is that even if you block something and you flip cards, you can't flip into Fatal Push because you don't have mana up.
And here we are going to...
Oh, for an attack.
Attack for 3.
Okay, I like that.
At this point, I don't see how Piotr can get out of the situation, as Christian is drawing another card, gaining more life with that Shieldred. And Shieldred, we see it over and over again. When this card is able to survive, when it goes unanswered, it just steals games after games. And there's only 3 minutes left on the clock. But I don't think this will go to even turns.
Yeah, I would expect Christian to close this game pretty fast. Because there is Shieldred, Goblin Shaman, a bunch of mana, and even if Christian is low on cards, he can use Castle Lochtrain to draw, which might actually, in some spots, net him life because of Shieldred. So, yeah, that's a wild situation right now. Bashing in, probably chum blocking there, revealing 2. Oh.
2 lands is not what Piotr wants to see here.
That's painful. That is painful. So Shieldred warping the game around itself. Any Thoughtseize. Yeah.
So it's between Command and Claim of the Firstborn.
Yeah, Shieldred is a card that, if unanswered, it puts such a squeeze on the game. Now, personally, I think it's a decent design because it's one of those few cards that is playable but doesn't provide any value on entry. So if it is answered by Fatal Push, go for the throat, it actually traded 1-for-1 because nowadays in the current design nothing trades 1-for-1, right? With cards like Fable, Blood-Type Harvester, Bankbuster, you're always down a card when you're trading. But in this case, it's actually 1-for-1.
And we have actually Shieldred being in the image of the players that we took. It's the background.
Yeah.
And might be ending the game here.
So I think Christian knows he's very, very much in the driver's seat, but he still wants to make the most optimal option, supposing that Piotr can chain some insane draws. Because there is still this blood, which could try to find something. But, yeah, I don't really see it.
Let's see here what Christian decides.
Yeah, thinking he cannot really look at the opponent's deck list, so he's probably trying to remember what there is in the deck.
And this reflection of Kikijiki can soon start copying other goblins or whatever Christian is able to draw.
And we got a good question from chat, Filipa. What happens when the time runs out?
When the time runs out, what happens is that we then have 5 rounds, so 5 turns. So we have turn 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And after that, if no one wins, it's a draw.
But we will double check with the technical team if the clock is accurate, because they might have extra time because they are on the feature match.
So for example, if now the time ends, it becomes Piotr turn 0, then Christian turn 1, then Piotr turn 2, then Christian turn 3, then Piotr turn 4, then Christian turn 5, and then if Christian doesn't win, it's game. It's a draw. Unless, of course, the players are, for example, 1-0. And then, if the second game is a draw, the player that won the first one ends up winning.
Okay, now we see Claim the Firstborn, stealing Reflection, giving a haste, activate, copy Blood-Type Harvester. We've got a beautiful copy token.
It's a 6 round, it's 6 turns, but it's 5 extra turns, so...
Yeah, the current one?
The current one is
and
the
5.
0, yeah.
Exactly.
So then you have 5 extra.
And it gets all messy if there are effects like Mindslaver, where you take the opponent's turn and there's this sort of complications, whose turn is it and stuff like that. But for now, we get that Blood-Type Harvester token, get another blood.
We are trying to get the clock updated as well, because sometimes the feature match does have a bit of extra time.
So the time in the round has been called for the main players. I mean, for all the players. This is true, the time has been called. But we're trying to verify if this specific match has a bit of a difference.
But look at that Obnixilis. Can this change the game? Because this card is really good, and here able to casualty. So make a copy. Let me put this card here up on the screen for those of you that don't know.
Yeah, this is a doozy. This is a doozy.
The card is from New Capena, so a fairly recent card from last summer.
Yep. Obnixilis, so a card that people thought it would be way too good, and it turned out to see 0 play.
Not 0, we are seeing it right now.
Yeah. So we've got adversary. Yes, actually Piotr might be turning it around. I think, yeah.
What a game here.
Yeah, it's... what a game indeed.
So top 36 actually makes the Pro Tour. But if any of the players on the top 36 already have a Pro Tour invite for the next Pro Tour, it passes down to the next player. So we might see player 37, 38 go on the Pro Tour as well. It really depends on what the top 36 will consist of.
I think we'll be seeing, yeah, a draw from Castle, and actually Calcano gains life because it nets him 1, which is actually pretty interesting. So 3 mana left, Shieldred, nothing to copy with Reflection though. So Reflection is just a 2-2, attack you. So we could some block action, like double, triple blocking. But yeah, these players cannot draw if they want to top 8 this event. We might see, so jumping, double, multi-blocking, we'll see. So it's block, ping you down to 15. Pithing Needle.
Oh, Pithing Needle naming Obnixilis. And this card was actually, I'm assuming, put on from sideboard from Christian Calcano to name something like Witch's Oven, but it ended up naming Obnixilis.
Okay. And it actually turns off both Obnixili. Not only... Oh! Claim of the top?
Claim being able to copy the Harvester, being able to create an extra blood token and take care of that Shieldred.
Wow! And now, yes, Shieldred will be killed. Oh my god. You can also use the other Harvester to kill off the Kiki-Jiki if you want.
That's another option for sure.
Okay, and
it looks like they go for the board seems resetted, but now
and Giganta.
Giganta is in the end. The companion goes to end. What a game we have so far.
Okay, this is wild. This is literally wild. This is a huge comeback, and now we will see draw of Castle Lochtwain. But this is a huge comeback there. Oh, let's see what the top deck. I couldn't see. The card was kept close to the chest,
making our hearts beat faster here.
Blood Tithe Harvester. Okay. But it doesn't match against a Gigantha 5/5 Elk.
Let's draw here, and it's already turn 3 of extra turns, I think.
Yeah, it seems to be, yeah. Okay, so Gigantha pass. Okay, a huge 5/5. Christian would like to draw Heartless Act.
So what happens when the time goes off? Now we have third extra turn, and this might end up in a draw.
Yeah, but they really don't want that draw.
Don't forget that if you're just joining in, that Piddling Needle is keeping Obnixilis and also the copy of Obnixilis from using the ability.
Another Harvester, another Blood, past the turn. I think it's turn 5 for Piotr.
And it's a draw.
It is a draw.
Now, two players end up drawing. Does one concede to another? It's a tricky decision there. And it looks like both players not really happy about this, but they are basically, I think, out of top 8, but they can still make top 36 and qualify for the Pro Tour.
I would say top 36. I think they're both on the Pro Tour right now. So, but yeah, I think both are actually out of the top 8 contention.
And it's a draw.
Woof! But yeah, the end game there was wild, you know?
I was ready to, when does this end? It's almost ending. This children is going to finish the game. Somehow Piotr getting the right top decks and doing the right decisions into almost making a comeback and winning, but the game just ended up in a draw. That was such an intense game.
It was very intense, and I doubted either side multiple times during this game, and then it was a comeback after comeback, stringing the right draws, as you said, finding the right lines, claiming Fable to use it, to copy the Harvester, then sacrifice that copy to Casualty to help play up Nixilis. I mean, wow.
And isn't it great to have Paper Magic back, these tournaments here? We saw so many amazing plays. It's different to be here. It's different to play with the Magic cards and have coverage back. It really feels good after some time without this kind of events. And players playing so well all weekend. The stakes are high. We see people nervous, and right now, especially towards these more decisive rounds. Don't forget, this is round 14. There's one more round of Swiss, and then a cut to top 8. And this is such a high-stake event. Yeah. First and second place will get an invitation to the World Championship. Top 36 will get the Pro Tour invite. First place will get this Legacy European Championship trophy. And another trophy by Wizards of the Coast. And the second place will also get a trophy like this, but a bit smaller. Yeah. And both qualify for Worlds. So that's a place where I would love to be. And it's crazy. Actually, some players qualify to be here by playing the last chance qualifying on Friday. So imagine if one of these players actually finishes first or second place. They went here without knowing what to expect and then ended up winning the World Championship invite. That seems insane to me.
Yeah. This round, this whole tournament has been great. We'll have still one more round of Swiss. A bunch of people might also draw. We will see how this all shakes out. Then we'll have a top 8 announcement, which we'll do live, as we always do, and straight into the top 8.
And let us know, where are you watching from? I always love to hear where our viewers are from. I think probably the American crew, Latin America, waking up and joining the party. This is a great place to be. A lot of magic to be seen. This was round 14. I'm Filipa, this is Skura, and we'll be back soon.
Hello. May you recognize the card from this Zoom?
Yes, it is. Wait, it's the 4-3 that's Greece Family.
Yeah, exactly. And you have won this one.
Whoa! Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So, hi.
Hey.
What are you playing today?
Storm Herald's combo.
And why did you choose this deck?
I built it a while ago because I just wanted to be faster than everybody else.
Oh well, it's doing pretty good, so you're in a good spot right now.
Sure.
And do you have any tips for new players that want to approach to a competitive role?
Try playing against better players than yourself to get better.
That's a great tip. Thank you very much.
Problem.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Regional Championships live here in Athens, Greece. We're going into round number 15. Lots on the line, super important. All the tiebreaker stuff is on the map. I'm going to pass it straight over to Matej. Big Z himself is going to tell you and break this down because there's a lot to talk about. We've got a slide that we're going to get up on the screen for you now. This is the standings going into round number 15. Matej, take it away.
It's very complicated. I will tell you right away. It wasn't easy trying to figure out what's going to happen, especially because we didn't know how the pairings would break up and who would decide to draw in the last round. What I can tell you right now is that we definitely have 5 players who are at 11 wins, 2 losses, and 2 draws. Who all of them will make it into the top 8. Those players are Niels Gutierrez von Porat, Federico Vuono, Christopher Larsen, Miguel Shimoes, and Tin Mihail Tzapar. Those are all on 35. Then we have a battle in the feature match area between Mati Kuisma and Kamil Pernier. Both players are 11 wins and 3 losses. They have really bad tiebreakers. As you can see them, they're in 9th and 10th place respectively. They're playing. The winner will actually be first place.
First seed.
First seed, which is really good for seeding purposes.
Especially in Pioneer.
Especially Mati's playing Azorius Control. He definitely wants to play first as much as he can. So the winner, we have one match. That's our main feature match. Those are going to be in. There were a couple more draws there. As you can see, I didn't mention some of the players because Przemysław Olszewski is actually drawn with Tin Michael Tzapar. So he's going to be on 34, as is Tony Martos and Jamie Walsh. These 3 players are at risk of not making it into the top 8.
Okay.
Potentially drawing themselves out because there's a couple of guys at the back there. You can see that they're 10-3-1. All of them are playing, especially in our second feature match. It's Lorenzo Terlizzi. You can see him in 11th place. He's actually been paired against Piotr Shinsky, who's down in 13th. Lorenzo's tiebreakers are really good, and he can jump. He can jump Jamie Walsh.
Yep, into
so it's because Jamie Walsh is at 60% tiebreakers, as you can see. Lorenzo is 63. It's very unlikely to change that drastically. So if Lorenzo wins, he's probably locked into the top 8 in 8th place and pushing Jamie Walsh out. However, his opponent Piotr Shinsky, if you look at his tiebreakers, they're 59.8. If he wins, he might fancy his chances against the tiebreakers of Jamie Walsh as well. So I'm sure Jamie has his alliance as well set. Yeah, and there's also Socrates Rosakeas, if you can see there. He's at 60.6. He's also was paired. Socrates is playing against Berg Elchi. As you can see, Berg Elchi actually drew with Christopher Larsen on the previous round.
Both buzzing and celebrating it.
Yeah, he lost the next round, so now he's on the brink, and he's likely to finish outside the top 8 even with a win. So same with Christian Kalkan. His tiebreakers are the worst of the bunch. I don't think he's in top 8 contention anymore. There you can see him in 16th place. The 16th place there at 10-3-1 with only 54% of tiebreakers. So just to recap, the first 5 players and you see the standings, very likely top 8. I think Przemysław Olszewski has a great chance. Tony Martos has a great chance. And then the winner of Kuisma Penier is going to be in for sure. And I think it's going to be a fairly clean cut unless we see a big jump in tiebreakers. But let's see.
Well, remember, we will be streaming that top 8 live after this round, but we do need to see who is going to be in that. So we do have the first match for you. Azorius Control on the left of your screen. Azorius Spirits on the right of your screen. Spirits on the play. How big is that going to be in this matchup?
Huge, especially against the control deck of Mati Kuisma, who relies heavily on keeping up tempo, evening out the board. So it's going to be a very tense match, I believe.
Okay, so if you are just tuning in and we get looking into round number 15 of Pioneer Action, we started on Friday. We brought you the last chance qualifier, 202 players battling out to try and get 16 slots to play this weekend in the regional championships. Then we managed to start day 1 off of the regional championships with 456 players battling out 9 rounds of Swiss, trying to get themselves a 6-3 record or better to be invited back to day number 2. That's today. 110 players managed to get invites to battle it out, and we're now getting pretty close to seeing who is in that top 36. A lot of IDs are out on the ground. Matej was running around, seeing who's IDing, noting it down, making little notes in there, and give you that super in-depth analysis there. Next is the top 8, where they will be battling battling out to see who's going to walk away with the majority of $100,000 cash prize, but maybe more importantly to them, the invites to the Worlds in in Vegas at the end of the year. I do want to do little shout outs to a couple of people, for people who might not know who are watching. You've been following the stream all weekend. Obviously, I'm a British. I'm sticking to my British boy. Ben Jones in 27th place going into this round. Believes he can ID and get himself a PT slot for PT Barcelona. And also, fellow caster Martin Juza in 32nd place, able to ID himself, we believe, into top 36. The Hall of Famer getting in there yet again. So congratulations to those players as we now start looking at cards going on the battlefield. 2 spirits on the other side. We've got a Lord and we've got the Muslim Wanderer. Can help, you know, start countering some of this counter magic that might come out from the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, Dovin's Veto countering Courier's Obsession. That would have been really problematic, but already Camille has a really good start with Supreme Phantom and Mausoleum Wanderer to put up some sort of pressure, especially on the play. Winning the die roll so key here, and it looks like a bunch of the lands are not that cooperative there for Mati, who now has another irrigated farmland there, another tapped land. Let's see if Camille can punish him.
And obviously, like, you know, things like Supreme Verdict are normally the go-to cards to kind of deal with these go-wide creature synergies. We do have some sort of counter magic against that, right, with Spell Queller.
Yeah, Spell Queller works.
That interaction of it can't be countered, but actually exiles it on the stack. So let's see how that sort of pans out.
No play from Camille here. That's going to give time, a little bit of time for Mati to set up with the Omen of the Sea.
It does, you know, there's a lot that could be going on there, right? We do have flash threats. We've got Spectra Sailor. We've got Spell Queller. We've got things like Rattle Chains. Rattle Chains would be huge in this, being able to let us play at instant speed all our creatures / hold up our removal.
Yeah, actually, after I saw Frank post in the chat as well, looking at the standings again, I think the worst decision in the ID discussion was actually Jamie Walsh on the lowest field. I think he's going to end up 9th no matter what happens, because he's going to get jumped by the winner of this match, and his tiebreakers are not that good. So
I wonder if
they can't really improve enough.
I'm sure, like, during between rounds, we'll be able to speak to him, see what this is. You know,
like, he's going to go to the Pro Tour.
If they lost that round, would they not get to the Pro Tour?
They would have gotten to the Pro Tour still, I think.
Oh yeah, okay. So maybe a little bit of a mishap there. Maybe some people were giving him a bum steer, but that's happened. That's done and dusted. Can't look after spilt milk or whatever, clean up spilt milk. I don't know what the saying is. Some sort of saying to do with you can't go back on what has happened. But what we can see is what is happening right now on this battlefield. Spirit's not advancing to the board there at the end of turn, just leaving these 2 creatures on the battlefield. This is 3 points of damage. Maybe we need to get that sort of chip damage across and kind of play at an instant speed. We'll see how we want to move forward. Lots of counter magic in the main. We do have things like Lofty Denial. There is a guys like Snares as well, 4 copies of that. This is open decklist tournament, has been all weekend and will continue through to the top 8. So you might see players in between games and before them using a bit of paper, having a look at the full 75 or 95 that their opponent has brought this weekend. There's been a lot of Yorion decks floating around.
Remember, Mati Kuzma is running Yorion under his control. Again, not a choice that many players have done, but you can see it on the bottom of your screen. The Yorion is at the ready, but it's under quite a bit of pressure from the Spirits. So. Couple of good cards there for Mati. I think it's a Memory Deluge. I do see a Supreme Verdict, but I think he's worried about that Spell Queller. Yeah.
Like, you know, Spell Queller very good at keeping tempo for this, but, you know, once obviously that gets removed from the battlefield, we can then recast the Supreme Verdict. So as good as that card seems at times, sometimes it can be pretty problematic. Is this end of turn or main phase? I think it might be end of turn. We're now seeing this Memory Deluge on the stack. Might bait out a count magic here. We're going to stack. Okay.
Interesting. So losing a bit of board position here for Camille, who sacrifices his 2/2 Mausoleum Wonder to counter that Memory Deluge. Maybe Mati.
I think one of Mulligan's on the right of your screen, right? I can only count 10 cards. Yeah. 10 cards on turn 5.
Yeah,
that doesn't add up, right?
Yeah, that
might be a mode of 5.
Let's just ask Frank.
It's either a mode of 5 or a mode of 6, I believe. Yeah. But they're on the play, so yeah, it'd be a mode of 5, I think.
Yeah, he puts this Yorion into his hand, and there's the Rattle Chains. As expected, I figured that there would be something to put more pressure on Mati here, and there it is indeed the Rattle Chains here. And now we increase our clock to 4.
Yeah, this is good.
Good for Camille, not for Mati.
No, not for Mati, but you know, he's got some sort of cards in the hand. I think I've seen a March in the in the grip, as long as you said there's a supreme verdict. This might be the turn to fire it off potentially and then get rid of the spell queller. But you know, playing against a low to the ground creature blue deck that does have counter magic in the main that you know about being open deck list can be a bit problematic.
Now let's see what Matej can do with the full grip. Lots of lands for Camille. The spirits that can easily operate on 3 lands. Having 5 not ideal, especially when if you mulligans.
No, nothing crazy about the mana base either. They do have 2 Mutavolts in the main, 1 Otawara. Around that, everything else only taps for mana. How are we going to go about getting ourselves out of this pickle? It must be real hard over on the Osiris control side here. Are we playing around counter magic? Am I playing around creatures flashing in? Do I pull the trigger? If I pull the trigger and all of a sudden that gets countered and a couple of lords hit the battlefield, do I just lose the game? A lot on the line. Remember, top 8 is for the winner of this match. They'll be able to battle it out to see if they can get, 1, a lot more prize money, but 2, that world's invite to Las Vegas.
Yeah,
to battle it out.
One of the developments that I hear that our backup feature match actually looking at the standings and seeing that who else drew the match, they decided to draw themselves, likely, because they can't make the top 8 if they win. Now, after seeing what happened, and they would have drawn, they locked themselves the top 16. You know, the higher prize money. So a drawing would make someone be 9th or 10th, but by drawing, they're both going to be like 12th and 13th, something along those lines. So.
Yeah, so, you know, why risk that extra bit of money? Because it's a big jump, I suppose, going and dropping yourself down below. Exactly. I get it. I understand it. As we're going to see, March of the
Otherworldly Light.
Bit of a tongue twister there. By the way, can I just say, chat, I've not seen Matej this happy all day. He is so happy, crunching numbers in the background, working out the math. I feel like you're in your element here.
Yeah, I love it.
You do.
I
really do.
I used to, you know, everyone says, oh, it's tiebreaker math is hard. It's not hard. You just got to figure out what's happening around you and what you can and cannot do. So I've been in those situations before. So.
But in the future, I'm going to be sending you pictures. Can I ID or not?
People already do that.
Do they do
yeah,
it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, land, go. Only 1 power on the battlefield, but there is a Mutavault added. Mutavault obviously gets under Supreme Verdict, can't really hit that. It being a land whenever we choose it to be, or a creature whenever we choose it to be as well.
And it's a spirit.
And it's a spirit. All creature types. We've seen this. Actually, we've seen this in a lot of different decks. Creativity, humans, spirits.
Rakdos.
Rakdos are playing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it kind of an all-star? It's not free. It does hurt your mana base a little bit, only producing colorless, but being able to turn itself into a 2/2, a lot of sorcery speed removal in the format.
It's been great in the humans deck, especially like we saw the Thalia's Lieutenant, like it put counters on it. So yeah, it's been great.
We obviously Omen of the Sea on the battlefield. Does have a little second ability. We can sacrifice that and do a Scry 2. Not exactly what we want to be doing when we do have Yorion in hand, though. We can just hard cast the Yorion, flicker it. I think we might want a few more permanents on the battlefield before that happens. Is it a 24-hour service, and how much do you charge for this analysis?
Just ping me on Twitter, and I'll do my best to respond. I'm usually always on Twitter. All right, so there was a bit of a lull in this match. Not much was happening, but now we finally see a Mausoleum Wanderer on the battlefield. Camille has so many lands that I'm sure Matej just... What he has to make sure here is that he finds a way to win this match in relatively quick fashion, because his deck's slow, and actually a draw knocks out both, right? So he definitely wants to find a way to win. So...
We're going to see the Field of Ruin here is going to take out the Mutavault. We spoke about how good that card's been all weekend in multiple decks. Doesn't want to worry about that one. Again, can't Supreme Verdict that as it is a land majority of the time. Only when Carola decides he wants to animate it. Huge pressure on both these players. Played 2 days of Magic, 15 rounds, all coming down to this last round. Who is going to be able to get into top 8? Who's going to give themselves the opportunity to play potentially 3 more games of Magic? Could be the most important Magic of their lives.
Indeed. Yeah, so
at least the Magic careers, anyway.
Yeah, we're still resolving that Field of Ruin. Matej has it takes him a bit longer to shuffle because he has a bigger deck.
I wasn't going to bring that one up because it might start a discussion on is Yorion meant to be banned or not. A lot of discussion, yada, yada, yada. But it's a super powerful card. Companion, one of the, banned in some formats. It is still legal here in Pioneer.
It's
also a big blocker.
It's fun.
It's a big blocker against spirits as well.
And does really do nice things. We already saw him blink out a Teferi, to reset the loyalty a little bit. It can do some nice things, but We'll see if actually he plays it, because if he can manage to play this match a little bit slowly, he can really avoid those Geistlight snares, those lofty denials. He has plenty of mana left, as you can see here. Now he's going to try to counter the March.
I will not pay the extra 2.
Doesn't really care. And that was at the end of Camo's turn, so he's in really good shape.
Okay, that was a temporary lockdown off the top.
Nice.
Pretty good one in this matchup, because there's a lot of 1 and 2 of spirits in the deck. I'm trying to think what there's 1, 5. 5 of the spirits are not 2 mana or less in the Azorius deck on the right of your screen.
Might be time for Yorion here. 3 mana untapped.
Are we turning the corner now? Is it? Now we're getting starting to get a beatdown plan down?
Yeah, I think so. Like, also blinking the Omen of the Sea.
See Wander on top plus, I think that's a Shark Typhoon.
Ooh, that's...
Shark
Typhoon is actually one of the best cards against spirits. Yeah, he has 4.
Yeah, got 4 in the main.
Of course, if you're playing 80-card Yorion control, like you have 4 of these cards. He even plays Forge Wire Disruptions, which is usually like maybe a one-off.
Frank is kind of doing some unofficial math in the background, looking at all the standings, looking at who's tie breakers and who's drawing, etc. He reckons potentially down to 41st place might be the Pro Tour invites going down. There was quite a lot of players this weekend turned up, already qualified. They're here trying to get themselves to Worlds, if not maybe a little bit of extra cash. So that's quite nice when you know, the heartbreak of coming 37th, 38th. That if it was down to you, and we will see those players in PT Barcelona, which remember is the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. Cannot wait for that one.
There's a Shacklegeist there. I don't think Matej's going to mind. He's only on 9. Then also the 2 spirits can tap down Yorion. He's still now thinking, should I play the Wandering Emperor? Okay, no, he's going to just sack the sacrifice the Omen of the Sea.
I'm looking at the life totals. Come out on the right of your side. It's done 8 damage to themselves.
I mean, there was already Yorion attack.
Oh, is that okay? Yeah, I thought we tapped the tank.
Yeah, the Castle Ardenvale as well makes a 1/1. Yeah, Matej is going to win this game. Yes. Oh,
this temporary lockdown is going to be great.
Yeah, temporary lock. I mean, he just made it 1/1. You know, lost so much time to do that. But that's going to resolve.
Yep.
Tap down to Yorion. Exile the token as well.
We can always make more of them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
We're just going through the motions right now.
The army man speaking. We can always get more soldiers.
Whoa! Marine man, come on, come on! I worked hard to get that title.
Yeah, but there we go. As I said, Matej won the game. Kamil also realized that he wants to win. He still has to win 2 games. So there's.
Especially when you've got an unwinnable board state. Like, you know, you're not coming back. They've got a grip full of cards, a lot going on. But now this is the deck. This is the 95 cards that we bought this weekend. It is open deck list, so both players getting their deck lists out, having a look at what they're playing against, what they need to play against, trying to work out how their opponent is going to sideboard. What do you like to be bringing in here?
Well, I will already mention that it's sideboarding in an 80-card main deck is already much less impactful than when you have 60. So, of course, like you have a much smaller chance to draw your sideboard cards. I think we're definitely going to see the Chrome Host Sea Sharks coming in. That's 3-up.
I like that.
Work really well against aggro decks. This is also a flyer with 2/4 as the base numbers are really good. I think we're also going to see the Sunfall come in as well, just to get an extra sweeper on the board. Mystical Dispute also is going to come in, possibly even the Fateful Absence. So I can see
up to
8 cards coming in, and that might prove to be difficult to get all of them in. But you might find some which are a bit slow. Something like Farewell, maybe Rewind is going to be a bit slow. I'm sure you can trim some of the other cards, but in general, I think Matej is decently set up, but he can get, you know, punished a little bit by having an 80-card deck, maybe not have as much consistency. But having the access to the Yorion was actually really good.
Yeah,
accelerated out the game plan.
All right, let's have a look over on the other side. Let's see if we can see what the Spirits deck has bought this weekend. 75 cards. Anything out this sideboard stand out to you? Because it's not super.
I mean, Invasion of Gobakan works. Like you can get a Supreme Verdict out, right, or make it cost 6. So at least you can get that. You have also wedding announcements. You know, if you're expecting a grindy match, why not try to get some beaters on the in the play. Probably not much else. I struggle to think what else could be brought in.
There's a real niche of a slip out, try and dodge some sort of wrap out. I don't think it's going to be great.
He probably going to board them out as well. So we'll see.
Well, we will find out in game number 2. Remember, this game has got a lot on the line of it. The winner of this, we believe, will get into that top 8, where we'll be battling out to see who's going to walk away with a large chunk of money. And, more importantly, first and second place, getting world invites to Las Vegas. Both players already know that they will be going to PT Barcelona later on next month, towards the end of next month, did we say it was?
End of July, yes.
End of July. And remember, that is the fandom clash of MTG and Lord of the Rings.
It's not a clash, it's a coming together.
A coming together? A fellowship?
Fellowship.
I'm here all weekend. Let's go. Let's go. Still got the puns after day 3 of casting.
Writer's strike? Just get this guy.
Just get me in.
You can scab him in.
I can't talk, I can't speak, I can't write, but I can randomly come up with puns. And you do see that bit of paper there on the battlefield. Like, what are you doing? You can't do that. That's not... Is it a sideboard guide? No. Well, you might have a sideboard guide on the back of it, but this is your opponent's deck list. It's been happening all weekend long. You'll see it in all the RCs, I believe. It is open deck list tournaments. A lot of speculation, but are you a pro-open deck list, or are you, as a coverage team, we're definitely pro-open comments, but as a player, do you play closed or open?
Do you want my honest opinion?
Of course I do. That's why I asked you.
I really dislike open deck lists.
Okay.
Even though I'm casting, is part of what I do on top of other things, of course.
As a player,
I would much prefer a closed deck. I think it makes for slightly better tournaments. It can also create some more, let's say, unexpected moments on camera as well. And I like having that little bit of variance, that comes with a closed deck list. However, I do agree, as a caster, it's so nice that I don't have to deal with, a player complaining that they've been on a feature match and revealed their secret tech.
The one thing I kind of wish that we had, and I've spoke to, I've messaged Brad about this as well. I would love a button that as soon as the round over is finished, round 15, everyone knows the exact top 8. I would love it if we had the power to be able to press the button to reveal that to the players, so we can get that live sort of coverage of whoever sneaks into 7th, 8th place, see the emotion on their face and going off. We don't have it yet, and but I have to say, I agree with you, by the way. I as an Infect player, I want closed deck list tournaments because I need that game 1. I need it in the bag.
Yeah, for sure. But it's also, there was a big discussion. I think the differences are minor, and it also closed deck lists, so you can play one Ember Cleave and you have your opponent play around it the whole time. That's also like a fun aspect.
It affects deck building differently, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does have an effect. But in general, I like to have a secret sideboard plan, or try to do something more unexpected, or play a card that is not very expected in general. So yeah.
Do you think this is just my random opinion, is Pioneer sideboards aren't as impactful as they are in some of the other formats, but that could be because of the card pool. There's no like Blood Moon effects and stuff like that in this format. There's powerful cards, but they don't not one-shot kills.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, there's not like back in the old days,
the boomer. Here we go.
Boomer alert. You had cards like I remember when I was a rookie player, and I had my mono red burn deck, right, and my opponent went turn 2 chill. All the red spells cost 2 more. Turn 3 chill, and then and blue elemental blasts going alongside, and those were extremely powerful. Stuff like perish, like destroy all green creatures, right, or gloom, all white spells cost 3 more. Like those kinds of sweet cards are inherently powerful against the decks that they're designed for. However, I think one fun anecdote actually is the fact that I think someone was looking at the data at the deck list, like what is the most played card in Pioneer. There's actually Mystical Dispute.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because like so many decks touch blue, like Spirits can play it, Blue White Control can play it. Enigmatic Fires can play it, right? Like so is it Creativity can play it? So it's only a sideboard card, but actually ended up being like one of the most played cards. That kind of shows you what the format's like. There's not that much overlap between the decks in terms of cards. Maybe Fable of the Mirror Breakers, something that kind of goes beyond that.
Yeah.
Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, also like all stars that feature in other different
kind of decks. Potentially Mutavault could be up there, especially as the most played land, maybe.
Yeah.
As we've seen, 4 different decks are able to use that.
Definitely. So in that sense, Pioneer can be fun because there's a lot of deck variety now in the meta compared to maybe a few months ago. But it's also not for everyone. It's very heavy on haymakers. Difficult to come back situations.
Yes.
The answers are not as good as some of the proactive things, and you need to be able to cover a lot of things, right? Like one deck's going to come at you from the graveyard, the other deck's going to be extremely controlling. Another thing is going to be something like Rakdos, which can do a little bit of everything. So yeah, But it's still, I would say, underexplored. So there's still.
Oh, yeah, well, we
things
just
that
see
can be
this
done.
Boris Convoke deck come out of nowhere, right, and start picking up great results.
Yeah, yeah.
I love that. I wasn't a fan when everyone's kind of saying, "Oh, we need to ban this deck." Oh my god, we want that. We want to innovate more formats. We want new decks to appear. We want metas to start be changing.
Yeah, this is what I kind of like talk to people who ask me, "Oh, what do you think about Modern? What do you think about Legacy?" I think those formats are good. They're skill intensive. They're play a lot of classic cards that they're enjoyable. But the meta doesn't change when a new set gets printed that much, right?
It's hard. Well, unless it's called Modern Horizons.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Modern Horizons.
Maybe Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Well, like there always is. There's always one or two cards that kind of make it in and can have an impact. But I like the fact that in Pioneer, Knight Errant of Eos, suddenly we have a kind of like a new deck, right? Like suddenly we can do some fancy things. So look at that. Turn 1 Spectral Sailor. Main phase. Flash doesn't really matter.
And obviously that's because we have open deck list. We know that there are mystical disputes on the other side of the battlefield potentially coming in. So we are doing it at sorcery speed.
Yeah, they're already kind of playing into our talking point. They don't even hear us.
No.
They're already doing a great job of actually showing you how sideboard games are impacted by open deck lists.
And as we see down here, this is the invasion of, let me try and pronounce it, Gobakam?
Good enough.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it.
So that's
just the upside to this is we also get to see the hand. We also it's kind of does that sort of Fortsies effect. We get to see what's going on.
And there is the mystical dispute. Like
exactly, played into it. Great.
Yeah.
And
now we can start actually chipping. He just shows 2 Jawari disruptions, 2 lands, and a memory deluge. So countering that mystical dispute is or exiling with the invasion of Gobakan is super important because next turn Camille, if he untaps, he can play a 2-drop. And that would allow him to play around that Jawari disruption and maybe put up some more pressure on the invasion. Okay, no attacks. Now I might be missing something. Okay, that's a thing. Let's see what Camille can play here.
Really wants that sort of 3rd land, right? Because we know about this what's the word on the summon spike? Mana spike? No. What's the counter spell which costs 1? That's the Mana Tide. Mana Tide.
4 spike.
4 spike. Why couldn't I think of 4 spike? Jeez. So yeah, 4 spike is we know now we need to play around a couple of them in hand potentially. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
What do you mean, chat? I was first. I was first.
I like to give.
They have a delay, so I was first. First.
Do you want to get defensive on that? Jeez, chat.
No worries. So Shackle Guys was played there on turn 2, playing around that Jawari disruption.
Yeah, we like to see that. So draw a step for the turn. We're out into the battlefield. How good is it if we manage to flip this invasion?
Insanely good. It's going to turn into an enchantment that pumps up every creature that attacked that turn, gives hexproof and indestructible. It's right where you want to be. And immutable is also a great play here.
Oh, huge, yeah.
From Camille here.
Obviously, Shackle Guys, this isn't the matchup for it. We're not boarding out because it's still a 2-2 for 2. Kind of adds to our play game plan. Spirit Fly. We just need beaters really. We need to get this game done and over with nice and early. And we're going to send that one to the innovation. And it does connect. It flips. Let's see if we can get that one up on the screen for you. Matej's all over it. Read out what that one does, my friend.
Yeah. So as I said, Light Chill Array is going to put +1/+1 counter on every creature that attacked at the end of turn. And you can sacrifice this to give all creatures you control hexproof, indestructible, and a wedding announcement coming in from the sideboard, just like I mentioned.
It's almost like you got this thing called Magic the Gathering.
Can't play Mystical Dispute here because it's not white. It's exiled. It's still reduced by 2.
We're playing.
You're targeting blue spell, but this is a white spell, and it actually resolves 2 more. The counters get put on the guys, and a card gets drawn from the wedding announcement. That's an insane turn there for Camille Pernier. I really like how he sequenced this.
Yeah, well, it all started with the invasion. The invasion, knowing what we need to be playing around, right?
Yeah.
Getting out this mystical dispute, knowing that there's 4 spikes in the hand. As we're going to see Supreme Verdict come down, and we're just going to sacrifice it straight away. Yeah. Give our opponents hexproof and indestructible, more importantly. Now we can attack with 2 creatures, potentially 3 with the Mutavault. Draw an extra card, kind of get that sort of us turning and burning. See how we want to move about this. Remember, we'll be vulnerable to future Supreme Verdicts now. Let's have a little look how we want to go about this. One more land away from being able to turn that mystical dispute on as well. Remember, it does cost an extra 2 because it is moved to exile because of the invasion. 19 life still pretty high though.
Yeah, I mean, he was attacking the invasion, so that's always an advantage if you're in that position. That at least your life total is not getting endangered. If you have good answers, you can deal with flipped invasions of any kind. But we know that Matej's hand is not actually that good. He has 2 Dwyer Disruptions and the Memory Deluge, and one card that Campbell does not know about. All right, Curious Obsession.
Oof, huge here. Again, another way of refilling the hand. Not animating Mutavault though, giving us playing a second Mutavault.
Yeah.
Not playing it, leaving that back in case something like a Supreme Verdict does happen. We can start holding up our counter magic. Remember, in the deck, we do have things like Lofty Denial, Geistlight Snare. In the sideboard, we didn't really think much is going to be coming in besides the invasion. So, and a couple counter spells to play around. Could have things like Rattle Chains to kind of flash in if we need to. Spell Queller is a good one.
Yeah, there's also now Temporary Lockdown's going to come down, and this could be a really huge turn for Matej if he manages to resolve that, because we know he has the Mystical Dispute up, but can he beat 1 counterspell? Can he beat 2 counterspells?
Let's see, Field of Ruin for the turn. Get rid of a Mutavault.
Interesting.
Maybe trying to bait out a Rattle Chains here.
Possibly.
Animate Rattle Chains, give it hexproof.
No. He's trying to be sneaky. He's not in a great position here.
A lot on the line. Remember, winner of this game, we believe it is locked for top 8.
Yes. No. It's not just the top 8. The winner of this match is going to be the #1 seed going to the top 8.
Which both of these decks would love to be in there. Giving themselves the best possible chance of getting to that 1st and 2nd place, getting themselves the world invitation to the World Championships in Las Vegas. So we are animating Mutavault, tapping itself. Then we are going to use the Rattle Chains to give itself a hexproof.
Okay.
How does this work? Do we still get the lands because there's no target? Do we not go search the land?
Let me
I'm guessing you don't get the land.
Exactly. It fizzled the effect, and I thought it was fairly risky to play it that way. On the other hand, I understand if Matej plays the lockdown, there's a counterspell, maybe he can Mystical Dispute back. Okay, he clears the board. But then we could end of turn maybe Rattle Chains in and have the 2 Mutavaults attacking as well, right? There was still a lot of damage coming through, and I don't think with Matej's hand of Dwyer Disruption, Memory Deluge, he would be getting anywhere. And this sort of play, he was hoping that it wouldn't happen, right? But
well, and it did. We get to go to game number 3. I love game 3s in high-level Magic, and it doesn't get much higher this weekend just yet, as the winner of this is going to get into that top 8. They're going to be the 1st seed. Now we see the 75 Spirit deck in front of you. We think just the invasion's coming here, right?
And the winning announcements.
And the winning announcements. So, as you called it, those 6 cards coming in. Yeah. Let's talk about what cards would be coming out. What don't you like
the 2 slip out the backs would likely go out. The 1 Skyclave Apparition probably as well. Not that many targets actually to exile. And then not sure about the counter spells. I think you still want to keep them, though well aware of Supreme Verdict can't be countered. We know Mystical Dispute came in from Matej's side, so maybe just shave some of the less impactful spirits, maybe like a Shacklegeist or maybe one Mausoleum Wanderer.
Okay.
Yeah, Matej Kuzma's deck very
95 cards. Remember,
very solid 95 cards. It's always a great choice when you have Yorion. You can put some cards that maybe are not that orthodox, but you can have a spicy one-off, like a Farewell, right? That's exactly the kind of card you like having as a one-off. And
so we
really
saw the Mystical Disputes come in.
Yeah, we saw them. I assume there's going to be the Chromos Sea Sharks as well. Maybe the Faithful Absence, but also Sunfall. I could imagine those coming in. But as I mentioned, the main deck was fairly tight in that sense. It's already like decently well set up, so there's not that much to cut.
Maybe some of the bigger spells.
Farewell, Rewind, Absorb is also a little bit slow. Dovin's Veto is good when you want to push through some cards, so you don't really want to cut those, but they're also not great in all the situation because it doesn't counter any of the creatures. So they're going to go down to the wire. Yeah, we're going to see who the number 1 seed. And as they're shuffling, just as a reminder, we've had a situation where a lot of the top tables, actually the first 4 tables have drawn. But if you can do the math, there's 4 players, 4 tables, 2 players per table, so that's 8.
Yep.
So 8 tables, 8 players have drawn. However, both of these guys are at 11 and 3, and with the win, they will jump everyone. So that means that one of the people out of the 8
potentially on table 4
has drawn themselves out of the top 8 contention. And I believe with 99.9% certainty, it's going to be Jamie Walsh on the Lotus Field combo who's going to be 9th place.
It's going to be interesting to see. We will be bringing that live to you. So after this round, make sure you stick around. We'll be back super shortly. We're going to do the live top 8 announcement where we'll be showing all the players walking out. You get to see the faces, see their reactions, see how happy they are going to be. We'll then have a little turnaround where we take their photos, get the graphics made up. Short break, that's where you go get yourself a coffee, go put that on, go to the toilet, get ready to sit down for that top 8 where we'll be battling it out. Obviously, we'll be doing the semis, which realistically is the one that's the big one where the world's invite is on the line. So a lot of tension is going to be on those matchups. We're going to reorganize the cameras so potentially we can get a look at the crowd when we see those players start winning. But that is the later thing. Right now, we're going to game number 3. Winner of this, lock for top 8 and first seed. We're going to start off with the Osiris control player on the left of your side. Matej? Did I get it right?
What? I'm Matej.
You're Matej. That's Matej?
Mati.
Mati. I cannot get that right. Matty is going to be on the play. And
how would you call a friend who's called Matt and you want to be like
Matt? What, mate?
Yeah,
or bud?
Like Matt. If you add a Y at the end, like
Matty.
There you go.
Oh, you just got to break it down for me. Welcome to Dyslexia 101, ladies and gentlemen. As we take a mulligan on the right of your screen, going down to 6 cards. I'll let you into a little secret chat. Things that you, and this is a little Pro Tour thing that they do. They get dice, and they put dice on top of the player's deck with how many cards they've kept for the round. So we might see a dice of 6 go on top of the deck. So it's only really for the casters and stuff. Don't tell the other casters, around the world that that's kind of how the backstage magic that happens. But it lets us know. It lets you all at home know what's going on.
I like the fact that we had one round when both players were mulliganing so much that they already took out dice. They put them on the table and showed how many mulligans they were taking. I think there was like in the match at least there was one game where they went 6 cards against 5. Another game was 6 against 6 cards. So yeah. I'm
gonna let you try and pronounce that message there from Vanks Carlson because I definitely don't want to butcher that player's name.
Okay, I speak many languages, but the Chinese is none of the Chinese or Asian languages are my strengths. So yeah, but we have someone from Taiwan. Azori's Lotus Field won in Taiwan. Thank you, Frank.
Well, congratulations to that play.
Azori's Lotus Field, another deck that people knew it existed. Right? It is a thing, but it only really started popping up in the last week or 2.
Well,
Stern Proctor, Lotus Field, kind of value blue-white control.
And we're going to see that player at the World Championships in Las Vegas. So congratulations to them. Starting off the turn. Matej here coming in with a tap land. Obviously, that is the force spike effect.
Disruption, yeah. And speaking, and Mausoleum Wanderer is also kind of a force spike effect.
And we played it again at sorcery speed.
Yeah, I mean this one doesn't have flash.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm gonna That's why we didn't play it.
It has flying though.
It
Flash, flying, almost the same thing.
This is the 3rd day of casting in a row. My brain is mush, but we're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the powerful invasion coming down.
And again, a double mystical dispute from Mati. Shark Typhoon is good, and this is Invasion of Gobakan. Taking Shark Typhoon is just so sweet. I'm gonna pull up the invasion again.
That's interesting though that we could have fired off one of these mystical disputes to get the Wanderer though. Oh no, we didn't. It was a tap land. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
he only had a bunch of tap lands, and this is part of the problem with like the Yorian version of the deck. You play so many different lands. Sometimes it ends up happening that you don't have the kind of right mana, and so Invasion of Gobakan on the Shark Typhoon means that Mati cannot cycle it. Yeah, he would have to hardcast it and would have to hardcast it for 8 mana, which is
it's basically their forces.
Yeah, but kind of but that's why Azorius Spears started gaining a little bit in popularity because it has these sorts of plays that Mono Blue Spears does not have. What Mono Blue Spears has is more consistency with the lands, but these sorts of plays and Spell Queller is something that can really help win these matchups. Because Shark Typhoon is one of the best cards against the Spirit deck. You cannot counter the Shark making. It provides a really good blocker and draws a card.
I was say Cam on the right is missing his land drop here, not able to play a Spirit to kind of pump that Wanderer so we can get the invasion flipped. Decides to do it end of turn, potentially try and bait a counter spell out here so that he can untap and play another one. It's going to be a mystical dispute. It's going to go to the graveyard.
It's a finally blue spell. But maybe
It's a land.
ooh,
Third land.
lands.
Okay, we've still got a game.
Huge one for Camille there.
Again, route change is not exactly what we wanted to be doing because obviously we want to attack the invasion this turn, use route change to protect ourselves. We're going to start off with a Shacklegeist though. Just a generic 2/2 flyer in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's probably going to
It
make
makes it
disappear. Yeah.
While leaving up the other mystical dispute that we know that's in hand. Flip the invasion. We're going to get a counter on top of that, and that's quite nice for late effect. Right now it's going to have 2 power, so we can sacrifice it if we need to counter a spell for 2 mana.
Indeed.
Unless they pay an extra 2 mana, sorry. Also, almost our own make disappear. Never land off the top.
Yeah, I like that with the LEC rate, it grows the Wanderer, it makes his sacrifice effect that much stronger.
But it's also making this memory deluge worse, because obviously we want to be casting it. Are we going to use this as a removal spell?
That's why he play. That's why Matej is playing it main phase and makes the decision for Camille to decide. Like, do you want to counter my deluge? You can. It's a 2/2 Wanderer.
Well, we got obviously we know about the snares in the deck, right? They cost 1 less if you control a creature flying, 1 less if you control an enchantment. We now do control an enchantment. So with 1 mana, but we do know about that mystical dispute, and we're seeing how much trouble that can pit you under. Obviously, I'd be like kind of like murmuring under my breath that you've got an 80-card deck, yet you managed to draw 2 of your 3, and be a little bit, you know. But here we are.
Yeah. So memory deluge resolves. I think there was a mystical dispute among the top 4 cards, and I do also see a March. Okay, there's a Curious Obsession. With only 2 mana up, are we going to see another mystical dispute? We are.
And that's the one we know about, so we know we can.
Another one.
Coming down, gets the damage in. That's 3 damage coming across. Yet we get to refill our hand again. Another counter goes on it. It's not a land. We're not playing that land drop.
And remember, the Light Shield Array can also protect the Mausoleum Wanderer from something like the March of Otherworldly Light, Faithful Absence, and whatnot.
Okay, we've got a result of our backup feature match, I believe. We'll just look at, we'll both go into the sheets and have a look, see how that final affects map. I'll let Matej do that while I comment on the game in hand.
Let's say it's not relevant.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it was anyone from the top table, so.
Oh, okay.
It was just a backup feature match to have something on camera.
Okay. Got you. This is the important one. This is
Let's
all the
focus
marbles
on
are
this
for.
because the winner will be in first place, going to the top 8 and have the highest seeding, playing first in the quarterfinals, semis, and finals. If that person makes it that far.
What chance? And this is to you as well, chat. You, chat, Matej.
Okay.
What are the chances we see a hard cash Shark Typhoon in this matchup? Breaking the numbers
27%.
27%. Anyone want to advance on that, ladies and gentlemen? So we're going to try and get rid of the enchantment here. We're going to use this March of Underworldly Light.
This is so interesting. So Matej is actually targeting the Curious Obsession, because if he targets the Mausoleum Wanderer, Camille can sacrifice the Light Shield Array to protect it. So in this way, he denies the cards while taking some damage, is able to put a Yori in his hand, and maybe next turn he's thinking, oh, maybe I can cast a Yorion to block the Mausoleum Wanderer, which is just going to be a 4/4. It's an ambitious plan.
Especially when you're looking at your opponent, they're missing land drops, which means they've probably got all spells in hand. They've been drawing extra cards because of that powerful enchantment. Over on Matty's side here, we're tapping out. We need to try and catch back up some way. Normally we use Supreme Berg to do that, but unfortunately the invasion has flipped, so that's kind of like a protection spell, so to speak, for all of our creatures, being able to give them hexproof and indestructible.
Yeah, such a game breaker, right?
Well,
the invasion.
We're going to see 2 games almost decided on it if that's how this game pans out. But 14 life points, still kind of healthy when there's only 1 threat on the battlefield, but that 1 threat is growing each time it attacks by getting a +1/+1 counter. Back to Matej on the right of your screen. Was that a Shark Typhoon that was found for the turn?
I don't think so.
Was it not?
I think it was Dovin's veto. I think it's veto, dispute, and Yori in his hand.
No, I think it's dispute, yeah.
I think he's going to take 2 from the Howl Fountain. No. Just going to hard cast the Yorion. It's going to get Geistlight snared.
Because we do control an enchantment and a flying creature. Mystical Dispute back. Only 2 mana up. Do we have another counter spell?
Yeah, that's why he didn't have to take the 2 damage from the fountain and keep a veto. Now he can dispute back.
What do we have on the right of our screen? A lot of cards in hand. We're in the tank. We're thinking about it. We're going to sack to counter that. We do not want this
Wow.
Yorion on the battlefield. Just a
Wow.
generic 4-5 beatdown.
Yeah, Kamil now sacrifices his whole board presence. He has a good follow of the wedding announcement.
Huge.
That works really well with the Light Shield Array as well.
Get ourselves a 1-1 human onto the battlefield. That was some sort of shark card.
Good. It's a Chrome Host Sea Shark.
Okay.
Sea Shark. Let me pull it up.
That's a real good one in this situation. The only problem is these incubate tokens that are made do not have a reach. They are, you know, essentially ground creatures.
Yeah, but so are the human tokens from the wedding announcement. In this sort of spot.
All right, yeah, that one, that's a good shout. That's a good shout.
Yeah, and remember, there's also Memory Deluge in the graveyard that he played earlier, right? So even just casting the Memory Deluge with a Sea Shark in play, it's going to mean that he's going to get a 7/7 incubator, which is massive. And plus, he still has Dovin's Veto mana up.
See how we want to go about this.
Yeah, now
2-4 on the battlefield.
Now he can't. Kamil cannot just attack freely into the shark. The Skycliff apparition, though. I think that this is a sort of meta, like.
What we talk about, you know, hedging bets. How is my opponent going to sideboard? How should I sideboard to counter their sideboard? Maybe they think I do this, so I won't do that to, you know, kind of make their
exactly. This is a
lovely chess battle.
Yeah, this is the kind of like metagaming within a match works. That with open deck lists you can really kind of anticipate what your opponent.
Was that another one off the top?
Possibly.
Maybe it was a Shark Typhoon.
It would be even better.
If we're passing the turn back, I'm going to say it's a Shark Typhoon. And yes, I think it might be a Shark Typhoon with a veto in hand. 2 cards. Still a lot of magic to be played here. Winner of this will be locked for our top 8. And we believe in first place of all things. Exactly where you want to be in Pioneer, especially when you're battling out to see if you can go to Worlds in Las Vegas.
This is a great game of Magic, by the way. A great match.
It's exactly when we're seeing why both players have got themselves into this situation. After 15 rounds of Magic, one of them is going to be in the, you know, super excited. Oh, this, well, we're going to all sideways. No set of the wreckages here. Ooh. This looks like a big shark coming down. That's going to be a 5/5 hit in the battlefield. Able to block, potentially take off this Skyclave. Give us another 3/3.
Yeah, block's going to block the Skyclave. Still going to take quite a bit here. Take 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, correct. Dropping us down to 8 if this resolves. It looks like that is what's going to happen.
Yeah, we're going. There's going to be a 3/3 spirit coming down, right, for Mati.
Yep.
After the Skyclave apparition.
But all these creatures are going to get +1/+2 counters at the end of turn. Do you like me? Do you? You know, we could sacrifice the invasion there and kind of give it indestructible. Do you like that, or do you think no? You know, it's
probably
better
not.
to keep it
No, now he's going to get a bunch of counters on the creatures that survive combat.
And they're all about to get +1/+1. And we're drawing another card from this wedding announcement.
Exactly.
Big draw step. What do we need to hit here? Seal the Ruin. That deals with the Mutavault.
Yeah, that's good. Has to be careful when he uses it. He's probably going to. He could also just play the Shark Typhoon now. I said 27%, but he's worked his way up to 8 mana.
Is that good here, though? Like, looking at the battlefield, to potentially 3 attackers. They've all got +1/+1. A couple have got counters on. We've got 2 blockers. Math is for blockers, of course. Chat saying hardcast time.
Of course they're saying that. You know, it's a fun thing. Whenever you watch a streamer play a deck with Shark Typhoon, the chat's always like, hardcast it, don't cycle it, just hardcast. Especially Yellowhead fans.
Oh, yeah, exactly. We will be announcing the top 8 directly after this round, ladies and gentlemen, so you'll find out exactly which 8 players make it in and what decks they are playing before we do go to our top 8, where we're going to see them battling out to see who's going to get the world invites. At the minute, right at the left of your screen, Matej is kind of thinking, trying to analyze how. Hey, we've done it. We've done it, chat. Who said 0% in the chat? Let's ban them. Get them out of here.
Oh, guys, slide snare.
Oh, no, chat. We tried to live the dream. We tried to live it, and we came on the radio and said, nope, not having any of that shenanigans. Oh, okay, well, your 20%
punished.
came in. It came in. Yeah, punished is the correct word. But maybe that was, you know, if it was resolved, that is the one way for us to get back into this game, start turning the corner, because a lot happening on the other side.
Mati down to 8, but has 2 decent blockers. 5/5 Sharks, the one that can do the most work. And with Field of Ruin as well, this is still going to be a tight game. They still have a bit of time. I think we're going to see a winner. They don't want to draw a basic draw with knock both out of top 8 contention, but the winner will be in first place after this Swiss round.
Swing
with
everything.
Yeah, has to.
8 life. So what have we got? We've got a 4/4 Mutavault. We've got a 4/4 human token. We're blocking the token here because we've obviously got a Field of Ruin, so we can deal with that Mutavault next turn potentially if we need to.
Potentially, yeah. Remember, the array can still get sacrificed, right? So it can protect all of his creatures, but then no more counters.
Blocking like this, we're going to have 1, 2, 6 damage coming across. Drop him Matej to 2. Matej. There's a lot going on in my brain right now. I'm getting excited. I'm getting real excited.
Calm down.
I can't. Yeah, I can't. I'm literally. You remember? Yes, we're casting these events. I've got that like. Oh my word! I've got that viewer bit at heart. You know what I mean? I do love paper magic. I love these high-level events, and I do love big top decks like we are seeing for both of them.
Yeah, let me pull up the Lychee Array. That's probably the newest card that.
Another Shark Typhoon found, ladies and gentlemen. That can be a 6/6 if we choose to go that route.
Yeah.
God, watch out if we can clear the battlefield.
I'm surprised we didn't see the Field of Ruin. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but we almost be thinking what's going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We're giving away a few tells here.
Yeah, Matej's down to 2, right? He's really trying to maximize his life total here.
So let's see. So we go Field of Ruin, Kansas. No, we're cycling. Is there anything we can have on the other side? Osawara would be game winning, I believe. Having another little.
There's still Lychee Array in play. So everything that Camille has on the board can get Hexproof Indestructible, right? So typical 1-for-1 removal will not help here.
I'm thinking blockers. So we go Shark Typhoon, make a 6.
I'm not sure if it was a Shark Typhoon. Are you sure it was a Shark Typhoon?
I'm 27% sure.
27.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, last time we had 27%,
right.
it came in, so I'm going to go again. Okay, I'm like 87% sure now. Like I'm pretty sure that's a Shark Typhoon in hand.
I think Matej's now deciding if he wants to maybe
Field of Ruin plus
Field
Cyclo
of
Shark.
Ruin, yeah, Field of Ruin, and then Cyclo Shark. But I
don't like it. I think I want to make a huge shark here. I think a 6/6 is going to be ideal because that forced to sack it, right?
For me, like I think making a big shark, double blocking, forcing Camille to sacrifice his Lychee Array to protect both of his creatures, and then Field of Ruin on your turn when there's no more Lychee Arrays around, and he would have 2 big sharks to block if needed. Plus,
also they're a big clock. If we manage to deal with the other side of the battlefield, you know that's a 2-turn clock on our side.
And you know, at this point, I'm not going to say, "Oh, Matej's playing slowly." This is one of the last few matches in their hall, if not the last one. This is the one for top 8, and he knows like the match is going to be done in a moment or two. Yeah,
I think he's agreeing with you.
As I said, the best card against spirits you can have as a blue-white control player.
We also get to draw for our trouble here.
Yeah, so block.
I say Wild would have been a really good play here, but obviously that is on the battlefield, so we know that we don't have to play around that. We can now go to blocks.
We can also say that.
Can we like flash in play a Row Change and flash in a Lord here or something maybe? Would that change the math? I think either way the invasion's getting sacrificed. Mutavault, remember, is a 4/4 due to the flipped wedding announcement.
5/5. Actually, because it's a 4/4.
Oh, because it's a 2 5/5. So you're correct.
Yeah.
You're correct.
So that's why he had to block this way. I'm gonna call it out as this. How fortunate for Matej to draw, his second Shark Typhoon or third Shark Typhoon actually, in your Insights deck. He's gonna play a Rattle Chains, flash it in. That's gonna grow the Mausoleum Wanderer. Trade.
So it's got 1 power, 2 power, 3 power, 4 power. Is this a trade?
It's a 2/2 from counter. 3/3 thanks to the wedding announcement. And now with the Rattle Chain flashed in, it's a 4/4, I think. Yeah, but he sacked the array anyway. So
what's the reason behind the Rattle Chains there?
Maybe he was just nervous, miscounted.
Could be. Maybe. There's as we keep talking about, a lot on the line.
He could have flashed in Rattle Chains and flashed in another Spirit, I guess, but he didn't play the second one. So
was that I think.
Did he draw something again?
I think we might. Yeah, I'm not saying it's good, but it might be a farewell drawn for the turn. That looked like a promo farewell or a promo March of Oddly White.
It's a farewell.
It's a farewell. Okay, thank you. Make disappear in hand as well, especially when they're restrained on mana. I think this is the turn we kind of fire off this.
Yeah, now the Rattle Chain is kind of something that's gonna it's like he could have, if Matej would have gone for the Field of Ruin. Now we've seen the play before. Camille could have activated the Mutavault and played the Rattle Chains to protect it from the Field of Ruin effect.
Might come back to bite them. Remember, we could have activated, give it protection. That's how we won game number 2. A lot on the line for both these players. We're getting confirmation on how long is left of the round. I'm hearing turn 0.
Okay. So there's the Field of Ruin resolves. Oh dear.
Okay, this is not good for either of these players. A draw is not how they kind of knocks out. It will knock them both out of top 8 contention.
They're both qualified for the Pro Tour already, just by virtue of this finish. Even if they draw, even if one of them loses, they're going to play in the Modern Pro Tour in Barcelona if they wish. However, a draw would actually knock both out of top 8 contention.
I'm not angry with it. I don't think anyone's been playing slow or anything like that. I think they've been playing at a good speed. A lot of interesting decisions, a lot of back and forth, a lot of cards doing super well for both players here. They know what's on the line. We don't need to remind you all at home. How does this do that? If they get a draw, how does the math work out this?
Well, then James Walsh, who we thought would drew himself out, he's going to make it back in. Jamie Walsh, rather.
Jamie Walsh.
Unless I, that's going to make the draw of some of the other players that they thought they couldn't make top 8 interesting. Of course, we have to talk about there could be a concession, right? Like
of course it could be.
Doesn't have to end in draw. But then players could decide that one player could decide to concede to the other one. Omen of the Sea.
Cycle, get an Omen of the Sea in hand. That gets us Scry 2. That is a Memory Deluge and a Storm Giant.
Yeah, hold the Storm Giants. So not a big attacker, but one that we likely will not need at this point in time.
We're going to have Matej on the left of your screen is going to have turn 0.
No, this is turn 1 now, and it's Camille's turn, I believe.
Yeah, so that's what it means. We turned. Both players have had 3 turns to try and win this game. Land drawn for the turn.
Yep, there we go. Turn 2 now.
We've got the resources. Just can we turn them into a win? Still to be seen.
This is very tense.
It really is tense, isn't it? We can feel it in the room. I hope you can feel it through your screens, wherever you are watching Twitch on. We're just passing the turn back here. Extra turn at number 3. 2 life. 3 mana. Another wedding announcement.
Gonna see probably a Dovin's veto.
Yeah, I can see a veto coming down here.
Or not. We'll see how it turns out.
It's like, oh my god, they're doing this. How many? Maybe a Memory Deluge first? But because we've only got 1 more turn, we can't actually win, right? There's literally no way to win to get a big one-shot, I don't think.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. Geist Light Snare on the flashback, Memory Deluge. Dovin's veto that. No, the wedding announcement, I guess. Yep. Turn 4 now. Matej cannot win.
No.
I don't think... I guess Camille could if he drew something.
I'm having a little look. What sort of line could be taken? We don't have Mutavaults. We've got that. It'd have to be some sort of Rattle Chains plus another 1-drop and have them resolve.
Yeah, I think what Matej's going to try to do here is like get enough of a strong board presence.
I get you. And trying to look, I've still got all these. Yeah. Will you concede to me? Got to be very careful how you word all this.
Of course.
Especially with so much on the line.
I know that some people in the chat were saying, "Oh, intentional draws or ruin the game, or concessions ruin the game." Look, sometimes you can't finish your matches. Sometimes it's better to have something like an ID rather than a farcical game where both players are just trying to play for the draw, right? So as much as people don't like it, IDs are part of the game, and so are concessions. So we'll see how this pans out ultimately. Matej actually also, I think he has a Supreme Verdict, the Farewell. Also got a Field of Ruin of one of the Memory Deluges. I think he found a Teferi now.
If we've still got in hand a Rattle Chains, it can be countered. I don't know. I think. We're going to see a draw.
It's heading towards a draw, but
Oh, okay. We're going to use verdicts.
yeah.
But the way that we've tapped, if that verdict hits and the last card in hand is a spell queller,
yeah,
that's the line.
yeah, we'll see.
If spell queller is the last card in hand, we're fully tapped out.
It's actually it could also be like a rattle chains, right? Just flash it in.
Yeah,
turn, attack for 2.
That's
Nothing like that.
We don't have it nothing with haste.
Yeah, we'll stay on this match. We'll see if there's a handshake or anything that's going to decide the match. So
we've got word down to the floor. So let us know if it's going to be a draw or if there's going to be a concession here. I think
they're already talking just by looking at the hands of Kamil. I think they're already kind of discussing what to do, because the moment Kamil passes the turn, we're out of extra turns, and we'll see if what happens. So I think they're now talking about what should or should not happen.
So in this situation, Matej is in a super not dominant position. The 2 life is the bit that that's the bit that we'll clench on. 2 life means you're dead to some sort of rattle chains effect, etc. They're just discussing.
Even a Spectre set would have been enough, right? Because of the wedding announcement.
Yeah, because of the wedding announcement.
Actually, wedding festivity now after it's it's flipped.
Normally you see players like put their hands on the board and say, I still got all these, trying to influence the decision.
As a Spectral Sailor shows like, oh, I have a Sailor, I can play it, it can deal 2, I can draw cards.
Yeah.
Now they're showing kind of like, look, this is what I had.
This is going to be interesting. I'm literally on the edge of my seat to see what they're going to do. Remember, they can't do anything like roll dice, rock, paper, scissors. They can't say, I'll give you prize money. They can't say any of that sort of stuff.
Any sort of like discussion has to be around like, do you want to concede? Do you not want to? They can't even flip the top card of their deck.
Nope.
To kind of be like, hey, look, I would draw this. Like they can't do these sorts of things. And so they're still discussing here what the decision is going to be.
Chat, let us know. Where are you from? Where are you watching this live event unfold? While the players are talking, discussing, I'm going to remind you of everything that they have been playing for this weekend. We started with 456 players. Battled it out to try and get 6 and 3 records and invite back to day number 2, where 110 players managed to get invited. They are battling out all the way down to where we are right now, round number 15. We are going to have 8 players left battling out in Magic the Gathering to try and get themselves to Las Vegas, to the World Championships. Lot on the line. So let's see where people are watching from. We got Ohio, Taiwan, Brazil. Hello, Brazil. Finland. Welcome, everybody. Hong Kong. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Italia, Brazil, Michigan. Frank Carlson's in here. Austria, Germany, England. Let's go.
Okay, so we have a decision.
1-1. It's a draw.
They've both drawn themselves out. This spices up everything.
Oh my word. Okay, if we can come back to us in the booth, we can see Matej start melting as he starts doing some math right now.
Give me a second. You keep talking.
Is it okay? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. People, if you're just tuning in, maybe it's round 15. This is the Regional Championships live in Greece, Athens. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as TheWillHallExp. This is Big Z himself, the guy next to me, Matej Zatlkaj, working out the math of how that kind of draw. We thought it was a win-in. We thought someone's going to get first place. Now that's all the map is thrown out. I imagine down on the hall, people are starting to talk about it. They're starting to go, oh, maybe, hold on, I drew up, or maybe I was coming 9th. Maybe I was coming 10th. Maybe now I'm going to be into top 8.
I got it.
You got it. Let's go. Break it down for us.
So we have a pretty certain top 8 that I'm pretty confident on.
Okay.
So we're going to have Niels Gutierrez von Porat. We're going to have Federico Buono. We're going to have Christopher Larson, Miguel Shimoes, Tin Michal Zapar, Przemysław Olszewski, Tony Martos. That's 7. And I believe the 8th person will not be Jamie Walsh. I think it's going to be Lorenzo Terlizzi, actually, the best player, best placed player with 10-3-1, who actually, I thought they drew, but apparently Malay says he won. So I think he's going to jump Jamie Walsh because of better tiebreakers. However, tiebreakers can...
Frank's agreeing with you.
I know he is. Tiebreakers can still change, however, of course. That's always a discussion, but the difference is around 3%. And Like it would have.
That's a lot to jump 3%.
It's probably it's very unlikely. I think Lorenzo Terlizzi is going to be our 8th place player, and I think he's playing a sweet Ragdoll Sacrifice deck. So we're going to see a couple of those in the top 8.
Incredible magic there. Last minute drama happening. Obviously, we'll make sure that gets confirmed. We're going to go out onto the end the round. We're going to go out there, get the top 8. We're going to line them up. We're going to get the casters back in. They're going to tell you who they are, what decks they're playing all weekend, and we're going to bring you 3 more rounds at least of Magic the Gathering, where we're going to find out who's going to walk away with those World Championship invites. Remember, Pro Tours locked. We all know they're going to Barcelona, but we don't know how much money they're walking away with. Their share of $100,000 and the 2 Covenant spots for World Championships. My name is Will. This is Matej. It's been a great round 15. We'll see you in the semis. Stick around for more Magic action. Speak to you soon.
Welcome back, and we are ready to announce the top 8. 456 players came here yesterday to run into this championship, and only 8 remaining. Don't forget, first and second place get an invitation to the World Championship, and we have here first place, Niels Gutierrez with Izet Phoenix.
Oh, we can see people shouting in the background.
Congratulations to Niels. Second place, Miguel Simões with Mono Green Devotion. Third place, Christopher Larsen with Rakdo Sacrifice. Looks like, I think Im and Miguel indeed into top 8. Fourth place, Federico Buono. Congratulations, Federico, with Boros Convoke. Fifth, Teen Michael Kapar with Azorius Control. Control being represented here in the top 8. Sixth place,
Przemysław Olszewski, aka Ojczym.
with Azorius Spheres, and thank you so much for helping out with that name. 7, Tony Martos with Rakdos Mid-Range. And 8, last but not least, Lorenzo Terlizzi with Rakdos Sacrifice. Congratulations to our stacked top 8. 2 out of these 8 players will end up getting a world invitation for Las Vegas this year. That is going to be the biggest Magic event of the year. So that's going to be such an amazing top 8, a diverse amount. What do you think of these lists that made top 8?
Yeah, I'm super excited to cover the top 8. The games will be very close, I bet. All of those players very talented. And let's actually count the number of archetypes. We've got Phoenix, Mono Green, Sacrifice, Convoke, Blue White, Spirits, Rakdos Midrange. We have 7 different archetypes actually. 7 different archetypes in the top 8. So that's huge.
Very exciting here, and we see our players there. We're giving some instructions, and they are all happy to make it here into top 8. They qualified for also Pro Tour Barcelona.
Yep, yep. Absolutely. So now we see the brackets here. And we'll be watching the bracket 1 to 8, which is it Phoenix versus Rakdos Sacrifice.
And what are going to be the other brackets?
Yeah, the other brackets, we've got Convoke versus Blue Eye Controls. Okay, that's interesting. Mono Green versus Rakdos Midrange. And Sacrifice versus Spirits.
That's going to be a lot of interesting matchups that we are going to have here. And I'm excited to see all these games and all these players battle to the World Invitation.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, the Demolish, it Phoenix deck, is certainly one of the breakout decks of this tournament.
For sure.
People have been rooting for it since the very beginning. We've been seeing it do some wild stuff. Also winning from a mulligan to 4. We saw it win through Dumping Sphere, right, with this kind of cheeky upgrade on Witch's Oven. So this is, I mean, literally the front runner because, you know, first seed into the top 8.
And I just noticed that Miguel is against Martos, and they're actually friends, so that has to be a bittersweet feeling there for both of them. And it's going to be also an interesting matchup. I'm really excited about this. Demolish list, another one that we saw this player day 1 winning a game mulligan to 4, just shows how strong this deck is and what he's capable of.
Yeah, and again, the fact that we've got 7 different archetypes is just so great, refreshing, because normally people have been, and including myself, loving Modern for being so diverse, you know, 7, 8 different archetypes in the top 8, but now Pioneer is slowly starting to become one of those formats where diversity is king. And yeah, you can never know what you're going to play against.
And I want to hear from Twitch chat, who are you rooting for? Who out of these 8 players do you think it's going to win? And what deck do you prefer?
Yeah, which deck, which player, which matches you'd like to see. We'll be watching the Demolish Phoenix, so no worries. We'll be seeing it back in action very, very soon. Yeah, we can see some Demolishes, Miguel fans, a bit of Blue Eye Control, yeah?
I think there's a bit of fans of every player here, which is what is great about casting events here in Europe is that all these players from different nationalities, and we see on Twitch chat players from the home country rooting for their favorite players, and I'm really excited about it. You are Polish, right? And you have a Polish player into top 8. I'm Portuguese. There's also a Portuguese player into top 8, and it's really exciting. I'm so happy here to be today in Athens for these regional championship finals. Pioneer is such a great format, and we are going to dive into much more of that during the year. The finals in Lille is also going to be Pioneer, so a lot of Pioneer and a lot of exciting decks. It feels like the meta was not solved yet.
Yeah, it was kind of pre-solved when people played now only Rakdos midrange and mono green with a bit of mono white and Greasefang. But actually, also last time we had double creativity in the top 8, none of them here. We had double mono white, none of them here. So it seems like the meta game really reshuffles, right? If you took the events from Valencia and compared to this one, it's like two different worlds. It's literally like two different worlds.
And we see, I think our players are starting to shuffle up the decks because usually after the top 8 announcement, we have to take some pictures of the players to do the brackets. And right now they are preparing what are we going to watch here as our main feature match?
We're going to watch EZ Phoenix. We'll change the... we'll prepare the graphics in a second. EZ Phoenix versus Rakdos Sacrifice. And this could go in a lot of different ways. We might have again the story of interaction and pressure. I can imagine, for example, the Sacrifice player going with Go Blanks, Graveyard Hide and stuff, but then not actually having pressure behind it. I can also imagine the Phoenix player having a bunch of removal, but not having pressure behind it. And if both players have pressure, or if both players have interaction, these games really degenerate into something you wouldn't expect. And I'm really curious how this actually matches up in practice. We'll be playing best of 3. So that's something for people to know. There are no draws. You can't draw in the elimination rounds. Somebody has to win. Somebody has to progress up the bracket.
And there's also no time.
Yes, it's untimed. Although players still have to play at a reasonable pace.
That makes sense.
This doesn't stop applying. There is still a judge who will look if there is no slow playing, because it still applies, even though there is no actual clock.
What was the longest game of Magic history? Do you remember?
Probably Blue-Eyed Mirror, but I would if I were to guess, I would say probably like an hour and a half, probably.
I think there was one that I watched. There was at least almost 2 hours in the top 8 of a PTQ.
Oh, PTQ, okay. Yeah, possible. Also depends if you count in, for example, time extension because of judge calls. But I see players shuffling up, preparing to get the action rolling. Yeah, so we can see Gigantha ready already. The players here shuffling up. I think they'll be just double checking their deck list as well. And our backup match is Sacrifice versus Spirits, Larsen versus Olszewski. That's our backup. So let us open the EZ Phoenix. Let me open the deck list so I can be up to date with everything that's happening. Gutierrez already shuffling up.
Players getting ready to start. It always takes a bit to set up these things. And they must be so nervous to be here.
Oh, I mean, I think the absolute most nerve-wracking match will be the semifinals, because the winner of the semifinals gets the World's invite. So I think this has to be... I can't even imagine how stressful that has to be.
It must be a lot of pressure, as you said, and here everyone is watching. You know that everyone is watching. A lot of people in this stream right now taking a look into this game.
Yeah, and there will be multiple pass downs probably, but we do not have a concrete number, like an official number here. But officially, number 1 to number 36 gets the PT invite. Yeah, but there are some people who already have the invites. So, sacrifice player looking at the promo. And first place. First place actually gets a lot of money, doesn't it?
Yeah, first place gets $16,000.
$16,000.
But I think what they really want is the world invitation.
Yes.
That and being here the champion of the regional championship in Athens.
Okay, yeah, so players shuffling up, they'll play best of 3. We'll see, the player who is highest seeded is on the play. So Gutierrez will be on the play.
And we are updating here the pictures.
Yeah, and the good thing is that you don't have to take 16k or Worlds. You take 60k and Worlds and beautiful trophies alongside it.
You get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, we'll be updating the photos, everything, no worries. The overlay is getting prepared for the top 8 of Regional Championship Athens. We had 456 players day 1.
110 made day 2.
Yes.
And there are now 8 remaining.
Yep, 8 remaining. So the original field
and
was
we have the open deck list there. One is kind of ripped.
Yep.
And don't forget, players can always look at the deck list except during the game. So before the games, during sideboard. Being open deck list also makes life easier here for us in coverage, being able to show every card of the decks, even the more out-of-the-box cards that these players decide to bring, which, for example, we saw in Niels Gauthier deck during the week, one of the decks that took by surprise. And what does this deck as different that other Izzet Phoenix don't have?
So normally people play Ledger Shredder, for example, or Thing in the Eyes, but this deck plays Demolish. So Demolish is a card that is quadruple blue in the cost. So that's not an easy cost, but thankfully it's a blue cheaper for every instant or sorcery you have cast this turn. So if you're able to play multiple instant and sorceries, it can even be played for free. On top of that, it can be played from the graveyard, also potentially for free. So very, very strong card there.
And we saw how that card was good in different matchups all over the weekend. This Demolish, I saw a lot of people in chat saying, I'm going to get my own Demolish now because I want to try this in my Izzet Phoenix deck. And Izzet Phoenix kind of rising from the ashes.
Yes. Yes, yes, very much. Yeah, so some players even ordered Japanese Demolishes. Probably going alongside their otherwise full Japanese Phoenix deck. And now we will see a huge outpour of those Phoenix decks, and as a result, a lot of rest in pieces probably floating around, much to Phoenix's players' dismay. So players are shuffling each other's decks. I think we will be drawing the openers shortly. It's also pretty cool, like from Gutierrez's perspective, like he has now inspired like tens or hundreds of people to play a different deck, his deck. I mean, that's just super cool.
What key cards can we expect in this particular matchup between Izzet Phoenix and Rakdos Sacrifice?
So, game 1, I think they won't have a lot of interaction between each other, honestly, because each of them will be doing their own thing. So, like, removal from Izzet Phoenix will be very good against cards like Mayhem Devil, but pretty bad against Cauldron Familiar or Unlucky Witness. On the flip side, Sacrifice can play cards like, you know, maybe Claim the Firstborn and Fatal Push, but they are completely or almost completely dead in the matchup. So it can really go either way, depending on the draw, depending on how things line up. Because if they try to race, we might see a close game. if we see them try to interact, we'll see a bunch of misaligned answers to threats.
A lot of key cards here in both decks, and I'm curious to see what these players think of this particular matchup. If this was something they were scared to face here in the top 8, because that's one of the first things. When you know you're in the top 8, I don't want to go against this particular deck, or I want to go against a specific.
So speaking of that, I think Przemysław Olszewski has kind of a bad matchup because he's playing against Sacrifice. And if you're a Spirits player, you don't really want to play against Sacrifice. So that's one of those examples of, well, if I could, I'd rather not play that. And we're off. We are officially off.
We are starting here first round.
The top 8 of Regional Championship Athens. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll probably have a bunch of people from Europe, from the US, over 2K watching. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. And Otherworldly Gaze setting up the draw.
Already setting up the graveyard, which is very important here for the EZ Phoenix deck to start to do as soon as possible. Blood-Tide Harvester here for Lorenzo. That is going to create a blood token, but it gets charmed, so Harvester is gone.
Land pieces.
Pieces of the Puzzle is one of those cards that just makes the EZ Phoenix deck so good. Here we are able to take 2 spells and put 1 Phoenix into the graveyard.
Yeah, and those are kind of clunky-ish spells, because Pieces again takes the whole turn 3. Cruise will now... Okay, we'll probably be able to be cast for 1.
And Pieces of the Puzzle into Pieces of the Puzzle is
yes,
a classic here.
Yeah, especially if you Pieces into Ancestral Recall. 3 mana, Mayhem Devil, so if this gets Fiery Impulsed, this will be a very bad exchange, but Sacrifice player says, well, make them have it.
And there's another one in end, I see, so maybe another reason that here Lorenzo goes for it.
Yeah, just when I said it, now we can go like Treasure Cruise Refill. And that's one of the best things that EZ Phoenix can do, right? Like, interact with you, 1 for 1, draw 3. Interact with you, draw 3. Interact with you, Phoenixes kill you. And we might see that, so we're exiling everything that's not a Phoenix and one other card.
And here, putting cards in the grave early on, going to start to pay off. And there it is.
Yep,
Delve,
draw 3.
We are delving away, still keeping Phoenix in the graveyard, because we want those to be dashing in later on.
And now any spell will bring back Phoenix. So if you go like maybe Spike Field Your Face, or opt like here, the outcome is that Gutierrez killed 2 of the creatures and drew 3 and has a 3/3/2 with Fly and Haste. So this is a very, very good start for the Phoenix player. Up on cards, up on lands, up on the board position.
And there's not much the Rakdos Sacrifice player can do in this particular situation, but there's some good draws that Lorenzo can have. Unfortunately, cards like Claim of the Firstborn are not able to take anything from EZ Phoenix side, because this is EZ Phoenix doesn't play 2 drops.
Yeah, literally no 2 drops. No,
so that claim, what it can do is, for example, give Ace to your own creature, and we have Kroxa here.
This Kroxa would actually be detrimental because the opponent could now be able to discard Phoenix. But it's not the case here, and we've got an interesting situation. So Kroxa has 2 triggers. One trigger makes the opponent discard a card, the other trigger makes it sacrifice itself if it hasn't been escaped. And so, first trigger, sacrifice, first trigger, discard a card, second trigger, hold priority, cast Deadly Dispute.
And I have something very interesting with me, which is the top 8 player survey. We made our top 8 give us here some information, and we have some questions that we can answer.
Yeah, it will be really nice to get to know those players.
How did they qualify, previous accomplishments?
Yeah, and while that's happening, we've got a Thoughtseize looking at land pieces. Charm, Cruise, Arcs, and I assume Cruise is being taken, but then we're still left with the pieces, so it's a pretty good position for the Phoenix player here.
It's not a great sensation to tot seize and see that your opponent has so many options like Neil does.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. The Ragdos player is tapped out with this thought seize, and whatever is taken, there will be a bunch of drawing on the next turn. And is it Charm, the card that hadn't seen much play, is actually a 4-off here.
And it looks like Lorenzo goes for pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah. And we say upkeep gaze.
And Gaze was able to set up this whole thing because we did on turn 1 starting to get some cards into the graveyard that then allowed us to delve our treasure cruise.
Yeah, we got triple land ditch because the top deck was triple land. We've got now ditch, exile, the whole graveyard, I think, yeah. And draw 3. Just like that, ancestral recall. And now Gutierrez's hand is like full, like literally full.
And that thought sees removing 1 card, and Niels, no worries, I'll draw 3 more.
Attack you for 3, get you down to 12, 4 more attacks, and the game is over. I see, I think, Unlucky Witness and Mayhem Devil in the Ragdos' hand. So it could still make a comeback if it goes like maybe Mayhem Devil, Oven, Cat.
You know what the issue with Unlucky Witness is?
What?
It doesn't fly. It also does not have reach. Yeah,
and in the Ragdos' deck, I think nothing flies, actually, so...
There's plenty of removal in the Rakdos Sacrifice deck. There's way to remove things. If there's a Mayhem Devil with some sacrifice options, then we can start pinging the Phoenixes, but there's no Witch's Oven, there's no Cauldron Familiar, so these pieces that are fundamental in the Rakdos Sacrifice deck, we don't see them here.
Oh yeah, and now we blast away Claim, because it doesn't have any targets. Players know that there are no targets, because it's open deck lists. So yeah, still making the decisions. We could take Gigantha to hand. So you could also, for example, Fatal Push Arclight Phoenix, but it's not a good proposition because it will probably just come back very, very soon. And this Phoenix deck has been playing out not like a Phoenix kind of combo-y deck. It's been playing out like a blue-red control deck, which sometimes has a 3-2. Sometimes has a Demolish. And I think that's a good way to take this good direction to take the deck in. Is it Charm End Step? Draw to discard 2.
And this card proving here that is actually pretty good in the deck. We might start seeing more copies of it in Is It Phoenix from now on. Draw. There's a lot of options. We are starting with Consider.
The best situation would be if there was like a Demolish or Arclight on top and you could surveil it away. But there isn't. 1 mana, probably another cantrip. Yep, another Consider.
Another Consider. Oh my, so fast that Phoenix entered the graveyard.
Just when I said it. Just when I said it. Oh no, another Treasure Cruise. Oh my god. Huh. So we're drawing 3 for the 3rd time.
Let's draw 3 more cards.
Literally 3rd time. Okay, now I think the Phoenix player might need to clean up.
That's not a bad issue to have.
Yeah, so, yeah. Treasure Cruise is a hell of a card. Phoenix is a hell of a card. Demolish is a hell of a card. A lot of hells of cards. So, is a Charm, ditching double Phoenix, return both, attack you for 9, get you down to 4. And I'm not sure the sacrifice, and also just adding Demolish for free on top of all of that. This game.
So much damage.
Yep.
And we are going to have a game 2 here. Let's see though, how did these players prepare for sideboard?
So looking at the sideboard, the sacrifice deck could bring in Dumping Sphere, although we have seen that it might not be the best way about it. We can see maybe Furnace Rains, which is a way to take a creature, maybe attack with it. You can take Demolish, trigger maybe a Deadly Dispute from a graveyard. Go Blank is a great. Exiles the graveyard, rips the opponent of resources, maybe Unlicensed Hearse. So there are some options. And for the Phoenix player, Young Pyromancer doesn't sound that great in the face of Mayhem Devil. Aethergas, Cinderclasm, Spell Pierce. I think we'll just see maybe a bunch of Braids come in. Maybe like one or two other cards, and that's it. Probably just almost resubmitting the same 60. Will all the matches be streamed? We'll stream the quarters, this quarter match. But it'll all depend how players play out.
And here we can see Niels Izzet Phoenix with the 4 Demolish main, no Leisure Shredder, no Thingy Nice, and we are running 4 Izzet Charm main as well.
Yeah, I mean, Izzet Charm in conjunction with Otherworldly Gaze is a great way to look at a lot of cards for cheap, although they are both card disadvantage, right? Because you're playing Charm, so you're using a card to draw 2, discard 2, right? So the effect is card neutral, but you spend a card to have that neutral effect. Gaze also doesn't draw any cards, so you're paying mana and playing cards purely for card selection, purely to have a way to ditch cards. There is no Faithless Looting, so Otherworldly Gaze has to do it.
And I'm here reading our players' profile survey, and it says that Niels qualified through a regional championship qualifier in Barcelona. And that's really exciting. You can go to your local game store, you can play in a championship qualifier and try to get your spot. He says that before this regional championship, he does have 1 GP top 8, which is a great accomplishment.
Oh, GP top 8,
and
yeah.
one asked why choosing this deck for this weekend. Neil says, because I'm the creative of Izzet Phoenix. What's your best card of the weekend? He says it's Izzet Charm.
Well, okay, this is a kind of a controversial statement, and I'll be really excited to talk with Gutierrez actually live.
The truth is that it's working like a charm, because he made top 8. On the other side, we have Lorenzo that decided to bring. Lorenzo really young, 18 years old. So young talent for Magic. It's great to see young players make great results, and also renewing the Magic talent, which is important.
Yeah, certainly.
And how did you qualify? So he qualified because he performed at the Pro Tour March of the Machine, getting a qualification here for this event. He says as well that he lost the Winanin to qualify to the Pro Tour twice at 13 years old.
Wow.
And he has 39 adjusted match points this year.
Wow. I mean, you have to be such a talented kid with putting so much work to be able to play Winanins for the PT at 13 years old. I mean, that's
also
impressive.
He's a numbers guy, because he says when asked why did you choose this deck for the weekend, it had the highest win percentage last weekend across the 5 RCs. So he looked at the decks, saw which one performed the best, and decided to bring it.
Yeah, so just a numbers game, right?
Yeah.
Just choosing the best deck.
And one asked what's the best card, Mayhem Devil. Too strong. It gets little out of nowhere.
I can believe him. I can fully believe him. What interaction Ragnas has is main deck not that much, because you don't want to really fatal push any of the creatures. You've got Thoughtseize to maybe poke holes in the opponent's game plan, but you can side in cards like Dumping Sphere, Duress, Furnace Rains, or maybe Go Blank, Unlicensed Hearse. We do not know how the players are going to sideboard. If I were to bet, I would say that Go Blank is like a slam dunk here. Unlicensed Hearse maybe as well. But then again, you don't want to get too interactive, because otherwise, like we saw those games where Gutierrez was hit with Go Blank and Dumping Sphere, and he still played through it as if it was a control deck. So players are shuffling each other's decks, presenting, and we'll soon be off to the second game of the top 8 of Regional Championship Athens.
And there's a Giganta in the companion area. Is there any sideboard card that would take the Giganta off the companion after sideboarding?
Sideboard card that turns off the requirement, there isn't. I assume the deck was built in such a way that you never have to do that. Although, I myself have played Giganta decks with like Fury in the sideboard, because Fury is so good that I can easily give up on Giganta, but by and large I want Giganta. So I can imagine there are cards that are worth turning off the restriction. Sometimes also I played like Blue-White Control with cards that would shut off the Kahira, for example, Hullbreaker Horror. But again, it's fine. You just sometimes you don't have the companion. It's not a big deal. So, but as it is, there are no cards that will shut off Giganta. Yeah, Ragnar Sacrifice mulliganing on the draw. So, on the play. Sorry, on the play. So we'll have less resources to work with. Also, this is an open decklist tournament, so we know exactly what players are playing, and you can know exactly what the players are playing, because everything is on MTG Melee.
It's open information, as you said, everyone can see it, can run it in their next local game store event, or when they are playing their next tournament. I'm sure now when we see Zet Phoenix, we might start expecting some Demolish.
Yeah. Okay, drawing the opener. And we'll see even if it's a keep, and when it is, which cards go to the bottom. Okay, one has been bottom, so we're off in the game 2. Turn 1, which is Oven.
And we had already 15 rounds of Magic, so these players must be so tired and still giving their best and performing at the highest stakes.
Double Manland, perfect mana base, Bloodtide Harvester, Trigger Pass.
Bloodtide Harvester is a great card here for the Sacrifice deck as well. Most recent addition for this deck. We are already attacking, dealing 3 damage there to Niels.
Yeah, down to 17. The clock is on. We'll see if we see like a follow-up Fable, or maybe follow-up Mayhem Devil.
And there
Mayhem
it is.
Devil.
Mayhem Devil, a key card in the Sacrifice deck. It starts pinging everywhere.
Yeah, and just as soon as it was played, it got upgraded, and in response, we sack it to Witch's Oven and get a food. 3 mana, Pieces of the Puzzle. So it is like a setup turn. We flip Izzet Charm, Treasure Cruise, Spikefield Hazard. So I can only assume that Charm Cruise are being taken, and taken they are.
And once again, Pieces of the Puzzle has been such a key card in this deck all weekend long.
Okay, so now another attack with Bloodtide Harvester. 3 mana untapped. 2 mana being... 2? No? Okay, tapping, untapping. We're still considering our options. Tapping the 3 Fable, maybe? Go blank. Okay, that's huge.
Go blank is one of those sideboard cards.
I mean, actually, so the thing is that Gutierrez spent the entire turn to draw 2 cards, and then Lorenzo spent the entire turn to get rid of 2 cards, so they're kind of even-ish. But actually, the Sacrifice player is ahead on the battlefield, and crucially, the graveyard was exiled. So I would say, all in all, the advantage bar is a bit to the Lorenzo side here. So we'll see how Niels can refill the graveyard, maybe interact with the battlefield, buy himself a bit more time for the setup. Yeah, thinking through his options, and
usually Black does have access to a lot of graveyard. interaction and graveyard hate, and Go Blank being one of the best cards to do that.
Actually, Gutierrez has got Spell Pierce in the opener. So if that Spell Pierce had been cast on Go Blank, that would have been huge. But that wasn't the case. Attack for 3 again. I mean, this Blood-Tide Harvester is going to distance.
Blood-Tide Harvester doing a great job here, but it looks like Charm is going to take care of it. But with the oven, we are able to at least get a food out of it, which if later on we have some cats to feed, it might be really good.
Yep. Now the mana base for Lorenzo, triple black, single red. We will see if that comes back to bite him. It matters for Croxa, for example, which requires double red. It matters when you want to go like maybe Unlucky Witness into Mayhem Devil. So the lack of double red might come up. But now we see Deadly Dispute sacrificing one of the food tokens, draw to make a treasure.
And looks like the Rakdos Sacrifice player is going off. We just need something like a cat.
Thoughtseize probably taking pieces. Although if you take pieces, that's already 3 cards in the graveyard for Cruise. So you can take Cruise, but then you just allow straight up to cast pieces. So, kind of an awkward position. Again, right? Because the last game was a very similar position. Take pieces or take Cruise.
Taking a decision here and ending up going with Pieces of the Puzzle, which is a very strong card.
Yeah, Pieces of the Puzzle basically makes this deck tick. So, what does it do?
Pieces of the Puzzle reveal top 5 cards of your library. Put up to 2 instants and/or sorceries cards from among them into your hand and the rest in your graveyard. And in particular, being able to choose some Phoenix to go in the graveyard is really strong in this deck.
Yeah, exactly. So you can basically mill 5, and out of those 5 cards, take 2 spells, and hopefully mill some creatures alongside with it.
And we saw Phoenixes taking out in game 1, several Phoenixes going face when Lorenzo doesn't have any blockers with reach. And here, once again, we have Phoenix starting to be able to attack, but Lorenzo applying more pressure now on the Rakdos Sacrifice side. Still needing some piece to start going off. A Mayhem Devil, some cat would be ideal. Even something like a Witness would be good to sacrifice, trying to get some more cards. Dispute as well.
Yeah, Sacrifice had Mayhem Devil into Go Blank into Thoughtseize, which is good, but it hasn't ended the game clearly, and so something has to be added. While the Phoenix player has a ton of card selection in the entire deck now traded, which they should be happy about because Phoenix will probably come back soon enough, unless maybe there's another Go Blank.
And here, let's see what Lorenzo decides to do.
Another Harvester, that's fine.
Also, as always, we'll keep you updated about how the other matches are doing. Once this one finishes, we'll tell you how the other matches went.
And we've got Treasure Cruise exiling the Phoenix. Right, so Gutierrez has to have decided that, well, my game plan is to draw 3, replenish, and go from that point. And yeah, the cost of it was exiling a Phoenix. And now we see Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker is one of the things that Lorenzo needs to start getting off and finish the game as soon as possible, because Lorenzo saw some opportunity when Niels is spending so much mana and exiling their own Phoenix from the grave just to be able to draw some cards.
So Goblin Shaman token. So in total we've got 5 power on the battlefield, and then in case any of those are killed, we've got Witch's Oven to get a food in response. But Gutierrez will untap with 5 lands, and a lot can be done with 5 lands.
And it's where it starts getting scary, because we've saw Izzet Phoenix deck being in situations that are not so good as this one and just turning back the games. Consider is a way to start.
Okay, now we know that Negate has been decided in. I assume it's against Fable, it's against Go Blank, which is both mana efficient and just pretty good. And now is a charm. So card disadvantage, but card selection. And we discard one Phoenix. Thinking on the second card to ditch.
A very interesting choice here by Niels, as we said before, to bring 4 is a charm main to this deck.
Yeah, a card that has been very, very much under-respected the last couple of, I mean, I would like to say years at this point. And we discard Phoenix and a land. 1 mana. Opt.
And here, Niels in this version of the deck running both Opt and Consider, 2 strong 1-drops.
Providing the necessary card selection. They also count as spells, so they help you with Demolish and Arclight Phoenix. And so we got Fiery Impulse, targeting probably the Goblin Shaman. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, it does matter, right? But whatever is targeted will turn into a food. We will get the bird coming back down, and we see Demolish played for free here.
Yeah, because here Niels is in a position that he does need to do something just not to die here, because we know this deck, as Lorenzo said in his player profile, Mayhem Devil, for example, is a card that if it's played might just finish the game as sooner than we expected.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Treasure Cruise. I assume Treasure Cruise is taken. But the thing is that if Demolish stays alive, and all the stars seem to tell us that it will stay alive, you can start flashing back spells from the graveyard.
Lorenzo also has the option to eventually, if needed, playing for the food and gaining some life.
Okay, untap. So untaps with Phoenix, untaps with Demolish. Draws a Spirebluff Canal, which admittedly isn't the best draw possible. Separating the lands a bit.
Trying to see if it's possible to maybe cast a couple of spells. Putting some pressure on Lorenzo as well.
Yeah, because you can just go to attacks, trigger Demolish, play something from the graveyard.
And things were looking so good for Lorenzo, but I'm not so sure anymore.
Yeah. And yeah, we move to combat. Trigger. And we're targeting Treasure Cruise with Demolish.
And we had so much card draw from Niels all games, and that's one of the strengths of this deck. The ability to filter the end so well.
Yeah, it really punishes the opponents who cannot pressure you enough or who can just cannot close games. And we are witnessing such a punish here. So yeah, Thoughtseize discarded a Treasure Cruise, but why does that matter? Just cast anyways. And Demolish still stays on the battlefield, so next turn it can play Fiery Impulse, kill the Golden Shaman token. So I think... So Lorenzo is considering some options. No, okay, we past combat. Gutierrez wasn't sure if he wants to play this tapped land or maybe use it as like a discard fodder, but he says, yeah, well, you know, I play so many spells every single turn, I want that land.
And that Fable of the Mirror Breaker is going to flip, is now Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, and a card that needs to be answered as soon as possible, because if it survives to tell the tale, we can start copying things, and with cards like Bloodtide Harvester can be a real problem.
Yeah, just a single card drawn for Lorenzo, and it has to be a pretty good one because on board, Niels is threatening to Fiery Impulse that Reflection and attack for 7, and that's discounting the fact that there are still like 5 cards in Gutierrez's hand.
Somebody asking if they are on a budget, the Emilish version should be better.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that it's better in general, but if you're on the budget, certainly that's the way to go.
But after this, I'm sure this card will be much more sought after.
Oh yeah, and it's pretty cheap anyway, so it's not like you're like speculating and putting 50 euro into it. I can only assume like 5 or 10 euro will get you a playset. Lightning Axe on the token. In response, turn it into a food. But I don't think food is going to be an important resource here.
You know why? Because we don't have the Cauldron Familiar, and without that,
yeah, the
food is not as good. Without the cat to feed.
Yeah, Familiar would be really good here because you could keep looping it with a double Witch's Oven, but it's not the case here. So this is the card we're missing, and we see a Braid on one of the ovens.
A Braid, another great way to deal with the Rakdos Sacrifice deck. Without the Witch's Oven, there's not much we can do. It also deals with Mayhem Devil, which is another threat. So if you think about it, a Braid is a great card against this deck.
Yeah, it really is, yeah. So, Gutierrez going through the... yeah, just going to combat. If allowed and is allowed, Fiery Impulse that. And Gutierrez is firmly in the driver's seat, bashing in for 7. Down to 5.
And we will give info about all the matches. After this game, we will update everyone on the brackets.
Yeah, another Demilage deployed. I mean, this deck really does look like a Treasure Cruise control deck, and we've got a handshake there. Wow, Gutierrez taking it down 2-0, advancing to semis.
And this deck surprised me. I am not ever going to say again that this deck is on the disadvantage, because I said that in day one, when Niels went to Mul to 4 and you ended up winning. Here, it seemed for the beginning of the game that Niels was again in the back seat, but suddenly winning the game again.
Yeah, absolutely agree. The game flipped, and we saw Go Blank. We saw Thoughtseize. We saw a bit of early pressure with Bloodtide Harvester, but that was not enough.
But congratulations also to Lorenzo on making it to top 8, especially at such young age. Already so many accomplishments, and we will see much more of him because he's going to the Pro Tour Barcelona, and I think from what I've heard, he's even cute for the next ones because of the match point system.
Yeah, I mean, 18 years old, cute for double PT.
Chose the best deck because it chose this deck based on numbers of the last weekend across 5 RCs. So a numbers guy, he went from the odds, and great to see here such a great result by Lorenzo. And of course, congrats to Niels on advancing now. One game away into the World Championship.
We can actually see the way they sideboarded. Gutierrez actually brought in a Braid, Negate, Spell Pierce, and I think it was aimed at the opposing Go Blank, at the opposing Unlicensed Hearse, at the opposing Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So he was ready for all those non-creature permanents, and took it down as a blue-red control deck, kind of, which brought like one Phoenix turn 7, and then played a Demilage turn 8, and it kind of worked.
And it worked so well. I'm very excited to see here because we are probably going to see more from Niels on the top 4, and if he wins one more, he locks the place and gets at least the smaller trophy, and then if he wins, he gets both the biggest trophy and also this one from a Legacy European Championship.
Yes, yeah, they're still fighting for a lot. They're fighting for a lot of money. They're fighting for Worlds invites. They're fighting for the trophies. So much on the line. Also, the bragging rights. You can say that you won a regional championship.
And looks like they are setting up our backup feature match.
Yes, we'll bring you even more action because our main feature finished, our backup feature finished. So let's try to bring you even more matches.
And do we already know who are we going to see play here? We are going to try that to get that information for you.
We'll be watching Miguel Simões on Mono Green Devotion versus Tony Martos on Ragdas Midrange.
Miguel Simões and Tony Martos, so they are both friends. Miguel Simões is a Portuguese player, Tony Martos Spanish. They usually hang out with the same group here when they come to these events, so it must be a bittersweet feeling for both of these players, but at least they are advancing one of them into a step closer.
Yeah, I think it's bittersweet because, bitter, you have to knock the other person out. Sweet, because in the end, you both made the top 8, right? You both made the Pro Tour qualification, so it's only sweet in that regard. So players are being sat down, and we've got Ragdas Midrange versus Mono Green matchup, and they are 1-1 currently.
They are 1-1, so we are headed for game 3. The picture of Martos needs to still be updated. Miguel one is correct. We are just updating here the player profile pictures to get ready everything for you. And I'm really excited for this particular matchup. What key cards are we going to watch? And do you think there's one of these decks that are much more favored considering other decks?
So Ragdas Midrange versus Mono Green, I don't want to say it's like 50%, but it's close. However, I think one of the biggest determining factor is who is on the play. If Mono Green is on the play, I think I like its chances just a bit more. Oh yeah,
the friendly handshake there, love to see it.
I can only imagine the feelings I have to go through that. It's like friendly handshakes, like, man, whoever wins, that's fine.
Totsis, turn 1 for Martos, revealing Nykthos, Bosejo, Forest, Karn, the Troll, and an Elf. That seems like the perfect end from Miguel, but here Martos able to take down the Karn. Still a possibility of Elf into a turn 2 Troll, but we know that Martos runs cards like Fatal Push.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect that Elf to survive, and if that's the case, we'll go Elf, killed, second turn, nothing, turn 3, maybe Troll, which is super slow.
So we have here the Elf.
And I didn't get a good look at the top deck card there. But I fully assume the Elf will die. Not sure how. Like that. Heartless Act. Oh, using a Heartless Act on an Elf. Storm the Festival of the Top.
And I want to see Twitch chat root for your favorite player, Miguel Simões or Martos. We want to see the fans of the players cheering out in Twitch chat.
Yeah, and a second land pass is not a position to be in. I assume Fable will yeah, exactly.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I'm sure Miguel does not want to see this card here, but Growl enters the battlefield, and we saw how this card can be so powerful. Even when it gets destroyed, you get to enchant your land, and you still get the devotion for Nykthos, which is an important piece of this deck.
Yeah, it's key. And it stops the attack from Goblin Shaman, so that's huge. Although we could see some suicide attacks just to get the treasure to ramp up on mana. This is probably the perfect turn to deploy Shieldred to create this kind of general squeeze on the game. Okay, double ditch land. Draw. And we'll see what is deployed. But yeah, I think I would like to see Shieldred. If I'm not mistaken, there is a Duress and there is an Extinction event, which you could fire off right now. But I think you want to eke out a bit more value out of it than just exiling a single troll.
We know that Miguel does have one Nykthos in hand. That card tends to be very powerful and can just change the game in one turn.
And Duress it is. Storm, double Nykthos. Oof.
Storm the Festival is one of those cards that is great and does come back from the graveyard, but it does cost you a lot.
Yeah. Now 2 mana, Harvester, get a token, Is it the and a land and a top land pass?
And 3 Devotion is not exactly where Miguel wants to be with this mono green deck.
Yeah, right now Nykthos, if activated, nets you exactly 0. Your mana even it only filters, right? Because you filter green colorless into triple green. But for now, Miguel really needs to add more to the battlefield to actually progress the game plan. And we see an attack. That is aggressive.
Oh, another troll.
Okay.
Nykthos, go. But if there's an extinction event, this can be really bad here for Miguel. And there it is, the extinction event for odds.
Yeah, this has to hurt.
That hurts a lot for our mono green player,
An attack
Miguel.
for 5. It's a turn 4 clock. Also making treasure, so I think Ragna's midrange deck might just take it.
We saw though this mono green change things in just a couple of turns, so let's see what is Miguel top deck here.
Cavalier would be great because you could float mana with Nykthos, play the other Nykthos. This is a bit less so. This is a bit less impressive.
I'm sure both players are already very happy to make it into the Pro Tour, but losing in the first match of the top 8, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, there is a Fable in hand, probably some attack for 5 again, but we could also see Bloodtithe Harvester killing the elf. Even 3 mana lined up. I mean, okay, actually it's not lined, it's like misaligned up in this particular case. Kill it, yeah. I like the kill here because you just want to turn off all the possible top decks, and if you let the elf survive, you're allowing Miguel to actually play a top deck storm. So you want to cut off as many top decks as you humanly can.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker, we are making a goblin here. Land pass.
Well, that's a weird decision because you can't now discard it to Fable Uptick, and you've got plenty of mana with those 2 treasures and more treasures coming, so I probably would have held that land in hand. But this situation is very favored for the Ragnas player.
And mono green is not known for having board wipes, so
you draw a card with Castle.
There's not a lot of things that take Miguel out of the situation here when he's already in such a short clock.
Yeah, double discard land, draw. Something like Shieldred will also close this game, probably. Taking the graveyard in hand as if to play a Delve spell, but there are no Delve spells here.
Attacking with both goblins, making 2 treasure tokens, dealing 4 damage.
Yeah, down to 9. The game is slowly coming to an end. Maybe we can see a manland, which could threaten lethal on the following turn.
And that Thoughtseize just completely disrupted Miguel's plan for the whole game. If that Karn had been in hand, the history would be different.
Yeah, also if it hadn't been for the extinction event, it would have been completely different. But now we see 3, 4, maybe like main phase draw. Because you might want to main phase draw to find another Thoughtseize or Duress. And
Looks
yeah.
like that's it. Marto's taking a bit of damage here.
Draw. Tapped Castle there. And Misery
Shadow.
Okay, so this threatens lethal, right? Because Misery Shadow can be pumped, and we might see a handshake soon enough. Yes.
That is going to be game. Marto's going to advance with Rakdos mid-range. Miguel Simões lost here, but made a great performance this weekend and qualified for Pro Tour Barcelona, which I know was one of his main goals here this weekend.
Is he a modern player?
He plays everything. He plays Modern, he plays Pioneer. He's a great player. He was in the Rivals League.
Oh, really? Oh.
Really, yeah. He was in the Rivals League. He performed well in several tournaments.
And we're watching the backup.
The backup of the backup.
Yeah. So we got Blue-White Control versus Convoke. So this is the... Actually, we're covering almost all the quarters, right? We just missed one. And this is the starting of Game 3. Game 3, Gigantha versus Kahira, Convoke versus Control, the fastest deck in the format versus the slowest deck in the format.
And last game, Miguel was second on the sittings and Martos was 7. And now we have Frederico 4th in the sittings and Tin 5th in the sittings.
Oh, so it's just Epic Kyo pass. So I suspect that there will be some flash action going on at the end of the turn. We'll probably see Resolute Reinforcements flashed in. And this version of Convoke actually plays Regal Leosaur and Clarion Spirit. There is no Burning Tree Emissary. Double Legion's landing as well. And for the Control fans out there, it is not a Lay Down Arms version, and it's a Kahira version.
And how do you feel about this particular matchup? Do you think Boros Convoke can be here fast enough to just go over what Azorius Control is trying to do?
So Blue-White Control has one card that is particularly important. One card that is just game-changing, and it's Temporary Lockdown. This card flips this matchup around because most decks don't have a fast sweeper and they get buried, while this deck can go, well, lock down, exile all of your tokens, most of your creatures, only Convokers stay. And then with Convokers, we can deal somehow else. We can chomp with Shark Typhoon, we can Sunfall or Farewell them away. Multiple options there. Yeah. Okay, so now we see Gleeful Demolition on the Blood token. So I think we'll see Dovin's Veto there.
And here we see Tin taking a decision.
And if it resolves, I would assume there is temporary lockdown. The downside is that you might allow some Convoke to come in, which you don't want because Convoke isn't dealt with temporary lockdown. But if you have, and we do have Make Disappear, you can just let it resolve. If there is a Convoker, you make it disappear, untap lockdown, and you should be in a pretty good position.
Exactly, because temporary lockdown is just doesn't deal with the Knight and with the Loxodon. The rest of the deck, it deals with it all. Oh, an invasion here.
It has to be Dovin's vetoed. Because you don't want your temporary lockdown to be taken. So just boop, counter. Yep.
No invasion here.
Now, if we saw Gobakan into Convoke, which was technically possible, that would have been huge. But we don't. Oh, but there is no double white.
There is no double white, so...
There is no double white. Oh, no. Oh, this is so awkward. This could be game-changing. Because if there is lockdown, this is probably GG one way, but there is no double white, which might be GG the other way. Wow. So this is what Blue-White Controls players say. Don't play laydown arms, you've got a worse mana base. Well, is it really? Is it really?
That's huge.
Yeah, and even if there is a fourth land, Supreme Verdict cannot be cast, Sunfall cannot be cast, Farewell cannot be cast, because they all require double white.
And Tin really needs that white source here, and as soon as possible.
But this is interesting because then I think I would have countered Gleeful Demolition when you don't have a guaranteed lockdown. So I think we got just a bit greedy there.
Team really believed in that land top deck, but it did not happen.
Also, it's not that obvious because you need to believe in the white top deck, but for example, irrigated farmland doesn't work, right? So you've got 4 white sources that are not really white sources there. So, probably Convoke. Yeah, we've got Convoke Knight.
Only using 2 creatures there, but we have Make Disappear.
Okay, this is very good.
Now we are going to attack with 4 creatures.
We can still top deck a white source here.
And pass. Come on. What is the top deck?
Ah, March of Otherworldly Light. Terrible
That deals
card.
with something, but not with everything.
Yeah, just 1 mana Exile a Goblin. That's not what you want to see. And is that lethal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's not lethal, as is. So, and the issue is that even if there's an attack for 6 and Kappa stays alive, there might be some, no, Haste Bushwhacker to kill you. No, Den of the Backbar attack animate to kill you. So, this will be sketchy.
And we have a pass here. Let's see if Federico can finish the game right here.
Yeah, also interestingly, this is a version with Mutavault, and actually 3 Mutavault, double Field of Ruin. So, really taking advantage of that mana base, really wanting those utility lands. But it might just come back to bite you.
And who needs lands, though, when you have creatures that convoke?
Yeah. To be fair, Mutavault might just block. So you can animate Mutavault, block 1, march the other one. But again, it's not a really winning proposition.
Yeah, really punish their team by not having the second white source. But that happens, and we are going here for quite a bit of damage, I'm sure. As you said, Mutavault being activated, now being able to block something.
It saves you 1 damage, but still 4 is coming through.
4 damage coming through, leaving Thin at 5 life.
I would personally probably block the Resolve Reinforcements because you want to keep the number of white creatures to minimum because they are the ones that can help you convoke for white. It's a minor thing, but that's something I would have done in that spot. And then, okay, we've got Ornithopter, I think, into another Convoke.
Let's see if that Ornithopter resolves. And
Yep.
now we have the Convoke. Is there an answer for this Convoke?
Yeah, again, if you have a counter, you have to counter and hope for a white off the top. Now, if it's an irrigated farmland, that's going to be brutal.
And it did resolve. So we are looking in the top cards.
Oh,
of our
this
deck,
is terrible. Because even if you have lockdown now, the 4/4 still stays on the battlefield. So I can't see the control player coming back here. Although there is Soul Partition, so I guess you could Soul Partition the Convoke at the end of the turn or something.
And I'm going to show here the Knight Errant of Eos. Inspired this deck.
Technically speaking, I'm not sure if Mutavault can be tapped for mana there, because it's still a creature with Summoning Sickness. But it doesn't change anything in this particular case because another land could be tapped.
We do have a judge there on the field.
White or no white? Regal Caracal. Which basically means a hand and a shake.
And let us know, Twitch chat, who are you rooting for? Boros Convoke or Azorius Control? Which deck do you prefer?
Yeah, looking at his options, and now thinking of some maybe Otawara bounce action. Because to be fair, if it was like a white source now, and you can go lockdown into Caracal, we could actually see the game. Like, if this was an untapped white, we could still have the game. But now I don't think there are any outs. But okay, maybe Caracal still can be an out, because Caracal can block, gain a bit of life. So maybe one more turn with the white source. It's really incredible how many draw steps the blue-white player got, and at every juncture, a white source off the top would probably fully stabilize. And I think it still can. I think it still can.
So that multi-vault doing a lot of work blocking those creatures and making teams staying alive.
Now March can be played as well. Top 36 makes the Pro Tour, and that doesn't include the pass downs, which are also possible. So probably like down to like the 41st, might.
Not official information. We have to wait for the pass downs.
Yeah. Okay, so Kappa is alive. Still alive, yes, staying alive. And maybe there will be now a white source off the top. Pass the turn. Okay, pass the turn. Take a deep breath. Chat, don't pause the stream. We're witnessing now a key top deck which determines our semi-finalist. That was a spell pierce. That was a spell pierce. Wow.
Very close game here.
It's not lightning
also,
Helix.
Federico never getting that fourth land.
Yep,
Good
and
games.
we have a handshake there, showing well.
I did have a lot of things in hand.
Yeah, no white source in the near future. So this seals the deal, and this seals the deal on all of our quarterfinal matches.
That for sure. So let's take a look at our updated brackets. I think our technical team is working on that right as we speak. So we see what players won this first round of the top 8 and which ones didn't. I'm sure all of them are happy because they already qualified for the Pro Tour. But don't forget, first and second place here gets an invitation for the World Championship in Las Vegas. So first of all, we see that Niels advanced with Is It Phoenix. We saw the game here on stream. Lorenzo with Rakdos sacrifice stayed behind, lost that match. Federico here we saw once again winning with Boros Convoke against team on Azorius Control. Christopher Larsen did not win with Rakdos Sacrifice, and Olswensky is the one advancing with Azorius Spirits. And between Miguel and Martos, we saw that Mono Green Devotion was not enough to defeat Rakdos mid-range, and Martos advancing here. So we are going to have Is It Phoenix versus Boros Convoke and Azorius Spirits versus Rakdos mid-range. So 4 different decks.
4 different decks. In the top 4, we've got a like kind of tempo-ish Is It Phoenix deck, a full-on aggro Convoke, mid-range, and we've got the last one, Spirit, which is like this kind of tempo aggro. So aggro, tempo aggro, kind of tempo mid-rangey, and mid-range.
And I hope everyone is enjoying the stream. We have been streaming since Friday. Friday we streamed the Last Chance Qualifier. Yesterday the Regional Championship Finals started here in Athens. And today we have the top 8. After also 6 rounds of Swiss on day 2. It's been a lot of magic. It's been a lot of fun. And we still have 2 players to give the world invitation to, first and second place. The trophies are ready here for our players, and one will be crowned Legacy European Championship Athens champion.
Yes. So this is it for us. We'll pass the mic to Matej and Will, and you'll see us back in the finals of this event between two future world competitors. We'll see who that is.
And next one you don't want to miss, because the player that is going to win next is qualified for World Championship.
Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour Regional Championships Top 4. We are in the semis. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as TheWillHallExp, and I am joined by the one himself, Big Z, Matej Zatlkaj, and we're going to bring some absolute spice. We're going to find who is going to Worlds. That is what we're going to have back to back. That's the good news, ladies and gentlemen. I spoke to the top 4 players. No one has to catch a flight. We're going to bring you both semi-finals in their entirety. There's going to be a long round for me and you, my friend, but we're strapping, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to look at the bracket. Let's get that up on the screen for you so we can see who we are going to be seeing this round. Remember, back to back. Look at this graphic here. We're starting drop. Ooh. Oh, hello. What's the... they're falling out like flies. I love it. We haven't seen this. You were seeing it for the first time like you are, ladies and gentlemen. These are our 4 semi-finalists. 2 of these are going to be going to Worlds in Las Vegas. Start off with, though, we're going to start with the phenomenal Demi-Lich Isaac Phoenix list that everyone's been following about. You've seen it on Twitter. You've seen Wizards posting it out. A lot of hype behind this. Not your traditional Isaac Phoenix list. And that is going to be up against the Hodak of the format that people keep lying to talk to it about. They say it is the Boris Convoke list. Super fast out the gates, but it is on the draw here in our top 8. So let's see if we can get down to the feature match and let's see what's going on. Let's looks like both players are ready. We're going to give them the green light, the thumbs up to start this off, kick it off. Remember, we started with 456 players yesterday. They've all battled out, trying to get themselves a 6-3 record or better. 110 players made it to day number 2. They've been battling it out until we are now down to the final 4. Everything on the line. Not only their share of $100,000 cash prize, we already know that they're going to go to the Pro Tour, Lord of the Rings in Barcelona. But do we now need to find out is who is going to get to Las Vegas? Who is going to be qualifying this weekend?
You could argue that this is more important than the finals.
I would say yes.
Getting that Worlds invite is so important. And Federico Buono shows that he wanted real bad. Turn 1 Ornithopter, Gleeful Demolition is one of the top plays that you can make with this deck, especially against the Izzet Phoenix deck that doesn't really have sweepers in the main deck and just has a bunch of 1-for-1 removal.
So, you know, I was going to talk about that whole thing, but they're already off to the races, flying out the gates. Free power on the left of your screen here. Boris Convoke. Everyone says that this deck should be broken. Oh my God, we've made a new deck. We're going to, but it's got itself to the top 4. Will it get them to Worlds? We're going to find out right now, ladies and gentlemen. What sort of open or turn 2 play do we need here? This is the scariness of this deck, right? It's super explosive. Yep. What cards are making this super explosive in this list? There's a couple of different variants and builds of it. We're seeing the, I believe it's the Burning Tree version, right?
It's kind of like a middle Earth version. I don't think there's any. No, there's no Burning Tree emissaries.
Oh no, because we got Giganto as
we got Gigante, exactly, and we have the 4 Resolute Reinforcement. We have the Regal Leosaur as well, a couple of Legion landings. So it's the more wide-leaning version, but still with 3 Reckless Bushwhackers there. As we see, Neil's kind of doing his own thing. Opt, Consider. And now he's going to kill one of the goblins with a Fire Impulse. And that's what he has to do, because if Federico Buono now would play 2 1-drops, you can then start deploying the big guns, the Venerated Loxodons, the Night Errands of Eos.
Why are we doing this now is what I was literally going to ask you. I was like, why are we doing this main phase of this removal? You've already spoke on that. As we do get 2 spells coming down in 1 turn. The Clarion Spirit, remember when we cast our 2nd spell for the turn, a 1/1 Spirit does come along with it, and it has flying, which might be relevant later if we need to start blocking some Phoenixes out the graveyard.
He also has the Loxodon. That's a huge turn for Federico Buono. Perfect
4, 5, 6,
start.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Is that like 15 power on turn 2? Is that good? On the draw?
It's and through a removal spell as well.
Removal spell, indeed, exactly. We are seeing the full power of this deck exactly when you want to have it, when you're playing to see if you're going to go to Worlds or not and play for one of these big trophies in front of us.
Is it Charm discarding 2 Phoenixes? But that's just not enough yet, and there's going to be a huge swing for damage from Federico. And I'm not sure if Niels Gutierrez from Torat can actually recover from this.
14 points coming across. It's going to drop them down to 6 if they don't have any removal spells. It looks like we're taking the full whack. No sweepers in the main. Are we going to get a super quick game 1 here?
I mean, I knew it would be super quick one way or another, but I really didn't expect seeing this. Imagine Federico would be on the play. That would be even more brutal.
Remember, on the left of your screen, they are from Italy. On the right of your screen, they are from Spain. Let us know if you're from there, who you're rooting on in this match. It might not last too much longer, but let's see. I'm going to have a little quick look at the list. Remember, it is an open deck list tournament. It's been open deck list all weekend long. All 15 rounds of Magic plus this top 8 open deck lists. You get to see what your opponent bought for the weekend, and also how do you think they're going to be sideboarding. We saw in the last round then, round 15 that we covered, we had a bit of a chess match with the sideboard guides. You know, people keeping in certain cards when you think it's kind of a dead card and we should be boarding it out.
We'll see. We'll see. You're way ahead of things. I
don't know. I think it's over. Like,
I
surely.
think so too. But like, there could be something. There's a treasure cruise.
Okay,
that,
ooh,
but
no.
he's exiling both of his Phoenix. Okay, now it's done.
Yeah, cool, right. Yeah, you know what I mean. One thing I've been learning recently is to call games when I see them ending, not trying to think of the way out of there. Obviously, I can got help of a few of the casters in the chat. We do have some Wizards commentators floating around in there. Where's Big Corey? Let us know where you are, my friend. Welcome this weekend, and welcome everybody else tuning in. Remember, we've had 3 days of Magic come to you. We did stream our last chance qualifier on Friday. 202 players battling out to try and get one of those 16 slots to play this weekend. 456 players turned up. We're down to the last 4, bringing you both semi-finals back to back. See the expression on both players' faces. If you just miss out on that Worlds invite, or you do get that Worlds invite, as game number 1, as we thought, is going to be scooped up, picked up for Boris Convoke on the left of your screen. I don't know about to say, but geez, I don't even know what happened. We just started the game. That was like a turn 3 win, turn 4, turn 3.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I mean, like already on turn 3, it was clear that the game has been swung too far in the favor of Boros Convoke, and you know that's what the deck does sometimes.
It's designed to do that.
Yeah,
and
have a look. Yeah, have a look.
Motion. Here is the 75. Anything you like bringing in here? That was on the draw as well, ladies and gentlemen. Just throwing it out there. Anything you like here on the draw, and any card's going to be play draw dependent?
Looking, I mean, depends on how we think that it's going to play out. I think the main deck is as good as it is. I think the one Surge of Salvation is probably going to make it in because as we're going to see in the sideboard of Niels Gutierrez, he has a couple of Cinderclasms. So those are something that are definitely going to come in. I could maybe see potentially Forge Devil could be a sneaky one to deal with young Pyromancers that I suspect might also be coming in as well. Especially on the play, I think Niels Gutierrez can maybe play a young Pyromancer and create enough blockers
to get the Argyle.
Yeah, to try to get the Arclight Phoenix, maybe the Demilich, to kind of take over the game. And you know, this version is very particular and not unlike any of the Izzet Phoenix decks that we've seen here, because it's a version with 4 otherworldly gaze, 4 lightning acts as well. It leans very heavily on actually the Demilich and on like recurring the Arclight Phoenix as soon as possible. It's very cool. He was #1 seed, and I will add a fun story while the players are sideboarding, because he filled out the top 8 profile and he wrote, why did you choose the deck for this weekend? And he answered, because I am the creator of Blue-Red Phoenix. Ooh. And so I sent it to Frank, and Frank immediately was like, well, you know, I doubt that. Like, why does he say that? Ask him. And so I did ask him. And actually, Niels told me he built his first Phoenix deck before the set even came out. Like, as soon as it was spoiled, he already built a Phoenix deck. 2 weeks after the set release, he won a PTQ with Phoenix.
This is interesting.
And then he played the Pro Tour, the first one after the set release, thanks to that PTQ. And he played Phoenix there. The Pro Tour Guilds of Ravnica, it was a standard one. And, you know, he's here again.
And he's doing well with the Pirates. So if you got
he's just a Phoenix master.
Clearly got himself into it. He's going to have a lot of work, though, to get himself out of this. On the draw, they're going to be on the play at least. With access to, as you say, a couple of sweepers if needs be. It is the kind of the deck on the radar for a lot of these players this weekend. We've seen things like Meat Hook Massacres getting moved into sideboards. So, how important would you mulligan to these sweepers?
Probably not super aggressively, just because there's also opts and considers and otherworldly gaze in the deck to actually dig it up. As long as the rest of the hand is solid, why not? Like, if you have like one removal spell, maybe.
Well, it's not enough. We just saw that. That's what I'm getting at. You know what I mean?
But like the rest of his hand also didn't do that much, of course. But we'll see. I suspect we're not going to see that much sideboarding from either deck outside of like some of the key cards, like the Pyromancers and the Cinderclasms. But I'm very curious what Federico is going to bring in, because he could try to play it slow with something like a wedding announcement. We saw a few of those in the sideboard.
We've seen him doing a lot of work this weekend. especially against these one-for-one removal type decks. If you're just watching chat and you're like, why is there a piece of paper on the battlefield? What's going on here? This is open deck list. It has been all weekend long. You know, no hidden secrets here. If you show your opponent your full 75 or 95, in some cases we did get a Yorion deck into the top 8. Unfortunately, they had to, I think they got married up against the Convoke deck. Oh no, they didn't. They missed out on the top 8, wasn't it? It was the Yorion one. They ended up getting that draw in the end.
Yeah,
super heartbreaking. Kind of altered the math quite a lot for you. You were like, oh my word, I've worked it all out. Now it's all gone to pot.
But that's what happens sometimes. That's why maybe, you know, if you have a shot at making a top 8 in a big tournament like this, you might as well try to play for it, right, and not just play a safe draw if there's a chance to win, and you don't stand to lose much if you lose.
Realistically, is there a bigger game of Magic than literally playing at Worlds than this game right now?
Probably not. Like,
I'm trying to think of one. Like what? It's got to be maybe like the Mox finals, maybe, but then you're already in the Worlds then. So
yeah. I mean, there's a really high stakes. Something that
super high stakes.
Yeah, it's something that you really don't appreciate unless you're like here with the players. And I saw it playing for top 8. I could see playing during the top 8. Like, you know, the players' hands were shaking and they were like, you know, thinking very hard, or you know, the classic head, the hands and the head, all these things. They're just really thinking hard.
We're going to see that. I remember both semi-finals back to back. The players don't have to catch flights. I spoke to them. I asked if they would agree to this. They were all happy to do so, especially because this Convoke deck is in the top 4, and they think this is going to be a quick matchup one way or other. It's going to win really fast, or it's going to lose really fast. Managed to take down, was it against the blue-white deck in the top 8, did we see? I think it moved across the feature match, and they managed to win there just the last round.
Yep. I think Boros Convoke beat Azorius Control.
Well, I think it was Azorius Control as well.
It was, yeah.
Obviously, we didn't cover that one. That's our other lovely casters, Filipa and Skura. They'll be bringing you the finals. You've got me and Matej one last time. We're going to bring you this semi-final. We're going to then come back to us while we sort out the camera. Then we're going to go back down to the other feature match. Bit of a long round for us. You're going to hear our voices for a long time, but don't worry about that. We'll be holding your hand all the way through this top 4 and see who is going to get into Worlds. Like, I literally can't get enough of saying Worlds, Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. It's made my everyone knows how much of a dream this is for me. You know what I mean? I love the whole Lord of the Rings type stuff. I love Magic, clearly. I love casting with you. You are the Sam to my Frodo, remember?
Yeah.
I had to get it in there. I had to try and sell it up there, you know what I mean?
No, it's all good. And I do like looking forward to these events, but I like staying on the ground and seeing, you know, these players win, and I, you know, look at the top 8 profile, and you would think like, oh, it's a really high level Magic and so on, and you read Federico Vuona's player profile. He wrote top 8. Why do you choose Boros Convoke? I want to make my opponent think more than me. And like, it's true, he put his opponent in a very difficult position, but he's really underselling, I think, the value of his deck. It might seem like, oh, it's just like you play out your hands turn 2 or 3. I saw him play against Azorius Control, and before I saw him play out some of the matches in the tournament while I was on my round off. It's not as easy to play. Like, it seems that way when you get these sorts of draws. It's very proactive, very easy.
Yeah.
But suddenly when you know there are possible sweepers or answers from your opponent, you really have to think about how you deploy your threats. How to time them, you know, when do I sack a clue, or when do I attack, when do I convoke. It's actually a really fun deck, and I recommend, like, everyone, if they haven't tried it, give it a whirl. If you like Pioneer, though be careful. People want to, you know, hate on this deck, want to come prepared with sweepers, because once it took over Magic Online, everyone started packing, you know, Radiant Flames, besides those Sweltering Suns, like all those possible sweepers.
Pretty high on the rarity count of certain decks this weekend. Obviously, this Boros Convoke deck, this particular build is only at the 36 rares, 25 uncommons and 14 commons, opposed to the other Boros deck that we saw that was like 56 rares or something along those lines.
The main issue is the lands, of course, right? Because you're playing so many like duels. There's like Pathways, Sacred Founders, Inspiring Advantages. Those make up, I would say, most of the rares. And to be fair, Venerated Lockstone and Neither and the VOs are pretty, I would say.
Almost push this deck over the top, right? The new printing of Night Eos. I don't know if we can get that one up on the screen while we're talking about that, so people can see that one at home.
I can.
You know, that was me politely asking to get it up on the screen. The other semi-finals is going to be, I believe it's Rakdos mid-range versus Azorius Spirits.
Also a classic, I would say, matchup of this weekend. We saw a lot of Azorius spirits at the top tables.
Yeah, there was actually quite a lot of them
the end,
wasn't there?
Yeah.
It's the new Invasion doing a lot of work this weekend, I believe.
Yeah, the Invasion of Goba kind of really showed what it can do towards the end. Really impressive. Not just out of spirits, by the way.
Also the 108 decks.
It also Boros Convoke plays it, right? So.
Oh, we got it?
Yeah, I think so. I saw one or two.
Yeah, we got 2 in the sideboard.
Yeah, so definitely a card to keep an eye out. It has the way it has played out also like nab the Shark Typhoon, so they can't cycle it anymore. Nabbing like expensive creatures like Shieldred, making them cast 6 mana really makes them unappealing. So it's really nice that we see new cards being played. And that's why I like Pioneer. Whenever a set comes out that's Pioneer legal, you're bound to find 1 or 2 cards that can be added to the decks, and I wouldn't say significantly change it. But we saw it even before when Brothers War came out. Suddenly it's Brotherhood's End, Haywire Might in the sideboard, Cityscape Level in the sideboard of Mono Green, right? So there's always a few cards that change things, and that's what makes Pioneer exciting.
Remember, speaking of new cards, remember all these players have qualified for Pro Tour Barcelona. That will be the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. That will be the set that's coming out. Remember, Modern Legal, not going to be in Pioneer, but we will have access to like the flavor text, as in the One Ring, and see what's going to be. If that does get opened anytime soon, you got any bets? You think it'll be open within the next year?
Maybe.
One Ring?
I hope so.
Are you still going to throw it in a volcano if you open it?
Yes.
Chat, let me know, what would you do if you opened the One Ring? What are you going to do with it? You're going to throw it in a volcano? You're going to sell it? You're going to milk the clout that would come with it? Or, maybe make a pendant, do a Logan Paul, wear it around your neck, your next FNM. Let us hear what you're going to do.
All right.
We're getting sell-its in the chat. Sell it to Post Malone. Buy a house. I think a lot of people don't agree with you. I don't think they want you to throw it into a volcano.
They forgot I'm going to do it with Mr. Beast.
Oh yeah, okay, Mr. Beast video on it. Okay,
yeah.
You think he'll take the bait? Right, well, we're deciding on mulligans here between both these players.
I think they're keeping, but maybe Nils is still thinking. Hopefully they're not baiting us.
I'm just reading chat and seeing what they're saying of what they're going to do with the wrong wing. A lot of okay, buy a volcano. A lot of time for that. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, welcome. Where have you been? We've had 15 rounds of Magic, as well as the quarterfinals. We're now in the semi-finals, down to the last 4, and World Championship invitations are on the line. As we see the Inspector come down, I'm going to bring yourself a little clue.
One of my favorite cards. I was so sad that it wasn't seeing that much play, and thankfully, Boros Convoke brought it back on the map.
We're going to have a consider end of turn. Put that card into the graveyard. We're going to put another one into the graveyard, get a fresh draw off the top of the deck. And it looks like there's at least 1 Phoenix in hand. Consider again. Put a young Peasy in the graveyard, so they have come out of the sideboard, like you said. But did we miss a land drop?
No second land for those because that's why he was thinking so long about that keep. I guess with that double consider that he thought he would get there, but he whiffed.
Okay,
twice.
Well, let's see if we can get punished for this second land drop for the turn. That could be huge, though. Not in the finals, not what we're going to see. But this is all right. Getting across to 1 point in damage. It's not a big hit or some sort of crazy explosive draw just yet.
It looks like Federico is thinking if he should main phase his Resolute Reinforcements or pass.
What's the reason behind thinking
Maybe
about
like thinking if there's like a counter spell that was brought in, but I think he realized that there's nothing really. I think we're seeing an upkeep otherworldly gaze.
Yep, correct. Because obviously we can pick cards into our graveyard or on top of our deck. Realistically, I think we're going to be putting the lands on top of a deck. I think I see a Steam Vents there. One of the lands, if we want a land, probably not the one that does damage to us against the aggro deck.
Not ideal.
Oh, I do see a Hall of the Storm Giants there as well.
I think so too, yeah.
Maybe we want to stack double land on top of our deck. It would make some of our plays quite awkward if we have like considers and ops, etc. But we'll see which way they want to go. A lot on the line. First seed going into this with a nice... We're going to class it as like a brew version of Is It Phoenix? Remember, we've got Demi Elixirs in the deck.
This man knows what he's doing. He's been playing Phoenix since 2018. I trust what he's doing.
It's got him this far.
Exactly. I trust him.
And the Steam Vent tapped. Untapped. We're going to take 2 points life here. Then that's going to... A Favor Inspector is going to get a Fiery Impulse. It's going to take that off the battlefield. Just a pair of 1/1s left.
We'll see. We'll see if there's a land and
That's a castle.
and a venerated Loxodon or neither on the Eos. That could really help accelerate Federico Buono's plan.
I think we might be getting a little flooded. Not like not completely, but I think we might have a few lands on the battlefield, and we're just getting in. So no convoke cards coming down this turn.
I think Niels is very happy to see that. See what the follow-up is. Lethal Demolition? No, Legion's Landing.
Legion's Landing. It's going to bring a 1/1 vampire with a lifelink onto the battlefield. Let's have a little look. You get that one up on the screen first. Cool. Remember that can flip into a land if we attack with 3 or more creatures. And that I'm right for seeing the flip side of that land produces 1/1s as well.
Yes, it does create 1/1 lifelink vampires, and also gives you white mana. So it's pretty nice to flip. It gives you a bit more resilience in the late game.
But not able to advance our board much more than that. I do see a couple more lands in hand. Might be a bushwhacker as well.
He may be just trying to set up for a bigger turn. I'm pretty sure I saw a Castle Embereth in his hand as well. So he doesn't want to maybe add more to the board.
That's what I was about to get at. Maybe we don't want to start playing into this sweeper that we know is in the other side of the deck. It would make sense to bring it in if it was there. Here's the castle that you were speaking about.
Yeah, he's waiting on that. He could have played it tapped this turn, but now he has a mountain in play in the Sacred Foundry, so it's going to come into play and tap. He could also just use it already next turn and try to swing for 6, but I'm sure Nils will have something to say about that. And a piece of the puzzle, so tapping out.
Tapping out. Obviously, Spell Mastery online, so if we do have 2 spells, we can put them into hand. We do find 2. One of them is the sweeper. Now we know about it, so maybe we're not advancing our board anymore. Trying to get us there. Remember, it does 1 damage to all creatures. If it's kicked, it will do 2 damage to all the creatures instead. So yeah, Loxodon won't save these on the battlefield just yet.
It looks like Niels is already down to 9. Between all the small pings and the steam vents untapped.
Yeah, but I've just asked to double check that.
Yeah, it doesn't seem right, right?
No, we only shocked ourselves once. We took about 5 damage from hits.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to see if that gets updated for everybody.
Indeed. No castle here from Federico. Plays a Battlefield Forged.
Any reasoning behind that, or just doesn't want to give away that we've got it?
I think, yeah, he's just happy to keep swinging.
Flipping the Legion Landing. And now we've got the access to tap 3 and make a 1/1 lifelinker.
Now we'll see hopefully an update on the life total.
This is sort of the long game aspect of it, like you know, Legion's landing being one of our potential mid-game to late, so we've got a little bit of gain there. We're not just going to completely get blown out by a sweeper that we know is in there. But when is the optimal time to fire that off?
Yeah, the advantage of Cinderclasm is the fact that it's an instant. One of the few sweepers that is actually an instant. So while Federico can, you know, build up his board with the Edanto, or the land that's going to create them,
is an opt.
It might not be enough. Yeah, let's see what Niels wants to do about that. Likes that one.
I'm just seeing if there's any way of like protecting the team. What
Treasure Cruise.
Okay, we're getting confirmation that is the correct life total now. There are at 12.
Yeah, it was. We mistakenly had him 9, but he's up to 12 after the attack. So just a small error. Sometimes plays really ugly, and it's really difficult to read the life total. So our scorekeepers can have a tough time keeping up. So
sometimes they're tapping for convoke, sometimes they're tapping for combat. This thing's happened, but it's fine. We've updated it all for you. Thanks.
Look at that. Play a lightning axe, but that's gonna bring back the Phoenix. I think that was his 3rd spell. I believe it was opt. Opt Treasure Cruise and now the lightning axe. So he has a blocker.
And we're just gonna make a 1/1 end of turn. Still holding on to the sweeper that we potentially need. Didn't like firing off here with the 3 other creatures on the side of the battlefield. Didn't get a good look at the draw. Definitely at least 1 more land in hand.
Pull up the Danto that created the 1/1 vampire. Let's see. Okay, clue.
Okay.
Now that could be a good turn also to play a Knight Errant or a Venerated Loxodon or something similar.
I think I saw a Forged Devil in hand there.
Interesting. I told you.
Yeah.
You might be thinking about those young pyromancers.
So we're going to come across here. We're going to see blocks on the life linker. So 2 damage going to come across. We're going to gain ourselves 1 more life. Remember, these vampires being made off the Legion's Landing. Don't have a good look at the hand. I know both players have got a full grip, though.
Forge Devil.
Yep, Forge Devil coming down.
Finished it off. Yeah, sneaky little card, usually not in the deck against Phoenix. It's really good against Elvish Mystic, Llanowar Elves decks.
Or Young Peasies in this instance.
Yeah.
So I imagine that's the reason why it's coming, right? Open deck list tournament, we kind of know what's going on as we're going to pitch Draganta to hand, the big 5/5. Moving across, how big do you think companions have been this weekend in this tournament?
Pretty important, I guess, more for some decks than others, but yeah, it's still pretty cool to see them being used. Although I will note that I spoke to Christopher Larson, who top 8'd this tournament as well. He was playing Reckless Sacrifice.
Yep.
He mentioned it. He put it in his hand once throughout the tournament.
Is that because he didn't need it or because he forgot though?
No,
he did. Chris Larson. Let's
He
be
didn't
honest.
need it. He was like crushing it throughout the tournament and just said like he didn't need it. It's really expensive to cast. Usually the Reckless Sacrifice deck operates on 3-4 mana, so.
Okay, passing the turn back. 3 mana available. Land drop for the turn if we do manage to find one.
Full grip for Niels Gutierrez.
Still quite a few on the other side. There's got to be 4 or 5 cards there plus the draw step. So we've kind of pipped some stuff on the board. Make you deal with this, then I'll add some. I like this, like not completely blowing our hand on the backwood to basically for this reason here, right?
Yeah, there's the Cinderclasm.
I was about to say Cinderclasm is going to come down. It's going to do. It wasn't kicked, so just 1 point of damage to everything. It means we can leave up 1 mana here potentially for a Lightning Axe or a Fiery Impulse. Potentially an Opt or a Consider as well.
I see an Ornithopter.
Yep, I see Ornithopter.
He looks like he's thinking about actually playing the Gigantha.
I don't hate it. You know what I mean? There's only 4 cards in the deck that can deal with it. One's already been cast.
Resolves, looks like. Can eat a Lightning Axe.
Don't know if we've got one in hand, though.
And another Thraben Inspector. I like that.
Let's say, here's your
And
favorite.
a Clue. Yeah, we got nicer clues than that. Otherworldly Gaze, trying to set up for his following turn again.
That's because literally that's the one drop in the deck that I didn't name then that they could have cast in a turn. So clearly that's the one they play.
And I will take a bit of time. It's not something that we see in Phoenix decks ever, right? Like this is the card that none of the regular Phoenix decks play. Neither do they play for Is It Charms, right? They have other cards to play in the deck from the version we've seen here. But this is the version with Demilich. So meaning is really trying to maximize the 1-drops and also the pieces of the puzzle. Like you're able to, really load up your graveyard, play multiple. You're trying to play multiple spells a turn.
Yeah.
And especially like Young Pyromancer sideboard that also leads towards that plan. So I think Niels' list is very cool. And I already saw Aspiring Spike on Twitter being like, "Oh, Demilich."
Yeah. So I thought originally it was the Aspiring Spike that made the Phoenix list back in the day before he was the Aspiring Spike that we know today. Is it Charm cast the turn? We're going to draw 2, discard 2 by the looks of it.
Maybe or
oh, that looked like a bit of a frustration. Maybe still no land.
Really?
Well, let's see. I'm not 100% on it, but Demilich going to the graveyard.
He has
okay, no, it was land. Okay.
He has Treasure Cruise.
Is 1 mana drawing 3 good in any format?
So Fiery Impulse.
Do you have a Lightning Axe? Looks like we do have a Lightning Axe.
Lightning Axe. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be able to come back. 3rd spell for the turn. Now, which card do we want to discard here? Another Is It Charm. Not a card we again, another card we don't tend to see too often, really.
True. An empty board, Phoenix stays back.
We are only at 10 life. We know how explosive this deck can be.
And you might be wondering, why doesn't he attack with the Phoenix? It has haste. Well, and the board is empty. What is he doing? He's recognizing the risk of the Reckless Bushwhacker. If it was something like Gleeful Demolition into Bushwhacker, this at least gives him a blocker to stem the bleeding at least a little bit.
7 mana on the other side of the battlefield. Clue, if we need to go that route, that's what we're going to start off the turn by doing. Crack that, get 1 card deeper.
That should signal that there's no Gleeful Demolition. There is a Volder and Epicure, though.
Yep, that comes in. That's going to do a point of damage to them. Also bring along with it a blood token. Blood token, let us cycle away maybe potentially some of these dead lands in hand. Or if we need to, we can try and turn that into 3 1/1 Phyrexian Goblins. See how it pans out. We're going to change it with the correct token, I believe. Spotters on the ground, just to sort that out for us.
Really tough game to play out for Niels. Like as Federico wrote in his bio, like he wants his opponent to make the big decisive plays. And here's the Gleeful Demolition. Are we going to see the Bushwhacker?
Don't need the blood token anymore. Is there a bushwhacker? Are we going to get a big potential one-shot? Here comes Ornithopter. And past the turn, no bushwhacker.
I was about to. You teased me before that there's a bushwhacker, and I was like, I was already setting it up, but just an Ornithopter. No Venerated Loxodon, no neither round of EOS. Just widening his board a little bit. I also thought he has that Castle Embereth, but I still don't see it. It was probably just a pathway.
Well, literally moments from the feature match, and both of us are still sat on the edge of our seats. We're just like potentially one turn away, one big play from either of these players to turn the corner.
Yeah, if I'm wondering, like, okay, how's the other match going? You want to see your friends, how they're doing. They haven't started playing yet. We told them that we're going to play one semifinal after another because the stakes are so high. Remember, the winner is getting a Worlds invite. He's going to play in the Las Vegas World Championship at the end of September. And so these are really big stakes, and we want to see both matches play out.
Exactly. We're trying to give you the most amount of high-level Magic gameplay we can all weekend long. That is why we've streamed on all 3 days. Friday, last chance qualifier. Saturday, day 1, 9 rounds of Pioneer. Today, another 6 rounds in the Swiss, plus the top 8 and both semi-finals back-to-back. So we're in the first semi-final. If you're just tuning in, welcome. Where have you been? Missed so much Magic, a lot of top decks, a lot of great Magic played, high skill. Let's see what's going on with this treasure cruise.
3 fresh cards.
Pretty good at Magic to draw cards, I believe. I know that you're a blue mage and you do like drawing cards. Would you class yourself as a blue mage, like through and through?
No.
No. What would you class yourself as?
Bit of everything.
Oh, you're like a Nizmizit 5-color type of guy, are we?
Probably not.
Well, you
No.
can't. You say like a bit of everything and not be a 5-color.
You know, I used to be known as a green-white, like a Celestia player, like, you know, creatures and life gain and like super silly things.
Okay.
But I think I have a decent variety behind me.
Here comes a treasure
Another
cruise
treasure
again.
cruise. I don't even have to change the card in the card viewer. It's just like treasure cruise, treasure cruise. Like Niels is really going deep into his deck. Remember, he was also using a lot of the otherworldly gazes aggressively on top of like the opts and considers and is it charms and whatnot. He's really going through his deck. Can't find. Just found. I think just one more Phoenix.
Yeah, one more Phoenix.
Graveyard.
Gonna go on a limb here, say we didn't side any of them out, but you know, weirder things have happened in Magic the Gathering. Let's be honest. How are we gonna go about it? We've cast 2 treasure cruisers so far, right? Plus the Underworld Gaze, so that Phoenix will be coming back.
Should be. I think it's gonna come back.
Are we gonna start attacking? You know, 21 life is quite high. How many turns can we give this Boros Convoke deck before, you know, the inevitable would happen?
I mean, it's already not done. It's job that well, right? Like it's been very slow. Getting up to 7 lands, though. To be fair, one of them is an Adanto, so he got that through a spell. Not a great draw from Boros Convoke. And that's what happens sometimes. But that's why you play things like Castle Embereth and something like the Adanto, where you can go a bit longer.
We still haven't seen any Locks on Smite. There's no Knights of EOS.
Venerate Loxodon. Loxodon Smiter is.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the Selesnya. So you got Selesnya in my head now.
I did. All right, there's a Lightning Axe coming in.
We're targeting the... Oh, okay, out the sideboard now. This is Surge of Salvation. Remember, this is you and opponents you control gain hexproof into end of turn. Prevent all damage from black and red sources that would deal damage to your creatures at this turn. A 1-off in the sideboard. Far enough here. It makes sense. You know, I mean, we've got to have something on in our hand. We haven't been splurging too much onto the battlefield as Demi-Lich now comes down. Double Demi-Lich. This is one of my favorite cards in the set, just in general, because I'm a big Dungeons & Dragons fan, but on top of that, the card now is super powerful. We're seeing it to its full effect. Remember, 4 blue mana pips for free, but we can kind of cheat it in early, right?
I mean, like that's what this deck is built around. Trying to set up those really early Phoenixes, the really early Demi-Liches, and then trying to ride that advantage to gain back tempo, win the game through card advantage. Especially after so many treasure cruises and just a pass here from Federico with his Boros Convoke deck.
Not what you want
to
happen.
But that kind of exactly shows why sometimes that can
fizzle.
Fizzle. Yeah, I'll let's say fizzle. when you have these answers, like Forge Devil, like Surge of Salvation, you're not advancing your board. You're not moving ahead. You're not creating, damage on the board or going wide. And they don't really work well with your main game plan. So you always have to be careful about not to oversideboard.
Okay, I've got a little bit of information. So the other semi-finals, basically the hall is going to be shutting soon. So we need to start the other semi-finals now. So they're going to play game 1, and then we're going to pause them again until this game finishes. So we will get to see the conclusion of both of these semi-finals. Just keeping you up to date. Opt for the turn. That's going to go to the bottom. I don't like that card. Fresh draw. We might be seeing the power of Demi-Lich in a few, because obviously we can turn it sideways, attack it. It does come with a nice 4/3 body. But that added little text there that everyone sees, that when it attacks, you can exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, copy it, and you may cast that copy. Quite nice when you've got things like Fiery Impulse in your deck.
Or Cinderclasm.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Bigger toughness. All the other creatures have got 1 besides that Ornithopter, but that's got no power, so don't really worry about that one too much.
And also still young Pyromancer. I think this game's probably pretty over.
You know, I mean, we kind of did everything but that final big turn over on the on the left, but that means we get to go to a game 3, and people do know that I do love a game 3, but I don't think this one's super over now. Just the advantage bar is definitely to the right of the screen.
Well, we don't have an advantage bar, unfortunately. But if there was one, we knew exactly where it would be facing.
Both Demi-Liches coming across. So we'll get 2 triggers, maybe just the one we're decided. Remember, a lot on the line. Winner of this match gets to go to Las Vegas, play in the World Championships.
Yeah, just with 1.
Play it safe.
Yep. Go for the Cinderclasm.
Okay, I'm happy to say that this is going to go to a game 3 now.
Niels is playing really safe, but he's recognized the fact that, even with the 2 cards, suddenly it could be a Gleeful Demolition on the Ornithopter, Reckless Bushwhacker, suddenly could be a lot of damage coming through.
I like the sequence in there, casting the Cinderclasm and then the Young Pyromancer, not the other way around. Kind of a big play. It's been a long day of Magic for both of these players. And we're scooping up, and we will get that game number 3 to see who is going to go to Las Vegas. Cannot wait. Let's go. Let's see if we can get the sideboard decks, not sideboards, the full 75, sorry, on the screen for both of these players.
Yeah, have a look. Like we already saw some sideboard cards coming in, right? We saw the Surge of Salvation and the Forge Devil on one hand, Young Pyromancer on the other, together with the Cinderclasm. It's just about what we expected, right? Like that's exactly the card.
That's what you called it. You called it, exactly.
I mean, that's why you pay me the small bucks.
The big money, exactly. You know what I mean? But does anything change play draw dependent? Now we are on the draw on the Phoenix side.
I would imagine maybe he wants to shave down some of the maybe more expensive cards, but I don't see anything that he could bring in really that would change that. I think the configuration is going to stay largely the same. Especially you don't want something like a Disdainful Stroke on especially on the draw. So
how scared are you when you've got a World's Invite on the line, 1 match, and Boris Convoke is on the play against you?
I would be very nervous, and then my level of nervousness, my anxiety would maybe lower if the Boros Convoke deck starts mulliganing quite a bit.
Oh, okay.
That's one way where the deck can be exposed, but every single card can matter in the grand scheme of things. So
anything you like here coming out now that we're on the play?
No, I like the Surge of Salvation. It's like maybe the timing wasn't just perfect, but I like it. The game ended up being quite long. Winning announcement can be good in these long games, but on the other hand, he's on the play. I think he should just try to maximize his primary game plan with what he has in the deck. The only card that maybe I don't like that much would be something like the Giant Killer, but it's still like a wonder that helps you do convoke things. So I don't expect too many changes here, and I think he's just going to stay with the plan of Surge of Salvation, maybe a couple of Forge Devils to deal with the Young Pyromancer, and that should be it.
If you've you've seen the Devils on the other side, do you still think you keep the Pyromancers in? Do you think the juice is worth the squeeze there?
I think so. I think he's going to keep them.
Okay, that's interesting to see how it plays out for both these players.
It might end up, not mattering ultimately, but if it is also a decent comeback mechanic, right? If Federico drops out his board on turn 2 or turn 3 rather, like if he's doesn't have the super optimal draw, something like a Young Pyromancer on turn 2, and then 3 spells like Lightning Axe, Fiery Impulse, and an opt. You know, suddenly you have three 1/1s, and you can even trade up with creatures that are bigger.
Yes, that's cool. Right, chat. Question for you: who do you want to win? Would you like Boris Convoke to win, or is it Phoenix? Let us know in the chat. Who are you rooting for? We've got Spain versus Italy. Who's going to take it down? It's a very classic football sort of term. That's those two go together.
A classic, also, you know, Magic the Gathering match. Obviously, like Spain and Italy have really great and large communities of players. There's so many of them here this week. Even though we're in wonderful Greece, and I do want to shout out the local Greek community as well.
Oh my God, they've
absolute
so good
masters. Like they treat us really well. All the people here are very nice and very lovely. So shout out to the Greek Magic community. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely put on a stellar performance they have all weekend, being absolute heroes, helping everybody get around, find out where the good places are to eat. But speaking of people traveling here, we've got people from America.
True.
Dubai. There was a whole group of people coming from Dubai. I think there's about 20 of them coming.
I wasn't even sure I saw a player with a Japanese name doing pretty well down in day one, maybe. You know, someone who's staying here from Japan as well.
This is the European Regional Championships, but you know, if you qualify in Europe, you get to play in Europe. That's like, you know, it's almost like a good excuse to come back. Go there on holiday, play a little qualifier, manage to win that one. Oh, I've got to now go back. And it's for 36 of these players, they definitely get to come back to Barcelona and play in the Lord of the Rings Pro Tour. Modern format, cannot wait for that at all. Like, everyone knows I love Modern.
I love Lord of the Rings.
I love Lord of the Rings. Not as much as Star Wars, but don't tell chat that. You know what I mean?
They know. They know.
I don't want to start the fandoms going against each other.
Yeah, but it's going to be a great one, and you know, the set just dropped. If you haven't seen the
fully announced now.
Yeah, if you haven't seen all the cards are out, so you can already start making plans. I'm curious, kind of, are we going to see some new cards in Modern at the Pro Tour?
I hope so.
That would be
I
really
honestly
cool.
hope so. Like, I love it when metas start getting changed up. Modern Horizons, we saw that in Modern, did a big chunk of damage to it, by making all these new decks kind of come to fruition, stopping some of the old decks, which are, you know, I'm not going to name any of them, but it might begin with the word T. Kind of getting them out of the format and getting these new kind of evolved decks. It'll be really fun to see what pros brings to the table.
Exactly.
That's what we haven't had that for so long. Pros getting their teeth into the Modern format, really trying to solve it, find out what the best deck is, and show it. I always remember Pro Tour One of the Gods. That's my favorite Pro Tour of all time.
Oh, okay.
Because that's where Blue Moon came out. I was just getting into Magic competitively, and I watched that and I saw these posters turn up and like, oh my God, they're playing Islands, but a Blood Moon. The Blood Moon knocks out. They were playing things like Remand, Bouncing Lights, Vapor Snag was in that.
Yeah.
Getting everything back to their hand, and then Shackle, Stealing Tamagotchis. Honestly, I love that Pro Tour so much.
Yeah, it was a good Pro Tour.
Did you play in it?
What do you think?
Yes, by the way, you're smiling?
Yes, of course.
How well did you do?
Born of the Gods?
Yep.
Top 16?
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Like
back then.
10 years or whatever since it came out.
10 years. Boomers Unite.
Sean McLaren won that PT? Yes, he did.
He did, yeah, and it was a good top 8 as well. Like so many good players in that top 8 as well. So
one of
my
favorite pieces of MTG content ever made is the Sean McLaren song.
Of course.
Oh my God, it's so good. If you haven't checked it out, chat, make sure you go to YouTube, just type in Sean McLaren's song, and you'll see it as we do take a mulligan on the left of our screen here. Boris Convoke going down to 6 on the play.
What did I tell you about the anxiety?
Yeah.
Right, like this is the moment where Niels kept 7. Is the Boris Convoke take mulligan down to 6, but to be fair, mulligan down to 6 can still mean a very explosive draw on the side of Federico Vuona. This Boris Convoke deck, I'll speak a little about it because it might seem like, oh, you know, it's really overpowered or really swingy.
Well, we've seen both sides of it so far.
Might be swingy. One of the things that was interesting, that it felt like it was being hated out of the metagame. Now it's making a comeback. Actually, one of the best converting decks of this tournament, meaning that a lot of players who brought it actually made it to day 2. But the overall win rate wasn't particularly impressive, I would say. We haven't seen that many at the top tables. Federico is one of them. There was one other player floating around a little bit at the 2 or 3 losses there, but ultimately didn't make it in. And but it was still very solid. Like one of the kind of really pure all-in aggro decks, and if you're not ready for it, it can really punish you. So. Definitely, and it's fun to play. At least in my book, it's fun to play. Feels sometimes like you're playing a bit of solitaire, and just you do your thing, and then you just hope your opponent doesn't.
Well, you're talking to an Infect player, sir. That's all I do. I'm doing my game plan. Are you stopping me? Nope. Cool. You don't have it. Guess I'm going to take this one down. Okay. Let's see if we can get an opening 6. That's keepable. and get us into game number 3. Remember, World's invitation on the line for one of these players. The winner gets to walk away with it. The loser, commiserations, you just get to walk away with a Pro Tour Barcelona invite, plus a bunch of money, and the, saying that you'll be able to top this in future events. Yeah, I top 8'd the regional qualifier of Europe.
I would definitely love to tell someone that I'm the European champion. So the first place, the trophy, comes with significant bragging rights on top of the world's invite.
Yeah, you do get a good tweet, as we are going to be off to the races at turn 1. Sacred Foundry, Untapped, Paying 2 Life, Favor Inspector. One of your favorite one-drops hitting the battlefield, bringing along with it a clue token. We definitely have them down there, so I'm not sure why we're still using bits of paper, but we'll get that changed out, I'm sure.
Let's see, because that was just a red pathway. Swing, good news for Niels. Usually when the 1-1s are swinging, it's a good sign for the other deck, or 1-2s in this case. Let's see.
Second land, so we're not missing that. Remember last game, we actually missed land drop over on the right screen on the Phoenix list, and still managed to get there. Second Favor Inspector is going to come along with a second clue. Here we are.
There we go. Finally, some nicer clues. And a Gleeful Demolition, maybe? Or a Voldaren Epicure.
It is, yeah, Epicure. It's going to come along, ping a little bit. Another blood token's going to hit the battlefield. So we're getting quite a lot of artifacts on the battlefield. The only way we've got to utilize them greatly is with the Gleeful Demolition, as you said.
We're going to see a Fiery Impulse.
And that's probably going over one of the Favor Inspectors, right? Because they've got 2 toughness, so it's still 1. So if we do draw something like one of our sweeper effect, the Syndiclasm, we do want to try and keep the 1 toughness creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah, they're just checking the life totals, because there's a misunderstanding. I think the Epicure shoots for 1, and I think just one of the players wrote it down. So we're going to get that fixed quickly, and then we'll resolve the Fiery Impulse.
Yeah, so it should be 17 versus 18, right? The life totals are correct? Oh, I missed something. We've attacked once. No, okay, wait. It's all cleared up now, sweet.
Yeah.
Back to Phoenix. What are we going to do? How are we going to try and do this? Island for the turn.
Island go.
Passing it back.
I'd be a little nervous if I was...
That was a Bushwhacker.
Okay.
So Bushwhacker's in hand. Can we have a super explosive turn with it? Let's find out.
Doesn't look that way.
Maybe not. Just a little bit of chip damage.
But there's plenty of clues. Just a pass, though, so we're going to see Otherworldly Gaze.
Talk us through this one. Obviously, you spoke about it. We don't typically see this card. It doesn't draw you a card, but it does kind of set up your future turns and fill the graveyard.
Now you saw exactly why. Phoenix in the graveyard, Demilich in the graveyard, and Niels Gutierrez can start doing his own thing. Might not do it immediately. Might want to set up for another turn, because he's in no rush. He could even play pieces of the puzzle here and still be fine. It depends on if he also has access to a Syndiclasm or anything else. He has quite a few cards, so I'm curious how he's going to play this out.
It could be a reinforcements in the turn potentially. Maybe if we're going to flash in 2/1/1s, but you've got to have that in mind. Not any counter magic in the Phoenix list. It is just 1-for-1 removal with 2 sweepers in the sideboard.
Yeah, but those 2 sweepers are
they're
extremely important.
There's only one deck that they're in the sideboard for, right?
Yeah. This one potentially against mono white as well. You could bring them in.
We did see Gogori Elves this weekend.
True. Yeah, that would be really good there as well.
That was a surprising deck, managing to go super wide.
An important turn for both players. I don't think Niels has played land yet. He might not have one. He's not. I think he was thinking is like, should I try to go for it? Am I going to go? Doesn't have a 3rd land. That makes it really difficult to cast 3 spells in the same turn to bring back the Phoenix. So is this the chance for Frederick if wanted to take control of the game? Does he have some... Oh, 3 mana.
Here's 3 land. I'm trying to see what we've got in the deck that's 3 mana. Maybe we're convoking?
Yeah. Night Errand of Eos would be great. A Venerated Lockstone would be great.
Yeah, it's a Lockstone going to come down. You're going to put a +1/+1 count on both of these creatures. Obviously, we would like to do this with a board full, but this is going to be fine. That means that we can kind of grow the Favor Inspector out of reach from the Clasm on the other side.
And there's also no 3rd mana for the Syndiclasm, but look at that. Oh, Niels Gutierrez frustrated with his decks, still digging for that 3rd land. I think he might have found it. Maybe it's a Steam Vent, so he's thinking, oh, that's going to cost me 2 more life. He needs answers, or ideally, he has to start off with land, maybe Lightning Axe to at least deal with the Venerated Lockstone on here. Really, really tough spot for Nils there.
Remember, mold to 6 on the left of your screen for the Boris Convoke deck. Is it Phoenix? How many land are we playing? Let's have a little look. How many land are in the mix? This has happened twice now. It looks like 19 land.
That's low. That is very low. I bet
we found it. It's fine.
Yeah, Stormcraft Coast goes opts again. Needs a red spell now if he wants to bring back a Phoenix. Start the trades going on. Lightning X would be great here.
Doesn't have it. Okay, can we punish this? We've definitely got a Bushwhacker in hand. Here's the 1-drop. That's a Favorite Inspector. That's going to come along with a clue token.
Bushwhacker. That's a ton of damage. Play for a search cost, comes into play, gives other creatures you control +1/+0 and haste.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 points. 15. That's dropping us down to 1 life. Huge turn here. Let's have a little look, see what's going to happen.
I think it's over.
We need more than a sweeper to get out of this. We might be moments away from that handshake.
He would need a miracle here to get to play one more turn. You would need to start with a Lightning Axe, discarding Arc-like Phoenix. Maybe something like a Fire Impulse to deal with one more creature. Bring back play something else, bring back 2 Phoenixes and a Demi-Lich. Can he do it?
It's going to be a big ask. Fiery Impulse is how we're
going
to start. Treasure Cruise?
Treasure Cruise, okay. Cruise. Getting there.
That's the 2nd spell for the turn.
Remember, he's on. The life totals haven't been updated, if I'm not mistaken.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, he's. I think he's on 1.
I also think they're on 1.
Or yeah, probably 1. If your math is correct.
My math is correct 60% of the time. How are we going to move forward from this? 2 more mana left of the turn. We've already played a land drop. 2 spells cast. Still on the other side of the battlefield, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 power. We believe they're at 1 life. We're just waiting for that life total to get updated or the handshake to happen.
Niels fighting.
Yeah, played up a good fight here. Yep. You have to.
So another Fire Impulse on the Voldaren Epicure this time.
That's 2 creatures down, but that means 1 for 1 mana. How are we going to deal with these 3 creatures left the battlefield? I don't think we can do it.
Just brings back a Phoenix.
That's a blocker.
Anything else?
Oh my god, I'm literally on the edge of my seat. Are we going to see Boris Convoke into the finals and getting them to the World Championships in Las Vegas at the end of the year? Moments away. We're thinking every sort of possibility we could do. Demi-Lich, that's just a 2nd blocker. If the life totals are correct and they're at 1 life, that is dead on board. I think they know it. They're moving pretty quickly. Here's the handshake. Congratulations. Getting themselves to the finals. That is the reaction live down on the table. Commiserations to our Idiots Phoenix player there. Bit of a super good fight with, Demi-Lich, but just at the pip of the post getting pipped. They do get themselves a Barcelona invite, though. We will be seeing them at the Pro Tour Barcelona. Congratulations. But we now get to go across to our backup feature match, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we're going to see Azorius Spirits versus Rakdos Midrange. We did have to start them early, and Spirits is up 1 game.
Yeah, so we're going to update the score. Przemysław Olszewski is 1-0 up over Tony Martos, who actually, I think, Przemysław actually went to the bathroom.
Yep.
For a small break, so he's going to be right back. But as soon as he's back, we're going to start playing. And this is Rakdos Midrange against Azorius Spirits. I think we're going to see a nice game because, like, once Rakdos sideboards, there's they have usually some really good decent options to fight with, more sweepers, more disruption.
Game 1, Spirits is going to kind of do what Spirits does, right? It is this sort of tempo aggro deck. It can flood the board with Spirits, kind of interact with the counter magic that we see. So it looks like the players are just going to be sitting down. So while they're there, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just tuning in, this is the Regional Championships of Europe. My name is Will Hall. I am joined by Big Z, and we're going to bring you this last semi-final to see who else is going to get to go to Las Vegas. We started Friday, 202 players. They battled it out for 16 slots to play in this Regional Championships. Then, day number 1 of the Regional Championships, 456 players started battling it out. 110 made it to day number 2. We've whittled that down to now the final 3. We know who is going to be in the finals, who will be joining them. Let's find out. Who do you want to win? Do you want Azorius Spirits on the right of your screen or Rakdos mid-range to get there? Let me know in the chat. Whew, and
it's
breathe.
a big one.
And breathe.
It's a big one. Like, the stakes are very high because it might not seem like a big deal to you guys at home, but getting to play the World Championship is the ultimate honor as a Magic player to get there. And the winner will get to play the World Championship. Can go to Vegas in September and try to win the World Championship title because, of course, like, it's the ultimate bragging rights. But I will note as well, the World Champion gets to design their own card. We saw a Fairy Mastermind, Fervent Champion, and a history of really good player-made cards.
That's a good question, though. What card would you have made of yourself? What would you like to have? Have your face put on one existing or a completely new one?
Back in the days, I really wanted something like a Reclamation Sage effect, but they printed them since, and so, but it's not going to be up to me. Maybe it's going to be one of these two players getting to design a card once they win the World Championship. But let's see who can take the chance.
The playing just a tap land. We're going to start off with a Wanderer. This one can kind of interact with things like Thoughtseize or potential fatal pushes and stuff coming down. We're just going to, I'm going to change my screen on my laptop. I'm going to get out both of these two deck lists so I can have full knowledge of what's going on.
Yeah, first off, a Mausoleum Wanderer. Solid 1-drop, can counter some things, can grow thanks to other spirits. Yeah?
We're just having a little read. You know, I mean, this is not the sort of time that you want to be guessing or potentially knowing what the card does and it having a blowout. So we do play our second land. What is going to be the play for the turn? It's Thoughtseize.
Of course it's going to be Thoughtseize.
Now we all get to have a little look at home of what is in that opening hand. Looks like a bunch of land, a
Geistlight Snare, Rattle Chain, Sailor. That's a solid hand, though.
That's a good hand. That's a Spell Queller.
No, I think it's a Catilda from the sideboard.
If I could pick the...
Yeah.
The what's it? The black on black sort of. Here you're going to get it up. You've been all over all weekend finding the correct art of the cards the players are using. Hats off to you, my friend.
Yeah, I always like to pull this one. This is one of the promos. Yeah, pretty big. Funnily enough, has protection from vampires. Pretty relevant against Bloodtide Harvester.
Yeah, it can help. I was going to ask you why are we bringing this one in? What's the reason behind it?
I think it's just more value. You can also like play from the graveyard for the disturb cost.
Yep.
So it offers some additional value. So why not?
It's really hard to sideboard against these decks. Like, do you bring a sweepers, but then they get that blown out? You know, you tap in 4 mana and they counter it for 1. Real hard. You just go for the 1-for-1 removal route.
Yeah, one of the reasons I think is also it can go past a Shieldred. Like if you play Catilda and your opponent plays Shieldred, it can be difficult to win if you're a Spirits player. But Catilda, with that lifelink and also being fairly big on its own, can do a good job of trying to race any sort of result Shieldreds. And I'm only mentioning because I actually saw this happen this weekend already once.
So just the Wanderer coming across, it's just going to be a 1-1. A little bit of chip damage, passing the turn back, potentially holding up things like Slip out the back, Lofty Denial.
Or the Rattle Chains that we just saw.
The Rattle Chains that we know is in hand.
Are we going to see a Fable, the classic? Of course. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, now banned in Standard, but still one of the major cards of Pioneer.
Obviously, it comes along with a Mengu token by the looks of it, but that will be a 2-2 Goblin Shaman. Remember, when that attacks, it will make a treasure token, and now the Rattle Chains getting flashed in end of turn. Giving something hexproof, not too relevant when your opponent is completely tapped out, but it does add to the board so we can start turning that clock, get it turning and burning. One of the advantages of the Spirits decks, right, we can now play at instant speed. Shocking in our Hallowed Fountain here. And getting in there. 3 points of damage coming across.
Yeah, remember, Rattle Chains has the sneaky ability to flash in Spirits as well. So we might just see a instant speed Catilda at the end of turn or something similar.
We do know about that from the Thoughtseize. I do see another Fable in hand.
Yep, and also we of course go to chapter 2. That means that Tony Martos can start filtering out the draws, maybe try to draw some cards that he really needs.
Yep, discard up to 2, draw that many. I believe that's the trigger that's still on the stack. Deciding if we want to get rid of any of these in hand. How do we kind of get back from this? 3 open mana on the other side could be representing a bunch of things from creatures to counter spells.
It looks like Yes, he kept all of them.
Kept the whole, that's got to be scary, right?
Very scary. I didn't quite see what he has in his hand.
Goblin Shaman token coming across, creating a treasure token. Bit of damage happening, no blocks here. Access to 5 mana now. Also, Treasure Cruise works really, not with Treasure, the Treasure Token works really well with Fatal Push. Turning on Revolt if needed.
Yeah.
2 mana. Plus the Treasure Token.
Interesting.
Okay, makes more sense.
He's teasing us. Another Fable,
Another Fable, the Mirror Breaker. This one is...
Ooh, Spell Queller.
Is the promo Spell Queller coming down. That is going to exile it while it's on the stack. Are you going to try and find that out for everybody?
Of course I am.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, Secret Lair. There we go.
Yeah, this one, there was really nice art on this. And we're going to finish the turn with a Blood type Harvest. That's going to bring a Blood token along with it. Potentially, we can cycle away some of our bad draws if needed. But
it seems like this almost seems like a combo matchup where both decks are just doing their own thing, and there's not really that much interaction. There was the Thoughtseize on the Snare, but both decks are just doing their own thing. One has flyers, one is building up a board, improving its hand. So let's see if Przemysław Olszewski on the right there, and I know he has a lot of fans in the chat, but it looks like Mengu fans also came out of the woodworks.
Oh, there's always a Mengu fan.
That token.
Now we've said Mengu, we watch all the Mengu emotes start flying up. Everyone loves him. He has been here this weekend. He's been battling out all 3 days, playing side events, played the main event, and today I believe he was playing the Classic.
Yeah, and he was telling people not to play Rakdos mid-range, and Tony Martos was like, I'm still playing Rakdos mid-range. I'll show you how good it is.
I wonder where it's going to be in the power rankings this week that he will be posting. He does love power rankings at different formats. How are we going to move forward here? Mutavault is going to join the battlefield. We've seen this turn up in a lot of different decks this weekend, doing a lot of things from the Humans decks to the Spirits decks to the Creativity decks and even the Rakdos decks.
Tough turn for Przemysław. I assume he has that Catilda that we know of. Doesn't really have to play it here. Maybe he drew something else as well. We don't quite see.
No, he's very thoughtful in his lines of play. I've been watching him throughout the top tables and in his top 8 match against Chris Larson. Okay. Very thorough in his plays. He sits there, calculates everything, works out what's the best sequence to take, and does it superly well. As we're going to turn across here for a bunch of damage.
Yeah, and just like this was you might see. Oh, he took that much time to play a 1/1. Well, the Spectre Sailor is flash, and he has to think out, do I want to play it now to pump my Mausoleum Wonder, or do I want to keep it up? There's quite a few choices there, and he's under a bit of pressure because ultimately Fable of the Mirror Breaker flipped, together with Bloodtide Harvester, can decimate his board very quickly.
So Fable is flipped. Mengu token still on the battlefield. We do need to start getting some removal spells fired off, though. We can't just be taking these hits. The race is definitely going to favor the Azorius Spirit player on the right-hand side of your screen.
And remember, there's still the Catilda in the hand of Przemysław. He can play that instant speed thanks to the Rattle Chains in play. So that is also a huge consideration for Tony Martos on the left, who actually, like, with this many spirits, like creatures in play, the Catilda can be absolutely massive. And just kill him in one swing. So he has to be careful as well.
Remember, everything can be cast at instant speed, especially our spirits can be because of that route chains on the battlefield. It is not just a 2/1 flyer with flash. It does give hexproof to a creature when it comes into play and gives all our other spirits the keyword flash. There's the powerful free drop you were just talking about.
Yeah,
Flying Lifelink Pro Vampires.
Yeah, number of it's power toughness, number of permanents you control our spirits and or enchantments. So be quite big, and the backside very similar. Just gives a creature +X/+X, basically for this. You're counting the same sort of thing.
So some crazy artwork.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. I didn't see this one.
I've not seen that artwork before.
Yeah, pretty creepy.
Pretty spicy. I like to see it. Both players deep in the tank, kind of calculating if they do this, I'm going to do that. Trying to work a turn or two ahead, get themselves back out of this kind of slump that they're in. Remember, spirits, one of the advantages, all of them has flying. Well, majority, high level of them have flying. A couple of them don't have flying. Dreadbore. Let's see if we can get back that Fable that is tucked underneath the Spell Queller here. 2 cards in hand.
Yep, one of them is the Catilda. We don't know what the other one is. Przemysław is very good at keeping things hidden from us.
So we could potentially... We've got 2 mana up. What if we flash in a Spirit here? Wanderer sack, that's only going to be 2 power, so we've got the ability to pay for that if needs be.
There's also still a Goblin Shaman as well, though.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, you know, what sort of counter magic we're playing around. Is it worth attacking in that instance to, you know, get a token? Turns out it isn't. We're going to be able to get back our Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It's going to come along with another Goblin Shaman token. And this we're showing like how awkward it is just having a Wanderer on the battlefield. You know what I mean? Just having this sort of forced spike effect. Yeah. 8 life versus 16. 1 game away for our Osiris Spirits player here from being able to get themselves to Las Vegas, the World Championships. That is what is on the line right now, ladies and gentlemen. You are looking at the last semi-final of the Regional Championships here in Europe. Live, Athens, Greece. Beautiful.
More words?
More words. Loud noises.
Pro Tour. Barcelona.
I love Lamp. I love Lamp. Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. Yeah, no, but seriously, like on the game, this is an extremely difficult situation. Now, Tony has to keep up mana in some way to represent removal, because if he just taps out and doesn't have any mana left, Przemysław Olszewski can just flash in that Catilda. It would be a 4/4, and I think there's enough power. There's exactly 8 on the board, actually even a bit more, because there's also a hidden Mutavault there that can turn into a Spirit at will, right? So really, really huge turn. If there's no removal in Tony Martin's hand and Przemysław Olszewski goes for it, he's going to go to the finals and then also to the World Championship.
I have a feeling that we might see this Blood Type Harvest turn, like trying to cash it in this turn, because we, you know, that in itself is a pseudo removal spell. We do have 1 blood token on the battlefield, so it can give target creature -2/-2.
Yep. I think that might be Tony's decision here. Does he want to do it now? Because it's probably the safest play, but he probably wants to keep the Blood Tide Harvester around for the next turn once he has that Flip Fable already online. Now,
will we get another turn? That's the problem here.
Yeah, of course. And there's 1 more card also in the hand of Przemysław. So
one of these players will meet the Convoke Boris deck in the finals. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the Spirits player, or is it going to be Rakdos mid-range?
There's a Goblin Shaman attack.
Yep. Here's a treasure token.
No blocks, looks like.
Makes sense. No point doing that. We can use our life points as a resource, remember? I feel like that was the easy bit of the turn.
Indeed.
Can't block, as most of the, all the other cards on the other side have the keyword flying, except for that Mutavault, if we would choose to animate it. Let's have a look. I'm trying to think of like different lines. Maybe potentially we've even got the win next turn. What's going on? I think both players are calculating that now. And we're just passing the turn back. So, end of turn.
I love it. Przemysław doesn't wait. I'll play the Catilda end of turn. Does it resolve? Yeah. Now
imagine it's going to resolve. Is it going to live? That's the question.
Yeah. That's the big.
Currently a 4/4. If it's resolved, obviously the Wandering Trigger is also on the stack. That will grow to a 2-powered creature if needs be. Just for the turn. We can make the Catilda bigger with the Mutavault, remember?
Or any other spirit that gets drawn.
I think if there's no removal on the other side of the battlefield, now any spirit is potentially lethal.
So it's been like 10 minutes of 3 turns.
Yeah,
right? But because like these turns decide the game. Like sometimes it takes much longer to play it out. This is so clear that this turn is absolutely pivotal for one player or the other.
Not many people, I'm going to ask you, which you might have actually say yes to this question, is not many people get to play a game that has a Worlds invitation on it. Have you ever played a game of Magic with Worlds on the line?
Yeah, of course. Back in the day, during the national championships, back when that was a thing, the top 4 qualified, so the top 8 match was one to play, not just to play the world championship, but to also be on the national team and represent your country.
So you know the nerves that's happening right now, like what both of these players are kind of going through. When you're behind, how are you feeling? When you're ahead, you don't want to kind of mess up. You don't want to make any easy lines here. We've seen this in Pro Tour top 8s. Obviously, I can't remember the name of the player that famously attacked with Hazaret, or tried to attack with Hazaret with extra cards in their hand, and managed to knock themselves out of that top 4. Neither of these players want that to happen, as we're going to pass the turn back. draw step. What's it going to be? Didn't get a good look. Keeping us all in suspense here.
I mean, if the Catilda lived now, I can't imagine Tony has something in his hand. Especially like you giving also the extra draw step. It could be a guy slide snare. It could be a slip out the back. Maybe a lofty denial even. So
this is lethal though.
It is lethal already on board. Yeah, it's definitely in Tony Martus's like court to do something about this. Everything flies.
Maybe we're doing.
I see 8 damage on the board. I see 9 damage on the board now, thanks to the Mutavault. Is it Przemysław Olszewski's like? Is it as easy as just attacking?
Yeah,
is that it?
What
am I overthinking it, or like does he have anything else? Like if he does have a removal spell, like what can I do on the following turns? Do I have any sort of outs?
Remember, instant spirits can be played at flash if needs be. They can semi be a pump spell as well with the Wanderer on the battlefield.
Yeah, just if Tony Martus has a removal spell, he would have played it already, I believe. I would just probably swing with the team.
We're stacking.
We're stacking with
everything
swing.
Sideways to your face. 8 damage.
But
do you have an answer?
He didn't use maybe he was bluffing.
Doesn't need the Mutavault.
He doesn't. No, it's exactly 8. But the Mutavault would be. He does have something. Oh, it is a Heartless Axe, so he does have something. Is there a Rattle Chain? Is there Guy Slide Snare?
It's still not enough though, right? We sack the Wanderer, we animate the Mutavault.
No,
we do.
There's a treasure. There's a treasure.
Yeah.
But is there something from? It's a spirit.
What? Is it a spirit or a slip through? It's a spirit.
It's a spirit. It should be enough.
Yeah, we sack the Wanderer here, animate the Mutavault, and that should be enough damage.
Yeah.
Let's see if both players have seen that. Yep, what's happened? The the miserable Wanderer. It's going to grow to 2 power. We are moments away from being able to get a second player into the finals, into the World Championships. We just need to make sure we sequence this correctly. We're just making sure that that is a Goblin Shaman token and this is a treasure token.
Yeah, and now
counter
it unless you pay 2 mana. You only have 1.
Is this going to be? Now we need to
this
animate
it?
4, 5, 6, 7. We need to animate the Mutavault.
It's like damage.
No damage.
Is still Tony looks
what
like
if it's a fatal push in hand still?
Maybe. Yeah, animate the Mutavault to add another spirit to the count of Catilda.
Let's have a look. Well, we have to if we want to get lethal this turn. We're deciding. You can see the card shaking. So much on the line here.
Yeah, he's doing the math again.
Yeah.
What am I missing? Okay.
4, 5,
animate
6,
the Mutavault.
7. Animate this.
5/5 Catilda. Attack you for 8.
8 damage. If live totals are correct, this is going to be GG's, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it? But is it? Does he have the fatal push? Maybe.
No, it's a shield in hand. That's the hand.
That's it.
Congratulations, taking it down, being able to advance himself to the finals and off to the World Championships.
Huge roar, by the way. You probably don't hear it, but it was a huge roar of Polish players in the room.
Oh my.
And there's been so many this weekend. And I'm absolutely not surprised if one of them has gotten this far because they've been crushing it this weekend as well. So many great players. Not quite a few of them fell short of the top 8, but Przemysław Olszewski is carrying the torch for the Polish community.
Well, all the way to the World Championships in Las Vegas. So, one last little recap from myself. Friday we started 202 players. They bowed it out to top 16, got invites to day number 1. Day number 1, 456 players, all battling out, trying to get themselves into day number 2. 110 of them managed to do that. We have now whittled it down all the way to the top 8, all the way down to the final 2, where you're going to see Azorius Spirits against Boris Convoke. 2 players, they both know they're going to Worlds, they both know they're getting a big chunk of money, they both know they're going to PT Barcelona. That's the slide. My name is Will Hall, this is Big Z, Matej Zatlkaj. We've carried you through all weekend. We hope you're enjoying the show. One more round to go. We're going to pass it off to Philip and Filipa. They're going to carry on that one. There will be an interview afterwards, and then we'll close down the show. So make sure you stick around for more Magic action. See you all soon.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Championship Finals in Athens. We are down to the last game. Both players already qualified for the World Championship. We hear the crowd went crazy once the players won here. This is a high achievement, and the winner is going to take these 2 trophies, and we are going to have an aggressive matchup. Boros Convoke versus Spirits.
Yes.
What do you think of this particular matchup?
I think Convoke is favored, especially on the play. But if there is like a key turn, for example, with a Convoker or with a Reckless Bushwhacker, and Przemysław has a counter spell, this could turn the whole thing around. Unfortunately, Mausoleum Wanderer cannot counter Bushwhacker, but it can counter stuff like Gleeful Demolition. So I think we will have this kind of split between interaction and aggression, but Przemysław is the one who can even interact, while Convoke is just going to try to do their thing. I can see Polish players are ready in chat.
Let's take a look here at the bracket. Now that we already have the finalists, we see the players that just went heads up. And look at that cool animation. Very good job there by our FoxHound crew. Our technical team here doing great. And we have our finalist Federico on Convoke,
and we've got Przemysław Olszewski. Oh yeah, Polska Górą. He's also known as Ojczym. He's also a known MTGO player. I mean, everybody knows him, and chat is going crazy. A lot of Polish players.
I want to see a lot of hype in chat. This is such a special moment for these players. I want them to rewatch this and feel amazing as they should. This is a lifetime accomplishment in the MTG field.
I mean, it is. Like, getting invited to Worlds is wild. You get so much equity and the bragging rights. Like, the fact that you can say, I am a world champion participant, attendee. I mean, this is wild achievement. And also, plenty of money.
We see a lot of Polish people in the chat. Where are Federico fans? Boros Convoke deck here. And I think Federico is Italian, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I was informed that Federico is indeed Italian. Whew. So, players are shuffling up. We see Gigantha on one side, no companion on the other, playing best of 3.
And who starts here?
I think Federico is on the play because he's higher seeded. And Olszewski, I talked with him before the tournament, before the top 8, and he said, well, I accept the fact that I'll be on the draw throughout the top 8, but apparently it hasn't been a problem.
Obviously not, and here he already has that sweet invite to the World Championship later this year in Las Vegas. Also, both of these players are qualified as well as the rest of the top 36 of this tournament to the Pro Tour Barcelona. I heard a lot of people happy, some people even from Barcelona that qualified for that tournament, and they were really excited to be present there. So really exciting times, and that's very soon.
Yeah, it's very soon. It's like a month-ish from now, like a month and a half.
It's the end of July.
Yeah. Oh, and I see Przemysław taking a mulligan here. And I think Federico is skipping his hand. So being on 7 on the play versus Olszewski on the draw the mulligan, the advantage bar is already slightly sliding towards Boros Convoke. Although with such cheering, maybe he can pull through.
And let's see if cheering is enough here to bring the spirits up for this player.
Nice. Okay, we see some Italian flags now in chat. So yeah, hype is real. Hype is indeed real.
Hype is real. I want to also see some cheer up for Federico. I like when there's cheer up on both sides. It's going to be very exciting here.
Yeah, whenever you say that, Polish people get rallied up even more.
And they start spamming them more.
Yeah, exactly.
I also love that. I love Polish people that are here cheering up on chat. So much love for our Italian viewers and also for our amazing Polish viewers.
Yes, okay. So now we see Voldor and Epikio. Turn 1, make a blood token, pass the turn. Przemysław is ready to take a draw.
And
a darker
what is
waste,
going to be here the first play on the spirit side?
Yeah, untap now. Again, this is a blood token. It's not a land. It's just positioned there.
And this Boros Convoke deck has been doing very well. It did particularly well some weeks ago on MTGO, and then it kind of hyped up since then. And going for the hype really paid off here for Federico, getting that invitation.
And now we see End Step Spectral Sailor.
This card is really good. 1 mana, 1/1 flyer, and then in the end you can pay 4 mana to start drawing cards.
Ooh, Curious Obsession. That's a hallmark card. And in response, you've got Resolute Reinforcements, making a beautiful proxy soldier. And damage in. Draca. Oh, I think he's missing a land. Oh no. Okay, never mind. Okay, it's fine. It's all good. All good. All good.
Land is there. That Curious Obsession can start helping the Azorius Spirits player drawing a lot of cards later on if that sticks to the board.
Ornithopter on the stack.
Ornithopter is one card that is good for one thing, convoking, and that's exactly what this deck wants to do. I think we're going to have Loxodon here.
Yeah, Venerated Loxodon will put a counter on each creature that convoked it. So 4 creatures. The token, Ornithopter, Epicure, and Resolute Reinforcement, still 1 mana up. We could potentially see something like Gleeful Demolition, but then you'll be destroying the Ornithopter that had just got a counter. I'm curious if there are any Bushwhackers in hand, but Federico is holding cards close to his chest, so we can't really make out what's there.
I'm trying to read here our player profile for Federico.
Okay, attack for 3 in the air with a buff.
Starting to draw more cards here, our Azorius Spirits player.
Yeah, the question is whether there is another land drop, because you want to, like, if you keep drawing cards, you want to keep playing spells as well. There is another land.
And we see here choosing the island side of it. Do you know how the Azorius Spirits player qualified here for this tournament?
I do not actually. I do not. I think he won one of the RCQs in Poland.
Exactly, it says here 400 players RCQ on MTGO actually, in Pioneer.
Oh, yeah, he's a huge Pioneer player, plays a lot of blue-white control online as well. And today decided to bring blue-white, but not control. So, smash in with everything. There is a block. Giant Killer just as a creature resolves. Giant Killer just as a creature resolves. Pass the turn. So we see untap on Olszewski's. Oh, you know, maybe some end step action. Yeah, untap on the Olszewski side. It will
draw a card here. Let's see what the player can do with access to only 4 mana. Look how developed the board is on the other side.
Yeah, Olszewski would need something like Lifelink to try to raise, because he doesn't have enough damage, even though it's evasive. He can't really block out everything. So it's a really precarious position for the Polish player. Even though people are cheering Polish Mountain, still might not be enough for this game. But then he's on the play.
And then the story changes after sideboards as well.
Oh, certainly. Now we're counting the damage. Olszewski very meticulous. Attack for 3 in the air. Draw a card. Boop. Actually, fun fact. Olszewski also top-8'd one of the LMSs sometime back in Modern, playing Blue-Red Murktide. And he actually played my Blue-Red Murktide, which I had lent him. So, yeah.
And I was just cracking myself here reading that Federico top 8 player survey. When asked why did you choose this deck for the weekend, so the Boros Convoke, he said, I want to make my opponent think more than me.
And it's certainly the case here, because Olszewski is doing a lot of like pianist math, right, with the fingers, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, go.
And when you play 18 rounds of Magic like these players did.
I mean, this is so straining. It's unbelievable. And also you mix the exhaustion with the stress, but sometimes the stress pumps up the adrenaline, so at least you don't feel the exhaustion. So that's the good thing, but yeah. Okay, so still static situation.
There's no time on the clock. Players can take their time deciding. Both of them, I'm sure, really happy already with the World Championship invite, but only one will be crowned the Legacy European Championship champion. Here.
What certainly doesn't help is that Olszewski doesn't have like an easy, painless white source, because both of them are darker wastes, which are painless. So for every white he adds, he takes away 1 point of his life total, and it's a huge difference now. So I'd expect just go to combat and then smash in, but we've got another flash creature. Rattle chains. Oh, the borderless one is Seacrom Coast. Okay, so there is that. The other one is a darker wastes. Okay. Insert classic comment about the versions of cards which cannot be distinguished. And we've got Rattle Chains. So I assume we will go Shacklegeist and Rattle Chains, tap one of the creatures like Loxodon, and then keep Supreme Phantom as the blocker. And then if Olszewski survives, he's got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 perfectly on the crackback, actually.
And that's scary for Federico, I am sure.
It's exactly 10 on the crackback.
You do have Ornithopter.
That's true. You also have the Giant Killer with the tap ability. So, yeah, there is a lot of action here. Actually, yeah, it's a lot up to those plays. We don't want anybody just to lose to an onboard trick. Can you tap in response to Shacklegeist? Yes, you could. Okay, so these are the attacks. Okay, that's very conservative. Keeping back the tapper and keeping back the flyer. And this is one of the most difficult parts about aggro decks, actually. Like, you can't always just go all in. And the moment you need to realize when to go all in, when to play defensive, and how, it distinguishes, the 80% aggro player to this 100% expert. So Olszewski.
And tapping here.
Down to 5.
4.
Actually, yeah, even lower.
And we need something. What is on that top deck? Is it enough?
Geistlight Snare doesn't affect the battlefield, so that's probably not going to do it, but it allows him to hold up a counterspell for just 1 mana, so... But Federico is at 8, and he has to play... He has to attack for 10, at 10, he has to attack for 10 through the tapper and through the blocker, so that's a tall order. So I think Olszewski actually has to think about how not to die the following turn. Tricky. And Giant Killer, I think, is actually just turning things around.
Giant Killer, definitely a good card here, as well as the Ornithopter.
Such an innocuous card. Played for this adventure half when you destroy something. But here, 1 white tap target creature might just change everything.
It definitely might change everything, as we see here Zori Spirit's player in a tricky spot and deciding what to do with cards in hand.
Yep. Mapping out the turns, because again, if you know you're not winning now, you have to maybe try to come up with a situation that you win later.
Exactly.
You can't just walk into a loss. So...
And that is exactly what Federico did on the other side, acknowledging I cannot win now, how can I make sure I don't die to try to win next?
And I think Olszewski said, go to combat to see what happens. And he just put down the cards. I know, palm, touching his head, thinking.
And looks like the Giant Killer is tapping the Sailor.
Yep, which could be blanked by Rattle Chains, for example. Which could also be interesting. But it works. So at the end step, because you don't attack, the aura will fall off. If there is no attack.
And I can put here...
But I think I think there won't be any attacks when you're staring down such a formidable battlefield. Yeah, so Curious Obsession says, at the beginning of your end step, if you didn't attack with a creature this turn, sacrifice Curious Obsession. So the question is whether there are going to be any attacks there.
it's too risky or not from our Zori Spirits player. And this is still game 1. Who said aggro mirrors need to be...
Shacklegeist pass. Shacklegeist pass. And we're setting down how much? How much damage? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 4. That's 13 damage. Well.
Plus whatever is in end.
Plus whatever is in end. So it's well over Olszewski's life total there.
So Aura is gone. There was no attacks from Azorius Spirit. So Curious Obsession needs to go to the graveyard.
Like every single draw step, every single turn creates so much suspense, you know? Because you just never know how it's going to end.
Also, we have to be thinking about everything that the Azorius Spirits player might have with 3 mana open.
This could be a counter spell, could be Spell Queller, Lofty Denial, Flash Threat, could be like Spectral Sailor plus Rattle Chains. There's so many combinations. Also, with Rattle Chains on the battlefield, you've got Flash for any other creatures. You could Flash in a Lord. So many options. And so now if you are Federico, preferably you would also assume all those scenarios. So what if there is Supreme Phantom? And does it make sense for Olszewski to have Supreme Phantom? Would he have attacked had he had Supreme Phantom in that position? So it's tricky.
And we see here both players taking a lot of consideration. This is an important match, the finals of the regional championships in Athens, and we got a weekend we had full of surprises, and this is the culmination of a lot of hard work, and these players both must be so excited and happy.
Yeah, and now we see a bunch of tapped creatures. A bunch of tapped creatures. Olszewski picking up his hand. Spell Queller is played. White is played off of Seachrome, so now Pain. Now
let's tap the Queller.
And this
is
game.
Game. Now let's focus on game 2 here. How can Spirits stop all these shenanigans from the Boros Convoke deck? What sideboard tools do we have? First, let's take a look here on the Boros Convoke side, though. What can we do against Spirits?
So against Spirits, first of all, you can actually have a bit of flyers, thanks to Clarion Spirit. It actually provides Spirits, and 1 or 2 chumps might just be enough. Ornithopter is also a blocker, that could be relevant. We've got Forge Devil, which enters the battlefield and can kill a spirit, but crucially, Rending Valley. Rending Valley deals 4 damage to a white or blue creature, uncounterable, but it can still be countered, quote-unquote, by Spell Queller, because Spell Queller doesn't say technically counter, it says exile, but that's not a very efficient exchange anyways. Although, all in all, the best answer is Athens.
That's true, and let's take a look here at the other player deck list. Not this one.
Yeah, not this one. We will soon pop up Blue-White Spirits by Przemysław Olszewski. Now, he's on the play. Okay, this is the name of the game. He's on the play, so it allows him to be much faster, possibly. Deploy everything he needs to.
And there we go. Now, yes, we have our Zorid Spirits list here. And as you were saying, what do we have here that can make some offense against the Boros Convoke deck?
Every good draw will probably include turn 1 creature into Curious Obsession to just kind of be able to draw more cards. But I think what you really want is Catilda. Because yes, you can play Portable Hall to take 1 creature away, for example, Ornithopter, because there aren't many blockers, and you care about blockers mainly. Yes, you could play Skyclave Apparition, but it doesn't even take Convokers. It's super inefficient. But what you can do is play Catilda. It has lifelink. It's probably pretty big at the moment it's played, so let's say it's a 4/4, and a 4/4 flyer with the lifelink might just be enough to stabilize.
That is true, and let's take a look here as our players are getting ready. They are looking at each other's sideboards and lists because it's an open deck list tournament, so they have access to their lists. So here I have the player survey from Federico, and I'm sorry if the other casting duo already said some of these questions because we had this match before with Federico as well. What was your best card of the weekend and why? And he says, was Reckless Bushwalker. It's a huge friend, always puts opponent in bad spot. Solid card.
Yeah, and Olszewski, the same question. What was the best card all weekend? Chat, can you guess what, according to Przemysław Olszewski, is the best card all weekend for Blue-White Spirits? And while you're typing, I'm going to tell you the answer. The answer for Blue-White Spirits is Seachrome Coast because it has a nice art. That was the answer. So there you have it. No, yeah, literally, no.
I'm reading it. That's true.
Yes, that's true.
Maybe inspiring, maybe putting our players' spirit up.
I mean, he's just an artistic soul. He's, he's very subtle, gentle. And he says, well, this card is beautiful. Yeah, and one of the people in chat actually got it. So it was indeed Seachrome Coast, and he said the art is beautiful. It was so beautiful I didn't even recognize it during the game. So we've got Olszewski on the play versus Boros Convoke on the draw on the left there. For the Convoke fans, I can tell you that it's not a BTE version because some people play Clarion, some people play Burning Tree Emissary. So maybe this settles the debate. No Burning Tree Emissary in the very finals.
And let us know, Twitch chat, are you hoping that Convoking is happening or are you getting the spirits up for our Spirits player?
Yeah.
Who are you rooting for and what deck do you want to see win here in the finals? Both players are already very happy, qualified to the World Championship, but only one can take the trophies that we see here and the title of the Legacy European Championship Athens.
I think if Federico could rewrite the message here in the survey, he would change the best card from Bushwhacker to Giant Killer. Just who knew that one white tap can literally win you a game in the finals of an RC of 456 players.
And they had to qualify to be here.
Oh yeah, it's not an open tournament. You had to qualify somehow. Most people for like local RCs, RCQs, some people are online. Some people actually qualified through the LCQ, which was on Friday, and you, Filipa_MTG, cast.
That is true. For those of you that don't know, I'm Filipa and I'm joined here by Skura, also known as Islands in Front.
Yes, we are a part of, you can usually hear us talking during those legacy events. You can find us on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, everywhere.
You're the one that has to take with me the most.
Yes, we are a pretty common casting duo.
What a legend. The other casting duo is none other than TheWillHallExp and Big Z, Matej.
So players are shuffling up. They seem to be ready for game 2. Yes, Filipa, Carola. The players get this playmat for participation. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And this color theme, like this kind of orange-blackish, I really like that. It has a nice vibe. Also, chat, what do you think of the player photos in the upper left and right corner? I think it just adds this personification to those decks, right? You don't just see Spirits versus Convoke. You actually see beautiful smiling Federico versus, strong and serious Olszewski.
That is true. I really like this as well. It gives a bit of a sense of familiarity with these players. And especially for those of you watching, rooting for a particular person, to see your friend on the screen is different. And I'm sure our players are going to be so happy when they watch the VOD, for example, on YouTube later, to see their pictures there. And I hope it makes their day.
Yeah, and while we're just chatting, I think Olszewski is taking a mulligan. These games are not about card advantage, so going from 7 to 6 is not that important, as long as Olszewski has a proper start from 6. I mean, he lost the previous game with like 4 cards in hand, so it is not about cards, it's about the proper sequence and selection of cards.
We definitely need a good start here for both players. Both decks want to be explosive, a bit more on the Boros Convoke side. Azori Spirits has a bit more interaction with the other deck, but we saw how good a card like a Giant Killer was in the previous match.
Yeah, I think the card that Przemysław really wants to see is Katilda. There are only 2 copies in the deck, admittedly, but it doesn't have to be in the opening hand. Maybe it doesn't even have to be played on turn 3. Maybe turn 4 is fine, and I'm peeking at the opening hand. Skyglyph Apparition was sided in. I can see Slip out the back. I think Portable Hole, 2 lands, and maybe like 1 or 2 spirits. So yeah, it looks fine. It looks fine, and we are off.
We are already starting. 1 drop has been played by our Azori Spirits player. Epicure on the other side is going to deal 1 damage and create a blood token.
Yeah. So we've got 1 drop for a 1 drop.
2 mana, we play a Multivolt, so nice land there, and now our other spirits have +1/+1.
Yeah, and also Wanderer itself triggers, so an attack for 3. Olszewski is on the offensive. Now we'll see how Federico can maybe turn this around. Now, because Mausoleum Wanderer is a 2/2, it can counter Gleeful Demolition in a pinch, because it makes the opponent pay 2 more. Mausoleum Wanderer is pretty tricky to play and to play around. It can attack for more if needed. It can have some utility, as mentioned before, countering, for example, Gleeful Demolition. So, Mausoleum Wanderer, an excellent spirit for the deck. And we see Resolute Reinforcements actually played main phase to play around a potential Lofty Denial.
But they do not block flyers. And that's the key word here. Only Ornithopter on Federico's side is able to block the flyers.
So who knew that flying would be so good in 2023? So the more things change, the more they say the same. So I think it's also something that gives the edge to spirits in general, because it's an aggro deck that races, like most aggro decks, but this one has evasion. So it doesn't maybe block that well, but if he's on the offensive, it just goes, yep, attack you, and everything comes through. Ooh, this is very aggressive. A Mutavolt can be blocked, and is also pumped by Supreme Phantom. So it's a huge attack. We'll update the live totals in just a second.
And here, as our Spirit player, really taking that leading role into trying to finish that game as soon as possible.
Yep.
And it's fun here to see how the Spirits deck can go from being more in the defensive like the previous game to go to a more aggressive role here.
Yeah.
And do you know why this deck is not playing with Collected Company, not the banned version?
So the banned version requires you to play green, which is kind of awkward. Like if you play green, you can't really play Mutavolt, and Mutavolt is a hell of a card. Like right now, you've got colorless, white, and blue. Squeezing in green is pretty problematic. And now we see Knight convoking, but it's pretty slow. I mean, Federico is going for like car advantage-ish type of draw.
Did we already miss a land drop here on Federico's side?
Yeah, if there is no land this turn, yes. So I think what Federico wants is like maybe Ornithopter and Bushwalker, and then hope for the best is actually enough. Olszewski, though, wants to get the game over with, and there is Ornithopter.
And I'm really curious to see what the Spirits player also might have in end. This Ornithopter is really good here, able to block if needed.
Yeah, and it's deployed immediately for that reason. Yeah, so if Olszewski is attacking for lethal, he can chump, but I can't imagine attacking for 18 on the crackback, because let's assume even there is another Ornithopter plus Bushwhacker in a hypothetical scenario. Then it's still 2 plus 2 plus 2, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, okay, it's close actually. Actually, it's pretty close. We could see a Spectral Sailor flashed in as well. So yeah, a lot can still happen, although I think the advantage is is on Olszewski's side purely because he's got the initiative, he's got the advantage, he's putting pressure, and he's sitting at a convenient 18.
But we also know how fast Boros Convo can turn things around and how some explosive turns may happen, especially because of Bushwalker.
Slip out the back just to give a counter is just literally 1 mana, a third of a giant growth.
And I think that's the first I see this card being used for a counter instead of for the phase out.
Yeah, portable. It will be portable hole. Take Ornithopter. Activate Mutavault. Actually, not even attack. Not even activate Mutavault because it can be blocked with the knight. But this is the attack for 1, 2, 3, 4. Just a modest 4, and holding up 3 mana, which is potentially a spell queller.
And Federico doesn't have... Okay, there it is, 3rd mana.
So this could be like Thraben into Bushwalker. So this is the big question. Does Olszewski have a way to interact on the stack there? Federico, hand full of spells. He might actually see the fate of Olszewski's, which is Olszewski die with a bunch of cards in hand. Now Federico might die. Ooh, okay.
Okay, so Clarion here.
Immediately tapping mana. Olszewski immediately is like, wait, maybe no. Lofty. Geist Light Snare. Countering this key creature. But he's still not dead, right? Because it's still 4 damage, and he's at 6. He can block the Mutavault. Olszewski is out of cards. So this game can still be flipped around.
And it's very important that the Clarion Spirit did not resolve, because although this creature itself does not have fly, when you cast your 2nd spell each turn, does create a 1/1 flyer.
There is okay, so it's a huge setup. Oh, Ornithopter at the top. Rending. Oh, Bushwalker. It's Bushwalker and Ornithopter, so I think Federico can take both of them, play Ornithopter now as a blocker, and next turn potentially go Giant Killer as a creature into Bushwalker Smash.
We need something like another Portable Hole.
Portable Hole or like a Lord. Another Supreme Phantom actually makes this lethal, but not because of Ornithopter. So this Ornithopter makes... I'm not sure if there are outs. I'm not sure there are outs for Olszewski here. This has been a crazy game, hasn't it?
It has been, and I can start hearing some people get excited outside, although the game is not over yet.
Yeah. I've been watching those finals and like semi-finals, and people have been so quiet, like so focused. One of the matches was like both players playing, and they've been silent for like, 10 minutes, just only gesturing what's happening. It's like, play this, or just putting it on the battlefield, nodding.
And I can imagine the nerves that go through the player's head. I think maybe the World Championship invite was the big goal here for the players, but especially the last rounds, how nervous these players must be.
Playing for the World invite is huge. I think now they are kind of more relaxed than they were, and we see a huge attack from Olszewski tapping out of creatures, and we might see attack with a charm block or not, but so now Federico is counting. Can he afford not blocking?
Deciding to block there.
Yeah, and the Mutavault can block. Maybe a creature flashed in can also block. So, because there is a world where you just don't block with Ornithopter, but I'm not sure it changes the clock much. So, oh, this is scary. And the card drawn could also be a counterspell for Bushwalker. So it can still go either way.
But even a counter, how much damage do we already have in the board?
Well, the main thing is that you're dead in the air on the crackback. So you don't have a flyer to block anything. This is the main thing. So now we see Thraben Inspector, Trigger, Get a Clue, Bushwalker, which Olszewski knows about.
It resolves, 2 mana.
And this is it. Trigger. And there's another Ornithopter in hand, I think. I think there's another Ornithopter in hand. Actually.
It resolves.
Bash in.
Bash in with everything.
Wait. Hold. Hold.
And I don't think there's any settled wreckage.
Hold. Bash, 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 hold. Okay. See, the hand wasn't extended. Oh, there is a spirit.
Okay, we have a sailor, we have Multivolt able to block something.
Okay. Yeah. Oh my god, this is double chump. And it's, yeah, we're counting 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is not lethal. But I think there is an Ornithopter. There is an Ornithopter. Oh my gosh, this game is wild. Ornithopter is literally, this is literally the highlight of this game. Forget about what I said about Giant Killer. Ornithopter.
And here, let's see what that draw is.
Oh,
we need a portable ult.
Or Skyclave Apparition.
Or Skyclave Apparition, yeah.
Or slip out the back.
That's another option, yeah.
To remove the blocker.
Yep.
Hold. Attack. He's making him have it, and
that's
good
game! Congratulations to Federico, our Boros Convoke player, taking here the win. Good games for both players, and this was game, but we are still going to have an interview with the winner, Federico. Tell me something about these games.
That was crazy. That was crazy what just happened. Like, it was an aggro mirror match, but it's unbelievable how much math went into there. You know, a Boros Convoke, a deck known for, like, you know, turn 3 all in. Now, it was turn 2, 3, 4, 5, setting up, right, for the key turn. And, yeah, I think we now want to hear from the player, from the winner himself. Yep, take it away.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I have to put this on?
Yeah, put this on and see if you... Do you hear me well?
Yeah,
Perfect.
I hear you really well.
Perfect. So we can change to us. I have here Federico that just won. Am I saying your name correctly?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry. I'm bad with English sometimes. So
it's going to be perfect. Don't worry. I really enjoyed reading your player survey. You tell me, how did you decide, first of all, to bring this deck here?
It basically was a tough choice because during testing with my friends, I didn't want basically any matches. But I talked with one friend of mine and it was like, do you really want to have too many choices during your games? I was like, nope. Say to play Convoke is easier. And it was right. It was really right.
How do you feel to be qualified for World Championship and also to get now this trophy and being the champion of the Legacy European Championship?
I think I will realize it tomorrow morning.
That makes a lot of sense.
Tonight I will go out for eat something and I will realize tomorrow morning.
Do you have your friends here?
Yeah, we are in 5, 6, 7. It depends how many.
It's going to be a great night to celebrate here in Greece. And tell me something, this matchup against Spirits, how were you feeling about it when you saw that you were going to play against it?
I think if I'm on the play, I'm pretty good. I can go nuts on turn 2 and basically can do nothing. Maybe if they run Spell Pierce, I don't remember the list of my opponent, but otherwise it's pretty easy if I get a Loxodon on turn 2.
And I feel like Ornithopter saved you a couple of times. MVP
yeah, I think there are the best cards in the spot, yeah.
And anyone that you want to shout out, any social media that you have that you want to share, any local game store, friends, family?
Just my friends. I'm not usually too much present on social media. I'm just there for see other people. So, no, just thank you so much for my friends and all the guys that was with me during this journey.
Congratulations so much on this win, Federico. I hope you enjoy a lot this weekend, you and your friends. And once again, congratulations. These two are yours. You can take them home. Yeah, one is for Legacy European Championship. The other one is from Wizards of the Coast.
Whoa, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it a lot.
Thank you so much, Federico. And we are going to close out the stream. I'm going to bring other casters here to say goodbye. I hope everyone enjoyed this weekend. It was a weekend full of magic. Join me. And we have here Skura.
Squeeze in.
TheWillHallExp and Matej.
Yeah. Lower. Yeah,
First of all, thank you so much for everyone watching. Thank you for the players. 456 came here into this event. Federico got the trophy and was the winner with Boros Convoke. We have to thank our amazing crew here that on the backstage. They worked so hard, FoxHound crew. They worked very, very hard into bringing you better graphics, the photos of the players. They were amazing. Also, big thank you to the casters casting on the last chance qualifier Friday. And also to these amazing casters here with me. Last but not least, we would like to thank you, the viewer, to spending the weekend with us. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and we will see you next time in Bologna.
Yes, yes, we will.
Bye-bye, everyone. Have a great day.